Chapter 541. The Elf Empire's Southern Border. Since the Dwarf Empire's defeat, the Elf Empire has built numerous fortresses along its southern border. Both sides knew the feud between the Dwarf and Elf Empires would not end. The so-called ceasefire was only temporary. Both sides had reached a point of strife to the death. And this war seemed to have no end in sight. Ever since the Dwarf Empire ceased fire, the Elf Empire has focused its attention on the Dwarf Empire to the south. The Elf Empire dispatched numerous intelligence personnel to gather intelligence on the Dwarf Empire. The Great Yen Intelligence Bureau did not interfere with this, but neither did it help them. For the Elf Empire to become independent and strong, it must forge its own path. Although the two sides had ceased hostilities, the Dwarf Empire was actively preparing for war, prompting the Elf Empire to gradually take notice. The Elf Empire, building on its existing strength, chose to continue expanding its military. For unknown reasons, the Dwarf Empire, facing them, had adopted a policy of rapid military expansion. They had inexplicably assembled an army of several million. As the Emperor of the Elven Empire, Sif naturally couldn't afford to lose to the Dwarven Empire in terms of momentum. In addition to the base army of 2 million, the Elven Empire expanded its forces by another 600,000 to counter the impending war against the Dwarven Empire. At first, Sif thought it would be difficult to expand her army by 600,000. After experiencing war, most people in the Elven Empire might be war-weary. However, Sif's assumption proved correct. Many people were indeed war-weary, but Sif hadn't anticipated this. When the Elven Empire heard that the expansion was intended to guard against the Dwarven Empire, the entire Elven Empire erupted in excitement. A large number of elves chose to join the Elven Empire's revolutionary army. In just 3 or 4 days, 600,000 troops were recruited. More than 100,000 of them were retired soldiers. Upon hearing that they would be fighting against the Dwarf Empire, they chose to join the revolutionary army without hesitation. This was because many of them were from the southern region of the Elven Empire. The southern region had been practically annihilated by the Dwarf Empire. What hatred could they possibly harbor? These elves were eager to tear the dwarves apart. Their hatred would never fade, it would only become ingrained in their bones with time. It wasn't just between elves and dwarves. Leon wouldn't let his enemies off the hook just because they apologized. But now there's no apology at all, not even the most basic. How can such a person be considered righteous and honest? Talking to him about righteousness and honesty would only make you question your own life. You wonder, could such a person even exist in this world? The world is so vast, and there are all sorts of strange things. The Elven Empire's southern defense line. Over 1 million troops were stationed here, guarding the vast border. Among this group of soldiers, a considerable number were new recruits, who had just joined the Elven Empire's revolutionary army. Among them, Diablo sat silently on the ground, looking up at the moon high in the sky. "Diablo, what are you doing here?" A comrade approached with 2 pieces of fruit and casually tossed one to Diablo. Diablo took one and said thank you. "Are you homesick?" the comrade asked. "Have you forgotten? I don't have a home anymore." The comrade froze upon hearing this. He truly had no idea of Diablo's true situation. Looking at his stunned comrades, Diablo decided to tell his story. "I am an elf from the southern Elven Empire, and my family was murdered by the dwarves during the Dwarven Empire's invasion. That's why I joined the army. I will kill every dwarf, make them pay for their blood with blood." The comrade instinctively flinched as he listened to Diablo's story. If it were anyone else, they might have laughed it off when they heard him say they wanted to kill all the dwarves. But looking at Diablo, the comrade, for some reason, simply believed that he was capable of great deeds. As the two chatted, a sudden whistling sound from the sky shattered the night's tranquility. The officers, returning from their studies in Dian, immediately identified it as artillery fire. They immediately ordered the soldiers to take cover, reported the situation, and directed the artillery to locate the enemy artillery positions. After a brief pause, Diablo's first reaction wasn't fear, but fervor. Yes, you heard correctly, not fear, but fervor. Ever since joining the army, Diablo has been obsessed with revenge on the dwarves. Make the dwarves pay the price. When Diablo heard the rumble of artillery fire, he knew his opportunity had arrived. After a brief moment of shock, Diablo immediately retreated to the air raid shelter. Wait for the bombardment to pass, then face the Dwarven Empire soldiers. He would prove with concrete actions that he would avenge his sister and family. Don't think Diablo was just boasting. During his training at the recruit company, Diablo had been at the top of every performance scale. The shooting performance, in particular, had reached the point of hitting the target with precision from 100 paces away. On the other side, watching their own artillery focus its attack on the Elven Empire's fortresses, It gave the dwarf soldiers a shot in the arm. With this level of artillery fire, the elves on the other side must have been terrified. Ha ha ha. Just as war was about to break out, the seas weren't peaceful either. A massive fleet was approaching the coastal cities of the Elven Empire. Some fishermen fishing late at night saw these steel warships, and initially thought they were Great Yin warships. But later, they realized something was amiss, as these warships didn't fly the Great Yin flag at all. When the fishermen got a closer look, they realized they were flying the flag of the Dwarf Empire. It was too late for the fishermen to flee. The soldiers on the Dwarf Empire warships, seeing the approaching fishing boats, directly used their weapons to attack these non-threatening fishing boats. Now it was the fishermen's turn to be stunned. Many fishermen were blasted to pieces before they could even utter a word of begging for mercy. They had never imagined that simply trying to make a living would lead to such an unforeseen disaster. However, some fishermen managed to escape and report the situation to the Elven Empire. The Elven Empire's high-ranking officials were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They had witnessed the Great Yin Navy's bombardment of Sukra City. They knew how formidable those warships were, but they had no countermeasures. They didn't even have warships, so how could they contend with those steel behemoths? After weighing the pros and cons, the Elven Empire decided to report the situation to the Great Yin. At this moment, they were unaware that the Great Yin Navy had already arrived in the Elven Empire. Chapter 542. The Great Yin Fleet. After a long voyage, the Great Yin Navy finally arrived at the Dwarf Empire. However, just as they were about to launch their attack, the military received news that the Dwarf Empire's fleet had already left the Dwarf Empire's port. This surprised Chester. But Chester quickly reacted. He immediately ordered the fleet to set sail for the Elven Empire, seize the opportunity, and directly destroy the Dwarf Empire's fleet. Currently, the Great Yin Navy possesses 3 Midway-class aircraft carriers and 8 Essex-class aircraft carriers. Aside from the initial 24 dreadnoughts, only 1 Bismarck battleship has been launched. However, the number of destroyers and cruisers has steadily increased. While destroyers and cruisers may not match the tonnage of battleships, small warships, like destroyers and cruisers, are the most suitable for carrying missiles. This time, to completely suppress the Dwarf Empire, the Great Yin fleet assembled 10 aircraft carriers, all its battleships, and over 300 cruisers and destroyers. Over 350 warships in total. With this number, even if they collided with the Dwarf Empire fleet, they would be completely defeated. But what worried Chester was the Dwarf Empire fleet's super battleship, the God of War. The 600mm naval guns would have a terrifying range. First, the 460mm naval guns, with a range of meters. 600mm naval guns, and this is in the magical world. The range is bound to be far, not close, and conservatively estimated to be over meters. This blast would be unbearable for even fortresses, let alone battleships. So this was Chester's biggest worry. In the magical world, magicians could help artillery shells find their landing point, achieving precise guidance. Although the Gale Nation's 406mm naval gun proved to be the most effective, this was a magical world. The Dwarf Empire wasn't entirely foolish. Someone would surely have figured it out. But fate favored the Great Yin. At dawn, a thick fog descended. A thick fog rose over the entire sea. The Great Yin Navy was equipped with the latest radar, and at this moment, a true technological war was about to begin. 10 aircraft carriers, equipped with over 800 carrier-based aircraft. If the Great Yin could detect the enemy, they would be ready for devastating blows. Time passed. The sea serened, save for the crashing of the warships. None of the warships made any unnecessary noise. Like ghosts, they sailed towards the Dwarf Empire fleet. The Elven Empire's high command received the Great Yin's request for reinforcements, but kept it secret from their soldiers. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be traitors? Even among the highest echelons, only a few knew that this was being done to inflict a severe setback on the Dwarf Empire's fleet. Sestill chose to order her army to stop the Dwarf Empire's naval attack. Although the Elven Empire lacked coastal artillery, it did possess a large number of 240mm K3 howitzers, supported by the Great Flame. If equipped with specially designed extended-range ammunition, the 240 K3 howitzers could reach a range of 52 kilometers. In the coastal city of Phalia, this city had a troubled past. From its founding, it was overshadowed by the city of Sukras to the south. Only after the fall of Sukra City did Varia reclaim everything that belonged to it. Varia, I take it all back. However, before they could enjoy themselves for more than 3 days, they were frightened off by a faint attack by the Great Flame Fleet. After the East-West War finally ended, and the Elven Empire merged, Varia began to develop. But before it could flourish for long, it was targeted by the Dwarf Empire. At this moment, the sea outside Varia was also shrouded in fog. To be more precise, the entire Elven Empire, the Dwarven Empire, and the coastal areas surrounding Great Flame were shrouded in fog. This fog would persist for several days, significantly impacting the military operations of various nations. But for the Dwarf Empire, even in the fog, they would muster their forces to attack this important port before them. Destroying Varia would inflict a devastating blow to the Elven Empire's logistics system. Although the fog hampered the Dwarf Empire's fleet's attack, their naval guns continued their attack. The large-caliber naval shells pounded into Varia. The sleeping residents were instantly awakened, and some skeptics were directly hit by the shells and turned to smithereens. The Elven Empire also responded swiftly. A heavy artillery unit borrowed a large number of heavy trucks from nearby friendly forces and headed straight for the city of Faria. To deal a decisive blow to these arrogant dwarves, Sif mobilized nearly all the available heavy artillery from the entire central region of the Elven Empire. The Elven Empire assembled over 4,240mm K3 howitzers. Prepared to teach the Dwarf Empire a hard lesson in Faria, the Dwarven Empire's bombardment lasted for over 3 hours, blasting Valeria, the pearl of the Elven Empire, to smithereens. At that moment, Valeria was filled with wailing. They didn't know where the shells came from. They didn't care. They only cared why they had been struck. Their happy homes were instantly reduced to ruins. Their loved ones, even their children, were buried within. Perhaps they hadn't died when they were buried, but they could only wait for death within. Just as the valiant people were sinking into despair, the sound of engines suddenly filled the air. Hundreds of emerald green fighter jets flew overhead, heading toward the sea. Many residents were startled. Some knowledgeable residents immediately spoke up to explain what was happening. "They're our Air Force. They're here. The Queen hasn't given up on us." At this, everyone cheered. When they saw the direction the fighters were flying, they understood who their enemy was. For De Yen wasn't the only one aware of the Dwarf Empire's warship construction. As enemies of the Dwarf Empire, these elves had long known what it was planning. What they hadn't anticipated was that war would come so soon. The Elven Air Force flew over Varlia, and as they watched the city ravaged by artillery fire, all the Elven pilots held a grudge. They would make the Dwarf Empire pay with blood. "We will avenge the debt you incurred on behalf of our people." Chapter 543. The Elven Empire currently has 2 types of fighter jets, one developed by the Elven Empire itself, and the other received as military aid from Great Yin. Great Yin sold some Stuka bombers to the Elven Empire, along with some Mustang fighters. The Stuka fighter is becoming increasingly outdated, and will eventually become obsolete. But it will fulfill its final mission in the Elven Empire, protecting the Elven Empire. It was, and still is, the symbol of Great Yin's Blitzkrieg, but with the arrival of the MiG series, and the mass production of the Mi-262 fighter, the Stuka is also leaving Great Yin's stage. Elf Empire, over Varia. 300 Stuka bombers flew toward the dwarf fleet. Under and around them was an endless fog, making it impossible to determine the dwarf fleet's location. Even though they had already reached the dwarf fleet's airspace, they could not detect the dwarf fleet directly below. At this moment, to the Elven Air Force's surprise, a large amount of green light suddenly appeared on the sea surface below. These green lights penetrated the thick fog and attracted the Air Force's attention. An Elven airman, originally a fisherman, immediately spotted what was underneath. Elven fishermen were actually very poor, and their trips to sea took days at a time, practically exchanging their lives for money. This was because their boats were often small and dilapidated, forcing them to risk their lives against the elements. Accounting for them was inevitable. So the fishermen came up with a solution, to exploit a special fish found along the coast of the Elven Empire. There was a fruit in the Elven Empire that they squeezed into juice, and in the event of a shipwreck, they would spill the juice into the sea. The juice attracts these special fish, which glow upon contact. That's why shipwreck fishermen use this method to call for help at night, to attract the attention of passing ships and the green zither knights. But everyone knows that if anyone spots this glow, it means fishermen are dead. Looking at the green light beneath the thick fog, many Elven Air Force pilots' eyes welled up. What a huge amount of water! To penetrate the fog? How many of our compatriots will die? The Elven Empire Air Force had no time to grieve. The Air Force commander immediately ordered a full-scale dive. 300 Stuka bombers plunged directly into the water. And on the sea below, the Dwarf Empire was momentarily stunned by the glowing water, but they soon spotted an elven boy throwing juice into the sea. The boy was collecting juice from a wrecked fishing boat. He and his father had been out at sea when they encountered the Dwarven fleet. The dwarven fleet ruthlessly destroyed their utterly harmless fishing boat, leaving father and son devastated. The boy's mother was bedridden, and his sister needed money for school. They had hoped to take advantage of the fishing season to venture out to sea, but instead encountered the dwarven fleet. The father was instantly blasted to pieces by the secondary guns. The boy, filled with hatred, hid behind the wreckage of the fishing boat, staring intently at the warships. When he saw the warships firing, he realized they were attacking the city of Faria, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as the dwarven warships attacked Faria. In Faria, his mother and sister were still inside. Just as the boy was at a loss, he heard the roar of airplane engines overhead. He looked at the can of juice nearby, and a bold idea came to mind. He desperately searched for juice among the wreckage of the surrounding fishing boats, pushing aside the bodies of his compatriots, even fighting off a shark that came to feed. He didn't know how he did it, only that his hands were bloody and mangled. Finally, thanks to his tireless efforts, the juice spread all over the vicinity of the fleet. A large school of specialized fish was attracted by the juice, and the boy's figure had nowhere to hide. The dwarf soldier spotted the boy, but he was now exhausted and lay on a wooden plank, watching the dwarf soldier stare at him in horror. The boy smiled. Woo! At that moment, the sound of swarms of Stuka bombers swooping down echoed across the sea, even drowning out the bombardment of the fleet. The elf boy slowly closed his eyes at this beautiful sound, and the next second, a bullet struck him. The young man finally sank slowly. The dwarf officer lowered his gun and stared at the corpse of the young man, who had exposed the fleet's position, unable to recover for a long time. If it were him, could he do it? Before the officer could think further, he was interrupted by a nearby soldier. The captain ordered them to immediately deploy air defense. But the officer, looking at the Stuka bomber formation less than 500 meters overhead, gave a wry smile. The fleet was now a sitting duck. The glowing water had completely exposed their position. Though some officers had given up resistance, many still chose to fight to the end. The tracer bullets from the anti-aircraft guns lit up the entire night sky. Many Stuka bombers were hit and plunged into the sea, creating a wave of spray. Even so, the Elven Air Force continued to dive under intense anti-aircraft fire. Every one of them held their breath, determined to make the Dwarven Empire pay. The newly arrived heavy artillery also received the intelligence transmitted back by the Air Force. After learning about the green glowing water, and especially after learning the reason, the heavy artillery was speechless. Everyone was in a state of deep sorrow, and the heavy artillery had to speak for them, over the dwarf fleet. Watching the reckless dives of the Elven Air Force, the dwarf fleet finally panicked. In particular, some Stukas, after being hit, lost their balance and ran directly into the dwarven warships. This shocked the dwarf soldiers, because in their eyes, these elves were high and mighty, cherishing their lives very much. But now the dwarf soldiers couldn't understand. Were these elves completely reckless? Not only were they flying their bombers directly into the battleships, but some were even recklessly bombing the warships to accurately hit them. Because they had limited bombs, they could only conduct precision bombing. If they wasted any, they would have to return for resupply. Even then, the Great Flame Fleet had received intelligence from the Elven Empire. The location of the dwarf fleet had been determined. Upon hearing of the Elven Air Force's feat, Chester immediately ordered his fleet to set sail and encircle the dwarf fleet. At the same time, 6 TV-3 rockets were launched directly towards the dwarf fleet. They would, on behalf of the Great Flame Fleet, help the Elven Empire Air Force deliver a resounding blow to the Dwarf Empire fleet. Wayne will find many supporters, while the unrighteous will be savage. Chapter 544. 300 Stuka bombers from the Elven Empire Air Force carried out a dive bombing mission. But the enemy was unconvinced, and the Dwarf Empire fleet launched an air defense interception. Over half of the Stuka bombers were shot down by anti-aircraft fire. In fact, the Dwarf Empire fleet initially had very little anti-aircraft firepower. But since the Battle of Sucrus, the Dwarf Empire had witnessed the terrifying firepower of the Great Flame Fleet. They also discovered that the Great Flame Navy's anti-aircraft firepower system was very comprehensive. The dwarf magic airships, facing the Great Flame Fleet's anti-aircraft firepower, were almost completely defeated, and it was difficult for the dwarf magic airships to approach the Great Flame Fleet's ships. After the previous defeat, the Dwarf Empire analyzed the reasons for their failure and, as they built their fleet, increased their anti-aircraft firepower significantly. Because they realized that if the immobile god of war battleship encountered bombers, it would likely become a walking dead if its anti-aircraft firepower was inadequate. After all, a 100,000-ton battleship was nothing more than a sitting duck for bombers. And in the previous world, the Yamato's air defenses were very poor. First, Their naval vessels only possessed two types of anti-aircraft guns, the Type 89 and the Type 96. The former was a 127mm gun, while the latter was a 25mm gun. The former had an effective vertical altitude of only 7,400 meters. Facing America's carrier-based aircraft, they would typically fly higher than this range. And the Type 90 SIXS projectiles were too weak, so they were barely effective against America's well-armored carrier-based aircraft. While the Yamato's fate was partially due to anti-aircraft firepower, the primary responsibility lies with the naval commander. However, the dwarf naval commander finally had some sense. At the outset of the War God battleship's construction, the naval commander ordered the shipyard to install anti-aircraft firepower in addition to the existing guns. This resulted in the War God battleship possessing, in addition to its naval guns, 24 quadruple 127mm anti-aircraft guns and 12 twin 37mm anti-aircraft guns. For the Stuka bombers, this anti-aircraft firepower alone was a pointless act of suicide. However, the Elven Air Force pilots forged their way through the anti-aircraft fire network and landed a bomb on the War God battleship. A slap in the face to the Dwarf Empire. So what if I'm using outdated fighters? I give you two slaps in the face, too. In the end, only about 100 Stuka bombers successfully returned home, but the Dwarf Empire's morale had been crushed. Because in the previous wave of airstrikes, over 30 warships were hit by bombs. Among them, their most prized battleship, the God of War, was hit by two 1,000-kilogram bombs. While this was merely a tickle to the God of War battleship, it was a humiliation to the Dwarf fleet. The Dwarf fleet commander ordered the warships to remain on alert while continuing their bombardment of Varia. The Dwarf fleet commander, gazing at the green waters beneath his warships, couldn't help but mutter, "This can't be a disaster, right? Let's finish the fight quickly. I have a bad feeling." However, just a few hundred kilometers away from the Dwarf fleet, 60 V-3 rockets streaked across the night sky at breakneck speed. And hundreds of kilometers away, aboard the Great Yin Navy fleet, 60 operators were glued to the screens before them, manipulating these V-3 rockets. Although Great Yin currently lacked satellites and could not perform conventional guidance, but remember, this is a magical world, anything is possible. No guidance? Then I just use manual remote control. We don't have much else, just a few more magic crystals. Just as the living coffin was about to become a living coffin, the battle in Great Yin Sin City had entered a white-hot stage. After abandoning the outer defense, the Guards Division chose to defend the inner three rings, tightening their defenses to resist the Crusaders' attack. Both sides lamented that the other side was a rare and elite force. If the numbers were the same, the Crusaders would have been crushed by the Guards Division, but the problem was that they now had a 10-2 advantage. So, Lion had no choice but to evacuate all civilians from Sin City and then defend the inner three rings, abandoning the outer four. However, the Crusaders wanted to see the inner three rings defended. Only if the Guards Division confirmed the defense of the inner three rings would Lion remain in Sin City. This created an opportunity for the Crusaders to capture Lion alive. It was an early spring evening. For Great Yin Sin City, the snow hadn't yet thawed, and the temperature was still a few degrees below zero. But the train station was bustling tonight. The Crusaders estimated they would complete the encirclement of the inner three rings by tomorrow. Nearly all of Great Yin's high-ranking officials were at the train station to bid farewell to their families. Leon was no exception. Mother Irina looked at Leon with red eyes. Leon smiled. "Mom, don't worry about me. I have so many people protecting me. How could anything possibly happen to me?" Leon said, gesturing to Winster and Barian beside him. But Irina was worried. As a descendant of Kuenberg, she knew the immense power of the Papal States. Even Barian could easily fall victim to a blunder. After a long battle between Stenya and Barian, just as Stenya was about to be captured by Barian, a mysterious red-robed figure suddenly appeared and took Stenya away. Barian didn't pursue, sensing a terrifying surge of magical energy from the figure. So this was the root cause of Irina's concern. The other high-ranking officials were also saying goodbye to their families. Only Frostar and Blackfeather remained with Leon. Yinqin, Leah, and even young Kinky were escorted to the train by Leon. The first two wouldn't be of much help in such an emergency. As for Yun Chi-Chi, she's now in a weakened state due to her pregnancy, and after 5 or 6 months, her strength is dwindling. Leaving her here would only become Leon's weak spot. Zoe and Barian were responsible for escorting the train. With them around, even if a god came, it would take them a long time. Looking at the three tearful people, Leon felt a pang of pity, but he didn't show any expression. Because everyone was watching, he absolutely couldn't stand out. He was now a leader, even though he knew that sending them away would most likely mean a farewell. Because Leon truly had no confidence in victory in this war. He thought the Qingqi army would surprise him, but they gave him a complete shock. Chapter 545. To rescue Sin City, Yuan Qingqi ordered the Qingqi kingdom to dispatch 150,000 troops to relieve it. However, reality presented everyone with an unimaginable outcome. The Qingqi kingdom's 150,000-man army marched south, directly towards Sin City. The journey was uneventful, and the military appearance and discipline were not seriously flawed, but the pace of their march was alarming. A journey that should have taken half a day took the army a full day. And to everyone's surprise, their slow pace had revealed their route to the Crusaders. The Crusaders dispatched 30,000 men to stop them. Lion wasn't overly concerned. Even if the Qingqi kingdom army couldn't achieve a quick victory, they could at least advance cautiously and slowly, right? However, reality dealt Lion a slap in the face. A 150,000-man army, ambushed by a 30,000-man force, was instantly routed. The high-ranking officers simply fled, leaving only the lower-level officers to lead the soldiers in a tenacious resistance. Because the 150,000-man army was simply too large, the 30,000 Crusaders could not completely annihilate it. Under the command of the lower-level officers, the Qingqi army, in company units, firmly held their positions and blocked the Crusaders' offensive. This saved Qingqi from losing face. Lion paid little attention to the situation within Qingqi. After all, Yuan Qingqi regarded Qingqi as a precious toy. Lion could not say much about it. However, the army's basic armaments and systems must be consistent with those of Great Yin. Yuan Qingqi did not refuse this, but Lion overlooked one issue: the officers of Qingqi, or rather, the leadership. Initially, De Yin sent a number of officers to train the new officers. However, to everyone's surprise, the officers of Qingqi Kingdom learned the techniques, but only the lower-level officers did. Those senior officers, believing they were connected to Yuan Qingqi, were arrogant and looked down upon the National Defense Force officers. What could the National Defense Force do with such people? They could only offer scrambled eggs. This led to a very strange phenomenon. The vast majority of Qingqi Kingdom's best officers were at the lower levels, while the senior officers were mostly mediocre. They were able to reach their current positions only thanks to Yuan Qingqi's connections. Lion also learned of this through the Intelligence Bureau, and suggested to Yuan Qingqi that she implement an assessment system. Of course, this didn't work. Lion then realized that he was still too young. As a leader, he had to be firm. There was only yes and no room for maneuver, but the question now was, how to resolve this situation? Lion set his sights on the National Defense Force militia far away in the Holy Empire. A 200,000-man defense force, the Holy Empire Front, has already arrived in the Violet Duchy and is expected to reach Sin City within a day. Compared to the frail Qingqi Kingdom, Leon prefers to trust these militias, whom he has personally trained. Although De Yang currently retains the Holy Empire, it has effectively taken over the entire empire. However, due to the deep-rooted ideologies of the Holy Empire, many people are unwilling to see it change its name. Leon can only use subtle education to change people's minds. Resolve this matter peacefully. Since De Yin had taken over the Holy Empire, many citizens believe their leader, Leon, was the Holy Empire's emperor. As a result, many citizens still privately address Leon as the emperor. Though Leon had corrected them many times, he couldn't change the way they addressed him. Over time, Leon stopped caring about the matter. But there was one advantage to this approach: he could personally train the army. Not in the truest sense of the word, but in the sense that the trained troops knew why they were fighting. They fought for the people and their spiritual leader, Leon. Although they were militia, they were already comparable to regular armies. At least better than the mediocre armies of some nations. Yuan Qingqi, Even though Yuan Qingqi and the others were extremely reluctant, they ultimately chose to leave. Staying here would only become Leon's weak spot. Watching the departing train, Leon felt as if something was missing from his heart. A hollowness welled up inside. Looking at the ruins of Sin City, Leon couldn't help but wonder if he was a good leader. Sin City should be brightly lit at night, but due to the war, the once bustling city had become dark and deserted. Leon stopped the guards, who wanted to follow him, and walked alone on the deserted streets. The cold wind blew against Leon's face. He watched the patrolling troops, his mind racing. And just then, a small hand reached into Leon's. Froststar stood beside him, looking at him with a smile. "Don't overthink it, everything will be fine." Lion was stunned, while Hey Yu, not far behind him, was instantly defeated. Why? Hey Yu shook his head, trying to cheer himself up. How could a child keep crying? How could Long keep losing? Hey you, be brave. Charge. Inside the aircraft factory. A shattered Alan arrived at the aircraft factory. The aircraft factory wasn't in Sin City, so it wasn't attacked. As for how Alan, who was in the city, got to the aircraft factory, that's a story for another time. After leaving the train station that day, Alan was lost and wanted to go to Dian Airport to see if there were any planes. Alan broke through the blockade and arrived at the airport, only to find that there were no planes. All the civilian aircraft were gone. And from the beginning, the airport in the northern part of the city was under siege by the Crusaders. Knowing the Wehrmacht's air force was very powerful, they made the airport their primary target. However, what left the Wehrmacht speechless was that the Dian airport was a civilian airport, so where would the fighter jets come from? So the civilian airport was completely destroyed by the Crusaders. Seeing the wreckage of the civilian airport, Alan could only think of a way to find planes. Then Alan remembered the Falcon fighters at the aircraft factory. I have an idea. So Alan fought his way through the thorns and finally arrived at the aircraft factory. When the garrison saw Alan appear at the door, they were all stunned. When Alan saw his allies, he closed his eyes and fainted before he could say a word. And at that moment, in the deep sea, streamlined iron cans were quietly sailing towards the dwarf fleet. Chapter 546. Dawn fell on the sea outside the city of Varia. The thick fog finally lifted. The battered dwarf fleet finally saw the light of day. Last night, the dwarf fleet experienced a scene they would never forget. Witnessing the Stuka bomber's fearless dives, watching one Stuka after another crash. The dwarf fleet's soldiers themselves were numb. However, just as they had finally repelled the Stuka bombers, something even bigger came. 60 V3 rockets burst through the fog and landed in front of the dwarf fleet, leaving the dwarf fleet stunned. Some dwarf soldiers, who had participated in the Battle of Sucrus, recognized them as V3 rockets. They had witnessed V3 rockets shatter the Dwarf Empire's proud magic airships with ease. The fleet immediately sounded the alarm. Even the Stuka bombardment just now hadn't sounded the alarm in the Dwarven fleet. Woo! The piercing alarm jolted the Dwarven soldiers awake, and the officers immediately ordered them into their cabins, securing fixed objects and preparing for the incoming attack. V3 rockets soon reached the Dwarven fleet's face. The operators stared at the Dwarven fleet on the display screen, their eyes widening. The war god battleship had appeared before them. The sight of it stunned the naval soldiers present. First, its size, comparable to that of an aircraft carrier, and then, its 4 triple-mounted 600mm naval guns. To be honest, the naval soldiers had never seen artillery of this caliber. Even the Wehrmacht's ground forces weren't sure they ever see a 600mm cannon. After a brief moment of shock, the operators unanimously chose to attack the war god battleship. But as the V3 rockets drew closer, the pilots were stunned, because they saw more than one God of War battleship. There were 3 God of War battleships on the sea. Chester's scalp tingled when he heard this news. He immediately ordered 60 V3 rockets to be divided into 3 groups and attack the 3 battleships directly. At the same time, he sent a special telegram to an unknown entity. The V3 rockets quickly found their targets, and one by one, they attacked the God of War battleships like a target. Just as the V3 rockets were about to hit, something unexpected happened. A golden energy shield appeared on the battleship's exterior. The V3 rockets only created ripples of energy. They didn't even deflect the battleship at all. Now it was the Great Yin fleet's turn to be stunned, and the pressure was successfully put on Chester. Watching how 60 V3 rockets hadn't inflicted any damage on the battleship, Chester felt completely unwell. Damn it, everyone likes to hide their secrets, don't they? I'm done pretending. Just unleash my ultimate. Chester didn't hesitate, immediately requesting the Great Yin military to conduct a long-range strike. Military. 6. If you can't win, just call in the troops, right? Can't afford to play, and so? A Fiery Sun missile was successfully launched from the Great Yin mainland, heading straight for the dwarf fleet. If even the Fiery Sun missile can't damage the God of War battleship, then what's the point of playing? What Chester didn't know was that the dwarf fleet was already at its weakest. 3 battleships, each withstanding an average of 20 V3 rockets. Who could withstand this? On the surface, the Dwarf Empire fleet appeared to be holding strong, but in reality, they were already drawing magic crystals from other warships and supply ships. If they didn't replenish them, their shields would collapse. But they hadn't expected the Great Flame on the other side to be so unsportsmanlike. Seeing they couldn't defeat them, they decisively switched weapons. Dwarf fleet. Aminos. At the same time, the Elven Empire's heavy artillery also launched its attack. According to the Air Force, The dwarf fleet was located in the sea approximately 20 kilometers east of the city of Varia. The heavy artillery could reach this distance. So, a large number of shells flew over Varia and pounded the dwarf fleet. Watching the shells land around the warships, feeling the splashes, the dwarf soldiers were stunned. Where was this attack coming from? After 2 rounds of fire, the dwarf soldiers finally confirmed it. This is a land-based artillery attack. The warships were attacked by land-based artillery. Isn't this just the yellow-haired guy bullying the victim right in front of the victim? The victim is the dwarf navy, the warship is his wife, and the yellow-haired guy is the heavy artillery. Dwarf navy. I feel insulted. After discovering they were under heavy artillery fire, the dwarf fleet didn't flee, but instead launched a counterattack. The Elf Empire's artillery wasn't shy either. A head-on bombardment, right? Just do it. Bolts continued until dawn. This led to the scene just now. Dwarf fleet. I've been beaten up by a few people all night. I've been insulted. However, the dwarf fleet didn't know it yet, but their nightmare had just begun. Cursed planes, inside the command center. Keates looked at the report before him with a tingling sensation. The Elf Empire and the dwarves had begun fighting, and the Great Flame Fleet was about to join the fray. Sin City was attacked, the Qing nation was completely humiliated, and the Great Yin Air Force was still slacking off. Caddis sighed. These idiots, each one of them taking up the lion's share of the military budget, and in the end, it's our army that's left to clean up the mess. Caddis knew the time for a decisive battle had arrived. Or rather, he had to trick Fabrice into a decisive battle. But now the Crusaders' frontline supply center had been destroyed, and Fabrice had quickly built a new, temporary supply center. Although Fabrice knew that at this point in the war, the situation here was no longer important. The only purpose of each side was to draw the other in. Sin City had become the center of the battle. Fabrice wanted to retreat, but the Pope wouldn't let him. Or rather, that person above wouldn't let him. Fabrice repeatedly requested to evacuate, and gave the Pope his reasons. If the two sides continued fighting, it would only become a meat grinder. The Pope, of course, knew, and he told Fabrice the real purpose of all this. The orders from above were to cripple the Great Flame, to destroy it. So, that was why the Pope forbade a retreat. Even if the Pope knew the cursed plane was a meat grinder, he had to jump in. If the Pope ordered a retreat, he would be ascension to heaven the next day. Caddis and Fabrice simultaneously glanced at the opposing positions. It's time for a conclusion. Elsewhere, Leon had just drifted off to sleep when he found himself drifting off. He had once again found himself in the hall, where he met the Chinibya goddess Galena. Looking at Galena on the throne, Leon sensed something was amiss. This goddess of light, why did she seem to have gained weight? Chapter 547. Looking at the goddess of light, who seemed to have gained weight, Leon was somewhat bewildered. Has she gained weight? Could gods also gain weight? Galena, seemingly guessing what Leon was thinking, spoke decisively as Leon, his doubts growing in his mind. It's not what you think. I haven't gained weight. She stood up abruptly, defending herself. Swish. Then, there was a sound of clothing ripping. Galena hurriedly clutched her waist, then waved her hands, restoring her clothes with divine power. Seeing this, Leon had an answer. It wasn't that she might have gained weight, but that she definitely had. And the most shocking thing was, Galena hadn't gotten up to exercise in ages, perhaps even showered. Wouldn't gods smell bad if they didn't shower? Are there no microorganisms and dust in the air of the divine realm? Or do goddesses not sweat? Leon's barrage of questions left Galena frozen in place. She really wanted to crack Leon's head open and see what was inside. In just a dozen seconds, he could think so much. Galena, upon learning Leon's inner thoughts, tried to defend herself. No, it's not what you think. I really haven't gained weight, and gods don't sweat. Oh no, gods do sweat, but... Seeing Galena's growing anxiety, and her blushing on the verge of a sullen moment, Leon quickly intervened. Signing Galena to wait a moment, to refocus her thoughts, she spoke casually. Galena, knowing Leon's inner thoughts, of course, said, "Do you have any questions?" Leon's eyes widened upon hearing this. Shouldn't you be asking me? You brought me here, so you must have something to ask me. Listening to Leon's inner monologue, Galena finally realized that it seemed she had indeed approached Leon first. Lion, the whole world understands except you. Galena looked at Leon, his face drooping, and spoke hurriedly. Lion, I believe you already confronted the Papal States, right? Lion's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. One thing Leon had never understood, the connection between the Papal States and the Goddess of Light. Galena, of course, understood Leon's inner thoughts and explained. The Papal States do have a connection with me, but that connection was severed many years ago. Ever since the rise of the Papal States, to be more precise, during those years of its rise, my connection with them was severed. My sister successfully usurped that connection, severing my connection with the Papal States. Listening to Galina's words, Leon was puzzled. Isn't this a god? Why would a god be plotted against? Galina began to explain. Actually, the current situation is closely related to the other gods. The divine realm isn't what you imagine. The filth of the human world still exists there. And it's only getting worse. Gods haven't shed their emotions, but it's fair to say that there are very few righteous gods. They mostly treat humans as toys. Listening to Galina's words, Leon was stunned. Although he knew these gods could be dark, he hadn't expected them to be this dark. After a brief moment of shock, Leon spoke. So, as the goddess of light, what are your thoughts? Thoughts? Don't you already have one? What thoughts do I need? Galina looked at Leon with a harmless expression. Leon, Looking at the smiling Galina before him, Leon couldn't help but pinch her cheek. What do you mean by rely on me? Aren't you a god? I should rely on you. Let me go. I'm a goddess. Galina's fury instantly flared up. You're a goddess? I think you're crazy. And a crazy woman at that. Galina's fury instantly flared up upon hearing this. You're the crazy one. I'm a god. Not a crazy one. Who's the crazy one? Is it you? It's me. Oh no, not me. Looking at Galina before him, Leon finally understood why Galina had been deprived of power. How could a chubby, silly goddess like this possibly defeat those scheming people? Leon shook his head and then asked. How old are you? Galina blushed, then asked proudly. Don't you know? A woman's age is a secret. Leon couldn't help but clench his fists upon hearing this. You say she's not a goddess, right? She is, but her actions make it hard to accept her as a deity. Looking at Leon's helpless expression, Galina felt a little uncomfortable. She'd been here for tens of thousands of years, and had lost even the most basic ability to communicate. In other words, she stuttered. Galina, I tried my best. All right. Looking at the goddess of light, who was playing it down, Leon asked. So what are you thinking now? Do you want to take back everything that belongs to you? Of course I thought about it. I supported Kuenberg back then. And then Kuenberg was gone. Galina said with a look of despair. Now it was Leon's turn to be dumbfounded. Hey, buddy. Are you just so rude and reckless about giving up on yourself? Kuenberg failed, and you're just giving up? You're a god. Overhearing Leon's inner monologue, the goddess of light waved her hand, then leisurely returned to her throne, disregarding the matter. I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm giving up. Seeing this, Leon shook his head. Galina now rested her hands on her stomach, a smile on her face. My goddess. I'm giving up, Lion, Lion's heart was numb at the sight of this. He walked straight to the throne and lifted Galina up. I'm a god. Can you give me some face? Lion shook his head, then said fiercely. Are you working or not? I'm not working. Galina looked at Leon with tears in her eyes. Lion, So you're saying it doesn't matter if I destroy the Papal States now? Galina nodded, then patted Leon's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Come on, brave Leon. Don't be afraid of difficulties. Fly bravely. Lion looked at Galina, who was trying to give him some toxic chicken soup, and his mouth twitched. Then the gods won't meet their end, will they? Lion asked his final question. Galina patted her chest and said with assurance. No. Don't worry. Lion was about to speak when, the next second, he was sent back. Galina breathed a sigh of relief as Leon disappeared. If he doesn't destroy the Papal States, then the plan will be affected. Chapter 548. Soon, news of the Dwarf Empire's invasion of the Elf Empire spread throughout the surrounding nations. The Crusaders, upon hearing the news, erupted in celebration. If the Elf Empire were taken, they could attack Dayin from two fronts. Dayin would then inevitably collapse. This was a consensus held by almost everyone. In their eyes, the Elf Empire could not possibly stop the Dwarf Empire. This meant that Dayin had only two options, either completely abandon the Elf Empire or send troops to reinforce it. But either option would be decisive for the Battle of Cursed Plains. Upon hearing this news, the gloom on Fabrice's face instantly vanished. The initiative was finally in the hands of the Papal States. Before Fabrice could even enjoy 2 days of leisure, things had changed. The Elf Empire's combat power had surpassed everyone's expectations. As a nation that had just experienced a coup, it had suffered a devastating blow. It should have been unable to recover, or perhaps it had been forced into a long period of recuperation. However, the Elven Empire proved its formidable fighting prowess. Their ancestors once dominated the continent thanks to their prowess in battle. Later, as the elves settled into a comfortable lifestyle, they gradually forgot their ancestors' prowess. This led everyone to believe that the elves were no longer the same. It wasn't until the invasion of the Dwarf Empire that these people realized that the elves, once corrupted by their comfortable lives, had risen again. The Elven Empire, with its 600,000-man army, forcibly held off 2 days of continuous attacks by over 1 million Dwarf Empire soldiers at its southernmost border fortress. The Dwarf Empire deployed a vast quantity of heavy artillery for this war, nearly draining its resources. However, it was defeated in the first battle. The Dwarf Empire's meticulously planned offensive became a laughingstock, ridiculed by the world. On the day the war began, Dwarf Emperor Andres declared to the world the Dwarf Empire would rise from this moment on. However, reality dealt the Dwarf Empire a slap in the face. This wasn't the Dwarf Empire's fault. It was largely due to the Elven Empire's foresight, and the hard work of all the elves within the Elven Empire. Sif knew the Dwarf Empire wouldn't give up easily, and would surely launch a new offensive. So at Sif's call, the entire Elven Empire cut back on food and clothing to assemble a massive army. And to guard against the Dwarf Empire, a large number of heavy artillery were deployed within the southern fortresses. These artillery pieces were almost all embedded within the mountain, forming permanent fortifications. On the first day of the war, the Dwarf Empire faced these fortresses. They had never imagined that the Elven Empire, even in such poverty, could still muster such formidable fortresses. With the Dwarf Empire's offensive frustrated, the winds of change finally reached the Papal States. Then the pressure fell on Fabrice. The Pope once again received an oracle, demanding that he bring the Battle of Kursk to a swift conclusion. And to mobilize all his weapons, he must completely annihilate the Great Flame and simultaneously destroy the Demon Empire. Fabrice, upon receiving this order, instantly erupted in rage. As a qualified commander, he knew that launching an attack now would mean plunging into the Great Flame's encirclement. Because the Kursk plain itself was an encirclement, Fabrice ultimately chose to disobey. He couldn't stand by and watch millions of soldiers die. However, within 3 hours of his disobedience, Fabrice was successfully dismissed from the Papal State. A young general replaced Fabrice. His first act was to order a general offensive. The Wehrmacht was now stunned. The soldiers had been preparing to enter the trenches as usual, have a quick morning tea, and then go home. But upon seeing the dark mass in the distance, the Wehrmacht soldiers suddenly grew serious. However, before the Wehrmacht soldiers could react, the attack descended from above. Tens of thousands of Pegasus Knights, mounted on unicorns, flew towards them from the direction of the Crusaders. Then, on the ground, a massive Crusader army appeared. And charging at the forefront were those terrifying Knights of Light. The Wehrmacht soldiers, upon seeing this, immediately concluded that the Crusaders had launched a general offensive. Catus received the order instantly, and immediately ordered the Rocket Artillery Division to initiate emergency support. He then ordered the artillery to raise the front line. He had originally thought that such an attack would be enough to stop the Crusaders, but the reality was beyond Chester's expectations. The Crusaders were like chicken blood, each more fearless than the last. The Knights of Light were especially so. They rushed over in minutes, even though they were only a few kilometers away. As soon as the artillery bombardment began, they were already in front of the position, less than 1,000 meters away. At this moment, the sound of rockets could be heard from the sky. Rockets landed in front of the positions. The violent explosions lifted several Knights of Light into the air. But this still couldn't slow the Knights of Light's charge. Looking at the sea of Knights of Light, the commander of the first line of defense, the 1st Armored Division, immediately ordered his soldiers to withdraw and retreat to the second line. The reason the Armored Division commander was so decisive was that he had roughly estimated that at least 100,000 elite Crusaders had just launched the charge, and more than half had been killed instantly by the bombardment. But they still charged forward recklessly. This reckless charge brought enormous benefits, and the Crusaders were almost on the verge of breaking through the first line of defense. But the damage was also immense. 50,000 soldiers were killed on the spot, and a large number were incapacitated. Of the 100,000-man army, only 20,000 could actually break through the first line of defense. But these 20,000 weren't ordinary soldiers. Among them were a considerable number of Knights of Light. These Knights of Light were a disaster for the ordinary soldiers. The Wehrmacht decisively abandoned the first line of defense. Kedes ordered the armored troops to immediately advance outside the second line of defense. They covered the Wehrmacht soldiers evacuating from the first line. The Crusaders, seeing the Wehrmacht preparing to withdraw, launched a direct pursuit. Led by the Knights of Light, they launched a relentless pursuit, closely following the Wehrmacht soldiers' tails. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers were unable to withstand the Knights of Light's charge, because there were at least 20,000 Knights of Light charging. That was equivalent to 20,000 Astartes. How could the ordinary Wehrmacht soldiers fight the Knights of Light? But the Wehrmacht would never give up so easily. Lion always gave everyone a little shock. Chapter 549. Due to the ferocious attack of the Crusaders, the Wehrmacht on the first line of defense was forced to retreat. But Catus had no intention of blaming them, as the same outcome would have occurred no matter who was sent up. So Catus could only focus on the armored forces, because Lion had secretly modified some heavy tanks to counter the Knights of Light. As for these modified tanks, Lion had urgently modified them at the beginning of the Battle of Kursk, upon learning that the Wehrmacht would face the Knights of Light. First, the armor. Modifying armor was incredibly difficult. Or rather, upgrading tank armor was a complex undertaking. So Lion took a different approach and directly upgraded the tank guns. Ryan didn't tinker with the caliber, but rather with the shells. He modified ordinary armor-piercing rounds. First, the original armor-piercing rounds relied on a special metal in the warhead to achieve their armor-piercing effect. But to counter the Knights of Light, Lion completely modified these special warheads. A special magic circle was directly added to these warheads. This doubled the penetration of armor-piercing rounds. But the cost tripled. The problem was, Leon no longer cared. Just take it out for a walk, whether it was a mule or a horse. Several Tiger tanks were even modified with special armor. No external suspension armor was used. Instead, armor plates were custom-made from special metal. They were simply welded on. The once slender Tiger tank suddenly became bloated. Tiger, so I gotten fat, and you don't love me anymore, right? As expected, fat people are loveless. On the battlefield of Kursk Plain, the Crusader Knights of Light were confidently charging forward, only to find themselves confronted by a massive armored formation. For armored units, indirect fire cannons, if their caliber is insufficient, pose little threat. But direct fire cannons are different. The angle between a direct fire and the target is generally no more than 45 degrees. Unless, of course, the enemy is equipped with sloped armor. But for the Knights of Light, where would such sloped armor even be? These fearless Knights of Light chose not to heed the lessons of their predecessors who had been bombed. In their eyes, they had already won the first charge. The Wehrmacht? Just a bunch of ragtag chickens and dunghills. But the next second, looking at the armored formations lined up before them, the Knights of Light exploded. Just as they looked up, a tank shell struck them directly in the face. There were at least 1,000 tanks before them. Lined up in a single row, a barrage of tank shells pelted the Knights of Light directly in the face. Before the Knights of Light could react, they were stunned by the sudden attack. A Crusader, followed by a Knight of Light, charged forward. But they ran directly into armored forces. The soldier watched the Knights of Light being blown away. As the Knights of Light fell in droves, their dense mass pierced through the Crusaders. Before the Crusaders could react, they were ripped in two by the terrifying 12.7mm rounds. The thwarted Crusaders immediately requested reinforcements from their supreme commander on the front lines. Crusader Command Camp. After listening to the report from his officers, Wendy Keller ignored the nearly 100,000 casualties and spoke without emotion. No one is allowed to retreat. Let them hold on. Send another 200,000 troops to the front. We must strike while the iron is hot and crush the Wehrmacht's defenses. Every officer present was stunned by Wendy Keller's words. They couldn't imagine how many lives would be lost because of Wendy Keller's words. Wendy Keller had been personally parachuted in by the Pope. At only 29 years old, he already commanded nearly 3 million troops on the front lines. And he was handsome, one of the most beautiful men in the Papal States. This time, he successfully commanded these millions of troops, replacing the man he had most wanted to succeed. In his heart, Wendy Keller deeply disliked Fabrice's cautious approach. In his view, a powerful papal state should crush everything with the force of a thunderbolt. Fabrice's extremely steady style of play deeply disgusted Wendy Keller. The Pope also considered replacing Fabrice. Although Fabrice had more wins than losses, his steady, cautious tactics of wearing down the enemy were too time-consuming. In the Pope's own words, Fabrice is a qualified general and a qualified marshal, but he is not a qualified minister. This is because Fabrice only follows the most rational plan in his mind. Fabrice possessed a very comprehensive set of ideas and theories. He often conserved his manpower when he was at a complete disadvantage, thus increasing his chances of victory in future battles. Wendy Keller, however, was different. On his first day in office, he launched a massive offensive. Nearly 100,000 soldiers lost their lives due to his orders. And Wendy Keller even considered increasing the number of troops. You have to remember that Fabrice fought for nearly half a month, and the casualties did not exceed 10,000. The opposing Wehrmacht suffered no more than 1,000 casualties, and Fabrice had launched 6 offensives. But Wendy Keller's actions today completely stunned the Crusader leadership. They saw the results, but they also saw the casualties. 100,000 soldiers died, and over 200,000 were wounded. The Crusader front lost 300,000 frontline combat troops. Although the Crusaders claimed a strength of 3 million, at least 1 million of them were support troops, and only 2 million could be considered combat troops. However, only those 1 million frontline troops possessed true top-tier combat effectiveness. And 1/3 of this elite force had been lost in just one day. Fabrice, who was in his tent, sighed upon hearing the news and then spoke. It seems the Papal States' accumulation over thousands of years is about to be destroyed. Fabrice could do nothing now. He could only pray that Wendy Keller would consider the lives of ordinary soldiers. These soldiers were human beings too. But would Wendy Keller really do that? In Wendy Keller's eyes, this was her first time commanding an army of 3 million. She had to achieve something. Today, at the cost of sacrificing 100,000 men, she had broken through the Wehrmacht's defenses. In Wendy Keller's eyes, this was a tremendous success, but in Caddis's eyes, it was pure idiocy. Sacrificing 30% of their elite forces for a single line of defense. Isn't that the height of idiocy? Chapter 550. Caddis watched Wendy Keller's abstract behavior and fell into deep thought. Even a veteran general over 50 in the army could understand this. This action was tantamount to wasting one's own manpower. Then it was Caddis's turn to be stunned. He had originally planned to use various means to deplete the Crusaders' manpower. But unexpectedly, Wendy Keller, the opponent, was also very powerful and directly attacked him with a powerful attack. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Caddis was grinning from ear to ear while eating. On the surface, it seemed that the Wehrmacht had lost the first line of defense, a defeat. But in reality, it was not. The first line of defense was located at the entrance to the Kursk plain. The terrain here was narrow, not conducive to the deployment of armored forces. And if the Crusaders launched another intensive charge, the first line of defense would inevitably be broken. So from the beginning, Chester's plan was to consume 100,000 to 50,000 enemy troops in the first line of defense. But unexpectedly, Wendy Keller was so powerful, she instantly defeated 300,000 men. Although there were 200,000 wounded among them, they were unable to form a fighting force, at least for a short period of time. A full 10 kilometers separated the first and second lines of defense. This 10 kilometers would become an insurmountable barrier for the Crusaders. Because Caddis planned to engage in a seesaw battle within this 10-kilometer barrier. Utilizing the high mobility of armored units, he would pin down the Crusaders' attacking forces on both flanks, then deploy aircraft and artillery to take turns pounding the 10-kilometer area. Cleanse all the way to the Crusader plains. At this point, someone might ask, why not cleanse the ground before the first line of defense? Have you ever seen someone luring the enemy deep into your territory and then killing them with a single blow? If we unleash our immense fighting power at the outset, will the enemy retreat? Caddis. Finally, it's my turn. Wendy Keller was inside the tent, listening to her men's reports. When she learned that the Wehrmacht had abandoned the first line of defense, her face lit up with joy beyond words. After Fabrice had fought for nearly half a month and hadn't even taken a single line of defense, she had already taken the first line in less than 6 hours. The future truly belongs to us. The future of the Papal States still depends on us young generals. For the goddess, Wendy Keller's abstract speech in the tent completely bewildered everyone present. Is this kid crazy? I think she is. Sacrificing 300,000 men for a single line of defense. If Fabrice were still alive, he'd absolutely have him hammered. But Fabrice had already been dismissed, and everyone present shook their heads. They hoped Wendy Keller wouldn't continue making mistakes. They also hoped someone in the Papal States would at least stand up and tell Wendy Keller how foolish her actions were. However, it turned out that everyone in the Papal States, including the Pope, had been blinded by victory. According to reports from the front, there was no second line of defense within 5 or 6 kilometers of the Wehrmacht's first line of defense. For a moment, this led the Papal States to believe that the Wehrmacht had deployed only this one line of defense. Even though Pope Model's intelligence indicated that the Wehrmacht had deployed 3 lines of defense, there were actually more than 3. The 3 lines were merely the 3 lines of defense on the surface. Caddis, the 6th man, had also established 2 special lines of defense within the 3 lines of defense. One was a newly formed quagmire, and the other was a dense network of trenches. These trenches were easily traversable by tanks, but for ordinary soldiers, Jumping into a 2 or 3 meter high trench might make it impossible to climb out. Caddis, older soldiers are always wise. Your uncle, always your uncle. Even on the other side, the battle in Sin City had escalated from a white-hot level. The entire Sin City was in chaos. Ruins lay everywhere, and traces of the Guards Division's movements could be seen among them. The Crusaders had switched their offensive to daytime attacks and nighttime rest. The Guards Division did not accompany the Crusaders, instead opting to send out small units for night raids. This annoyed the Crusaders greatly. It's like a fly flying around in front of you, and you sweat at it repeatedly but can't bring it down. The Crusaders could only continue to intensify their offensive. But the Guards Division's defenses were considered the pinnacle of the Wehrmacht. The buildings in Sin City were inherently sturdy, making them difficult to destroy even with ordinary explosives. As the defending force of Sin City, the Guards Division naturally had access to the city's architectural plans. They quickly sought out the strongest buildings and, with them as the center, radiated outward. They built a perimeter around them, spreading them across Sin City like beans, gradually depleting the Crusaders' strength. The T-62 also demonstrated astonishing combat effectiveness. Ordinary Crusaders had no way to deal with the T-62, and could only watch helplessly as it charged back and forth. The Knight of Light attempted to approach the T-62 for a surprise attack, but was spotted by the surrounding infantry. Upon learning of this, the T-62 quickly retreated, allowing the infantry to escape. Because the Guards Division was not only short on manpower, but also crucially important armored units, the division commander had to choose between soldiers and armored units, and so he issued an order. When both infantry and tanks were present, tanks were prioritized. Because the tanks were currently only afraid of the Knight of Light, ordinary Crusaders were no match for them. They could easily take on a company. After a long siege, the Crusaders' defenses were broken. They immediately decided to increase their efforts in Sin City. In their eyes, the fall of the outer fourth ring signified the imminent collapse of the Great Yin. So, the Crusaders deployed 3,000 Pegasus Knights as a rapid support force to support the Crusaders attacking Sin City. As usual, the guards were preparing to fend off a new wave of attacks. But suddenly, a large number of Pegasus Knights appeared in the sky. This caught no one by surprise. But the guards had already deployed a large amount of anti-aircraft firepower within Sin City. The anti-aircraft firepower around the capital was at its peak. These Pegasus could never have imagined that after their last surprise attack, they would be met with a head-on blow. And even more unexpectedly, there were even bigger forces waiting to come. Inside the aircraft factory, Alan, having had breakfast and resting for a day or two, finally recovered. But before he could tell the factory director that he wanted a fighter jet, he saw the Pegasus Knights circling over Sin City. Although Alan had never faced a Pegasus Knight directly, his comrades had said that only the Papal States had such a special unit. Inside the aircraft factory, others also witnessed this scene. The factory director and Alan simultaneously looked at the Falcon fighter jet. Chapter 551. After seeing the Pegasus Knights wreaking havoc in the sky, the aircraft factory director decisively sought out Alan. Patting Alan's shoulder, he spoke earnestly. "Brother Alan, are you willing to give it one more try for the yen?" Looking at the factory director's determined gaze, Alan felt a little uneasy. Because whenever something big happened, his boss always looked at him with that same look. As if refusing to accept, it would be a violation of divine law. But Alan didn't refuse. Instead, he walked towards the fighter jet with unwavering determination. Although Alan had never flown a Falcon fighter, as a qualified ace pilot, he had to learn to adapt to the aircraft. Alan re-entered the cockpit, looking at the various instruments he had only touched once, his face expressionless. In reality, he was panicking. But Alan didn't show any fear and began the final pre-takeoff checks. The aircraft factory staff immediately refueled and loaded missiles on Alan's fighter jet. Due to the limited runway at the aircraft factory, it sustained considerable damage during the clash between the Crusaders and the Guards. Many aircraft were unable to take off, leaving many fighter planes at the factory reduced to mere mock-ups. Originally, the Falcon fighters also required a runway, but the factory director took a different approach. He simply attached the Falcon to a space engine, and he launched the fighter, along with Alan, into the sky. Originally, this space engine was intended for the test flight of the Yan's first rocket. But now that Sin City is about to be destroyed, what's the point of a rocket? So, as Alan watched himself being fastened to a rocket engine, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't afraid. Aside from being shocked, he couldn't help but worry about the structural strength of the Wind Falcon fighter jet. Could it withstand the rocket engine? However, it turned out that Alan's overthinking was wrong. The Wind Falcon fighter jet used a magic crystal engine, which meant it was different from conventional jet engines. If conditions allowed, it could even travel in a vacuum without air. After all, it wasn't a jet engine at all. Even on the other side. Just as the Pegasus Knights launched an airstrike on Sin City, intensive anti-aircraft fire was hammering down on the Pegasus Knights scurrying through the sky. These Pegasus Knights were like dogskin plasters, clinging to the sky, refusing to land. And thanks to the Unicorn's agility, these Pegasus Knights were constantly playing tricks on the anti-aircraft guns. This annoyed many of the anti-aircraft gunners. The Pegasus Knights' greatest advantage over fighter jets was their high maneuverability. After all, its size was there, the Pegasus Knight only needed to give the command, and the Unicorn would instantly turn. Unlike a fighter jet, turning required complex maneuvers. Of course, turning on the spot wasn't impossible. After all, some fighter jets could still operate without a cockpit canopy. There are no useless fighters, only useless personnel. To deal with these Pegasus Knights, the Imperial Guards Division brought out every anti-aircraft machine gun in the arsenal. Some soldiers even crudely connected 4 modified MG-42s in parallel, using them as anti-aircraft machine guns. Dense blue magic bullets filled the sky, and the Pegasus Knights instantly felt the pressure. For them, anti-aircraft artillery was relatively easy to dodge. But a barrage of bullets wasn't so easy to avoid. The Pegasus Knights instantly felt the pressure mount. However, before they could react, they heard a loud explosion in the distance. A strange-looking aircraft, strapped to a large can, suddenly took off from the ground. Many Pegasus Knights were stunned. Before the Knights could react, Alan had already detached his fighter jet from the rocket. He reached full speed and flew towards Sin City. The Pegasus Knights spotted Alan, but before they could adopt a defensive stance, the Wind Falcon fighter jet flew right past them. Several Pegasus Knights were unable to dodge, and were directly hit by the fighter jet. After several thousand meters above Sin City, Alan finally reacted. Did I fly over? And did I just hit something? Mach 3 is unimaginable. 3 times the speed of sound, 1,000 meters per second. So in the blink of an eye, you could have flown hundreds of meters. Now it was the Pegasus Knights' turn to be stunned. What was that just now? It flew past in a flash. Many Pegasus Knights witnessed their comrades being knocked away, practically ripped to pieces. One Pegasus Knight was even sliced in half by a wing, along with his unicorn. Witnessing their comrade's tragic condition, everyone was terrified. The unknown is the most terrifying. Every Pegasus Knight was facing a formidable enemy. Even the soldiers of the Imperial Guards Division below couldn't see clearly what that was. Was that a friendly force? But why would the Air Force have such terrifying aircraft? Although the Guards Division rarely traveled, they were well versed in the Wehrmacht's armaments. The Guards Division was well aware of the advanced state of the Luftwaffe's weaponry. Even a MiG-17 couldn't fly that fast, right? Just as everyone was stunned, they soon saw the fighter plane returning. This time, Alan slowed down, allowing everyone to see the fighter plane clearly. When the Guards Division soldiers saw the fighter plane clearly, they were all stunned. They had never seen such a large aircraft, or rather, they had never seen a fighter plane of this size. The B-29 was larger than those transport planes because they were designed for a different purpose. But this fighter plane only had one pilot seat. The Pegasus Knight across from them also saw this fighter plane clearly. The stainless steel gleamed in the sunlight. Since this was a prototype, the manufacturer hadn't even had time to paint it. So you could think of it as a stainless steel washbasin flying through the sky. And it shone so brightly under the sun that many Pegasus Knights were nearly blinded. The Pegasus Knight commander saw Alan slowed down and immediately ordered all the other Pegasus Knights to charge. I just couldn't believe it. 3,000 against 1, are you really going to kill us in 1 second? They charged head-on, attempting to attack Alan with magic. But what happened next shocked everyone. Chapter 552. The following scene was absolutely explosive. These Pegasus Knights foolishly launched an attack on Alan. They even meticulously executed their attack formation. The Pegasus Knights' attack formation was highly advanced compared to ordinary ground units. They didn't employ a 2-man formation, but rather a 3-man squad, with 3 Pegasus Knights coordinating to form a trinity attack. Before the battle against Yin, the Pegasus Knights of the Papal States were invincible, and the Demon Empire suffered greatly as a result. But fortunately, the Pegasus Knights couldn't attack over long distances. The Demon Empire possessed vast territories. If the Papal States couldn't secure its ground defenses, the Pegasus Knights' attack would be a joke. It was like the Air Force conquering vast swathes of airspace, while the army was utterly retarded, advancing at a pace slower than a tortoise. For this reason, the Crusader Pegasus Knights had always held these ground units in a deep disdain. This was especially true when the Crusader Pegasus Knights learned that their 100,000-strong army had been unable to capture Sin City for so long. The Pegasus Knights' disgust reached its peak. Because, in their view, if they could lose against 5-against-1, what was the point of fighting? Although they knew the Crusaders hadn't lost yet, the fact that they had managed to fight for so long against 1-against-5 spoke volumes. Crusader, come on, if you dare, Pegasus Knight, I'm coming. The Pegasus Knight's barrage of attacks pelted Alan directly. Everyone focused on whether Alan could dodge the attacks. Only one person had a look of astonishment on his face. That was Leon. At that moment, Leon stared blankly at the Falcon fighter jet in the sky. What's going on? How did this prototype just appear? As a time traveler, Leon certainly knew how terrifying the MiG-25 was. At least in its time, the MiG-25 was unmatched. After all, when it was first introduced, even missiles couldn't match its speed. Leon stared at these ridiculous attacks, at a loss for words. What kind of baby versus strongman battle is this? Although the Crusaders' attacks looked ferocious, in reality, they were like a charged fist hitting cotton. What power was there to use? A barrage of magical attacks flew towards the fighter plane, but Alan made no attempt to dodge, simply accelerating. He easily outran the attacks and escaped the initial blockade. And his immense speed created a powerful turbulence, blowing away several Pegasus Knights. However, there were no casualties this time, as many Pegasus Knights had prepared early. As soon as he saw Alan approaching, he decisively retreated. It was obvious to anyone that he was putting his flesh and blood against these steel behemoths. Isn't this just an egg hitting a stone? Unless you're a tough guy, of course. Watching Alan easily break through the defenses, the Pegasus Knight commander went berserk. What a shame! As the greatest warriors of the Papal State, you actually watched the enemy act with impunity. Everyone, immediately pursue the enemy. Hearing the commander's words, the Pegasus Knights rallied, preparing to preserve their last shred of dignity. However, at the sheer speed of the fighter jet, even this shred of dignity was shattered. They were about to pursue Alan, but couldn't even see his tail. Alan flew directly over Sin City and headed south. He suddenly remembered what the aircraft factory director had told him. Nanchuan City was now in a state of gloom. Or rather, everyone was hoping for a swift end to the war in Sin City, but they had no idea how far along it was. They only knew they had been evacuating in a disastrous manner. The soldiers of the Imperial Guards Division had fallen before their very eyes while trying to protect them. This had been a devastating blow to them, and they had long wondered how far the war in Sin City had progressed. Currently, the entire city of Nanchuan was not only short of manpower, but also extremely low in morale. Because the Great Yin fleet had completely departed Nanchuan port, only a few factories remained operational. The entire city of Nanchuan had completely returned to its wartime tranquility. With the influx of refugees, Nanchuan City had also experienced a slight ripple. But more of it was panic. Because they had learned of the attack on Sin City. Vaya and her family had also arrived in Nanchuan City, hearing the daily news from the front lines. Upon learning that the Guards Division, due to a shortage of troops, had chosen to abandon the outer 4 rings and shift to defending the inner 3 rings, Vaya's heart leaped into her throat. Because retreating to the inner 3 rings meant completely losing their retreat. The Guards Division could only fight to the death and wait for reinforcements. Alan. Vaya watched the list of soldiers killed on the front lines every day. Whenever she didn't see Alan's name on it, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, due to delays, the list wouldn't arrive on time. Vaya would pace anxiously. Vaya's parents knew about Vaya and Alan's relationship and didn't accuse her of excessive worry. Because they, too, were worried about Alan's safety. They had experienced war before, and had also experienced the same worry about whether a loved one had been killed. After all, Lehman was still in the army, and had already marched to the southern defense line of the Elven Empire, responsible for resisting the invasion of the Dwarf Empire. So now, the Weiyao family is extremely concerned about the direction of the war, worried not only about Alan but also about Lehman. However, just when everyone's attention is focused on Sin City, when everyone is feeling down, a fighter plane appears in the distance, the roar of its engines echoing from afar. The expressions of the people in Nanchuan City change instantly. Although they don't know where the fighter plane came from, seeing the National Defense Army emblem on it, the entire Nanchuan City erupts in enthusiastic cheers. The crowd observes the fighter plane's flight path and realizes it's coming from the direction of Sin City, to give the people of Nanchuan a shot in the arm. Alan lowers his altitude, reduces his speed, and addresses Nanchuan City through a megaphone. Fellow countrymen, the situation in Sin City is currently good. The Crusaders have launched several attacks, but have not been able to breach the inner 3 rings of defense. Our leader, the great Leon, is personally leading his army to resist the Crusaders' invasion. Furthermore, the Holy Empire has dispatched reinforcements, expected to be deployed within the day. Victory will undoubtedly be ours. The future will also be ours. At Alan's voice, everyone present cheered. Via, in particular, stared blankly at the best fighter plane in the sky. Did she just hear Alan's voice? Chapter 553. After Alan's speech in Nanchuan City, morale throughout Diyin was boosted. The people instantly stopped worrying about the war, and instead began actively engaging in production. Even further down the line, the Holy Empire's frontier forces assembled 200,000 troops, forming an infantry corps to support Diyin. And even as Alan was delivering his speech, they had already successfully crossed the border of the Violet Duchy and entered Diyin territory. Without stopping, these 200,000 troops, after a quick breakfast at the border train station, hurriedly boarded the military train, heading towards Sin City. These Crusaders had no idea what awaited them. Originally, the Crusaders had made ample preparations before the war, but now that the Holy Empire had completely abolished religious sects, the Church's spies within the Holy Empire were wiped out. The Papal State had lost its intelligence on the Holy Empire, and even had very little understanding of the true situation in Diyin. All they knew was that the National Defense Army currently had only about 1 million active troops, and they had stationed garrisons within the Holy Empire to prevent an uprising within the Holy Empire. But what they didn't know was that these garrisons were almost entirely recruited from the local area. Rather than suppressing a rebellion, they were more concerned with protecting themselves. The 200,000 Holy Empire troops immediately marched towards Sin City without hesitation. Aboard the train, these soldiers showed no fear of war. For in their eyes, they were defending their leader, the Emperor, Leon. Leon, Emperor? Who's the Emperor? The Golden Toilet Emperor? In the eyes of these soldiers, Leon offered them a chance at rebirth. Not only did he give them the chance to defend their homeland, but he also allowed their families to live a life free from hunger. Although the Holy Empire was still in decline, it was steadily rising, and everyone was working together. Because of Leon's presence, they once again saw hope for restoring the Empire's glory. Even putting all that aside, Leon had successfully ensured they had enough to eat. For this reason alone, Leon must be protected, even further away. As the Crusaders learned that reinforcements from the Holy Empire were on the way, the Crusaders launched an even more frenzied attack. The inner 3 rings of defense were in jeopardy. Across the entire inner 3 rings of defense, there was one crucial location. That was a school. This school connected the 2nd and 3rd rings, and because it occupied far more land than any other building, victory would secure a key point on the front lines. The view was wide, and the buildings were separated by great distances. This school became a perfect strategic location. A few machine guns could be mounted on the upper floors, and the dense barrage would shred any enemy who tried to penetrate the school. The school was also the only place where armored units could be deployed. The open terrain allowed armored units to freely maneuver across the playground. In other parts of the city, armored units had to be extremely cautious, avoiding the enemy vehicles in the buildings lining the streets. After all, if they were to perform a round of anti-tank drills on you, you'd be carried out, vehicle and all. Meanwhile, the Crusaders, aware of the importance of this school, assembled over 10,000 soldiers to attack it. To protect the school, the Guards Division sent the 4th Regiment. However, the commander of this regiment was none other than William. William could never have imagined that within a few months of his transfer to the Guards Division, war would break out. And this time, the war would erupt right in his face. That day, upon receiving the order, William immediately advanced at lightning speed towards the north of the city. The 4th Regiment successfully stopped the advancing Crusaders, but their own casualties were also heavy. Of the 4th Regiment's 3,000-plus soldiers, they lost 500 on the first day of fighting. As the street fighting intensified, William's regiment suffered increasing casualties. Today, William's regiment has fewer than 1,200 men left. The Guards Division commander initially wanted to request troops from William, as the situation in the other regiments was also not optimistic. But because William had to defend this strategic location, the commander ultimately decided not to send troops from William's unit. William's 1,200 men formed the largest defensive position in the Guards Division. Inside the school gymnasium, William was discussing with several battalion commanders how to strengthen the defenses. The Crusaders had attacked for days without success. They had left behind thousands of corpses before fleeing in haste. At first, William thought the Crusaders were abandoning their attack. But with reports of success on other fronts, William knew the Crusaders would surely attack again. If they couldn't penetrate other lines of defense, they would inevitably try their hand at this. As expected, as William and the battalion commanders discussed, a sentry hurried in. "Captain, those crusaders are coming." William immediately went to the observation window and picked up the nearby telescope. He saw the crusaders gathering their forces outside the school. To enter, they had unearthed their long-forgotten shields. They stacked them together, forming a tortoise shell. They slowly advanced towards the school. Seeing this, William felt a bit apprehensive. Because the school's terrain was open, the Crusaders' Knights of Light would have to cover a considerable distance to reach the building. This distance was sufficient for anti-tank guns to engage. As a result, the Guards Division had few anti-tank guns reserved for William's regiment. Most were assigned to friendly forces. And today, William encountered a situation. A Pak-40 anti-tank gun fired directly at the tortoise shell. The shell struck, but after a flash of light, it fell to the ground. The gunner and the other soldiers were stunned by the fallen bullet. What he had just fired wasn't armor-piercing rounds, but serious high-explosive rounds. William, upon seeing this, immediately requested artillery support from divisional headquarters. If this turtle shell were allowed to get any closer, the school's defenses would collapse. The soldiers immediately grabbed their RPGs and fired at the turtle shell. The RPG warhead, like an anti-tank gun, was about to hit the turtle shell, but suddenly lost its effectiveness and landed directly on the ground. William watched the approaching turtle shell, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. William, watching the approaching crusaders, gritted his teeth and ordered, "Everyone, wear gas masks." The soldiers donned their masks without hesitation. As soon as they put them on, several shells, trailing green smoke, landed on the playground. Chapter 554. The commander of the Imperial Guards Division learned of William and his men's predicament. After a brief silence, he finally ordered the deployment of the Thanatos I. The Thanatos I is the first product in the Thanatos series, and it's also the least powerful and easiest to eliminate. However, this small power refers to the difference between it and other Thanatos products. The Thanatos I can be equipped with a variety of artillery, from heavy artillery with a range of 200 mm or more to 50 mm mortars. As long as it's a gun, it can be equipped. And if there's no gun to fire, RPGs can be used, or even thrown directly. In the beginning, the Thanatos I was a bit weak and prone to leakage. But now it's different. Even if you bang the Thanatos on the ground, it won't necessarily leak. The Thanatos I's main lethality lies in its airborne chemical vapors. At first, the soldiers were reluctant to use this weapon, but then they thought of their compatriots who had died tragically in the northern city. The bodies of those killed in the raid still hadn't been collected. And hadn't the Papal State committed enough atrocities? Under the instructor's guidance, the soldiers instantly relaxed. Thanatos desperately stuffed the cannon barrels. Bomb after bomb, trailing green plumes of smoke, struck the front of the turtle formation. The advancing crusaders suddenly paused. Why weren't these shells exploding? Looking at these green vapors, the crusaders felt a sense of unease. For some reason, they felt a deep fear of these things, as if they were some kind of great terror. One of the crusaders at the front suddenly inhaled the green gas, and the next second, his lungs felt a sharp pain. Just as he was about to speak, he discovered that his entire body had begun to rot. "Help!" The crusader soldier hadn't finished his words when he collapsed to the ground. The soldiers nearby were stunned by the scene. The soldiers wanted to see what had happened to the soldier, but before they could even speak, their commander called out to them, "Everyone! Keep moving! Victory is at hand!" However, before they could take a few steps, more and more soldiers noticed something was amiss. They found themselves beginning to feel unwell. As more and more soldiers fell, the Crusader general, as commander, realized something was amiss. As a magician, the general could sense something was amiss within him. He tried to mobilize his magic to suppress the discomfort, but it only grew worse. No! Something's wrong. The most terrifying thing about Thanatos isn't its pervasiveness, but how it works. Thanatos poses almost no threat to ordinary people. To put it another way, for hardworking, ordinary people, it's just a stinging sensation like cold air entering their lungs. Because Thanatos works by reacting to the magic within the body of the one it inhales. If the inhaler activates their magic, they will actually die faster. For ordinary people, it's difficult for their magic to reach the level that Thanatos can stimulate. But it will still have a certain impact on ordinary people, just like a cold. But what about the Papal States? Every one of their soldiers is a basic magician. As for why they can mass-produce magicians, just ask those innocent people who died tragically. Those who do evil will eventually perish. The iron fist of justice will eventually strike down on every evildoer. With the deployment of the Thanatos, a targeted weapon, the Crusaders instantly collapsed like eggplants hit by frost. A large number of soldiers began to retreat, and the commander couldn't help but think of a way to escape. Because even the commander himself was trying to escape. The soldiers of the Guards division saw this, and instantly realized their opportunity. On the school grounds, watching the Crusaders defeat, the Wehrmacht seized the opportunity. They unleashed their RPGs, and pummeled the Crusaders, who had discarded their shields. Because of the Thanatos, the Crusaders were forced to flee in panic. They retreated directly into the northern city. After repelling the Crusaders, the Guards division chose not to pursue them. Instead, they reported this intelligence to Lion. Someone in the general staff suggested that Lion continue to use the Thanatos to completely destroy the Crusaders within the city of Sin. But Lion refused. While Thanatos is useful, chemical weapons like this shouldn't be used unless necessary, as you can't guarantee 100% activation. After all, in previous lives, many chemical weapons were left in the ground because they weren't activated, ultimately harming innocent people. Lion might use it, but large-scale use is absolutely prohibited. In other words, any use must be reclaimed. As a child of the Red Flag, Lion absolutely cannot allow the situation we've seen to repeat itself. And the large-scale use of chemical weapons on his own soil is inherently controversial. There's actually another fundamental reason why Lion refused to accept his advisor's advice. The Holy Empire's frontier forces were approaching Sin City. The clash was now less than 10 kilometers away. They expected to be ready for battle within the hour. The Crusaders defending the perimeter quickly spotted the approaching Holy Empire troops. Currently, 20,000 Crusaders were locked in a fierce battle with the Qing Nation army. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the Holy Empire's troops, the Crusaders were stunned. Although they knew they would inevitably be surrounded and attacked if they entered this encirclement, they had not anticipated how quickly the encirclement would strike. These National Defense Army soldiers, as if on wings, had amassed hundreds of thousands of troops in just a few days. The Crusaders had never imagined that the short-staffed Great Yin could possibly muster such a large force. However, the facts proved that the National Defense Army had indeed assembled such a large force. And even more were on their way. When one side is in trouble, aid comes from all directions. The Crusaders were completely overwhelmed by the onslaught of the people of Great Yin. And many civilians of the Holy Empire, upon hearing that Sin City had been attacked by the Crusaders, were eager to rush to Lion with forks and hoes to fight the invaders. And the most outrageous thing was the Holy Empire's recruitment office. The recruitment office was posted directly at the door. The great Emperor Lion is being harmed by despicable people. And then, the recruitment office was packed. Yes, you heard that correctly, packed. Many young men, unable to meet the physical requirements, fainted in tears at the recruitment office. Chapter 555. Although the situation in Sin City took a sharp turn for the worse, the Papal State finally panicked. They learned that Sin City could not be captured quickly. And their surprise attack on Sin City was about to fail. Unable to secure victory on the battlefield of Kursk, the Papal State could only seek a breakthrough elsewhere. They set their sights on the Elf Empire and the Dwarf Empire. The Papal State issued an ultimatum to the Dwarf Empire. They ordered the Dwarf Empire to use all possible means to break through the Elf Empire's southern defenses within 3 days. The Dwarf Empire could only dispatch troops to increase the number of soldiers on the front lines. At the same time, the Papal State ordered the Dwarf fleet to abandon its bombardment of Varia and move south to coordinate with the infantry in an attack on the southern defenses. Upon receiving the order, the Dwarf Empire fleet immediately abandoned its attack on the southern defenses and headed south. However, they were unaware that the Great Flame Fleet was already waiting for their arrival not far away. Chester suspected that the Dwarven Empire's bombardment of Varia was intended to put pressure on the southern defenses. However, the Dwarven fleet's surprise attack was unsuccessful, or rather, they were repelled by the Elven Empire's stubborn resistance. At this time, the Battle of Sin City and the Battle of Kursk had already begun. The Papal State was unable to open a third front, and the Battle of Kursk had reached a stalemate. Having secured the first line of defense, the newly appointed Wendy Keller attempted to seize the second. However, the Wehrmacht successfully blocked their advance by exploiting the terrain. After launching several consecutive attacks, suffering heavy casualties, they still failed to capture the second line of defense. Wendy Keller was immediately scolded by the Pope, who lashed out at her. Wendy Keller, no, and the Pope had also successfully learned of the latest situation in Sin City. Watching his perfectly planned plan thwarted by the National Defense Forces, the Pope was completely paralyzed. So, the Pope had decided to order the Dwarf Empire to find a way to break through. What's that saying? It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Oh no, it's better to rely on others than on yourself. Believing that others are always more reliable than yourself, the Pope decisively chose to put pressure on the Dwarf Empire. Dwarf Empire. Aminos. Despite their reluctance, the Dwarf Empire decided to send its fleet south to assist the infantry in the assault on the southern defense line. However, after only a few steps, they successfully entered the Great Flame Fleet's encirclement. On the sea, the midday sun was high in the sky. Hundreds of warships were scattered across the sea, heading towards the southern defense line. Many dwarf soldiers leaned comfortably against the railings. If they were on the coast of the Elven Empire, they might have feared and worried about the Elven Air Force. But now they were in the open sea, where the Elven Air Force had no chance of attacking them. They could rest for a while. However, to everyone's surprise, not far from them, the Great Flame Fleet had already spotted the dwarven warships careening freely across the sea. And these dwarven warships were completely unprepared. Since witnessing the formidable firepower of the God of War battleships, the dwarven soldiers' hearts had grown inflated to the extreme. They no longer feared the Elven Empire, not even the Great Flame. They were now eager for a head-on duel with the Great Flame. Unbeknownst to them, Old Six was already waiting for them. The moment they spotted the dwarf fleet, the Great Flame Fleet immediately sounded the battle alert. A large number of warships began to form up according to their designated positions, directly protecting the most important aircraft carrier in the center. At the same time, all carrier-based aircraft were ready for takeoff. One after another, the Scorching Sun 3 missiles were ready for launch. And Chester had secretly contacted the Special Force in the sea. This would be the debut of this secret force. During the expedition to the Western Empire, although the submarine force had secretly followed, it had been completely useless. The so-called submarine debut ultimately became the debut of the airborne force. The submarine force nearly went berserk. Just beneath the surface of the sea not far from the Great Flame Navy fleet, more than 20 submarines were quietly sailing. Inside a submarine Commander Dunny quietly listened to Chester's orders. First, the Great Yin Navy would launch the initial offensive, and the submarine force's mission was to exploit the situation. While it was possible to directly order the submarine force to launch an attack, inflicting heavy damage on the dwarf fleet, the Dwarf Empire hadn't even considered anti-submarine warfare. They hadn't even considered submarines. If they hadn't considered them, how could they possibly possess anti-submarine weapons? But Chester was determined to inflict as much damage as possible on the Dwarf Empire's fleet. We must make good use of our submarine fleet. Just as Dunny was listening to Chester's orders, the Great Yin fleet successfully collided with the Dwarf Empire fleet. This time, the Great Yin fleet didn't choose to passively accept the attack, but instead launched the offensive. Shortly after the carrier-based aircraft took off, a large number of missiles flew from the Great Yin fleet towards the dwarf fleet, followed by an overwhelming attack from the carrier-based aircraft. 10 aircraft carriers dispatched over 500 carrier-based aircraft, accompanied by the missiles. The missiles would be the first weapon in the offensive. 20 kilometers away, the dwarf fleet had no idea what they would face next. The dwarf fleet commander looked at the nautical chart with great seriousness. For some reason, he felt a strange uneasiness. It felt as if some great terror was approaching. Before the dwarf fleet commander could consult his superiors, he suddenly sensed movement in the distance. Before the commander could even leave the house, the battle alarm sounded outside. Woo! The sentries on duty saw missiles flying in the distance. Only then did they conclude that they had been targeted by the Great Yin fleet. Initially, after the dwarf commander discovered he was under missile attack that night, he searched the area for hundreds of kilometers, but found no trace of any Great Yin warships. He ultimately concluded that the missiles were launched from the mainland. Because the Papal State had informed the Dwarf Empire that the Great Yin possessed ultra-long-range strike capabilities. So this was the fundamental reason for misleading the Dwarf Empire fleet. Only after seeing the incoming missiles did the commander realize that, while the Great Yin possessed long-range strike capabilities, the attack was definitely coming from the Great Yin fleet hidden nearby. Great Yin. You idiot! Chapter 556. The missile attack quickly reached the dwarf fleet. Without hesitation, the dwarf fleet immediately sounded the battle alarm and prepared for the incoming attack. But most of the dwarf soldiers were unfazed, believing the war god battleship would protect them. Their belief proved correct. A Sunfire missile accurately struck the war god battleship, and the war god battleship's surface suddenly lit up, repelling the Sunfire missile's attack in the same manner. But this time was different. The Sunfire missile nearly destroyed the war god battleship. The Dwarf Empire soldiers discovered that the war god battleship's shield had nearly been shattered. The Sunfire missile's power was approaching its critical threshold. The dwarf fleet commander also sensed this, and spoke decisively. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Command the fleet to advance at full speed. Find the Great Flame Fleet. Give them a good beating." The dwarf fleet immediately advanced at full speed. At this moment, the attack from the Great Flame Fleet's carrier-based aircraft also arrived. The soldiers of the Dwarf Empire fleet gazed at the vast sea of carrier-based aircraft in the distant sky. Their hearts sank. Although they knew these bombs might not be able to destabilize the God of War battleship, but let's not forget another fact. Not all battleships are called gods of war. The 500 carrier-based aircraft each searched for their target. After a brief assignment, they immediately launched a dive. This time, however, these carrier-based aircraft did not prioritize the God of War battleship. Compared to the other warships, the War God battleship was a hedgehog. Chester wouldn't risk his precious pilots fighting these hedgehogs at this moment. So the dwarven soldiers aboard the War God battleship were surprised to discover that the Air Force's carrier-based aircraft hadn't targeted the War God battleship. The three smaller warships surrounding the War God battleship hadn't been included in the attack sequence either. These warships and their soldiers watched in amazement as the carrier-based aircraft recklessly attacked their fellow warships. The Dwarven fleet commander immediately ordered the warships to open their anti-aircraft firepower to help the other warships intercept the Great Flame Fleet's carrier-based aircraft. But they discovered a problem. These carrier-based aircraft were incredibly clever. They didn't give the anti-aircraft guns any chance to attack. Under normal circumstances, these carrier-based aircraft would have launched low-altitude bombing raids. But Chester had given them a strict order. Anyone who dropped bombs at low altitude would be singled out by Chester. In Chester's eyes, these carrier-based pilots were invaluable, and he couldn't let them sacrifice their lives in vain. At least, in Chester's eyes, bombing a fleet of warships wasn't a very meaningful undertaking. Or rather, in Chester's eyes, these warships weren't as valuable as their pilots. The carrier-based aircraft completed their bombing at high altitude and then gracefully departed, leaving the dwarven warships no chance. The dwarven anti-aircraft gunner, contemplating his poker, fell into deep thought. The dwarven fleet commander watched as the fleet of carrier-based aircraft, seemingly performing a superficial task, vanished into the distant sky. What was going on? No, there's a problem. A serious problem. The Great Flame is definitely not that simple. The dwarf fleet commander's mind raced. What on earth was the Great Flame doing? As the dwarf fleet commander pondered, the Great Flame fleet gradually lured the dwarf fleet towards the submarine fleet. The poor dwarf fleet's innocence was heartbreaking. In war, who would challenge you to a duel of strength? Isn't it all just scheming? Under the surface, the Great Flame submarine fleet was heading towards the Great Flame fleet, charging towards the dwarf fleet. Dennis saw the dwarf warships closing in, and immediately ordered all submarines to dive deep and circle behind the dwarf fleet. Watching the departing Great Flame fleet, the dwarf fleet commander gradually realized something was amiss. Then, he spoke calmly. "Order, 1 War God battleship, along with a third of the fleet, will depart and return to the imperial port of Radamas." The staff officers present were perplexed at the dwarf fleet commander's orders. "General, the Great Yin fleet has clearly retreated, and we have the upper hand." "That's right, General. Weren't the Great Yin carrier-based aircraft just conducting a perfunctory bombing to minimize losses?" "General, as a soldier of the Empire, you should be ashamed of your cowardice." The commander remained expressionless as he listened to the speeches of these fearless staff officers. As a commander, he must possess the ability to think independently. No matter how much his subordinates criticize him, he must stick to his own ideas. This is what makes a qualified commander. Moreover, his staff were too young and deeply influenced by the Dwarven Empire's militaristic education, unable to tell east from west. After learning that their superiors had ordered 1/3 of the fleet to return, many Dwarven Empire soldiers were bewildered. Why were they retreating when they clearly had the upper hand? However, some still had some common sense. These men were very intelligent. They knew just how powerful the Great Flame was on the other side. After all, they had witnessed the Battle of Sucras, where the overwhelming force of carrier-based aircraft and the bombardment by naval guns had left them unable to even lift their heads. Thus, those chosen to be taken away instantly cheered, because they knew they could escape this war. While many within the army had been deeply influenced by their militaristic education, there were still many ordinary people who remained unaffected. Looking at the remaining fleet, the departing soldiers felt a sudden sense of relief. The dwarf commander also intended to keep these people, knowing that for the Dwarven Empire to survive, it must abolish the militarism and retain normal people. These people would become the spark of the Dwarven Empire's civilization. Chester soon received news from the Dwarven fleet, discovering that some of the Dwarven warships had departed. Chester immediately understood the commander's intentions. He seemed to have guessed what he was going to do to the dwarven fleet. But he still chose to leave some of the warships behind and continue his negotiations. This meant that the Dwarven Emperor had not agreed to the commander's order to retreat. Or, in other words, the commander's order to retreat was solely his own. But that no longer mattered. Chester ordered the submarine force to launch an attack, completely destroying these Dwarven Empire warships. Chapter 557. Just as the dwarf commander ordered the fleet to separate, Dunny had already arrived at the center of the dwarf fleet with his submarine force. Dunny's exact words were, "A surprise attack? A mob attack? What a joke. Just go for it." The submarine force was equipped with the latest submarine, the U-21. This submarine was considered a pioneer in the past. It was the first to incorporate a snorkel system, transforming the submarine's fundamental capabilities toward underwater navigation. This drove the rapid development of submarine technology worldwide after the war, and is considered the third milestone in the development of modern submarine technology. The U-21 submarine has 6 torpedo tubes, and can carry 23 heavy torpedoes at a time. The total tonnage reached 1,600 tons. The Dine arsenal also modified the submarine's torpedoes. The submarine's power was greatly enhanced. There are 2 types of submarine torpedoes, one with a charge of approximately 300 kilograms of magic crystals, and the other with a charge of 500 kilograms of magic crystals. A 300-kilogram torpedo alone could sink a 10,000-ton battleship. What about a 500-kilogram one? Lion had considered loading more magic crystals, but a torpedo that was too large would inevitably affect the submarine's performance. Lion also recalled a ruthless weapon from his past life. The Kaiten torpedo. This thing is comparable to the kamikaze, although neither achieved the desired effect. But what they left us was far greater than themselves. These ruthless things remind us that you can create some terrifying weapons, but you can't commit inhuman acts. In the center of the dwarf fleet, to protect the God of War battleship, the surrounding warships kept a certain distance from it. This was to prevent the God of War battleship from being affected by attacks on other warships. Because the God of War battleship's magic crystal reserves had not yet been replenished. And since the Great Flame would not attack the God of War battleship, the dwarf staff had come up with this clever idea. However, this idea happened to encounter the Great Flame submarine force. The submarine force's flagship was surfacing, and Dunny personally observed the surrounding situation through the periscope. Originally, Dunny planned to ascend at lightspeed, fire at lightspeed, and then descend at lightspeed. Then, after Dunny surfaced to periscope observation altitude, he glanced around and realized no one's attention was there, but on the missiles in the air. "Dunny, I'm so angry. You're not even looking at me. I sink you all." After repeated observations, Dunny finally realized that no one had noticed him. In fact, magicians can sense the presence of submarines, and there's magic in the sea. Submarines, so large, are bound to be detected. But the submarine fleet is equipped with the latest magic absorption equipment. This prevents the magician's magic detection from detecting these submarines. So, over 20 submarines easily surfaced to attack positions. Then, with great fanfare, they began firing torpedoes. The torpedo operators were furious. During training, to simulate real conditions, the submarine simulator was shaking, and the enemy warships were traveling at 60 knots. Only the hard-working launchers were fools. The launchers were delighted to see these warships crawling like turtles. These dwarven warships didn't even reach 40 knots. Diane's warships, with their magic crystal hybrid drive, reached an average speed of 50 knots. The sea craft lived up to their reputation. Looking at these warships averaging 30 knots, the launcher rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he gotten too cocky? Looking at the steady submarine, then at the sluggish dwarven warships, the launcher froze in his tracks for a moment. Seeing this, Dunny couldn't help but knock the launcher on the head. "What are you standing there for? Hit him." The launcher turned his hat, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Soon, torpedoes shot out of the launcher, one after another, into the sea. Heading towards the dwarven warships, the launchers were beaming. Every day, they practiced hitting targets at 60 knots. Looking at this, how could they not be overjoyed? Regarding the submarine force, Lion had actually already begun reforming it. A single torpedo submarine is somewhat useless. A missile-equipped submarine is the perfect submarine. Shove some mushroom eggs in there, and you'd be truly invincible. Torpedo after torpedo flew towards the dwarven warship. The white trails of the torpedoes could be seen on the surface of the sea. After launching 6 torpedoes, Dunny immediately ordered all submarines to sink. Though Dunny wanted to wipe out the enemy en masse, who could guarantee that the enemy wouldn't have anti-submarine weapons? As long as there's life, there's hope. Over 20 submarines launched over 120 torpedoes at lightning speed. To ensure a high probability of sinking the enemy, the submarine selected only 60 targets. Because some targets were too far away, the submarine force ultimately locked onto only 20 ship targets. 120 torpedoes hit 20 targets. Warship, I'm scared. Don't come over here. The soldiers actively defending against air attacks were oblivious to the situation at sea. By the time some soldiers noticed something was amiss, it was too late. Torpedo after torpedo struck the warships, many smaller ones instantly breaking into several sections. Some larger warships were also blasted with large holes. At this moment, the shortcomings of the Dwarf Empire's impatience became apparent. The Dwarf Empire was able to amass so many large warships in such a short period of time purely due to magic and magic crystals. You could think of it like a World War I warship being forcibly piled up to become a Yamato. Warship not strong enough? Magic reinforcement. Warship not powerful enough? Magic engine. Whatever is lacking, add it. And many warships lack internal watertight compartments. Because they were built almost identically to the Great Yin warships, this presented a significant drawback. They only learned the exterior, not the interior. Seeing the ample space beneath the ship, the dwarves immediately began increasing the thickness of the armor. They also increased their reserves of magic crystals and ammunition. The entire interior of the God of War battleship was filled with flammable and explosive ammunition and unstable magic crystals. If Leon and his men had seen this, they would have been terrified. This wasn't fear of the God of War battleship's power, but fear of the dwarves' wild imagination. Leon initially thought the God of War was a living coffin, but he didn't expect it to be a coffin filled with gunpowder. The other warships were similar. The dwarves are different. Their imaginations are truly outrageous. The torpedoes struck the dwarven ships, sending them soaring into the sky. Dundee, sensing the movement from the sea, was a bit bewildered. Are torpedoes that powerful? Chapter 558. The dwarf fleet was stunned by the sudden attack, with over 15 warships exploding on the spot. 5 or 6 warships clung to life, but as they gradually sank, the soldiers aboard knew they were doomed. The surviving ships immediately went on alert, having learned the attack was coming from the sea. The naval vigilance reached its peak. Just then, a clatter of engines filled the air, and a barrage of carrier-based aircraft descended once again. But this time, unlike the last, the Great Flame Fleet was ready to go all out. What is meant by beating a fallen dog? This was it. The fleet also received the latest orders, ordering a unit to return to the fleet for supplies immediately. 10 submarines were then dispatched directly to the fleeing dwarf fleet. Following them all the way, they blocked the dwarf fleet's last hope at the port of Radamas. In the air, the carrier-based aircraft formation began its real attack. The dwarven anti-aircraft gunners watched the carrier-based aircraft perform difficult maneuvers in the air, lost in thought. So they were just faking it. So these carrier-based aircraft pilots aren't novices. Why is this world so cunning? The dwarven anti-aircraft gunners successfully breached the defenses. Elsewhere, inside the God of War battleship, the dwarven fleet commander learned that the attack from the sea had hit other warships. More than 20 warships had been destroyed, further depleting the already limited warships of the Dwarven Empire fleet. Before the separation, the dwarven fleet had barely 100 warships. Now, after the separation, the dwarven fleet was reduced to just over 60 warships. Add to that this round of attacks. The Dwarf Empire fleet now has fewer than 40 warships left. How can they possibly contend with the Great Flame Fleet? And with their current anti-aircraft firepower, it's doubtful they can withstand the impending attack from carrier-based aircraft. After all, 40 warships can hardly withstand a dive attack from 500 carrier-based aircraft. The dwarf army commander immediately ordered a full retreat, saving their ships and avoiding the battle, but it was too late. If the dwarf fleet commander had initially chosen to lead the entire fleet back and evacuate upon discovering the first round of missile attacks, the entire fleet might have been saved. But now the Dwarf Empire fleet must make a decision, either perish en masse, or abandon some of their men and save the greater force. Neither outcome was acceptable to the dwarf commander. The dwarf fleet commander immediately reported the situation to his superiors. Upon hearing this news, Andres spoke decisively. With the God of War battleships, we are invincible. Everyone charge. Then the Dwarf Empire fleet commander was completely stunned. Is this even human language? Or is this even words? 40 warships, going directly to confront the intact Great Flame Fleet? The Dwarf Empire fleet commander fell into deep thought. He didn't understand. But at this point, not understanding was of no use. As the commander of the Dwarf Empire, their emperor had already given the order, so anything he said now was irrelevant. The Dwarf Empire fleet commander looked solemnly at the diving bombers. Whether the god of war is truly the god of war or not, this one will be the final word. Even on the other side, just as the Navy was about to engage in a decisive showdown, the battle in Sin City entered its final stages. Thanks to Thanatos' presence, the Crusaders successfully delayed their attack by a day. And that one day completely changed the course of the war. The Holy Empire's army had successfully reached the outskirts of Sin City. And on the first day, they broke through the Crusaders' meticulously constructed outer defenses. This stunned the Crusaders, their Imperial Guards division, and the Chinchi army, which had been fighting hard for days. And a regular army, the legendary militia, had easily overwhelmed the Crusaders' outer defenses in just 3 hours. After hearing this news, Leon stared at the battle report for a long time, unable to recover. Is this writing in words? Is this human language? Why can't I understand it? The Chinchi nation spent vast sums of money cultivating an army, and in the end, it's no match for a militia? Lion stared blankly at the staff officers around him. They nodded in confirmation, as if telling him, "Yes, you heard correctly." A militia broke through the Crusaders' elite defenses. The Crusader commander on the front lines couldn't even hold his sword after learning of this. He was trembling all over. This is truly outrageous. This is like a child beating up a grown man. After a brief moment of shock, the Crusader commander on the front lines immediately formulated a new counterattack plan. After half a day of research, they discovered that almost all the soldiers affected by Thanatos had inhaled the gas. Therefore, the Crusaders urgently crafted a batch of magic scrolls to prevent their soldiers from inhaling these gases. After a day of rest, the Crusaders left their final 20,000 men to defend the perimeter and block the Holy Empire's advance. The frontline commander personally led 30,000 soldiers in the general assault on Sin City. It was the same school, the same familiar faces. But this time was completely different. William's 4th Regiment's remaining 1,000-plus soldiers would face a fierce attack from over 20,000 Crusader soldiers. And the Crusader frontline commander had already ordered, regardless of gains or losses, to capture the school, no matter what means. That said a lot. The entire Crusaders had fallen into a frenzy. Looking at the vast influx of Crusaders, William was overcome with anxiety. During the days of fighting, the Guards division had annihilated over 40,000 elite Crusader soldiers. But their own casualties were also heavy, with over 1,000 soldiers killed in Sin City, and 5,000 suffering minor and serious injuries. The remaining Imperial Guards division now had fewer than 5,000 soldiers, with William's 4th Regiment comprising the largest force. The 4th Regiment also defended the most crucial position. If this school fell, the Crusaders would advance directly into the capital. For the first time, William felt such immense pressure. Even during his duel with Ruthina, he had never felt this nervous. For William knew that behind him lay not only Lion, but the future of all of Great Yen. Leader Lion must not be harmed. The soldiers of the 4th Regiment knew what they were about to face. The Crusaders' frontline commander personally led 10,000 soldiers beyond the perimeter and launched the final assault on the school. Chapter 559. The soldiers defending the school watched the Crusaders charging towards them. They were ready to face death head-on. They knew the importance of this school, and were prepared to sacrifice their lives here. To this end, William planned to mobilize the soldiers. He wanted them to understand their situation and prepare for battle. But William hadn't anticipated that these soldiers had already recognized their current situation. Inside the gymnasium, William looked at his soldiers and mobilized them. "Brothers, behind us stands our great leader, Leon. This is the most important place in Great Yen, and before us stand those despicable Crusaders. They are human just like us. But what they have done is no longer human, and those despicable people are still thinking of destroying our future and hope. Great Yen has led us to a life of prosperity. But the enemy wants to destroy it all, and return us to our past days of poverty. Brothers, can we agree to this?" "No!" The soldiers chorused in unison. They were the elite, hand-picked members of the Imperial Guards division. Not only did they possess immense combat prowess, but they also held absolute loyalty to Great Yen. This is the very foundation of the Imperial Guards division. Even when nearly the entire division was annihilated, the Imperial Guards division refused to retreat. The shouts of the 1,000 men spread quickly, and the Crusaders preparing to attack were stunned. Aren't they at the end of their strength? Why were they making such a loud noise? Who was truly at the end of their rope? However, before the Crusaders could react, the guards had already entered the various teaching buildings from the gymnasium. This school had never imagined, not since its founding, that it would face a situation like this. To be treated like a battlefield. If the graduating students saw this, they would surely be overjoyed. Because their school had finally been bombed. School 6. After a brief moment of shock, the Crusaders immediately launched an attack. A fight soon ensued between the two sides within the school. William, armed with an MP40, fought off the Crusaders. Although the guards were equipped with AK-47s, William still preferred the MP40, because the recoil was much lower. What's that saying? A child holding an MP40 could fire a full magazine without issue. Although the power of the MP47 was much less than that of the AK-47, but the recoil was unbearable. William and a squad of soldiers held a tightrope in a gap in a teaching building. It wasn't that William didn't want to move. It was that the gap was being besieged by hundreds of Crusaders. It was like a bunch of ants gnawing at a tiny opening. Originally, the Guards division had deployed a heavy machine gun at the gap. But unexpectedly, the Crusaders had also acquired weapons similar to bazookas. And the Crusaders were evolving rapidly, even possessing something like rifle grenades. This was giving the Guards division a hard time. Who was technologically ahead? William couldn't help but grumble as he watched the growing number of Crusaders. Did these Crusaders feed on magic crystals? Damn, how can they be so fierce? The Crusaders also discovered this gap, and realized it lacked heavy firepower. Almost all the surrounding Crusaders had found a way through, and that was the small gap where William was standing. Looking at the incoming Crusaders, William couldn't help but think of his own past street fighting in the Elven Empire's capital. Why was this scene so similar? He had also been desperately defending a building last time. Although the Crusaders had discovered this gap, they couldn't break through because the guards upstairs were helping William, and his men fended off the attacking Crusaders. For a while, the two sides fought fiercely. The guards upstairs pulled out grenades, and hurled them down without hesitation. Kill if they could, blow them up if they couldn't. For a moment, the Crusaders, despite their overwhelming superiority in numbers, were unable to break through the defenses. This drove the Crusaders' frontline commander into a state of panic. Looking at the school, which had been elusive for so long, the Crusader commander waved his hand, and personally led his men toward William. Before William could react, countless fireballs flew directly toward him. Unable to dodge, William was hit by a fireball nearby. Two soldiers nearby were directly hit, and died on the spot. William was also seriously injured, his body blackened beyond recognition. A nearby soldier regained consciousness and hurriedly carried William to the rear. The Crusaders, upon seeing this, immediately believed they had found a breakthrough. They immediately rushed in. However, upon entering, they triggered a mine near the gap. After the explosion, the Crusaders continued their attack, figuring the mines couldn't possibly be laid all along the path. As it turned out, the mines weren't laid all along the path, and the Guards division was indeed at the end of its strength. But what awaited them wasn't an empty corridor. It was a mounted M2 heavy machine gun. As the Crusaders rushed through the breach, they ran directly into the heavy machine gun. When the soldiers saw the machine gun, they were stunned. This seemed to be a machine gun, right? The next second, before they could even think, the Crusaders were cut in two. The Crusaders' frontline commander, upon seeing this, leaped to his feet in anger. He immediately used his old trick, using magic to destroy the heavy machine gun. Then he quickly advanced into the corridor. Since the corridor had been breached, many Guards division soldiers were withdrawn from the defensive line and deployed to reinforce the corridor to stop the Crusaders' attack. Even further away, the severely wounded William was being carried into a vacant classroom nearby. The medic looked at the injured William, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. William's injuries were different from burns. The entire surface of his skin had been burned by magic. Magic burns are different from burns. Magic burns are even more terrifying. Seeing William covered in burns, the soldiers on the outfield fell silent. Even if William survived, he would be nearly disfigured. The medic continued to perform his duties. The soldiers held their ground in the corridor. But the Crusaders were inching closer towards William. The fall of the school was inevitable. William, who was being treated, suddenly awoke, only to discover he could no longer see. "What's wrong with me?" William's panicked voice rang out. "Captain! It's okay. You're just temporarily unable to open your eyes, not blind." William finally calmed down and asked immediately, "What's the situation?" Everyone was silent. "The enemy has penetrated the school. We're about to fall. Captain, please retreat," William said calmly. "Retreat? The capital is behind me. Where else can I escape?" William, still unaware of his disfigurement, spoke, enduring the burns on his body. Everyone present lowered their heads. Outside the door, the shouts of the Crusaders could be heard. William grasped his next pistol, ready to serve his country. Ruthina. Goodbye. The next second, screams, and the sound of thunder and lightning suddenly rang out from outside. Who was it? Chapter 560. Just as the guards were preparing to serve their country, a sudden electric shock was heard outside the door. This puzzled the guards, but before they could fully grasp the situation, the screams of the crusaders were heard. In less than half a minute, the roaring crusaders suddenly fell silent. This pressure weighed heavily on the guards. They stared at the closed door, momentarily unsure. William, standing nearby, regained his sight. With the help of the medic, he successfully cleansed his eyes. With his sight restored, William felt as if the world had become transparent. However, before he could fully grasp the situation for even a few minutes, William, listening to the reports from his soldiers, was covered in sweat. Because there stood a terrifying figure outside the door. And according to William's intuition, there was indeed someone standing outside. William thought carefully, and concluded that the person outside the door was probably not an enemy. Why else would they help him? To help him, they would create enmity with the crusaders. William quickly figured it out, and flung the door open. Then he saw Ruthna outside. William froze in his tracks. Ruthna smiled. Did you miss me? William, Is it too late for me to close the door now? The soldiers behind him pricked up their ears. Although they didn't know who this beautiful woman was, they knew she must be closely related to the captain. Perhaps she was his wife. The soldiers who had survived the ordeal were instantly filled with curiosity. Seeing the soldiers almost squeezing him out, William couldn't help but speak. If you keep pushing me, I'd be out. The soldiers stopped moving immediately. A few minutes later, William and Ruth were the only ones left in the room. Just as William was about to speak, Ruth came over and gently stroked his face. William felt an itch and couldn't help but wince. Does it hurt? No. Not at all. Ouch. The next second, William's screams echoed. The guards division soldiers at the door pricked up their ears. The political commissar walked over and immediately took away all the equipment. The couple is deepening their relationship. Why are you all here to join in the fun? Go clean up the battlefield. According to the latest news, the inner defense line has been breached by the crusaders, and the capital is in imminent danger. We still have 200 soldiers here, and we're going to support the capital. Upon hearing this, the soldiers instantly grew serious, their playful smiles dropping. Inside the room. Just as William was about to leap up, Ruthina grabbed him. William, you're a Tyrannosaurus, right? I'm a grown man, and you just hold me down like that? However, just as William was stunned, he suddenly felt the wounds on his face and body healing. Looking at Ruthina, he saw tiny drops of magic emanating from her hands, landing on William's body, rapidly healing the wounds. It didn't hurt, but rather itched. William instinctively tried to scratch, but Ruthina held him down. Don't move. Gaze upon each other so close, their faces flushed simultaneously. But Ruthina suppressed her shyness and focused on treating William. After about 15 minutes, William's injuries were finally healed. Though his internal organs had sustained a slight shock, he still felt a bit uneasy, but he was able to continue fighting. Outside, 200 soldiers from the guards division were ready to go. They were to defend the last capital. William opened the door and looked at the soldiers in the hallway. The political commissar explained the situation to William. William's brow furrowed. Order the troops to move out in 1 minute, and simultaneously plant explosives throughout the building. If the enemy attempts a surprise attack from here, blow it up. After receiving the order, the political commissar immediately ordered several soldiers to plant the explosives. Just as the political commissar was about to leave, William suddenly spoke. Any news from the 6th Regiment? The commissar paused, unsure how to answer William's question, knowing William's brother was in the 6th Regiment. Not sure yet, but all the troops are heading for the capital. If there are any survivors from the 6th Regiment, we definitely meet them there. The commissar then led his soldiers to plant the explosives. William was at a loss for words after hearing this. I should have brought Fleischtam with me. What if something happened to my brother? How would I face my mother? Seeing William's absent-minded expression, Ruthina came to his side. Don't worry, your brother will be fine. William forced a smile, as he inadvertently spotted the bodies of the crusaders in the hallway. Then, somewhat startled, he said, You took care of all this? Ruthina blinked, then spoke with a harmless expression. Yeah. William's mouth twitched. It's over. I have to live on my knees from now on. William patrolled the hallway, counting the bodies of the crusaders. He came to a horrifying conclusion. Ruthina alone had taken care of over 500 crusaders. Many more were electrocuted to ash. A minute later, William, Ruthina, and 200 other soldiers headed straight for the capital. The inner third ring had been tightly guarded, but now it had been breached. There was gunfire and soldiers everywhere, both crusaders and guards. The entire inner third ring was in chaos. William led his soldiers through the underground passages and headed straight for the capital. Only the people of Dian, or rather, only the people of Sin City, know about these underground tunnels. These tunnels were built to combat the winter of divine punishment. Every resident of Sin City participated in their construction. So Sin City was built brick by brick. They absolutely will not tolerate anyone attempting to undermine their labor. William and his troops advanced rapidly through the underground tunnels. Along the way, they saw numerous logistics soldiers transporting supplies to the capital through the underground tunnels. They learned that the Crusaders were about to begin their assault on the capital. The crucial moment in the entire defense of Sin City had arrived. Chapter 561. Just as William led his soldiers toward the capital, inside the capital, Lion also learned that the inner three-ring defense had been breached. Although Lion knew it was only a matter of time before the inner three-ring defense was breached, he hadn't anticipated the frenzy of these Crusader Knights of Light. They charged forward with their very flesh and blood, bearing the attacks of the T-62s and other anti-tank guns. The Guards Division, already at the end of its strength, simply couldn't withstand such a desperate attack. Originally, Lion believed that if the Guards Division could hold out for another 3 hours, the outer Holy Empire front would be able to break through the Crusader defenses. But there are always unexpected events. War isn't always wishful thinking. Everything you believe is just that. Some battles seem absolutely winnable, but in reality, they're lost, even lost so badly. To counter the Crusaders' impending attack on the capital, Lion moved most of his civilian staff to the underground bunker. He personally stationed himself inside the capital with several generals. Joining the defense of the capital were the 500-plus soldiers of the newly assembled Guards Division. The entire Guards Division was nearly wiped out. Even with William's 200 men, fewer than 800 remained. Of the 20,000-man Guards Division, only these 800 remained. However, their achievements were truly remarkable. At the cost of nearly 20,000 lives, they annihilated over 50,000 elite Crusaders. Furthermore, in this battle, the Guards Division had very little to rely on for artillery and air strikes. They can rely almost exclusively on their individual firepower, with some armored support. If they were in open terrain or in the wild, with the support of the Air Force and artillery, the Guards Division could absolutely guarantee a decisive victory over these 100,000 men. City fighting is a meat grinder. To survive it, you must have a large reserve force. Lion had reflected on this war. He had oversimplified the war, so he decided to conduct a large-scale military expansion after it was over. The homeland must have a considerable number of defense forces. One Guards Division is simply too few. Then the Army staff officer spoke directly. One Guards Division is simply not enough to protect the great leader. I suggest 10 Guards Divisions. Then, one Guards Armored Division. Lion was stunned upon hearing this. This staff officer is truly a staff officer. He delivered a powerful blow right off the bat. 10 Guards Divisions. Forget about defending yourselves. With these 200,000 men, you could overwhelm the neighboring Elven Empire. 20,000 men can take on 100,000 elite Crusader troops. Wouldn't 200,000 men be enough to defeat 1,000,000 elite troops? The Papal States' elite troops, combined, currently number less than 1,000,000. 500 soldiers were reinforcing the capital, deploying numerous machine guns and mines in every corridor. From the moment these Guards Division soldiers laid the mines, they had no intention of retreating, because they would leave their allies covered in mines behind them. They wanted to die at their post. At the door of Lion's office, Fleischtam, holding a military flag, was waiting for Lion. Fleischtam simply stood outside the door, no other soldiers coming to call him away. For everyone knew that Fleischtam was the last surviving soldier of the 6th Regiment. In his hand was the 6th Regiment's flag. The entire 6th Regiment held its position to the bitter end, facing a far superior force than any other regiment. For the 6th Regiment faced the 1st Battalion of the Crusaders, a force of 5,000 Knights of Light. This unit was intended as a decisive force, and it had cleverly stumbled upon the 6th Regiment. The 6th Regiment's position was no less secure than William's 4th Regiment's. However, it had access to armored and artillery support. Even so, the 6th Regiment was wiped out. On the first day of the battle, Fleischtam was hit by a shell. Thankfully, the wound wasn't serious, but he still had to rest for 3 days. But after recuperating, Fleischtam returned to the 6th Regiment's position. All he saw was a battlefield littered with corpses, and that unbroken flag. And so, Fleischtam arrived at the capital. The door opened, and Leon, clad in power armor, stepped out, only to be met with Fleischtam outside. Fleischtam? Leon asked uncertainly, looking at the soldier before him. Leon cared deeply about William, and knew he had a younger brother. Though they had only met a few times, Leon felt certain the disheveled soldier before him was William's brother. It's the commander. Soldier Fleischtam of the 6th Guards Regiment reports to the commander. The 6th Regiment has successfully completed its defensive mission. Upon hearing this, Leon patted Fleischtam's shoulder. But before Leon could finish, a staff officer nearby whispered, "Leader, this is the only one left of the 6th Regiment." At this, Leon's hand froze in midair. Then, with trembling hands, he took the 6th Regiment's flag. Looking at the battered flag, Leon said in a trembling voice, "Fleischtam, don't worry. The 6th Regiment will not become history. This flag will be passed down forever." After hearing Leon's words, the soldiers present all lowered their heads. Their regiment hadn't been wiped out. The 6th Regiment was the first to be wiped out. But their regiments were almost wiped out, with the smallest remaining only a dozen or so soldiers. Leon looked at the soldiers, and saw the worry on their faces. They, too, feared their own regiment would be wiped out. Leon then spotted the Crusaders gathering in the capital square. He picked up the nearby microphone. "Has everyone received it?" The staff member nodded affirmatively. "Dear compatriots, I am your leader, Leon. These days should have been auspicious, as our nation has been established for 2 years. However, Sin City has been attacked by the enemy. And, with their numerical superiority, the enemy has begun attacking the final capital. But will we be disappointed by a temporary defeat? There's a saying that all reactionaries are paper tigers. We were able to defeat other hostile forces precisely because we possess something they don't. Our beloved people. Although the siege of the capital has become a reality, just outside Sin City, 200,000 Holy Empire troops have begun to break through the Crusader defenses. Their attack on the capital is just a last-ditch effort. Victory will surely be ours, this war. We didn't intend for this war to break out, but we are not afraid of it, whether it's the soldiers on the front lines in Kursk, the fleet soldiers at sea, or our fellow Great Yen people scattered across the land. The road ahead is long, and we still have much to do. The Crusades will eventually become history, and so will we. What legacy will we leave to the world? What legacy will the Crusades leave to the world? The nations around us are already beginning to prosper, and even our hostile nations are experiencing development. This isn't because they desire prosperity, but because we exist. We are the strongest because we put the people first, and these nations are changing to stifle us. But with the support of the people, will we fail? The answer is self-evident. Comrades, see you tomorrow. Chapter 562. As Leon delivered his speech, the entire Great Yen, including the troops fighting outside, received the message. Listening to Leon's inspiring speech, every soldier's face was filled with fighting spirit. The Wehrmacht soldiers on the front lines of the Kursk plains were enraged upon hearing that the capital was about to be besieged. The opposing Crusader attacking force suffered greatly as a result. The Great Yen Air Force dispatched 300 B-29s, coupled with 6 Gustav cannons, to inflict a crushing defeat on the Crusaders occupying the first line of defense. The Crusader Pegasus Knights attempted to intercept the bombers, but due to the bombers' altitude, they could only observe from a distance and not approach. In conjunction with the bombing, the Wehrmacht armored forces launched a counterattack. Despite being outnumbered and outgunned, the Wehrmacht still launched a counterattack. After all, the best defense is offense. Combined with the bombers and the Gustavs, the Wehrmacht successfully annihilated the 100,000 Crusaders on the first line of defense. These 100,000 Crusaders were utterly frustrated. They hadn't even had time to leave their trenches before they were blown skyward by falling bombs. Others, huddled in air raid shelters, barely managed to avoid the bombers' onslaught. But then a single blast from the Gustav cannon ripped the shelters, and the people inside them to ash. The entire first line of Crusaders was instantly stunned. The magicians unleashed a barrage of defensive spells, hoping to save their crumbling positions. But could they? Of course not. The Knights of Light were even more frustrated. They were completely useless. As elite combatants, they should have engaged the enemy head-on. But this time, they were trapped at home. Seeing this scene, the Wehrmacht officers on the front instantly understood how to deal with these Knights of Light. As the saying goes, the longer they are, the stronger they are. These Knights of Light lacked long-range attack capabilities. As long as their own firepower was sufficient, they would pose no threat. So, a strike against the Knights of Light was about to begin. The Wehrmacht lacked everything except men. To prepare for this war, Lion had specially prepared a large amount of military supplies for the Wehrmacht, including various artillery shells. If the Wehrmacht could use all of these supplies during the war, then their existence would be unnecessary. The Gale nation wasn't so wasteful. So, Kedes planned a large-scale operation. He used the airborne troops Lyon had assigned to him. The special operations team had been lost, but according to the last reports, they were evading the Papal State. This special operations team had already obtained indelible evidence against the Papal State. However, due to the ongoing battle between the Crusaders and the Wehrmacht, the Papal States was unable to allocate troops to pursue the special forces. However, this special forces team brought back a crucial piece of intelligence. The Papal States, like Great Yin, was nearly depleted of troops. If the enemy goes, so can I. Under Chester's secret arrangements, a total of 20,000 airborne division soldiers were already preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Papal States' rear positions. Directly destroy all of the Papal States' supply lines, and teach them a lesson. But the main problem facing Cadiz was how to safely withdraw these airborne troops. The Papal States currently possess two supply lines, one to the north of the opposing positions, and the other to the southwest. The southwest supply line was close to the Elven Empire, meaning that if the airborne troops successfully destroyed it, they could easily enter the Elven Empire and successfully leave the battlefield. But what about the northern supply line? Although this supply line was adjacent to the Demon Empire, a Demon Mountain range stood between the two sides, completely blocking the army's advance. So Chester contacted Adelheid to inquire about a route connecting the Demon Empire and the Papal States in the north. Adelheid didn't respond directly to Cadiz, as she wasn't entirely sure of the situation there. This posed a serious headache for Cadiz. If the airborne troops couldn't wait for follow-up reinforcements, they would become cannon fodder. On a sudden impulse, Cadiz decided to have the airborne troops carry a number of magicians. This way, the runway can be built quickly, and by then, the airborne troops can fly back to the Wehrmacht. Cadiz, I'm a genius, inside the Crusader camp across from him. Fabris was packing his belongings. He had received orders from the Pope to return to Asgard immediately. The pretext was to recuperate. But Fabrice knew it was just an excuse to deprive him of his military power. Windikeller would ultimately destroy the future of the entire Papal State. But all this no longer mattered. Fabris mounted his horse and headed alone towards Asgard. The surrounding generals tried to persuade Fabrice to stay, but he refused. Fabris's exact words were, "You don't have to feel sorry for me. You only need to do one thing. Protect your own soldiers." Some say the Battle of Kursk was a decisive battle, but I know it will never be. There's still a real decisive battle. A decisive battle that will bring the Papal States to ruin. Fabris left like that. He had been disheartened, but after seeing the defensive strength behind him, Fabris suddenly came to his senses. He saw that even the garrison of the major cities in the rear had fewer than 500 soldiers. Fabris immediately realized something was amiss. Then Fabrice remembered that Great Yin had a special unit. It could appear behind enemy lines at will. Back then, in the Western French Empire, this unit had easily appeared behind the Western French army, cutting off the Western Empire's retreat. If, at this moment, this secret force appeared in the Papal States. Fabrice shook his head, trying his best not to think about it. But if he didn't think about it, wouldn't it become reality? If he could launch a surprise attack on Sin City, why couldn't De Yen attack him? Fabrice issued warnings along the way, sending warnings to the cities along the way. Some veteran generals, who knew Fabrice, chose to follow his advice. But many more scoffed at this veteran. The future belongs to the young. Let these old men vanish with the past, but they haven't heard a single word. The mountains and rivers are difficult to cross. The future belongs to you, but we are the present. Chapter 563. In just a few hours, Cadiz had already formulated a battle plan. This was thanks to Leon's advanced deployment. All logistical support was perfectly implemented, and Cadiz, as the supreme commander, only needed to formulate an offensive plan. Without any worries, the troops could quickly execute orders. However, offensive warfare was different from defensive warfare. It required extensive preparation. So Cadiz was refining his plan. It was estimated that within 3 days, the National Defense Forces would be able to launch a retaliation. Cadiz formulated a plan and named it Operation Fearless. Sin City. The Crusaders finally launched their general assault. The capital before them was a coveted target. Brothers, take the capital. We can go home. The war will be over. For the Pope. For the Goddess. Charge. Thousands of Knights of Light charged, heading straight for the capital. The 12.7-ounce Laogan Ma only caused small dents on the Knights of Light. These Knights of Light had clearly been strengthened, their defenses multiplied. The soldiers defending the capital were already sweating profusely, finally realizing the true difference between ordinary men and magicians. Looking at these Astartes, Leon tightened his grip on his sword. It seemed the time had come. But just then, Barian stood at the capital's door. After repelling Stinia last time, Barian's mission became escorting the women away. After that, Barian learned of the impending siege of the capital and flew back. Finally, he caught up with the Crusaders' attack. Seeing Barian suddenly appear, the Crusader soldiers froze in their tracks. The Crusader commander stepped forward and shouted in accusation. "Barian! Are you violating the rule that high-ranking warriors cannot participate in the battle?" Though the commander said so, he wasn't sure. After all, he was a god-level warrior. A single fart could kill him. Would he listen? "What are you saying? Using Astartes doesn't count as violating the rules? Don't worry, I won't take action. After all, great flame is great flame, not your filthy papal states. So what you have to face is this." Barian suddenly grasped at the air. Several light gates appeared in the square. The Crusaders and the guards were stunned. What was this? As everyone was stunned, a large number of skeleton knights emerged from the light gates. Seeing this, the Crusader Knights of Light sneered. "Brothers, the great flame can't hold out any longer. They're even bringing out skeletons. Ha ha! Don't you know we're strong against the undead? Ha ha ha!" But their laughter soon died down. Warriors who have slumbered for millennia, their past glory is gone. The heirs of the Empire are under threat. For the Emperor, draw your swords and fight. Barian finished speaking, and a shower of golden light descended upon the skeleton knights. An incredible scene unfolded. Each of these skeleton knights underwent a drastic transformation. The once white bones instantly returned to flesh, and their rusted armor became brand new. The skeleton horses they rode on also transformed into warhorses clad in full armor. The transformation of the skeletons into human form was a bit shocking, but what astonished Leon even more were these knights. Looking at the exoskeleton armor on these knights, looking at the knights armed to the teeth, Leon was dumbfounded. I thought the Astartes of the Papal States were the limit, but I had no idea Balian had such a treasure hidden. Looking at these knights, the Crusader commander was dumbfounded. The Knights of Light were dumbfounded. Looking at these technologically advanced knights, these Knights of Light remembered the words passed down by their predecessors. Never, ever, ever, become an enemy of the Holy Empire. Barian pointed his sword and roared. Knights of the Violet! Crush the scoundrels before you. For the Empire. For the Emperor. Thousands of true Violet Knights charged. Some soldiers from the Violet Principality watched the Violet Knights. Tears blurred their eyes for a moment. Once, these Violet Knights had followed Barian to conquer the continent. But with the Holy Empire's coup, the Violet Knights had become history. Even though Ketes later revived the Violet Knights' fame, these Violet Knights were no longer the Violet Knights of the past. These knights before them were knights from the age of gods and demons 1,000 years ago. These knights existed only in the murals of the Empire, like the Empire's past glory. Forever lost to history. Looking at these Violet Knights charging towards him, the Knight of Light finally panicked. Isn't this just heavy cavalry versus infantry? Maybe the Knights of Light look like heavy infantry, but compared to these Violet Knights, their armor is nothing but paper. Otherwise, why didn't the Papal States defeat the Holy Empire? The Violet Knight's 5 or 6 meter long lance easily pierced the armor of the Knight of Light, a figure he prized. Knight of Light, ? Senior, you're not lying to me. As expected, your uncle is still your uncle after all. The Crusader commander was stunned. What kind of retro trend was this? Watching his proud Knight of Light being so easily slaughtered by the Violet Knight. For the first time, the commander felt that attacking Sin City had been a mistake. And it all seemed too surreal. It seemed they were about to storm the capital, that they would soon capture Sin City and capture Leon alive. But reality defied all expectations. First, there was the stubborn resistance of the Guards division, then the sudden arrival of the Holy Empire front, and then there was this Violet Knight who had appeared out of nowhere. The Crusader commander was stunned. This great flame seemed cursed, attacking it would bring unforeseen damage. Looking at the ravaged Knights of Light, the Crusader commander gritted his teeth and ordered the other common soldiers to join the battle, seeking to draw fire from the Knights of Light and protect them. But in the age of cold weapons, facing overwhelming heavy cavalry, even infantry was useless. Violet was like a tank, charging frantically through the crowd. It was like she was in an empty space. Looking at these technological knights and their fighting style, Leon couldn't help but question his own life. Chapter 564. These knights wore the most advanced equipment, yet employed the most primitive tactics. A single force crushed all defenses. The heavily armored cavalry charged like tanks, slaying every enemy. This wave was truly a 2K comeback for the Astartes, a complete and utter victory. As expected, the Crusaders were completely defeated by these Violet Knights. There wasn't even a ripple, absolutely no ripple at all. The Crusader commander stared at the final lance that pierced his chest, his face filled with disbelief. How had this happened? With the last enemy eliminated, these Violet Knights vanished into thin air, leaving only a field of corpses. The Pegasus Knights, upon witnessing this, abandoned their ground forces without hesitation, their entire force fleeing in panic. Regarding the sudden appearance of these Violet Knights, Lion was puzzled. What was the rationale behind all this? Barian, seeing Leon's puzzled expression, explained. These are part of the inheritance, right? Part of the inheritance? So, will this inheritance eventually reach my hands? Leon's eyes lit up instantly. Forget all that nonsense. Just remember one thing. Everything in Kunberg is everything to me. Even on the other side, William, having just emerged from the underground passage, saw the battle already over. Now it was William's turn to be stunned. He had walked just this short distance through the underground passage, thinking he managed to catch the battle. In the end, he didn't even catch the last bus. Leon also spotted William emerging from the underground passage, and was speechless for a moment. I had originally thought William was dead. After all, facing a siege of tens of thousands, it would be a miracle if the 4th Regiment could survive. But Leon clearly hadn't considered Ruthina. As expected, when in doubt, his wife solves it. Looking at the last 800 soldiers of the Guards division before him, Leon was overcome with emotion. This assault on Sin City seemed a bit magical. Leon went to work at the capital as usual, and then the war suddenly arrived. Then the fighting began, and after suffering heavy casualties, the war ended in the defeat of the Crusaders. The Crusaders arrived, leaving behind 100,000 corpses, and in the end, nothing. Was De Yen the ultimate winner? Of course not. Nearly 20,000 Guards division soldiers died here, along with thousands of civilians. And the nearly destroyed Sin City. To outsiders, this might seem like a victory. But Leon knew it was a defeat. Not just a strategic failure, but also a personal one. It was an indelible stain on his life. Because of his momentary negligence, thousands of innocent people had been tragically killed. Though Leon had appeared remarkably calm these days, only he knew deep down that he had thoroughly restrained his anger. As a native of that land in his previous life, he upheld the fine traditions of that land, and even after traveling to this world, he would never forget them. What's the saying? A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even after 10 years, Lion's revenge was constant. On the night the Crusaders' attack on Sin City failed, soldiers from the Holy Empire were clearing out Sin City. At this moment, dozens of streaks suddenly streaked across the previously tranquil night sky. A full 48 fiery sun missiles flew toward the Papal States. This was Leon's first round of retaliation, the first round of true retaliation. At the same time, Leon ordered the Great Yin Air Force, stationed within the Elven Empire, to immediately dispatch fighter jets back to pursue the Pegasus Knights. These Pegasus Knights would inevitably seek resupply points within Great Yin, and the best resupply points were cities where civilians lived. If these Pegasus Knights were not defeated, it would be another catastrophe for the civilians of Great Yin. So, as leader, Leon issued a warning to the Pope. He hoped the Pope would order the surrender of all Pegasus Knights within Great Yin, or Great Yin would take the most severe measures. However, the Pope scoffed at this suggestion. This led to the scene of 48 fiery sun missiles streaking across the night sky. Lion didn't want to cause trouble at this critical juncture, but the threat posed by over 2,000 Pegasus Knights to the civilian population was enormous. This is like having 2,000 guerrilla soldiers roaming freely within your territory. They could appear anywhere within your territory, launching unexpected attacks on your people and industrial facilities. At the Great Yin Air Force headquarters, the Air Force commanders who received the order were all on high alert. Although they were still unaware of the Pegasus Knights' exact combat capabilities, Leon personally issued the order, calling the headquarters directly. This frightened the commanders so much that they immediately dispatched 300 Mi-262 fighters and 600 Mustang fighters. Fly directly towards the mainland to encircle and eliminate these Pegasus Knights. At the same time, the cities surrounding Great Yin Sin City also received a warning from Lion. Although the mainland's forces were greatly affected by the siege of Sin City, the National Defense Forces deployed a regiment in each major city. And even in the most difficult times, they did not choose to withdraw this regiment, because Lion knew that protecting these people was paramount. As long as the people were there, Great Yin would never collapse. Upon receiving the order, these cities immediately deployed their anti-aircraft firepower. Although they didn't know exactly what the Pegasus were, they immediately deployed their 37mm and 88mm anti-aircraft guns. With these 88mm guns, even a B-29 would have a hard time escaping their attack. After all, the typical B-29's maximum flight altitude is only around 10,000 meters, while the 88mm gun has a maximum range of 9,900 meters. Leon couldn't believe it. Could these Pegasus Knights fly to tens of thousands of meters? Forget whether they could even make it. Even if they did, their unicorns would either freeze to death or die of exhaustion. After completing his instructions, Leon began rebuilding Sin City. At this time, military officers and other civil servants jointly petitioned Leon to change the name of Sin City. However, before Leon could even speak, his subordinates had already come up with a new name for Sin City. It was Leonblur. Leon, ? I'm not dead yet. Leon wanted to object, but he didn't know how. In the end, before Leon could even say a word, his subordinates had already decided on the name. And they immediately told the other cities the name. It quickly spread throughout Diyin. Leon, you know what I'm going to say. Chapter 565. Just as Sin City was officially renamed Liongrad, the Sun missiles streaked across the skies above Kursk, reaching cities within the Papal States. The Crusader soldiers on the front lines saw the missiles streak overhead and immediately reported the situation to their superiors. The Crusader commander, upon learning of this, immediately reported the situation. The cities in the rear were ordered to prepare their defenses. However, all this was in vain. The rear, now depleted of troops, was completely powerless to withstand the incoming missiles. Windy Keller paid no attention to the missiles. In his eyes, as long as they landed anywhere other than in the barracks, it didn't matter to him. All he cared about now was victory, but the civilians in the rear suffered greatly. The missiles easily landed in those important cities. Many important facilities were reduced to ash. This time, to put pressure on the Papal States, all the Sun missiles were equipped with Hades warheads. The Wehrmacht was surprised to discover that these Hades warheads were far superior to other warheads, and that Hades was even more suitable for striking enemy territory than Thanatos. Not only were they fast-acting, quickly destroying their targets, they also created a magical vacuum. In this vacuum, mages' movements would be severely restricted, and their magic power would be unable to recover quickly. The magic vacuum created by Hades would last for at least 3 days, making it difficult for magic power in this area to recover. And in wartime, 3 days is enough to accomplish a lot. The Burning Sun missile landed perfectly within the Papal States. They directly targeted supply centers and other important cities, some of which were struck twice. When those cities under attack again saw the incoming missiles from the sky, screams, cries, and sobs erupted. The entire city was a cacophony of sounds, and for a moment, even the defenders were stunned. They didn't know how to respond to the impending attack. Even though they had already been attacked once, what else could they do in the face of such a sudden attack? The magicians had given up resistance and watched helplessly as the Sun missiles struck their targets. On that day, the entire Papal States was filled with cries and roars of anger. After 48 Sun missiles perfectly hit 48 targets, the entire Papal States was shaken as if by an earthquake. The entire nation was filled with disbelief. Because in their eyes, the once mighty Papal States had been attacked again. The situation had been so promising, but why was it now under attack twice? In reality, these citizens had no idea of the Papal States' defeat on the battlefield. Or perhaps the Papal States only informed these lower-class people that they had captured Kursk's first line of defense and launched a surprise attack on Sin City. They only reported good news, not bad news, leaving the lower-class people completely unaware of the specific battle situation on the front lines. Daily, news of victories arrived, but not a single whiff of defeat. Does such a country have a future? The morale of the entire Papal States plummeted. And soon, these lower-class people learned the truth. The Papal States' intelligence system would not report any such defeats. The anger of the lower-class people consumed the entire Papal State. As supporters of the war, they had a right to know the details of the war. Yes, it was quite strange that the Papal States had 95% support for launching this war. What does this mean? The vast majority of the entire Papal States could be considered the masterminds behind this war. After the missile strikes, the citizens of the Papal States began to petition the Pope. They requested that the Pope disclose the progress of the front lines, severely punish those responsible for intelligence, and guarantee that all future intelligence, good or bad, would be made public. The Pope initially scoffed at this, but members of the previous Pope's inner circle chose to oppose him. While on the surface, everyone in the Papal States seemed to be following orders from above, the reality was that the Papal States was a complex and fragmented society, with various factions. The most prominent were the 3 major factions: the new Pope's faction, the previous Pope's old faction, and the lower-class faction represented by Fabrice. However, over the years, the lower-class faction had been suppressed, and Fabrice, as its representative, had also been stripped of his military power. The entire lower-class faction was devastated. Finally, under pressure from all sides, the Pope had no choice but to accede to the lower-class civilians' request. He then ordered a thorough investigation of the intelligence personnel and an explanation from everyone. But everyone knew that this so-called explanation was just an excuse, just to cover up the Pope's mistake. For the next 2 or 3 days, the Crusaders' frontline troops were constantly bombarded by the Wehrmacht's heavy artillery fire. For the first time, the Crusaders felt fatigue, even more exhausting than being bombarded by 6 Gustav cannons. After all, Gustav's impact only lasted a moment. The problem was, the Crusaders were hiding in their dugouts, where ordinary artillery couldn't completely destroy them. And yet, they had to endure the bombardment all day long. They hide in the dugouts clean during the day, and by the time they emerged at night, their bodies were covered in mud. The Crusaders had truly been breached. Cadus's massive bombardment was intended to cover the impending Operation Dauntless, to create the illusion that the Wehrmacht would launch a counterattack on the Kursk plains, to lure the young and energetic General Windy Keller into focusing their attention on the Kursk plains. And every day, fiery sun missiles struck the Papal States. The Pope, furious, accused Leon of attacking civilians. Leon responded with a blunt, leisurely retort. "What are you barking about? Can we fight? If not, then stop arguing." The Pope tried to forcefully argue, but was instantly silenced by a sun missile launched into Asgard. Due to the daily sun missile strikes on the Papal States, chaos has begun to brew within the Papal States. In some remote areas, the Papal States' power is rapidly declining. Some ambitious young people have begun to gather military equipment, preparing to emulate the Orc Empire and the Elven Empire and launch an internal uprising. This has left the Pope extremely anxious, and he has contrived countless ways to prevent this impending event. But all proved futile. At this critical moment, within the Elven Empire, at a military base secretly constructed by De Yen, 20,000 airborne troops are ready to go. They will be divided into 2 groups to cut off and destroy the Crusaders' supply lines. At the same time, they will destroy as many roads, bridges, and ferries as possible along the way. The dauntless plan has thus begun. Chapter 566. Dear comrades, we stand here together today to carry out a great mission. I believe you have all heard the news of the war between our country and the Papal States, and that it has been going on for some time. We, the airborne troops, are the most elite unit in the Wehrmacht. Even the Guards Division, in a single respect, cannot match us, but we have not received any combat missions yet. Why is that? Does the Wehrmacht despise us? The Airborne Division commander spoke, looking at his 20,000 men. The soldiers stared at him intently. The soldiers desperately wanted to know the answer. They had been training here since the war with the Western Empire. Even their training had to be done in secret. They wanted to be seen, to prove themselves. Whenever their families asked them which unit they were in, due to confidentiality, they could only say they were in the airborne troops. Their family's first question was, "What is an airborne troops?" They were so eager to prove themselves. And every time they saw the battle situation in the newspapers, they felt extremely anxious. His own country is under attack. Lion was ruthless enough. Even when Leningrad was nearly overthrown, he chose not to deploy these 20,000 paratroopers. He simply held on to this trump card, hiding it from everyone. Now, this trump card was finally going to come in handy. The Crusaders' frontline supply points were constantly under attack from the Wehrmacht and missiles. The Crusaders could only rely on their fragile logistical lines. Windy Keller fought tooth and nail, commanding the magicians to save one city, Halef. The city of Halef lies 300 kilometers behind the Crusader front. It's a secret city, and the reason for this is that it houses the Papal States' laboratories. Shameful experiments must be hidden in shameful places. Due to frequent attacks on the front lines, Windy Keller had no choice but to locate her supply center here. Halef was so well hidden that previous Holy Empire maps didn't even mark its location. That's right, Leon still uses the same maps drawn by the Holy Empire. Lion's own maps contain very little information about the Papal States. After all, he had never visited them personally. Lion had to use a hidden map from the past, combined with the little information he had gathered from the Intelligence Bureau, to create his own map. Although there were some discrepancies, the 85% accuracy rate was sufficient for conventional strikes. This 85% probability came at the cost of the lives of dozens of intelligence agents. Although Halef was well hidden, How could he supply millions of people without revealing his true identity? The Wehrmacht locked down an area, but couldn't pinpoint Hollef's exact location for a long time. So there was only one solution. Send out the airborne troops. To expand the airborne forces, Leon was even developing the I-76 transport aircraft and simultaneously ordered the Research Institute to develop a BMD. But Leon realized he made a mistake. This is a magical world. You can use storage magic. Leon didn't hesitate and immediately deployed armored units to the airborne troops. 20,000 men, over 2,000 armored vehicles. The airborne troops had a higher proportion of armored units than any other unit. But Leon was already working on the BMP series. After all, BMPs are not only cheap, but can also be used to destroy the world. Inside the secret base, the airborne division commander looked at the soldiers staring at him eagerly and said sternly, "Because we are the aces. All our forbearance has been for this day. We will raid the Papal States. Strike hard against the important cities in the Papal States' rear. Everyone, aboard. We will be the light." The commander said this, gesturing to the fleet of Ju-52 transport planes waiting on the runway. Although the C-54 has a much heavier payload than the Ju-52, the Ju-52 is truly durable. Even under anti-aircraft fire, it can still stubbornly fly. What's most important to airborne troops? Reliable equipment, of course. For this operation, the airborne troops prepared a large number of storage scrolls, cramming 2,000 armored units into them. This drained the Great Flame Mage's coffers. But no one complained. They were determined to teach the Papal States a lesson. The majority of the airborne troops boarded Ju-52 transport aircraft, escorted by Mi-262 fighters, and headed straight for the vicinity of Hollef. Apart from this, 300 elite airborne troops boarded Mi-8 and Mi-24 helicopters to seize key facilities within Hollef. The mission of these elite airborne troops was to draw enemy fire from within the city, allowing the main force to quickly penetrate Hollef's defenses and reach Hollef with lightning speed. These 300 elite airborne troops knew they were there to draw enemy fire, but they showed no emotion. They trusted their comrades, and even more so De Yin. Everyone feared death, but their hearts held their country. This is how the name Operation Dauntless came about. With all the soldiers from the base deployed, thousands of transport aircraft took off towards the Papal States. 32 more helicopters led the charge, penetrating the southern region of the Papal States at breakneck speed. The southern Papal States defenders were stunned by the sight of these aircraft arriving from the Elven Empire. Although it was still 3 or 4 in the morning, they could still make out the blurry fuselages of the transport planes. The defenders had never seen anything like this before. The shock of thousands of transport planes was unimaginable to ordinary people. The defenders immediately reported the situation. The entire southern Papal States was in a state of panic. Rumors circulated that the Elven Empire was attacking. The Pope was dragged from the crowd of women. He was about to explode in anger, but upon hearing the news, he froze. Thousands of large aircraft? A raid on the southern region? And flying from the Elven Empire? The Pope was completely bewildered by these pieces of information. He could understand them individually, but why couldn't he understand them together? The Pope, looking at the intelligence in his hands, ultimately chose. Too cowardly. It's okay, it's probably a Great Yin air raid anyway. They bomb and then leave. Chasing them is impossible, and engaging them is impossible. Just don't fight. Nothing will happen. No way. Probably. And just like that, the Pope lost his optimal reaction time, and his airborne troops were mistaken for bombing troops. They advanced straight ahead, unimpeded. The southern defenders of the Papal States breathed a sigh of relief, watching the Elven Empire, which had remained silent for a long time. It seemed they were just here for a bombing mission. The Mi-262 fighter pilots were dumbfounded. Before they arrived, each one had prepared to die. They would protect the transport plane with their lives. But now? Where were they? The Mi-262 pilots were on edge the entire way, until the airborne troops arrived at the city of Hollef without incident. Pilot? Chapter 567. The airborne troops arrived at Hollef unimpeded. Hollef was completely silent at that moment. Even at 5 or 6 in the morning, Hollef was still slumbering. Only the lowest classes of people had awakened to make a living. Walking on the icy streets, the wind blew on their faces. Hollef was utterly lifeless, and the lower classes suffered a difficult life every day. And people were disappearing daily. The church's notice claimed that these disappeared were summoned to the divine realm by the gods. But could such deception really fool anyone? Of course it could, and it could fool quite a few. However, there were still some wise souls who chose to disguise themselves among the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to speak out for those tragically killed. Underground in Hollef, a vast laboratory lay. Inside, numerous church members were conducting inhumane experiments. Some ragged men, faces terrified, were pinned to a platform. Nearby, a church member wore a morbid smile. The man stared in horror at the church member approaching him. The member used an axe to carve a hole in the man's head, then forcibly extracted the last trace of primal magic from his body. The man's screams echoed for several minutes before he died in agony. The church member ignored the man's body, instead gazing at the primal magic in his hand with a frenzied expression. Then, carefully placing it in a glass jar nearby, another church member carefully removed it. All of this was witnessed by the man's children and wife. Seeing the child glaring at him angrily, the church member smiled a morbid smile and spoke. "Don't worry, it be your turn soon." Ha ha. A large number of people were imprisoned in cells, watching the tragedy unfold without a single murmur of resistance. Only the laughter of the church members could be heard. Hell is empty, only the devil dwells on earth. Outside the city of Halef. After the fighter fleet confirmed the exact location of Halef, the transport aircraft formation began circling the area 10 kilometers away. The airborne troops began parachuting. They would be ready for the attack within half an hour. Even further away, 300 elite soldiers boarded helicopters and headed straight for Halef. Some Ju-52s, in addition to their transport function, also carried a sufficient amount of bombs for bombing missions. After transporting the airborne troops, they immediately began bombing military facilities within Halef, clearing the way for the incoming helicopters. The Pegasus Knights within Halef were the first to detect the incoming enemy aircraft. The combat alert was immediately sounded, and over 500 Pegasus Knights took to the skies. However, as soon as they reached high altitude, they were locked onto by oncoming fighter jets. Many Pegasus Knights, before they could deploy their attack formations, were instantly shattered by the oncoming Mi-262s. Countless Pegasus Knights were falling. The entire city of Halef was instantly plunged into panic. A flood of magical attacks flew towards the helicopter, and the pilot maneuvered at full speed to evade them. It was in this environment that the helicopter flew directly to a landmark building in Halef. It was the church in the center. The church was built like a small fortress, and a vast square surrounded it for several hundred meters. If they captured this place, it would surely be a difficult target to defend. So, without hesitation, the airborne commando chose to land near the church. In the helicopter, the commando captain was examining a photo. Although the commandos were the most elite, the commando captain wasn't in his 40s or 50s, but rather in his early 30s. He looked at a family photo, taken a few years ago at a magician's house. The 5 faces in the photo were beaming with smiles, but one day, his sisters and parents vanished. The commando captain searched all over Sin City and the entire Sin territory, but couldn't find his family. In the end, he only had one conclusion: his family had been sold to another country by human traffickers. After the intelligence agency's efforts, it was finally confirmed that his family had been sold to the Papal States. As the commando captain, he certainly understood why the Papal States purchased these trafficked people. His family had been shattered. He gazed at the helicopter that had landed. The commando captain wiped away a tear and ordered the immediate capture of the church. Everyone thought it was just an ordinary church. However, what the commandos didn't realize was that underneath the church lay a secret church base. This was truly fate. Just as the helicopters had cleared the soldiers surrounding the square and were about to release the commandos, church members, who had just finished their shift, emerged from the church. The commandos disembarking from the helicopter instantly locked eyes with the church members. After a fraction of a second's hesitation, the commandos pulled the trigger without hesitation. If they were civilians, the commandos might have hesitated, but since you were church members, you could just fire away. Bang, bang, bang. The AK-47s blasted the newly emerged demons to pieces. They had never imagined they could be killed in this absolutely safe place. The commandos quickly disembarked from the helicopter and began to rapidly seize the church. The church members and nuns inside the church were shot dead by the commandos before they could even speak. The commandos had no time to negotiate. Thousands of crusaders were en route, and time was money. This depended on everyone's lives. And none of these church members or nuns were innocent. During their searches, many commandos discovered church members engaging in incest with nuns. And most outrageously, their rooms were filled with luxury goods. Luxury goods? Capitalists? Got it. Perhaps these church members and nuns considered resisting, but under the barrage of 300 guns. Still thinking of resisting? Good thing you're not being blasted to pieces. In just 5 minutes, the commandos completed their mission of disembarking from the helicopter and seizing the church. After transporting the soldiers, the helicopter immediately took off. After all, the helicopters faced the greatest threat. The Pegasus Knights could easily reach them from their altitude. Even with fighter escorts, helicopters couldn't act with impunity. After the commandos seized the church, the entire Horif garrison and church officials were in a state of panic. Others didn't know what was inside the church, but didn't they? So the Crusaders hastily mobilized thousands of soldiers and launched a direct assault on the church. The commandos had no idea they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Chapter 568. Just as the commandos leaped directly into the heart of Halef, the remaining airborne troops began to gather around Halef and launch their attack. Perhaps the Papal States never dreamed that the Wehrmacht would secretly deploy troops within their borders. Isn't this a classic example of double standards? They only allow a surprise attack on Lion Bread, but not the Wehrmacht. And the most shocking thing was the large number of tanks and armored units carried by the airborne troops. You know, the appearance of an elite force in one's own home is shocking enough, but what's even more devastating is that this force also carries a large number of armored units. Isn't this like your backyard becoming a grassland for him to gallop freely? The Crusaders were unaware that a 20,000-strong army was already preparing to attack Halef outside the city. They were now completely focused on the church in the center, because they had just learned that a force from the Yen had captured the church. How they appeared in the city and captured it, though, was unknown. But they knew only that if the church's secrets were discovered, the entire city of Halef could be destroyed. Not only would they face accusations from other nations, but they might even face the wrath of the Holy Empire and Great Yen. As their own people, they knew exactly how many Holy Empire citizens had been murdered in the laboratory below. So the church's leaders immediately assembled all their defenders, attempting to retake control of the church. But the commandos were fully prepared. The commando captain hadn't confirmed where his troops would land until a minute before the airstrike. Until he saw this church. The commando captain, without hesitation, chose this church. The commando captain's decisiveness ensured the Wehrmacht took the initiative in the ensuing battle. Although it was called a church, it was clearly not a church. Or rather, all churches throughout the Papal States were built in a style unlike any other. Instead, the style gave it the appearance of a Western European fortress. The entire church was 3 stories high, and with a roof, it was a 4th. On the roof, the commandos' 30 snipers were already in position. Also, machine gunners, armed with PKMs, stood ready. As they watched the oncoming Crusaders, their faces betrayed no fear. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. The Crusaders, observing the commandos' meticulous preparations, couldn't help but take a solemn look. The Wehrmacht wouldn't do anything pointless. This unit's raid on Halef must have a purpose. The church's leaders' minds raced, recalling a secret unit that had raided a laboratory in the Papal States a few days ago and obtained some incriminating evidence. The answer immediately dawned on them. This unit, like that secret unit, was out to gather evidence. The thought of this made the leaders secretly delighted. That unit had acted suddenly, invading the unprotected laboratory in one fell swoop, and after seizing the evidence, they immediately retreated into the mountains. This infuriated the Pope, who decreed that anyone who could capture these soldiers would receive a promotion of 3 ranks. This is why the higher-ups were secretly delighted. The troops before them were clearly surrounded. Isn't this like a plucked goose, unable to fly even with wings? The church leaders had already begun celebrating with champagne at halftime. But what happened next clearly exceeded their expectations. Recognizing the Wehrmacht as their enemy, the Crusaders immediately began to formulate their tactics. First, they dispatched large shield soldiers to draw fire from the front. Then, they released a large number of smoke bombs and sent small units to infiltrate the church from all directions. Finally, they would gather near the church and launch a general assault. At first, the tactics were sound, but they had chosen the wrong opponent. The airborne troops had seen their every move clearly. After all, their superiors had taught them countless times about this tactic of using smoke bombs to cover attacks. After determining the Crusaders' offensive intentions, the commandos immediately began to respond. They tore up the magic storage scroll and retrieved the anti-tank gun within. Large shield soldiers drawing fire. I just give it to you. The young large shield soldiers had no idea what they were about to face. Led by the centurion, they formed a tortoise shell and slowly moved forward. The bullets struck the shields, making only a clatter, unable to harm the soldiers within. The church leader, observing this, nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a cup of coffee and leisurely began to eat his breakfast. But before he could finish his breakfast, a loud bang caused the church leader to drop his coffee. Bang! A high-explosive bomb struck the advancing shield formation. The once impenetrable shield array was instantly shattered. The church leaders were so frightened that they dropped their coffee and glanced at the people around them in horror. Their colleagues were also bewildered. What the hell was that? Why did they have cannons? The Crusader squad, advancing through the smoke, inadvertently witnessed the fate of the shield array. Their heart tightened, and they quickened their pace. It's okay, we have smoke cover. We soon be under the church and attack. They had just reached the approach point, before they could even take up their designated positions. A sudden, intense roar of artillery could be heard from the sky. The airborne troops outside the city had assembled their artillery, and began shelling the square surrounding the church, providing cover for the assault team. The Crusaders, who had just approached the church, were still dreaming of a promotion. But before they could even finish their dream, they were blown to pieces by a shell. The sudden artillery barrage left everyone present stunned. A Crusader soldier hurried over and reported to the higher-ups present. Oh no! A massive armored force suddenly appeared outside the city. They breached the first line of defense. The city walls have been breached. The enemy has already entered. Upon hearing this, the church leaders closed their eyes, kicked their feet, and nearly died. What was going on? Why was Horus surrounded by so many troops? Because the church leaders had withdrawn most of their troops to the area surrounding the church, there were few soldiers defending the city walls. The airborne troops used a portable missile to blast a large breach in the city walls, allowing the armored forces to launch a surprise attack into Horus unimpeded. Chapter 569. The commandos used artillery fire to hold off the advancing Crusaders. The Crusaders also received news that the city of Horlif was under attack. After a brief moment of shock, they immediately split their forces to resist the attack. Although Horlif was located in the rear and held high regard by Wendy Keller, the Papal State also held the city in high regard. However, the city's defense force was limited. The standing garrison numbered only around 3,000, and over 1,000 soldiers were stationed outside the city. These soldiers were annihilated by the airborne troops at the outset of the battle. They hadn't even been able to gather their equipment before they were completely crushed by the airborne troops. With the troops within the city almost all gathered near the church, the city gates were naturally undermanned. Upon learning of the situation, the Crusaders urgently dispatched 500 soldiers to stop the airborne attack. However, they were stopped by the church's leaders. Seeing the situation was amiss, the leaders launched a full 20,000-man army to attack the city. How could they possibly hold the city with only a few thousand defenders? The church's leaders then turned their attention to the church. If they could capture the church, they could hide in its underground laboratory and await the arrival of papal reinforcements. A dispute gradually arose between the Crusader commander and the church's leaders. The Crusader commander argued that a Wehrmacht raid would severely harm civilians, and they must protect them. The church's leaders, however, argued that their lives were more valuable than those of the civilians. The two sides argued, and in the end, the church's leaders had no choice but to use the Pope's orders to suppress the Crusader commander. Ultimately, the Crusaders chose to obey the church's orders and intensified their attack on the church. Despite artillery support, 300 men against 1,000 still posed a challenge. And the Crusaders stationed in Halef were clearly elite troops. After discovering their shield formation was ineffective, they immediately ordered their magicians to attack the commandos suppressing the church. They then dispatched a death squad, traversing the bombardment zone and entering the church, engaging in close combat with the commandos. In Halef, the Papal States had left 300 Knights of Light behind to ensure the city's safety. These 300 Knights of Light were not part of the Crusaders' battle order. Instead, they were directly commanded by the church. Seeing the Crusaders' prolonged siege unsuccessful, the church's leadership ultimately opted to deploy these 300 Knights of Light. But Leon had already anticipated the possibility that the airborne troops might encounter the Knights of Light. He tampered directly with the RPG, starting with the warhead, which he infused with various advanced technologies. This specialized warhead possessed some of the properties of the Hades series, as well as extremely strong metal-penetrating capabilities. But the cost is more than 10 times that of a typical tandem armor-piercing warhead. Such a warhead could pose a serious threat to the Crusaders' Knights of Light. And if one is not careful, they could be instantly pierced by this RPG. Although the Papal State possesses these Knights of Light, these could be considered Astartes artifacts. But the Papal State has only learned the basics. While they know how to enhance the Knights' bodies, they only know how to extract raw magic from others to enhance the Knights of Light's own magic. But this approach has both advantages and disadvantages. Power that does not belong to oneself is, after all, not one's own. Some things, if taken, will actually have serious consequences. This made Leon curious about what kind of existence the Holy Legion led by Kuenberg was back then. Halef City. The Crusaders, aided by the Knights of Light, began to gradually approach the church. But with the commandos' tenacious resistance, the enemies couldn't get within 500 meters of the church. As soon as they approached, they would be attacked in all directions. For a moment, the two sides were at a stalemate. The church leaders, observing this scene, couldn't help but raise their fists. These scum can't even take a small church. The church leaders were so anxious because they had seen the flames of war drawing closer inside the city. The sound of gunfire was drawing closer to the church, like a death spell, as if saying, "Your death has come." And then, at this critical moment, trouble arose inside the church. A commando soldier, armed with an AK-47, was firing at the enemies outside the window. But suddenly, a noise was heard from behind. Turning back, he saw a church member standing behind him. The commando soldier, terrified, pulled the trigger, shooting the church member to pieces. Just as the commando soldier was about to continue fighting, he suddenly remembered that the church had clearly been cleared. So why were there still church members? The soldier hurriedly turned around, looked at the body, and then followed it back. He discovered what appeared to be a secret door at the end of the corridor. The commando soldier immediately reported the situation to his squad leader. The squad leader didn't dare delay. The commando captain, upon hearing the news, also felt the situation was extremely daunting. But he still decided to send a small team to seal the secret door. After all, he didn't want to be stabbed in the back by hundreds of crusaders suddenly appearing from behind in the middle of a battle. However, just as the team was about to seal the secret door, it suddenly opened. The dozen or so church members responsible for escorting the primordial magic were stunned. The commando captain was also stunned. The machine gunner nearby was quick-witted and immediately opened fire on the group with his PKM. Aside from 2 quick-witted church members who escaped, the rest were completely mutilated. The commando captain immediately ordered his soldiers to stop and then apprehended the 2 surviving church members. "I ask you, answer me, what exactly is in there?" The commando captain said sternly he wasn't going to give these church members any kind of leniency. It wasn't just because they were enemies, but more importantly, because the commando captain saw bloodstains on the church members' clothes. The bloodstains seemed to be still wet. An unacceptable answer emerged in the commando captain's mind. "No comment. The goddess of light will protect us," the church member shouted. But before he could finish, the machine gunner slammed him with the butt of his rifle. A tooth flew out of his mouth, and the church member immediately covered his mouth and screamed, "Ah!" But before he could even scream, the machine gunner grabbed the church member's head and punched him twice in the face. The church member was completely silent. A nation of etiquette, bang, bang, bang. Chapter 570. Speak or not. The machine gunner put down his machine gun, then picked up an M24 grenade and launched it directly at the church member's head. The machine gunner realized that using the machine gun was too tiring. It was faster to use a grenade, and the damage done by a grenade was far greater than that of a machine gun. Seeing the machine gunner about to hit him, the church member tried to dodge, but was held down by several other soldiers. Whenever the church member tried to dodge, the soldiers pinned him down and beat him violently. After several rounds of beating, the church member finally confessed. "I tell you! I tell you!" Finally, the church member confessed everything. "Down here is the Papal State's secret laboratory, with over 1,000 church personnel inside." The commando captain grabbed the church member by the collar and exclaimed angrily, "What did you say? Down here is your secret laboratory?" The church members were terrified by the commando captain's terrifying expression. The commando captain's expression was practically murderous. The commandos watching nearby were stunned. Why had the captain suddenly become like this? The commando captain quickly realized his own gaffe and waved his hand, signaling the commandos to escort the church member away. Although the commando captain wanted to eliminate the church member outright, he trusted De Yin. De Yin would not abandon any sinner. While the commando captain ordered his soldiers to repel the Crusaders' attack, he also ordered them to seal off the laboratory entrance. He reported the situation to the Airborne Division commander. Within 3 minutes, word of a massive laboratory within the city of Halef reached Leon. Without hesitation, Leon immediately ordered Caddis to change his plan. Halef must be captured, and all evidence of their crimes made public. Caddis's scalp tingled when he received Leon's order. He had also received the commando report. An underground laboratory staffed with 1,000 researchers. And according to subsequent interrogations, this underground laboratory was used to extract primordial magic. And it currently held over 10,000 prisoners from various countries. Many of them were captured from the Sin territory. Yes, they were captured 2 years ago, back when it was still the Sin territory. And Leon had a hunch that his people, the modern-day Great Flame people, were definitely among them. This was one of the reasons Leon was so eager to order his troops to capture the laboratory. Meanwhile, Cadus began to consider a change of tactics. Initially, Cadus's plan was to raid Halef, capture it, and then divide his forces to cut off the Crusaders' supply lines. But given the current situation, Halef had to be captured, and collecting evidence would take time. And most importantly, those over 10,000 innocent people. If they were left behind, their fate would be only one once the Crusaders arrived. That was being massacred by the Crusaders. Cadus immediately changed his plan and inquired about the current state of Halef's defenses. Finally, after examining the topographic map, Cadus decided to change his battle plan, presenting a new one. It was a top-tier tactic: siege the point and attack the reinforcements. The Crusaders would undoubtedly mass their forces to attack Halef. 20,000 airborne division soldiers, combined with a large number of armored units, would be more than enough to crush any incoming enemy. And the Papal State simply couldn't muster more than 100,000 troops to besiege Halef, unless he redeployed troops from the front. If he did, the Sun missiles and the Wehrmacht, locked in a stalemate with the Crusaders on the Kursk plain, would teach the Crusaders a lesson. The Pope immediately received news of the Halef attack. He immediately considered withdrawing troops from the surrounding areas, but just as he was about to withdraw troops from nearby housing, he suddenly remembered the Wehrmacht's raid on Halef. If they were able to raid once, they could surely do so a second time. So the Pope resisted the urge to withdraw defenses from the surrounding cities. He simply ordered Wendy Keller to find a solution. What other options did Wendy Keller have? Of course, she chose to withdraw 150,000 Crusader soldiers, heading straight for Halef, 300 kilometers away. Cadus would certainly not let Wendy Keller have her way. He immediately launched a fierce artillery attack, which made Wendy Keller furious. Currently, the Crusaders had only about 1.5 million combat troops on the front lines. Deducting 150,000 soldiers might seem small, only 1/10 of the total force. But don't forget that the opposing Wehrmacht also had a total strength of nearly 1 million. The loss of 150,000 soldiers would inevitably leave a gap in the Crusaders' defenses. This was the perfect time for the Wehrmacht's counterattack. Even further away, the battle for Halef was decisively won by the airborne troops, with overwhelming superiority. The 2,000 Crusaders were no match for the airborne troops' thunderous offensive. After capturing Halef, the airborne troops immediately began reinforcing its defenses. At the same time, the commandos received orders to clear the laboratory. The commandos unsealed the secret door. After carefully opening it, the commandos gazed at the pitch-black, bottomless passage, a solemn expression on their faces. For some unknown reason, they could sense a chilling chill mingled with the cold wind blowing from the passage. The commando captain ordered his men to begin exploring the interior. As soon as the soldiers entered, candles lit up along both sides of the passage. The soldiers were almost caught off guard, and many were startled. Even though they were professional soldiers, in such a claustrophobic and gloomy environment, no normal person would be unaffected. The secret passage was long. 20 commandos, covering each other and taking turns advancing, walked for a full 5 minutes. Finally, they discovered a secret door at the end of the passage. The commandos exchanged glances, unsure what to do. The commando leader, upon reaching the door, immediately ordered his soldiers to break it down. And just then, the door swung open automatically. A nun opened the door, and the moment she did, the nun's face was filled with astonishment as she stared at the dozens of large men outside. "Who are you?" But before the nun could finish her words, she was immediately apprehended by the commandos. The commandos immediately began advancing inside, but the soldier in front suddenly stopped, stunned by the scene inside. Chapter 571. The commandos stared at the laboratory before them, petrified in their tracks. What they saw made them doubt the reality of this world. Everywhere lay corpses, hung to dry, nailed to crosses. And all of them had been disemboweled. Some were already dried, but the expressions on the faces of the others, still fresh, told the world they had suffered immense pain before their deaths. The commandos couldn't help but stop, looking at the corpses, humans, demons, orcs, elves. The most outrageous thing was even sea creatures and mermen. Looking at these corpses, the commandos' faces grew heavy. With heavy steps, they slowly advanced. Just then, the lab's brute force noticed the commandos entering the gate. Some church members shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why are you here?" At the same time, they ordered the lab's security forces to encircle and suppress the commandos. The only answer they received was AK-47 bullets. The commando captain, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately reported everything to Leon. Leon issued a single order to these beasts: all church members, slaughter without mercy. I don't need to see any church members standing before me alive. I simply want them to meet their end. After receiving the order, the commandos quickly sprang into action. The free commandos revealed ferocious expressions. They launched a frenzied slaughter at these beasts. At first, these beasts tried to use their positions to rebuke the commandos. However, they discovered that these commandos were practically killing anyone they saw, including anyone wearing church attire. However, the commando captain remained cautious and chose to capture those who appeared to be the leaders. He felt that Leon, now enraged, had forgotten to take anyone alive. Good subordinates are always like this. Leon, the leader, only needs to issue orders, while the subordinates have to consider many things. Leon was so furious because these laboratories brought back horrifying memories from his past. Although Leon knew that these biochemical experiments could potentially violate human ethics, he strictly required Diane to use only the most heinous criminals. And they had to be the most heinous. Criminals who committed minor crimes wouldn't be sent to the underground base. But the problem was, these beasts from the Papal States were truly beastly. That's not right. Talking to an animal is too much of a beast. Isn't that like talking to a cow? I thought the Dwarf Empire was already beastly enough, but I didn't expect there were even more beastly beings. This wave was truly born in the family. Born right in the family. The commandos quickly began clearing the laboratory. Although the laboratory had some armed forces and a certain number of magicians, the airborne troops were no pushovers. Inside the laboratory, church members were trying to burn the documents. They had learned that the enemy had entered the city and had already entered the underground laboratory. They were rapidly clearing them out. The laboratory director had ordered the destruction of all evidence. But they discovered that the evidence was simply too much. So much that even they were frightened. If they wanted to destroy all the evidence, they would not only have to burn the scrolls, but also kill all the prisoners. That's over 10,000 lives, but to the Papal States, those 10,000 people meant nothing. In their eyes, they were just a number. In the laboratory research center, a gorgeous woman ordered her men to burn all the data. Lady Martha, the laboratory has been compromised. What should we do? A man ran over in panic. Burn the data and kill everyone. The man took several steps back after hearing this. This proved that the man still had a shred of conscience, but he couldn't change the fact that every time these men attacked the experimental subjects, he would flee. He considered saving these innocent people, but in the end, he could only collect the bodies of these innocent people. Perhaps collecting the bodies of these innocent people would finally bring this church member some peace. Friend, what's with that look on your face? Hurry up. Do you expect me to kill all those filthy creatures? Martha, upon seeing Fran's expression and actions, flew into a rage, her voice filled with disappointment. The reason Martha paid so much attention to this small subordinate was because Fran was the most handsome man in the lab. Fran must have been born with a good face. Otherwise, after repeatedly refusing to participate in experiments, he would have been dealt with by the church themselves long ago. But thanks to his good looks, he earned Martha's favor. Although Fran had always been indifferent to Martha, that didn't stop Martha from liking him. The people in the lab couldn't say anything about it. The matter fell through. Ms. Martha, if we kill them all, what will we do? Frank tried to make a final effort, but Martha's words silenced everyone present. Kill them all, and then we leave through the secret passage. Martha pinched Fran's face and headed straight for the secret passage. Frank glanced at the two Knights of Light behind him, who were staring at him warily. Frank knew he had to do something. The three of them quickly reached the hostage-holding area. The prisoners huddled together upon seeing their approach. Many prayed silently. Don't find me, don't. Looking at these already tortured people, Frank could no longer contain his anger. But he couldn't explode just yet. He had to find a way, a perfect way, to save these people. Frank fixed his sights on the commandos attacking the laboratory. They were now less than a kilometer from the hostage cells. But how could he contact them? And now the two Knights of Light were urging him to order the massacre of the hostages. What should he do? Seeing Fran unwilling to act, the two knights drew their swords, ready to finish him off. Fran, struck by an idea, immediately said, "The killing efficiency is too low. We need to find some weapons." The two Knights of Light exchanged glances and sheathed their weapons. Seems all right. Chapter 572. As Fran led the two Knights of Light forward, he began to ponder how to escape them. The weapons warehouse was a long way from where the hostages were being held, over 1,000 meters away. And the direct line to the commandos was 1,500 meters. How could he contact the commandos? Fran arrived at the entrance to the armory. Then, under the watchful eyes of the two Knights of Light, he opened the armory. The two Knights of Light wanted to follow Fran in, But Fran refused. "You want to follow me?" The two Knights of Light then stood outside and waited. As soon as Fran entered the armory, he headed straight for the shelf at the back. As the armory's guard, Fran could not only prevent many bloody incidents, but also begin to transform the armory. After years of planning, Fran successfully used magic to create a hole at the edge of the armory. Although Fran didn't know why he had created this hole, a voice within him kept telling him to make a hole. Thus, Fran had accidentally created a hole, and to his surprise, it actually came in handy. This hole connected the armory to the outer corridor. Without hesitation, Fran immediately climbed out. As he emerged, a cold wind blew through the dark corridor. It blew against Fran's face, and he instinctively shrank back, then sprinted straight towards the commandos. The Knight of Light, standing at the doorway, was unaware that Fran had successfully escaped. But even if they knew Fran had escaped, they wouldn't have blamed him on the commandos. After all, who would betray the enemy? Fran, after exiting the cave, ran furiously. He even bumped into several colleagues along the way, who were somewhat bewildered by Fran's frantic pace. And then, they saw Fran sprinting frantically towards the commandos. These colleagues instinctively assumed Fran was determined to fight the commandos to the death. Tears streamed down their faces filled with emotion and admiration. It was as if he was ready to die in Fran's place. "Fran, what do you mean, you're going to die in my place?" Fran's full-speed sprint quickly attracted the commandos' attention. The church members stared intently at Fran, hoping he would crush the commandos with a thunderous force. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. Fran, seeing the commandos pointing their guns at him, raised his hands without a word. The commandos watched the enemy raise their hands and instinctively stopped pulling their triggers. The commando leader, having reacted, instinctively wanted to kill Fran, but then noticed his unusual behavior. These brainwashed church members should have fought to the death. But why was this man so strange? Frank's unusual behavior saved his life. His colleagues were dumbfounded. "If you weren't a brother, you'd just let him go like that?" Just as the commandos were about to tie Fran up and take him away, Fran suddenly spoke. "The church is going to massacre those 10,000 people. They're going to die." Upon hearing this, every commando present was stunned. Although they didn't believe what Farron said, they wouldn't give up any opportunity. The commando captain quickly approached Farron. "Are you serious?" Farron was about to respond, but when he saw the captain's face, he was completely stunned. For Farron noticed that the commando captain looked a lot like an old friend. "Namara?" Farron muttered. The commandos were confused, and the captain clutched Farron's collar tightly. "What did you just say? You know Namara?" Hearing this name, the captain couldn't contain himself any longer. He'd been waiting for this name for 5 years. "I know her. She's right here," Farron said with a hint of hesitation. Looking at Farron's silent face, the captain understood what was meant by being here. The captain then ordered the soldiers to take Farron away. Just as Farron was about to be taken away, the captain spoke. "Namara is my sister. My name is Malgrove." Farron was completely stunned. As news of Farron spread throughout the assault team, Malgrove, without hesitation, took the lead in rescuing the hostage. The Knights of Light, noticing Farron's lack of movement for a long time, gradually realized something was amiss. 2 of them began calling out to the armory. "Farron?" There was no response from inside. "Farron!" The 2 knights lost their patience and headed inside. After searching around, they finally found the cave entrance. Looking at the hole, large enough for one person to pass through, they fell into deep thought. Did Farron escape? The 2 men walked out of the armory in a daze. Just then, a church member ran past them, muttering, "Lord Farron has surrendered. It's over. Everything is over." The Knight of Light frowned upon hearing this, then grabbed the church member and shouted at him. "What are you talking about?" The church member explained the whole story to the Knight of Light. The 2 Knights of Light fell into deep thought. "What's wrong with Farron?" One of them slapped the other on the shoulder. The 2 men then remembered Martha's instructions. If Farron surrenders, he will definitely rescue those people. So if he tries to surrender, kill him. The 2 men suddenly woke up, grabbed their magic weapons from the nearby weapon racks, and ran towards the hostage-taking area. Meanwhile, on the commando side, Marjlove and his men ran at full speed. Many machine gunners, carrying PKMs, ran faster than the riflemen, because they had already heard the latest news from Marjlove. Over 10,000 people were about to be massacred, and they were their only chance of survival. The commandos raced forward, and the airborne troops, who followed them in, were stunned upon seeing what was happening. They weren't brothers, the battle was almost won. Why were they risking their lives? Then, they too, heard about the plight of those 10,000 people. Then the entire laboratory was filled with the clatter of military boots. The soldiers rushed straight to the hostage cells, killing every god and every Buddha in their path. The church members were stunned, and upon leaving the house, they were driven back by the commandos. They were instantly defeated, paralyzed. But only the commandos themselves knew that they were in a race against death. Without any so-called divine help, they were mere mortals, yet they were accomplishing something extraordinary. Chapter 573. Margelov led the commandos straight to the hostage-holding cell. Although the underground laboratory was truly dark, they could already faintly hear distant cries. The cries of tens of thousands of people could not be silenced by a few hundred meters. At this moment, 2 Knights of Light had already reached the cell door. The Knights watched the commandos charging toward them, and were about to draw their swords. But they were instantly killed by a single RPG round. 1 Knight of Light died instantly, while the other was severely wounded, lying on the ground, unable to move. Margelov raised his AK-47, and fired a single shot into the gap in the Knight of Light's armor. The Knight of Light instantly kicked back and died. Then, Margelov looked at the cell door before him, and reached out his trembling hand. He carefully pushed it open. From within, he saw countless eyes staring at him. Seeing this, many of the commandos preparing to search lowered their weapons. The scene was truly shocking. In a basement room lit only by dim candlelight, tens of thousands of eyes stared at you. Perhaps you'd be afraid, but if these people saw no danger at all, only pleading, despair, and fear. Margelov was about to approach to inquire about the situation, but wherever he passed, the people retreated rapidly. It was as if Margelov and his team were heinous criminals. Margelov tried to prove that he was not the enemy, but found that these people would not listen to his explanation. Margelov finally ordered the soldiers at the gate to drag in the bodies of the 2 Knights of Light. When the crowd saw the bodies of the Knights of Light, the despair and fear on their faces instantly vanished, and they rushed forward like mad. The commandos instinctively raised their guns, but these oppressed people were not targeting the commandos at all. They arrived at the bodies of the 2 Knights of Light, and began to bite and wrestle frantically. However, the Knights of Light's armor made it impossible for them to move even a little. Still, they tirelessly used their meager strength to pound the bodies of the Knights of Light. Margelov did not stop them. Instead, he and his soldiers retreated outside the cell to wait. At the same time, as the cell was captured, the church members realized their situation was hopeless. Many fanatical members burned themselves to death, while others fled with Martha. Margelov left a number of his men to guard outside the cell to prevent any trouble. Meanwhile, he led a large force to continue clearing the laboratory. Eventually, they intercepted a portion of the data that hadn't been burned. Looking at the nearly incinerated data, Margelov felt a chill in his heart. These were indelible evidence of the papal state. However, what Margelov hadn't anticipated was that Fren had already foreseen all this and had backed up the data in advance, and hidden it in the possession of several ambitious young men who had agreed to follow Fran. These young men hid, waiting for Fran to find them. Eventually, Margelov obtained intelligence on the entire laboratory from Fran. Because the authenticity of the intelligence needed to be verified, Margelov had no choice but to open it and confirm it. But after opening it, Margelov only glanced at it for less than 3 seconds before immediately putting it away. Ignoring the words of any of the soldiers or his colleagues, he headed straight for the Airborne Division Commander's headquarters. Looking at the Airborne Division Commander before him, Margelov hesitated. The commander asked, somewhat puzzled, "Margelov, what are you doing? What is that in your hand?" Looking at the commander he had worked with day and night, Margelov ultimately chose not to hand over the intelligence. Instead, he pointed his gun at the commander and said, "Commander, I'm not sure if you have any connection to the Papal States, so I can't give you this information right now. But I can't contact the leader right now. I need you to call the leader. If this information is false, I will take responsibility for it," Margelov said resolutely. Looking at his beloved general before him, the commander was silent for a moment, then spoke. "It's okay. You must have received some important intelligence. I connect you to the leader." In Leningrad, inside the capital, Leon suddenly received a magical call from the Airborne Division Commander. He was completely stunned. These were critical times, and the Airborne Division Commander should have been on a special mission. Why would he call him? Leon finally chose to answer the call. "Leader, my men discovered important intelligence, and they say they must speak to you in person." Leon was a little surprised, but he agreed. Margelov picked up the phone and instantly heard Leon's voice. "Hello? This is Leader Leon. What can I do for you?" After hearing Leon's voice, the commando captain, who should have been fearless, suddenly burst into tears. At first, Leon didn't realize the seriousness of the situation until he heard a few words. Leader. De Yin. There are bad guys. Hearing Margelove's almost collapsed tone, Leon realized the seriousness of the situation. To have a professional soldier, and one from an elite unit like the Airborne in this state, something terrible must have happened. It's okay. Take your time. Don't worry. I'm listening. Leon tried his best to comfort Margelove. But what Leon hadn't expected was that after hearing these words, he lost control even more than Margelove himself. Leader. We liberated this laboratory, but we also obtained intelligence that records all the people slaughtered there over the years. Leon's brow furrowed. While he knew the laboratory had massacred many, was there any direct connection between this and Margelove's breach? Until the next words. According to incomplete statistics, in just 5 years, this laboratory has processed nearly 100,000 innocent people. Of these, over 40,000 are from the Sin territory. And 3,000 are from the Great Flame. After hearing this, Leon dropped the phone in his hand. The blood in his body instantly boiled, and rage consumed Leon. Leon's temples felt like they were about to explode. Leon suppressed his anger, picked up the phone, and continued listening to Margelove's report. And the last batch arrived 3 months ago. Leader, a traitor has appeared in our country. Do you think we still have the point in fighting? And the reason I'm so sure is because my sister was among the last group. According to intelligence, there's a spy inside Diane. Leon listened to every word of the news, then crushed the phone. It seems some people, after experiencing power, have forgotten the color of their heads, forgotten whether it's a god or a red flag. Chapter 574. Inside the capital, staff noticed Leon's abnormal behavior. Leon tried his best to control himself. Then he picked up the backup phone nearby and called Malgrove again. Reread that intelligence report now and confirm whether it's true. Also, Senior Barian will be arriving in Holliff soon. With him present, you can speak freely about the contents of this intelligence report. Diane is the great yin of the people of Diane, but if he doesn't want the most important thing for this country, then what is the reason for this country to exist? Hearing Leon's roar, everyone present was stunned. After hanging up the phone, Leon also called Barian over. He told Barian everything. Barian's face was expressionless, as if he had anticipated this day. Because it was so similar, the Holy Empire had also fallen in the same way. The once mighty empire was no match for the infestation within. By the time Dreams realized what was happening, the infestation had already rotted the Holy Empire. But thankfully, Leon had reacted beforehand. Upon receiving the order, Barian immediately flew to Horus City. Although his face remained expressionless, Barian couldn't help but wonder inwardly. It seemed that a purge from top to bottom was imminent in Great Yin. The previous rebellion had only purged a few thousand people. But Barian sensed that this purge would shock the entire world. For the Papal States, with its deep-rooted influence, had long since established its presence in other nations. Even the Holy Empire couldn't quickly eliminate the Papal States' influence. The original plan was to launch a vigorous purge of the Papal remnants within the country after victory in this war with the Papal States. But the problem was, no one had anticipated it. The raid on the laboratory had actually unleashed these tumors. That night, the entire Great Yin region learned of Leon's earlier missteps, and many were puzzled as to why Leon had lost his composure. However, events went beyond anyone's expectations. In the Papal city of Holliff, Barian had arrived in Holliff. He and Malgrove began clearing the laboratory's records. Soon, Barian's eyes lit up as he looked at the records. The names on them filled Barian with fear. First, this intelligence from the laboratory. It detailed the background information of every individual involved in this laboratory in the Papal States, and even included a list of traitors hidden within the Great Yin. This list shouldn't have appeared here, but they had never imagined it would be revealed. After all, who could have imagined that the greatest overlord of the entire continent would one day be attacked at home? This list was originally intended for the convenience of laboratory staff, but as it turned out, it ended up in the hands of the Yin. Barian and Margelove were now concentrating on reading the intelligence. Looking at each name, they both fell silent. Margelove searched through the list one by one, wanting to see the names he wanted to see, but also wanting them to be absent. However, reality was cruel. Margelove finally saw the name he least wanted to see on the list. He saw not only his sister, but also his younger sister, mother, and father. Margelove, a grown man, instantly burst into tears like a child. Although Friend's expression had already given Margelove a shot of defense, when the truth finally came, no amount of preparation would be of any use. Barian didn't bother to comfort Margelove, for he was shocked by the list. It contained the names of the 100,000 ordinary people the Papal States had slaughtered over the past 5 years. Among them, 3,000 were from the Great Flame and 40,000 from the territory of Sin. Barian could still accept the presence of people from the territory of Sin. After all, the Empire's previous jurisdiction over the territory of Sin was very lax. But what was the situation with these Great Flame people? These 3,000 people were divided into 6 groups and transported to the Papal States over the course of 2 years. And according to Papal intelligence, a great deal of connections were required to bring these 3,000 people to the Papal States. Barian didn't rush to pick up the list, but instead carefully read through it, a list filled with the names of the victims. After spending half an hour, Barian hadn't even read 1/10 of it before he closed the report. It's not that he didn't want to read it, but if he kept reading, he was afraid he'd be so impatient he'd just pick up his sword and chop the Pope down. Barian then picked up the personnel list beside him, internally complaining. I want to see how many idiots there are in this country. When Barian saw the names on the list, he nearly died on the spot. Barian finished reading the entire list, then quietly went outside, looking up at the moon. The Airborne Division commander beside him was puzzled. Master Barian, any results? Barian smiled wryly, and shook his head. The Airborne Division commander was a bit bewildered. There must be a result, and I can confirm the authenticity of that list. However, if I submit this list, I'm not concerned about the bloodshed that will soon follow in Yin. I'm afraid Leon will lose control. How could the leader lose control? If I tell you this list, and add the names spread by word of mouth by those imprisoned, if they get back to Yin, then Leon might very well be left all alone. Barian said calmly, sighing silently. I don't know why those fools in the Papal States would leave such valuable information here. Are they afraid we wouldn't know? The Airborne Division commander didn't answer Barian. Instead, he stared at the moon overhead with a worried look on his face. Yes. The list implicated so many people that even the top-tier warrior Barian felt terrified. Can the leader survive this? After much deliberation, Barian finally decided to report the list to Leon. The Duke's mansion. Lion, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly received a call from Hans at the Intelligence Bureau. Hans didn't explain the situation specifically, but for the first time, he urged Leon to come to the Intelligence Bureau immediately. Lion, aware of the gravity of the situation, headed straight for the Bureau without hesitation. And then, Leon exploded. Looking at the list, Leon was truly devastated. Because it included not only officials from Great Yin, but even officials from the Elven Empire. I had originally thought that establishing a new nation would allow everyone to live a happy and fulfilling life. But only today did Leon realize he was wrong. To build a happy and fulfilling nation, he must completely eradicate the harmful influence left by the previous regime. Compromising with capitalism and feudalism is unacceptable. The revolution in Great Yin has never stopped. Chapter 575. Lion stared at the intelligence in his hand, his facial muscles twitching with excessive anger. Hans stood aside, head bowed, silent. Hans, why? Yin is clearly getting better. Why did these people still betray us? Why? I trusted them, and how have they repaid me? Lion practically roared, his voice growing increasingly furious. His body language was highly expressive. Hans's head lowered further and further, not daring to meet Leon's gaze or respond. Because he already knew the whole story, if this were made public, the Intelligence Bureau would be thrust into the spotlight. This matter was enormous, and the Intelligence Bureau bore unshakable responsibility. Looking at the silent Hans, Leon sighed, then spoke softly. I tried so hard, and I never hated or targeted anyone. Why, in the end, they all been lying to me. Hans wanted to find a hole to squeeze his head into. At this crucial moment, someone appeared, easing the awkward situation. Yun Qingqi arrived at Leon's office. Leon looked up at Yun Qingqi with a hint of pity, then silently lowered his head. Yun Qingqi arrived in front of Leon and embraced him. It's okay. Those who lied to you aren't worthy of your trust. Well, you still have us. They're waiting outside. You're not just a leader now, you're also a qualified husband, and soon to be a father. Yun Qingqi held Leon in his arms, and spoke softly, nuzzling him. Leon forced a smile, and then said calmly, Go home now. I need to take care of some things tonight. No need to wait for me. Yun Qingqi was puzzled, but chose to leave anyway. Take care of yourself. Yun Qingqi warned before leaving. Yeah. Leon smiled and nodded, then watched as Yun Qingqi left. Looking at the heads poking out of the door, Leon smiled a rare smile. The women finally chose to leave. As they left, Leon's smile gradually faded, and he spoke coldly. Hans, You said the women behind me care so much about me. I can't let them down. They are so beautiful. I must protect not only them, but also Deyin. I won't allow anyone to threaten Deyin. So, do you understand, Hans? Hans straightened his back immediately after hearing this. Yes, leader, Leon said calmly. Before sunrise tomorrow, you and the Intelligence Bureau must give me an account of everyone on this list. If you don't live up to my expectations, then the Intelligence Bureau has no need to exist. Hans felt a surge of pressure upon hearing this. Understood. Hans walked out. Liongrad is now in ruins, in need of reconstruction. Yet, many have chosen to return to it at this critical juncture. Some want to rebuild Liongrad, while others want to continue enjoying everything Liongrad has to offer. The Intelligence Bureau originally had 3,000 armed personnel, but many were killed in the defense of Liongrad. Hans felt deeply distressed. These were all the Intelligence Bureau's treasures. The Intelligence Bureau currently only had 500 elite agents left. But these 500 were enough. Hans looked at his men, who had served him for years, and spoke without further ado. The leader has issued an order. Eliminate the traitors within Deyin. The masterminds on this list will not be allowed to see the light of day. Hans had still misinterpreted Leon's words. Lion meant to arrest them all for a civil trial, but Hans skipped the trial, and sent them to the goddess of light first. Galena, huh? You're sending all the garbage to me. You bastard. Hans's order was passed down without a hitch. Because in their eyes, even the death of the mastermind was a good thing. Their suggestion was, search their property, exterminate their clan, exile them 3,000 miles away, and finally execute them by slow slicing. The Intelligence Bureau's actions quickly attracted the attention of the garrison. The Holy Empire Front's troops had just arrived, and were unaware of the Intelligence Bureau's formidable power. Initially, they intercepted them out of duty. It wasn't until they saw the order signed by Leon that the Holy Empire Front soldiers finally understood that the legendary privileged unit really existed. And seeing the faces of the Intelligence Bureau operators, they couldn't help but flinch. Although the Intelligence Bureau operators were wearing baglavas, their eyes said it all. The Holy Empire Front soldiers watched them leave with some fear. Captain, who are these people in black uniforms? They're from the Intelligence Bureau. The company commander looked at them with a scowl. Why are we so afraid of them? The new recruit asked, puzzled. Actually, they're not that scary, but they're the scariest at night. The company commander had barely finished speaking when he realized he had received an order. Seal off Liongrad. The company commander glanced at the departing Intelligence Bureau vehicle and, without hesitation, sealed off Liongrad. At the same time, undercurrents began to surge throughout Liongrad. Many traders had heard about this, but they weren't sure whether Lion would act. They only knew something had happened today, but they weren't sure what it was. After all, the airstrike on Horif was top secret, and the airborne troops were training in isolation. There was no way these traders would have received any information. Death awaited the traders. That was their fate. Intelligence Bureau agents were also ordered not to contact their families. The entire Intelligence Bureau appeared within Liongrad like a ghost. Marched towards the traders. Inside the cabinet minister's residence, the cabinet minister was meeting with several generals. They were all high-ranking officials bribed by the Pope, and they were now plotting how to seize power in Deyin. The last person who plotted a coup had their graves covered in grass taller than a man. They didn't want to try a coup, but the papal state was worried about losing on the front lines, so they decided to take a gamble. Unbeknownst to them, several cars were arriving at the door. No talking. Do you understand? The commander said, jumping out of the car first. Elite intelligence agents filed out and launched a purge of the cabinet minister's residence. Is there a blood moon tonight? Or is it just my imagination? Leon muttered, gazing at the high moon. Chapter 576. Who are you? What are you doing? The guard at the cabinet minister's residence shouted. They had never seen the Intelligence Bureau troops after their re-equipment. The Intelligence Bureau troops had already begun transitioning to the late Cold War era. The modern uniforms, aside from the rather awkward AK-47s, looked like modern troops. The airborne forces and the Intelligence Bureau were the first to complete their re-equipment. The experimental uniforms were only issued to the Guards Division, and now the Guards Division has been almost completely wiped out. Lion had no plans to disband the Guards Division. Instead, he began expanding it. The original regimental level organization was directly expanded to divisional level. The planned expansion was 6 divisions, totaling 150,000 personnel. The Guards Division had undergone an epic reinforcement, and their equipment had also begun a complete transition to the Cold War era. Only our most unfortunate armored divisions suffered the most. No, the infantry divisions should be the worst off. We fought every battle that needed to be fought, but we didn't get any of the equipment we needed to replace. The armored divisions all had some Cold War equipment, while our infantry divisions were still using Mauser rifles. Almost all of the AK-47s went to the armored divisions, along with the artillery and other support units. By the time the infantry divisions began to replace their equipment, there wasn't much left. The infantry divisions were devastated when they saw the junk they had left behind from other friendly units. The equipment was in such a terrible state that only half the soldiers in the entire infantry division had upgraded to AK-47s. But at least the infantry had new shoes, at least it's new. And so a very strange phenomenon occurred. The Wehrmacht soldiers currently on the front lines, namely the armored and infantry divisions, were still wearing the M35 uniform. The elite troops in the rear, namely the Guards Division and the airborne troops, were equipped with the Russian Type 17 uniform. However, this uniform is very expensive, and Lion has only issued full sets to a limited number of troops. Some troops on the front lines have only been issued field uniforms. Although this uniform is expensive, one thing must be admitted, this field uniform is truly impressive. Liongrad. The CIA troops immediately apprehended the guard outside the cabinet minister's residence. Then, they knocked the screaming guard unconscious with the butt of their rifle. Under everyone's notice, they headed straight for the main hall of the cabinet minister's residence. The surrounding residents were startled by the noise, but when they saw the vehicles bearing the CIA logo, they retreated. Seeing the intelligence bureau during the day might not necessarily spell trouble, but seeing it at night is bound to mean something serious, and it's incredibly serious. The cabinet ministers have a slew of assassins, and upon seeing the intelligence bureau troops enter their residences, they immediately draw their guns and shoot. But these are elite intelligence bureau operatives. The moment you draw your gun, they already be blasting you to pieces with their AK-47s. Elite operatives know nothing but indiscriminate killing. Hans doesn't know how to talk about love. He only knows how to train his troops for intelligence work. Facts have proven that the troops he trains are exceptional, with extremely quick reactions and decisive action. The cabinet minister's assassins were completely stunned. Wielding AK-47s, the intelligence agent stormed the main hall of the cabinet minister's residence, slaying anyone who stood in their way. Now it was the turn of those involved in the coup plot to panic. They thought the intelligence agency had learned of their plot. However, to their surprise, the intelligence agency wasn't arresting them for this matter at all. Many ministers immediately began to resist, but the outcome was only one. When these ministers drew their guns, their fate was sealed. Without a single surprise, they were instantly riddled with bullets by the intelligence agents. To their death, they never understood the reason for their deaths. The cabinet minister's face was grim as he watched the intelligence agents slaughter those who resisted. And most shockingly, these intelligence agents didn't even spare those who begged for mercy, because they had received orders to spare no one alive. Those who remained were either valuable or simply pleasing to the eye. The intelligence bureau agents instantly cleared the entire cabinet minister's residence. The gunfire alarmed the surrounding residents, but many residents of Dayin were unfazed. Because a person of integrity has nothing to fear, they were the builders of Dayin, so how could they bring themselves into trouble? Besides, the use of firearms by the intelligence bureau must be a major undertaking. How could a small figure like me possibly get involved in such a major event? So what should I do? Of course, I just go to bed. The cabinet minister looked solemnly at the 7 or 8 gun barrels pointed at him, then spoke calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, what have I done wrong? The intelligence agent's face darkened instantly, and he spoke bluntly. I really want to kill you. We're the same species, and I feel insulted. With all the abominable things you've done, do you deserve to be called a human? The cabinet minister was stunned by the intelligence agent's words. What kind of words are these? What abominations have I done? Just as the cabinet minister was stunned, the intelligence agent laid out the minister's crimes before him. Looking at the words human trafficking and the addition of traitor to the Pope, the cabinet minister's heart instantly sank. If it were a traitor, his family wouldn't necessarily die miserably, but if it was trafficking in the Great Yin population, he would be utterly destroyed. Even his family and his entire clan would be completely wiped out from this world. Because Leon had repeatedly emphasized the importance of population. And Lion values the people of Dayin who participated in the construction of Dayin even more. I'm dancing on Lion's weak spot. Do you think I can survive? The cabinet minister nodded, deciding to admit his mistake. Admitting is half the battle. However, the result surprised the cabinet minister. The intelligence agents, upon seeing the cabinet minister's confession, beat him to a pulp on the spot. The cabinet minister's face was filled with astonishment. He collapsed in a pool of blood, stunned. Young people have no martial ethics. Isn't it said that surrender is half the battle? Not only was the cabinet minister killed, but so were the others on the list. They never understood until their death how they had been shot down simply for admitting their mistake. As they were being slaughtered, the cursed plains also saw a turning point. After Cadus learned that the Crusaders had withdrawn troops to support Horif due to the fall of Horif, the plan for the spring counteroffensive began to take shape. Chapter 577. For the entire night, throughout Lyon, the gunfire never ceased, with sporadic bursts of gunfire everywhere. This puzzled many residents. What had happened? Why was there still so much gunfire even though the war was clearly over? But they didn't ask too many questions. Knowing too much about some things isn't a good thing, and besides, they would know everything tomorrow. The gunfire continued until the next morning. When the residents woke up and went about their daily routines, everyone was surprised to find that the intelligence agency troops in the city had disappeared, and the areas where the gunfire had occurred the previous night had been completely cleared. It was as if nothing had happened. But looking at the empty houses, everyone knew something must have happened last night. And many officials and their families had disappeared. The capital was unusually silent the next day. A sudden meeting was held in Lyon. All the officials from Great Yin who were still in Lyongler rushed over, but they were shocked to find that the conference hall, which was supposed to hold hundreds of people, was only 2/3 full, with the remaining 1/3 of the seats empty. But these officials didn't dare ask any further questions. Each one fidgeted uncomfortably in their seats. Although they hadn't witnessed the purge last night, many had heard rumors. They only knew that many people had died last night. And, most outrageously, these people and their families had vanished this morning. Not even their bodies had been found. It was as if these people hadn't existed at all. But did they really not exist? They looked at the cabinet, which was already missing 2 or 3 people and several ministers. Could it be that none of this really happened? Leon spoke calmly, looking at the restless officials. Right here on your table is our latest intercepted intelligence from the Papal States, and it has been confirmed to be true. Upon hearing this, the officials immediately picked up the intelligence and began to read. As soon as they reached the first page, they were all stunned. It was densely packed with details of the crimes committed by a cabinet minister. Everyone's scalp tingled with fear. Only then did they realize what had caused the gunfire last night. The officials looked at the thick stack of evidence, each unsure of what to say, but they all meticulously flipped through it. The entire conference room was utterly silent, save for the sound of pages being flipped. Several high-ranking military officials, upon seeing that their own officers had also participated, were so frightened they nearly stood up. Because Leon was currently leisurely sipping tea, his face expressionless. But as the military brass, they were using Leon to analyze and ponder issues. The calmer Leon's expression, the bigger the situation seemed. If Leon was both calm and drinking tea, they could probably go buy a coffin right now. Watching everyone finish reading, Leon drained his cup of tea in one gulp and then stood up slowly. Everyone present almost instinctively straightened their backs. Everyone, you reviewed the evidence. What are your thoughts? When I first received this evidence, I felt like the sky had fallen. I trusted them so much, and this is how they repay me? Using the people's money to oppress them and treat them as slaves. Do you think they have any reason to live? I want to tell you that the Intelligence Bureau launched a massive purge last night. Don't even think about contacting those who were captured. They are no longer alive. Don't even think about visiting their graves. Traitors don't deserve graves. Honestly, I want to dig up their ancestors' graves right now. I really want to see what kind of ancestors they were. To have bred such a tumor. Such scum. Such a traitor to humanity. Bang. Leon's voice grew increasingly agitated, and he accidentally bumped into his teacup, sending it crashing to the floor. Leon then realized his loss of composure, but no one present expressed any disapproval. The entire conference room was eerily silent. Because if it were Leon, they'd probably react the same way, and likely even more violently. The Great Purge is just the beginning. Many others are involved in this inhumane act. The Papal States test subjects were almost all captured from the Holy Empire and us. Although there was a purge before, it seemed to be just a superficial effort. Even last night's purge was just a superficial one. If we want to completely eradicate this industry chain, we must do our utmost. Perhaps you're wondering why we have to take on all this, putting aside the citizens of other countries. You only need to understand that in the land of Great Yin, the people are the most important thing. They are more important than any of you here, even me. And I don't want to see those who have contributed to Great Yin being sent to the abyss of the Papal States because of our inadequate protection." Lion slammed the table with his fist, and the officer in charge of border crossings instantly stood up. "Report to the leader. My department will cooperate and complete the task." In fact, this officer wasn't the supervisor, as the supervisor had died last night. Windsor also stood up and spoke. "The security forces are ready and stand ready to cooperate with the Intelligence Bureau to clean up the domestic industrial chain." Many officials also stood up and began to loudly echo. However, at this moment, the arrival of an uninvited guest made everyone present shudder. Hans. He pushed the door open and walked in, then stood behind Leon. He looked at the enraged crowd with a disdainful smile, then said sarcastically, "Greetings, officials. Did you all sleep well last night? Do you think the purge is over? Guess what we learned from the homes and mouths of those purged?" Hans finished, holding up a notebook, flipping directly to the first page, and reading casually. "Carlid, the Director of Education, accepted bribes exceeding." The next second, the Director of Education abruptly stood up, attempting to argue. But Leon waved his hand, and 2 guards escorted the director away. Hans immediately withdrew his hand, then looked at Leon questioningly. "Do you want to continue?" Lion nodded indifferently. "If we want to fight, to eradicate the past cancer, we must cut the Gordian knot quickly." Chapter 578. Just as Lion began its purge, the Cursed Plains also saw a turning point. First, 150,000 Crusader troops were withdrawn. Faced with this situation, Wendy Keller, an ordinary general, could only pull back his defenses. He attempted to establish new defenses to counter the Wehrmacht's counterattack. While Wendy Keller wasn't a particularly outstanding general, he was at least a general. As a qualified general, he possessed a certain ability to judge the battlefield situation. Although Wendy Keller knew that his side, as the attacker, was anxious, but Caddis on the other side wouldn't miss a single opportunity. Caddis would definitely seize the opportunity and deliver a heavy blow to the Crusaders. While Wendy Keller was pulling back his defenses, he intensified his orders to his soldiers to prepare for battle. He could sense that the Wehrmacht would launch a counterattack within the next few days. And a major one at that. Even elsewhere in the city of Horlef, airborne troops had already begun preparing to siege and attack the reinforcements, leaving Horlef a deserted city. Almost all the airborne troops dispersed, and upon spotting the Crusaders arriving for reinforcement, they immediately surrounded them. Then came a thunderous attack. The Crusaders, however, concluded that the airborne troops' actions were intended to restrict the Crusaders' frontline movements. Karif was currently the most important transit hub on the front line. Ever since the destruction of the previous supply center near the front, it had become the most important frontline supply hub. The loss of this location meant a serious threat to the Crusaders' frontline supply, severely restricting their movements along the entire front. Therefore, the Crusaders were determined to capture Horlef. Sending 150,000 troops wasn't the Crusaders' original plan, it was the only force they could currently deploy. These 150,000 troops were the Crusaders' best efforts. However, for the airborne troops, these 150,000 were merely a small sliver of their strength. Furthermore, the Wehrmacht had urged the Research Institute to accelerate the development of anti-tank missiles in order to counter the Knights of Light. Lion was also very interested in the development of anti-tank missiles, and had set his sights on the Red Arrow 73. This was our first-generation anti-tank missile. It employed optical aiming, infrared tracking, and semi-automatic control. In fact, this missile also had another reputable name, the A3. But unfortunately, the Red Arrow 73 was more suitable for the physique of the Great Flame Baby. The reason for going to such great lengths to develop anti-tank missiles was to compensate for the lack of penetration of ordinary RPGs. With the advancement of equipment, the role of infantry has become increasingly important. In the wars of the past few years, armored units were the central force of the conflict. But as time passed, the military began to change. The emergence of the Knights of Light significantly impacted the status of armored units. Armored units were no longer the absolute main force of warfare. Air forces and missile units also entered the scene. To deal with tank-like entities, like the Knights of Light, fighter jets and missiles were essential. Tanks alone were no longer enough to encircle and suppress the Knights of Light. At this time, the combat capabilities of infantry were weakened. Faced with the terrifying Knights of Light, the Wehrmacht infantry was completely powerless. They had finally acquired superior RPGs, only to see the opposing Knights of Light begin to evolve. Warfare is a cycle of continuous evolution, until the enemy is overwhelmed by their own technology. The advent of anti-tank missiles will greatly relieve the pressure on the frontline infantry, and increase their ability to hold the line. The very night the 150,000 Crusaders departed, the Wehrmacht launched a fierce artillery barrage. The shells rained down upon the Crusader camp like free ammunition. Many Crusaders were awakened by the blasts just as they were falling asleep. Some Knights of Light had barely had time to remove their armor when a shell pierced their tent, sending them flying. Belatedly realizing what was happening, they scrambled to their feet, bewildered. Had they been bombed? As usual, the Crusaders began to take shelter in their dugouts. But Wendy Keller ordered the frontline soldiers to hold their ground, because he believed the Wehrmacht would launch a counterattack tonight. However, it turned out that the old guard was still the wisest. Caddis had predicted Wendy Keller's prediction. There would be no offensive action tonight, instead, a blanket artillery barrage. Each gun needed to fire at least 50 shells. They couldn't leave duty until they finished. Each of the 6 Gustav guns also had to fire 5 shells. The Crusaders couldn't sleep tonight. As for tomorrow, Caddis's plan was to wait and see what changes the Crusaders would make. If the situation favored him, he would order the armored units on the front lines to launch a counterattack. Caddis also knew that continuing this stalemate wouldn't be a solution. Although the Wehrmacht's strategic reserves appeared abundant, supplies would eventually run out. The yen was currently experiencing a period of growth, and substantial funds were needed to invest in other development projects. As the backbone of the yen, the Wehrmacht needed to utilize limited military funds to accomplish more. This was how an army should be. Inside the Wehrmacht camp, Gudry was leading his soldiers in cleaning their tanks. They had learned that after the Battle of Kursk, their Tiger tanks would be retired. The T-62 would replace them. Gudry looked at the Tiger tank before him, and thought of the 2 years it had accompanied him in battle. Dozens of battles, large and small, without a single defeat. Old friend, after this battle, you need to rest. Rest is good, so you can watch the yen grow stronger. The Tiger tank before him remained motionless. Like a towering mountain, it stood silently on the ground. But this very immovable mountain brought everyone an incomparable sense of security. Gudry and his men had received orders that they might have combat missions in the next few days. But what Gudry hadn't anticipated was that Wendy Keller's daring move had brought forward the planned counterattack. Because Wendy Keller believed they would launch an attack tonight, she piled many soldiers on the front lines, exposing them to the bombing. Although some Crusader generals objected, many still accepted the Wehrmacht's assumption of a tonight attack. As a result, this confirmation brought unfortunate consequences to the soldiers on the front lines. Soldier, Aminos. Chapter 579. The artillery fire continued throughout the night, until a Wehrmacht observer spotted Crusader soldiers struggling to emerge from their positions. The observer immediately reported this to Caddis. Caddis immediately dispatched scouts to investigate the situation on the front lines, and the report quickly returned. That was the night before. Nearly the entire Crusader front hadn't rested properly. Over 100,000 troops had suffered varying degrees of artillery fire. Initially, some troops attempted to withdraw, but were stopped by their generals. They had no choice but to endure the bombardment. According to incomplete statistics, the Crusaders had lost at least 20,000 combat-capable soldiers that night, and many more were exhausted from a sleepless night. Caddis immediately realized this was a golden opportunity, a chance to change the course of the Battle of Kursk. Caddis immediately ordered the frontline soldiers to launch a full-scale counterattack within an hour. The entrance to the Kursk plain had now been reduced to a scorched earth. Neither side sent reinforcements to the entrance, knowing that whoever stationed troops there would be bombed. So the Crusaders stayed away, fearing another round of bombing. But after last night's bombing, these Crusaders became more obedient. Originally, they planned to line up for breakfast, but unbeknownst to them, the Wehrmacht on the other side had already completed its final offensive preparations. Across the entire front, nearly 10,000 armored units had already assembled. 2 infantry armies, totaling 400,000 men, were also ready for coordinated operations. Gudry looked at the infantry regiment following the heavy tank battalion, a solemn expression on his face. Can these infantrymen withstand the Knights of Light? Gudry shook his head, of course. Others didn't know the fearsomeness of the Knights of Light, but as an armored unit, didn't they know it too? The Knights of Light had a glorious record of crushing a T-34 tank in a single blow. How could the infantry withstand it? The Wehrmacht soldiers were gathering and eating breakfast. At first, many infantrymen were optimistic about the war. But as the war progressed, they gradually realized something was amiss. The Wehrmacht discovered that the war was gradually deviating from their expected direction. It was more of a stalemate. At first, they believed that the Wehrmacht would quickly crush the Papal States. But things went against their expectations. As the war progressed, the soldiers didn't believe the Wehrmacht would lose, but they also felt that victory was a distant prospect. The fear of the Knights of Light lingered in their hearts. Caddis also knew the extent of the damage the Knights of Light had inflicted on the Wehrmacht soldiers. So he desperately needed a victory to prove the Wehrmacht was no match for the Crusaders. The soldiers quickly finished their breakfast, while the Crusaders on the other side were still enjoying it. Although both sides fought fiercely, there was an unwritten rule. They tried their best not to disturb each other during meals. But the Crusaders' mealtimes were much more demanding than the Wehrmacht's. In the words of the Crusaders themselves, mealtime was sacred. The goddess was watching over them, and their appearance and posture must be elegant. Galena? Elsewhere, the Wehrmacht had finished their meal and immediately began preparing for the attack. The soldiers were cheering each other on. And far away, at the Elven Empire's air base, Stuka bombers had already taken off. The rocket artillery unit had already begun inspecting its loaded rockets. Blitzkrieg was all about speed, and speed presupposes abundant firepower. Inside the Crusaders' positions, they also vaguely sensed that something was amiss. For some reason, many soldiers felt their hearts racing. Wendy Keller finished her plate of delicious food and then waved her hand, signaling the maid to discard the dozen or so dishes on the table. She wiped her mouth gracefully, then walked out of the tent and gazed upon the magnificent battlefield before her. A beam of immense pride filled her face. This is the Papal State. These are the millions of troops under my command. Wendy Keller's pride instantly reached its peak, and she struck a self-righteous pose that instantly captured the attention of those around her, but her coolness didn't last more than 3 seconds. A dense whistling sound filled the air. The Wehrmacht's artillery bombardment had arrived once again. Wendy Keller hurriedly and huddled in a nearby shelter. The entire Crusader camp was instantly thrown into chaos. Although they were already in disarray, having endured repeated bombardments and no longer huddled together, they were still flustered in the face of the bombardment. At first, they thought it was just a normal, light morning bombardment. Now, the Wehrmacht had been pouring artillery fire and ammunition into the Crusaders every day, forcing them to advance. But this morning's fire was particularly intense. Wendy Keller gradually realized something was amiss. Today's artillery fire was truly outrageous. It would normally take a few minutes to hide in a bomb shelter and be covered in dust. But today was different. In less than half a minute, dust rained down on Wendy Keller from the prestigious air raid shelter she was in. Wendy Keller was completely paralyzed. But he quickly realized. No! This is going to be bad. However, just as Wendy Keller stood up and prepared to order the soldiers to deploy, a Gustav shell slammed into his air raid shelter. Because the Wehrmacht already had detailed knowledge of Wendy Keller's whereabouts. Wendy Keller's high-profile appearances every day had already irritated many within the Crusaders. Furthermore, Wehrmacht reconnaissance teams had captured a number of Crusaders in recent days. From them, they learned Wendy Keller's daily schedule. Before Wendy Keller could even leave the house, she was hit by a Gustav missile, instantly losing her life. The command realized they couldn't contact Wendy Keller. By then, the Wehrmacht had already seized this opportunity. Taking advantage of the attack on Wendy Keller's command post, Caddis immediately ordered an all-out attack. The rocket artillery began firing, a barrage of rockets whizzing past. They pelted the bewildered Crusader positions. The Crusaders were stunned. They hadn't even finished their breakfast. Their pots, pans, and even their own bodies were blown up into the air. To their death, they never understood why they were bombed even though they were clearly beyond the safe distance. The so-called 37-kilometer safe distance was a Wehrmacht deception. Chapter 580. As rockets pounded the Crusader positions, the already crushed Crusaders became even more devastated. Without hesitation, Keynes immediately ordered a full-scale attack. The armored forces launched the attack first, with over 2,000 tanks forming a dense formation, acting like steamrollers, galloping across the Kursk plain. The Crusaders tried to stop the tanks, but their magic rifles were completely ineffective against them. The Knights of Light reacted immediately, hurriedly donning their armor and preparing to head to the front lines to block the Wehrmacht's counterattack. However, with the Wehrmacht preparing for so long, how could they not have anticipated the Crusaders' move? No sooner had the Knights of Light assembled than a barrage of bombers descended from behind the Kursk plain. This frightened the newly assembled Knights of Light to their core. The bombers' bombs rained down like a tsunami. Many Knights of Light were blown to pieces on the spot. These Knights of Light felt a chill in their hearts. Blown up by artillery shells, rockets were joining in the fun, and now even bombers were coming. Are they trying to destroy me? The bombers' appearance successfully suppressed the newly emerged Knights of Light. The Wehrmacht seized this opportunity, and led a large force through the Crusaders' frontline defenses in one fell swoop. The Crusaders at the forefront, facing defeat, were like chickens pumped with blood, shouting something like, "For the goddess! Long live!" And then, they charged directly at the armored formations. The outcome was predictable. Lao Gan Ma smashed them in two. One on the ground, the other in a tree. Even further away, the Crusader command realized they couldn't contact Wendy Keller at all. Someone immediately took command and began ordering the frontline troops to close in, abandoning 1 or 2 lines of defense. At the same time, they ordered the reserve troops in the rear to immediately deploy to the battlefield. Finally, the chaotic Crusaders finally received the order from above. With command, they immediately demonstrated strong coordination. The Crusaders on the second line of defense decisively abandoned their position and retreated to the third line, forming a more stable defense. Caddis couldn't help but feel a sense of unease about the third line. The third line of defense was almost out of range of the Gustav. But some heavy artillery could still reach that distance. So Caddis faced a choice: take the third line in one fell swoop, or withdraw while he could. Caddis looked at the map and realized that the first and second lines of defense were completely meaningless, their only purpose being to leave troops there to be bombed. Only starting with the third line of defense did it have any significance. Part of the third line of defense rested on the mountain. If it were taken, artillery positions could be built on the reverse slope of the mountain, extending their reach even further. After a brief moment of deliberation, Caddis made his choice. Got it. The Rocket Artillery Division, which had just withdrawn, received the order to resume fire. Now it was the Rocket Artillery Division's turn to be furious. Damn it! You think reloading rockets is just a matter of words? Haven't you heard of the saying, 5 minutes of fun, 2 hours of reloading? The Rocket Artillery Division commander tried to argue with Caddis, but Caddis only said one thing. Are you going to do it or not? If not, get out, Commander, do it. With one sentence, the entire division broke the record. The loader reloaded at lightning speed, his hands so fast that sparks practically flew. Sure enough, fatigue is just a capitalist lie. The Rocket Artillery Division reloaded the rockets at lightning speed. Taking advantage of this gap, the artillery continued to suppress the enemy. Many guns reached their peak rate of fire. The sustained and intense artillery fire made the Crusaders believe that the Wehrmacht was about to launch a general offensive. Everyone held their guns tightly. The Wehrmacht troops farther down the defense line were watching the fireworks display. Guthrie lowered his binoculars and spoke into the car. Clyde, don't panic in the next battle. Do you understand? We are a team. Now is not the time to be a hero. Guthrie repeatedly warned. Clyde was the new loader. The previous loader had been struck by a shell while retrieving ammunition from the ammunition rack during a previous battle, resulting in him being sent directly to the hospital for treatment. Clyde was the ace loader among the other tank crews. Young and full of energy, he looked down on everyone. From the moment he arrived, Clyde challenged Guthrie's position. Guthrie was taciturn and often wore a stern expression. Those who knew him knew that Guthrie was thinking. He was not only a qualified commander, but also a qualified tank commander. For 2 years, in dozens of battles, Guthrie's unwavering command had kept his crews safe from the battlefield. The rest of the crews suffered casualties to varying degrees. Guthrie's heavy tank battalion had the lowest casualty ratio among the dozen or so heavy tank battalions. Caddis had already considered training Guthrie to succeed him as commander of the armored division. Although Lyon had chosen Guthrie from the beginning, Caddis remained cautious. After all, Caddis had never heard of Guthrie's insecurities. But in the past 2 years of war, Guthrie's excellence had surpassed the others by a wide margin. Based on this record, a skilled warrior would definitely declare him a good horse. Caddis. Seems right. Caddis had already decided to promote Guthrie to general after the Battle of Kursk. Command the 1st Armored Division. A rough diamond should be polished, but it shouldn't be constantly polished. Young people can also become the trendsetters of our times, inside a Tiger tank. After listening to Guthrie's words, Clyde replied nonchalantly. Yes. Young Clyde, untouched by adversity, had earned a silver medal and assumed an air of supreme authority. Everyone was at a loss for words. Clyde arrived at his post and stumbled upon the medals hanging inside the tank. Clyde was stunned. Several gold medals were dangling. Clyde's eyes widened. Is this the legendary crew? The driver couldn't help but laugh when he saw Clyde's reaction. Young man, you still have a long way to go. As everyone chatted and laughed, the Rocket Artillery Division had completed its preparations. The speed was astonishing to the other friendly troops. Rocket Artillery Division, you said fast. Caddis was also stunned. No, you really are that fast. After a brief silence, Caddis gave the order to attack. Dilly 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 dilly. Swish swish swish. The charge had sounded, rockets streaked across the sky, and the decisive counterattack had begun. Chapter 581. With the Rocket Artillery Division's assault, the entire Crusader front was already defenseless, and with this new round of attacks, they truly couldn't withstand it. Rocket artillery is no worse than artillery shells, especially when faced with a saturation attack from a cluster of rockets. At that time, if you could just hide in the trenches, clutching your head and crying for your mother, you'd be lucky. Even though these Crusaders were brainwashed, they ultimately collapsed in the face of death. For they simply couldn't withstand such long-range attacks. Magicians exist in this world, but low-level magicians are replaced by the flood of technology. High-level magicians serve only the powerful. Wars rage on, and in the end, only the lower classes suffer. With the sound of the charge, the armored forces launched a mighty attack, but with great regularity. They maintained a constant pace, ensuring that the infantry followed behind and provided cover. In terms of infantry-tank coordination, armored units are certainly important, but infantry is equally crucial. Entry-level tank infantry coordination requires only one thing: don't crush the infantry. As long as you don't crush your own troops, you're halfway there. The Qin Kingdom and the Elf Empire may have armored forces, but they're still figuring out how to prevent tanks from crushing infantry. The Wehrmacht couldn't achieve perfect tank infantry coordination at first, but then Lion came up with a trick. They used dummies for the test. Anyone who could still crush infantry with a tank after 6 months of training would have their pay docked. When the Wehrmacht drivers heard about the pay cuts, they instantly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Then Lion dropped a bombshell. That means those who pass the assessment will get a pay raise. Although money isn't important, it's truly crucial. With the allure of a little cash, the Wehrmacht tank drivers were like jacks. Not only were they perfectly cornering, but they were also perfectly drifting, truly mastering the artillery. Tens of tons of tanks were driving like crazy. Although the tank unit's advanced speed was somewhat affected, the tank guns and mounted machine guns continued their relentless fire. Rockets rained down on the Crusader positions. Dense sparks flew everywhere, reducing the entire Crusader position to a sea of fire. Yes, the Rocket Artillery Division also launched some incendiary rounds. This was to force the Crusaders out of their dugouts. At first, the Wehrmacht considered using chemical weapons, but this was rejected. Because they were the attackers, and their strategy was to fight quickly and decisively. Chemical weapons, if not handled with care, could easily become a magic weapon capable of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of their own. The Wehrmacht fought furiously, and the opposing Crusader observer, despite the onslaught, spotted the incoming Wehrmacht. He immediately reported the situation, and the Crusaders finally dug Wendy Keller out. If Wendy Keller hadn't used magic to obtain oxygen, she might have been dead. Seeing her men dig her out, a dusty Wendy Keller instantly regained her former composure. What's going on? The generals all lowered their heads. Wendy Keller's heart sank at the sight. An elderly general spoke calmly. The first and second lines of defense have been lost, and now the third is under attack. Hearing the old general's words, Wendy Keller nearly closed her eyes and died on the spot. What are you doing? The massive Crusaders can't even withstand the attacks of the tiny Wehrmacht? Wendy Keller pointed at the generals' faces and said bluntly. The old general was momentarily mortified. I tried my best to speak here, and in the end, they just scolded me. Is this even human? The old general felt a chill in his heart. Wendy Keller's behavior infuriated everyone present. Wendy Keller, however, didn't take it seriously. After all, in his eyes, he had just been buried in a bomb shelter for so long before being dug out. All of this was the fault of the person before him. I couldn't possibly be at fault. As long as I wasn't at fault, then someone else must be at fault. Wendy Keller had been blinded by power. Before this, he had never considered what was wrong with him. Power can make a person lose themselves, no matter who they are. Though his generals were chastised, they still offered Wendy Keller advice. Some veteran generals offered advice. They suggested that the Crusaders immediately abandon their defenses, switch from offense to defense, and abandon these meaningless positions on the border. Some more experienced generals had already seen the direction of this war. Winning was impossible. Now it was time to think about how to end this war. But some of the younger representatives spoke frantically. We haven't lost yet. We still have 50,000 Knights of Light. We can fight for the goddess once more. The young and the moderate factions instantly engaged in a quarrel. The two sides argued furiously, while some wise men had already reached the front lines, commanding the Crusaders to defend against the Wehrmacht's advance. But without the command of the High Command, the troops commanded by these generals were nothing more than minor obstacles in the Wehrmacht's advance. The Wehrmacht's torrent of steel crushed them all. Inside the Crusaders' position, a young soldier struggled to emerge from his artillery shelter. As soon as he emerged, he was met with a barrage of rockets. Feeling the vibrations of the rockets impacting the area around the position, the young soldier clutched his head and cried out loudly. "No, Mom, I want to go home." The soldiers nearby, hearing this, did not laugh at the new recruit. Many soldiers had already wet their pants with fear. The shock of the rockets hitting nearby was unimaginable. In that moment, you might have been pissing yourself in fear, but you simply didn't know it. The young soldier wandered aimlessly through the trenches. They had completely forgotten the commander's order to defend. It wasn't until a veteran slapped the new recruit that they realized what was happening. Just as he was about to say thank you to the veteran, he was instantly blasted to dust by a shell. Blood still clung to the new recruit's face. The next second, before he could recover from his shock, he saw a torrent of steel rushing towards him from afar. The new recruit had only one thought in his mind. Where had our Knight of Light gone? Didn't we say we had the goddess's help? So where was the goddess? The new recruit raised his rifle and fired at the tank, and the gunner spotted the weak and pitiful new recruit. However, on the battlefield, showing mercy to the enemy has no good consequences. The gunner fired decisively, reducing the new recruit to dust. This was a battlefield, not a game. The new recruit saw only a flash of tank fire in the distance, and then his vision went black, and he knew nothing. Had he ascended to heaven? Chapter 582. The news of the fierce attack on the Crusader front quickly spread throughout the Papal States. At first, Wendy Keller tried to suppress the news, but soon found it impossible. The Pope placed a magic call directly in front of Wendy Keller. Gritting her teeth, Wendy Keller chose to answer the call. Then she was subjected to a barrage of scolding from the Pope. "Wendy Keller! What are you doing? Tell me you can't hold a single front with 2.5 million troops. Even a two-headed pig in your position could have 2.5 million men crushing the Wehrmacht, right?" Wendy Keller lowered her head silently, and the other generals watched. Why did the scene sound so familiar? Some generals remained expressionless, but inwardly they were already laughing. "Wendy Keller! You come to this." Wendy Keller endured the scolding silently. But she didn't take the Pope's curse to heart. Now that he holds military power, he no longer takes anyone seriously. The Pope, realizing that Wendy Keller seemed unmoved by his long-winded scolding, was momentarily unsure how to continue. Then he sighed, and said with some resignation, "I heard the third line of defense is about to be breached. You and your men should immediately retreat to the fourth line, and reinforcements will arrive at the third line shortly." Hearing the Pope's words, Wendy Keller's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the Pope possessed a means to turn defeat into victory? As it turned out, the Pope did indeed have a few cards at his hand that he hadn't yet played. And every one of them was a masterstroke. The Crusaders, holding their ground at the third line of defense, suddenly received the order to retreat. They didn't even consider why they had received the order. The moment they received it, they simply ran. The Wehrmacht armored forces, who had just arrived, were puzzled by this scene. What had happened? Why didn't the Crusaders abandon their positions? Just a moment ago, they had seemed determined to fight to the bitter end, so why were they now running? Gudry, upon seeing this, immediately ordered his soldiers to halt their advance. Although he didn't know why the Crusaders were retreating, he firmly believed in the principle of never pursuing a desperate enemy. He immediately reported the situation to Catus. However, before Catus could finish his analysis, something unexpected happened on the front line. Light gates appeared above the third line of defense. The Wehrmacht immediately trained all their weapons on them. Is a major event imminent? Gudry leaned forward, his eyes narrowed, and watched the light gates in the sky. What the hell was this? The next second, a portal of light opened in midair. One by one, the Knights of Light leaped out, landing heavily on the ground. In a short period of time, over 1,000 Knights of Light leaped out of the portal. For an armored force, 1,000 Knights of Light might not be much, but why were these Knights of Light clad in golden armor? Why did they look so much like golden versions of the Knights of Light? After discovering these Knights of Light, the Wehrmacht immediately launched countermeasures. Although they didn't know exactly what these golden Knights of Light were, many within the Wehrmacht could sense their powerful aura. After a brief silence, the commander immediately ordered the infantry to retreat, while the armored units advanced to block the Golden Knights' advance. At first, the armored units attempted to follow their usual tactics against the Knights of Light, long range, rotating fire. They pinned the Knights of Light down at a distance. This was to exploit the Knights of Light's lack of long-range attack capabilities, thereby suppressing and annihilating them. But this time, they miscalculated. These Golden Knights of Light possessed long-range attack capabilities. As the tank cluster began firing, a golden spear flew out from the Knights of Light's formation and struck a T-34 tank directly. The spear penetrated directly from the front, piercing the tank's interior. The tank instantly ground to a halt, shattering its ammunition racks. A second later, flames shot up into the sky. The tank was instantly reduced to scrap metal. The rest of the tank unit was stunned upon seeing this scene. After a brief pause, Guderian immediately ordered all Tiger tanks forward, and the medium tanks to retreat, taking cover behind the heavy tanks. If they couldn't even stop the heavy tanks, then the armored forces were a joke. However, the penetrating power of these golden spears proved to be modest. While they could penetrate T-34 tanks, they couldn't penetrate Tiger tanks, and even Panther tanks struggled. The Wehrmacht gradually began to respond, firing a barrage of artillery shells at these Knights of Light. Without hesitation, these Knights of Light immediately retreated into the trenches of the third line of defense. Simultaneously, a large number of spears were hurled. Even Tiger tanks were threatened by these spears. Just as a Tiger tank was about to reverse, a spear struck the driver's seat. And it pierced right through. However, as if by divine intervention, the spear pierced the front armor, the tip missing the driver's nose by a fraction of a centimeter. The driver was terrified at the sight. The tank commander also witnessed this terrifying scene, and couldn't help but sweat for the driver. Lucky Lady Ming-like, this driver. The Tiger tank group quickly realized that these Knights of Light were adept at using spears to attack them. The tank commanders immediately ordered the Tiger tanks to retreat, and the rest of the tank unit followed suit. After all, these were merely thrown weapons, and generally, they had a limited range. I just couldn't believe it. Could these javelins reach 1,000 meters? Even if they could throw them farther, could they reach as far as a tank cannon? Cannons are no match for human power. However, it turned out that these Knights of Light were inhuman. The tanks retreated 1,000 meters, and prepared to attack the Knights of Light with their cannons. However, just as the armored troops stopped and prepared to fire their cannons, a spear flew directly in front of Gudley's Tiger tank. Gudley was stunned. The driver was also stunned, not to mention the gunner with his super magnifying scope. The next second, Gudley ordered the driver to retreat rapidly. He also warned the tanks behind him that these Knights of Light were in serious trouble. When Caddis heard the news, a solemn expression crossed his face. This is going to be a disaster. Those beasts of the Papal State have finally chosen to betray the contract. Chapter 583. The Wehrmacht, upon seeing this, immediately requested long-range support. The rocket artilleryman was exhausted. The loader had already used all his hand speed. But he still couldn't reload immediately. Still can't do it? Just because the rocket artilleryman couldn't do it didn't mean others couldn't. 6 Gustavs unleashed a salvo. 6 shells sent the Golden Knights soaring into the air. But to everyone's surprise, these shattered Knights of Light actually reassembled. What the heck was this? For the first time, the Wehrmacht felt their worldview shattered. The soldiers operating the Gustavs were stunned upon hearing this news. Not a brother, this is a Gustav. Not a 50mm mortar, it's an 800mm cannon. The Gustav gunners, unconvinced, fired another barrage. But the reality was, no matter how hard the Gustavs pounded the Crusaders' Golden Knights of Light, these Knights of Light could always be pieced together. After hearing this news, Caddis paced back and forth within the tent. No, there's definitely a problem. These Knights of Light definitely have a weakness. Whether it's magic or anything else, everything obeys the law of conservation of energy. Even God can't conjure anything out of thin air, he must rely on various entities. So, what exactly is the principle behind these Golden Knights of Light before him? Caddis couldn't help but recall the instructions the previous Holy Empire Marshal had given him before his death. Many things were prohibited from dissemination during the Kuenberg era. After the Holy Empire experienced a coup, the elders of that era, witnessing its decline, yearned for its past glory. Though the past was forever a thing of the past, the Holy Empire's guardians continued to protect the already weakened Holy Empire in their own ways. This was especially true of the military commanders. Although they had signed a contract, they constantly tested its limits. They discovered that if they left no written evidence and simply passed it on orally to their successors, the so-called contract would be invalid. Thus, the Holy Empire's high-ranking officials passed down some of the Kuenberg era's knowledge orally. These predecessors of the Holy Empire used this most crude and foolish method to protect this vast empire. Every nation has its protectors and heroes worthy of praise. You may not understand their heroes, but you cannot denigrate them. Of course, this assumes this country is a normal one. Those beastly heroes from beastly countries should be flushed down the drain. After all, Darwin said that species are diverse. Darwin? ? Suddenly, Caddis remembered something passed down orally by his predecessors. There was a description of this Golden Knight of Light. This Knight of Light contained an extremely powerful magical core, and it took dozens, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people to assemble it. And the so-called accumulation is the use of the raw magic power within these people's bodies. These 1,000 golden nights of light are equivalent to the number of lives harmed by all ordinary nights of light combined. This magical core possesses a powerful healing ability. If its critical value is not exceeded within a short period of time, it will quickly repair itself. These golden nights of light have always been immortal, or perhaps even the ultimate weapon of the Papal State. The Holy Empire paid a heavy price to deal with these golden nights of light. In the end, it was Kuenberg who led a secret unit from the former Holy Empire Legion and successfully sealed these Holy Knights of Light. But for unknown reasons, these golden Knights of Light were activated again, and they violated the contract of that time. On the eve of the coup d'état in the Holy Empire, Dreens made a pact with the gods to completely seal the technology of Kuenberg's era in exchange for their support. Dreens believed that although the Holy Empire had swept the world under Kuenberg's leadership, without the gods' support, Kuenberg would ultimately fail. Therefore, Dreeny believed himself to be the savior of the world. This is how the so-called contract came about. And the most important part of the contract was to seal the technology of the Papal States. Back then, the Papal States had devised countless methods to combat the Holy Empire, even considering using divine power to create a large number of magicians, but these plans ultimately failed. In the end, it was proven that only technology could defeat technology. The Legion of the Knights of Light was born. But in the end, they still failed to defeat the Holy Empire. However, the methods of the Knights of Light against this gold have been passed down. That meant a massive attack must be unleashed in a short period of time. Upon hearing this, Caddis immediately requested missile assistance from Leon. The missiles, combined with the immense power of Gustav and the others, would directly exceed the critical mass of the Golden Knights of Light. Upon hearing this, Leon agreed to Caddis's request and immediately ordered the missile unit to prepare for launch. But just as he had issued the order, Leon suddenly remembered that someone was conducting secret experiments somewhere in the Gobi Desert. And due to its unique nature, the Pirchet project has been shrouded in secrecy. Even high-ranking officials have difficulty obtaining information on the project's progress. Only Hans and Leon are fully aware of its progress. And according to the latest news, Robert is almost done with the magic mushroom eggs. Robert and his team had long ago refined a super-concentrated magic crystal block. This super-concentrated magic crystal block is even more powerful than the one Fuchsia had previously refined. The energy difference between the two is exponentially increasing. Robert had not only condensed the super-concentrated magic crystal block, he had also prepared the triggering device. In other words, the magic mushroom egg was only one step away. That was detonation. But Robert couldn't find the right moment to detonate it. After all, no one knew its true power. While Robert could tell it was powerful, he couldn't calculate the exact power of a cubic decimeter of super-concentrated magic crystal. This was a Pandora's box. Once opened, the consequences would be disastrous. So Robert had been calculating its power, and it seemed he had reached the final step. However, a phone call from Leon allowed Robert to successfully calculate the final answer. Chapter 584. The Pirchet project is located in a vast desert. It lies at the border of Great Yin and the Violet Duchy. Originally a grassland, this area gradually became overrun by deserted creatures as the environment changed. The past was gone, and it eventually became a deserted place. Even the Orc Empire avoided it when it moved south. The Pirchet project chose this location. A secret town was built there. This town occupied one of the few water sources in the desert. It was named Pirchet. The town was merely a disguise. Beneath it lay a vast base. Some travelers, who had strayed into the desert, had previously seen this sudden appearance and had attempted to find a place to stay. However, upon seeing the military flags and dense barbed wire at the town's gate, they all retreated. However, the defenders escorted them out of the desert, but they remained silent, regardless of any questions. None of the defenders responded. Not even the simplest name. With the appearance of the Knights of Light, the entire Great Yin was plunged into a wave of public pressure. The question was, the National Defense Army lacked the weapons to fight the Papal States. Although Robert and his men were isolated and unable to contact the outside world, they could still receive news from the outside world, such as newspapers. And recently, because Leningrad had been attacked, Robert, as the head of the Pirchet project, had to return to Leningrad to report in person. A jeep drove directly from the Violet Duchy to Leningrad. Unobstructed by checkpoints, the journey was smooth and unimpeded. The entire journey, Robert kept thinking about how to calculate the specific energy of the super-concentrated magic crystal block undergoing magical nuclear fission. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with a good solution. How could he calculate this? Robert gazed at the scenery outside the window, his mind flashing through the knowledge he had learned. How could he solve this problem? Why was it so difficult? Robert racked his brains, but he couldn't come up with a solution. And just then, the vehicle, which had been driving normally, suddenly ran into trouble. The car was rear-ended. The soldier and the driver were stunned. We're not brothers, but rear-ending each other sometimes happens, right? I was trying to escort an important person to another place, and you suddenly rear-ended me. Do you have a grudge against me? The soldier got out of the car, ready to question the driver about the incident. But Robert couldn't wait any longer. He glanced at the Capitol, which was so close. Robert spoke to the soldier. I'm going to the Capitol to see the leader first. You handle things here. Ignoring the soldiers, Robert grabbed his hat and jumped out of the car. As he stepped out of the car, the cold wind blew in his face, and Robert instinctively tightened his coat. He then put on his hat and walked towards the Capitol. Robert's mind was preoccupied with the formula in his head, and before he knew it, he had quickly reached the Capitol entrance. However, Robert didn't notice the person walking towards him. Bang! Ouch! A cheerful female voice rang out. It wasn't until he hit someone that Robert realized what was happening and quickly looked at the person on the ground. The person who had been hit also looked up at Robert. The two exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Because they knew each other. Ma, are you okay? Robert began to speak, then suddenly realized something and quickly changed his words. Are you Robert? The dark-haired woman stood up, grabbed Robert's hand, and said excitedly, No, young lady, you made a mistake. Robert quickly pulled his hand away, then pulled his hat down, hurriedly explained, and quickly backed away. Robert, don't try to trick me. We agreed to be together after graduation, and then a year ago, you vanished from the face of the earth. Before you left, you said you worked at a certain company, but I went to that company and asked everyone, and they don't even have anyone like you. The dark-haired woman practically roared, then crouched down, tears streaming down her face. The guards at the Capitol entrance saw this, thinking something had happened, and rushed over immediately. This is what happened next. The guard, clearly recognizing the dark-haired woman, spoke up. Ms. Marina, what happened? Marina pointed at Robert and said, I suspect this man is a spy. Help me catch him. Robert waved his hand quickly. The guard glanced at Robert, then at Marina. Robert didn't look like a bad guy, did he? However, since Marina worked at the Capitol, and Robert didn't know her, the guard decided to approach her and ask her. However, just as the guard was about to question him, an intelligence agent appeared and stopped him. This man is beyond your comprehension. He's from the Great Yin, so there's no need to question him. The intelligence agent handed the guard his ID. The guard instantly perked up upon seeing the intelligence agent's ID. Yes, sir. The guard then looked at Marina, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Miss Marina, this. Marina stood up resolutely and pointed at Robert. You're still a man. Admit who you are? Robert lowered his head, and the intelligence agent, seeing this, was distraught. As Robert's protector, the agent was aware of the sensitivity of Robert's identity. It could be said that ever since Robert assumed the leadership of the Pure Chip project, Robert's file had vanished from this world. Only those who had met Robert knew of his existence, but no matter how hard they searched, they could find no trace of him. Even Robert's files had vanished from the academy he attended. This was why Marina, after a year-long search, had found no trace of him. Even Robert's sister remained tight-lipped, never revealing anything about her brother. Once upon a time, Marina and Robert decided to work at the Yin. Marina studied mathematics, and Robert studied physics. Both were top performers in their respective fields. A competition brought them together, and their friendship grew. Unfortunately, Robert chose a path destined to be different. At least, he couldn't tell Marina he was Robert until the thing exploded. This was top secret. Does this scene sound familiar? Chapter 585. Robert ultimately left, even though he desperately wanted to tell Marina that he was Robert and that he was willing to take on everything. He was willing to fulfill his promise. But now, he couldn't meet Marina. Looking at Marina's face of despair, Robert's nose was red with tears, but he still left resolutely. Marina, just wait, we'll be able to meet soon. The reason for such strict secrecy was that, while the Papal State didn't know exactly what the Wehrmacht was doing, they did discover clues. The Wehrmacht was conducting a large-scale experiment. And this experiment was kept extremely secret. Perhaps this excessive level of secrecy led to even more attention being paid to the Pure Chip project. In fact, there's a possibility that if there hadn't been so much initial attention, the Pure Chip project might have gone unnoticed at all. This was truly a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. So many countries began searching for the Pure Chip project, and many countries painstakingly discovered its name. But many of them assumed it was just an engineering project that Pirchet was a dam or a highway. However, everyone was wrong. This thing was a devastating force. Robert made his way to Leon's office and walked right in. Leon had been waiting for Robert in the office. To see Robert, Leon had cancelled all his morning plans and quietly waited for him in the office. Robert, without the slightest air of arrogance or formality, accepted the cup of tea offered by the guard with a familiar air and drank it all in one gulp. "Leader, that thing is almost done. The only thing left is calculating its power." Robert had just finished his drink, swallowing it without even savoring it, and then went straight back to work. Leon didn't blame Robert's straightforwardness. Instead, he admired his straightforwardness and decisiveness. What's wrong with researchers being timid and hesitant in front of him? Leon wouldn't eat them. He's just an ordinary person, and a henpecked husband. Although Leon appears serious and oppressive in front of others, at home, his status is truly that of the younger brother. "Leader, we currently have an experimental magic mushroom bomb. It can be detonated, but there's a huge problem. We don't know its true power. That's the most difficult question right now. It's like a Pandora's box, holding unknown secrets." Listening to Robert's explanation, Leon's expression grew solemn. Robert was right, the unknown is the most terrifying. But Lion looked at the map on his desk, which resembled a plane, and the latest battle situation marked on it. Lion finally sighed. Robert also noticed the change in Lion, and couldn't help but ask, "Leader, what's going on?" Lion told Robert everything that had happened on the Kursk plains. Robert frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't our conventional weapons able to destroy these golden knights of light?" Lion shook his head. "Conventional weapons are a bit difficult." Robert suddenly thought, then said with sudden enlightenment, "Since we can't determine the power of 1 cubic decimeter, let's try 1 cubic centimeter. According to our previous assumption, 1 cubic decimeter could probably destroy a city, and the power of 1 cubic centimeter must be far less than 1 cubic decimeter. But our assumptions and reality are different." "So, leader," Robert said, looking up at Leon, as if asking if he wanted to conduct the experiment directly. "Do you mean to conduct the experiment directly on the battlefield?" Robert nodded affirmatively. "Although we haven't detonated any mushroom bombs, leader, we can guarantee that any mushroom bomb will detonate perfectly, because we not only use conventional detonation methods, we even use magical detonation methods. With double insurance, there's no chance of failure." Robert's voice echoed throughout the office, and Leon was stunned for a long time. Robert had already said this. Didn't he know what was going on? The answer was to simply drop this magic fission bomb directly on the battlefield. Lion thought of those familiar faces from his past life. They were quite familiar indeed. Lion might have felt a little resistant to those familiar faces. After all, they were ordinary people. Lion wasn't a beast. While he knew there were many beasts among these ordinary people, that didn't mean there weren't normal people among them. But now was different. After a brief reflection, Leon decisively agreed to Robert's suggestion. He blew up the Knight of Light. "What's a Knight of Light?" "A beast, beast, are you calling me that again?" "No, it's clearly worse than a beast." After a split second of brainstorming, Leon decisively agreed with Robert's idea. He then personally called the missile unit, and ordered them to immediately prepare a sun-burning missile, and have it escorted to Pirchet by the military. Looking at Robert's excitement, Leon lowered his voice, and spoke seriously. "Robert, do you realize how terrifying this thing you created is?" The joy on Robert's face froze instantly, and he spoke in a serious tone. "Of course I know, leader. You once said, to strengthen a nation, you must strengthen its sword. To enrich a nation, you must strengthen its people. De Yin needs a weapon of last resort to deter those villains, and, leader, there are gods in this world, and as the head of Pirchet, I heard many secrets from Fuchsia about those past events. So I know that De Yin must have this weapon, both for the present and the future. If you don't want to be the villain, then let me do it." Leon stopped Robert, and patted him on the shoulder. "The first detonation is mine, and no one can compete with me. I am willing to be the villain because I came up with this plan, and you are merely the executor. And my question is just to test your readiness to accept it." Robert immediately stood up and spoke loudly. "Reporting to you, leader. Robert, on behalf of the 143 members of the Pirchet project, reports that we have made all preparations. With your command, magical fission will unfold in this world." Chapter 586. That night, a torrential downpour descended upon the entire Great Yin. This once-in-a-century downpour drenched the land of Great Yin. In response to this sudden downpour, Great Yin even issued an emergency evacuation warning. Many people in Great Yin couldn't help but lament that the downpour came at such an untimely hour. Many things were delayed by the downpour, but one thing remained. A specially designed heavy-duty transport truck drove into the military factory. An hour later, the truck emerged, loaded with something. The object was tightly wrapped in airtight waterproof cloth. Once it left the military factory's armory, a large number of military vehicles escorted the truck. Security forces even closed certain sections of the road. Many people who had just finished get-off work saw the scene and momentarily thought the Crusaders were attacking again. It wasn't until they saw the convoy passing that they realized what the army was escorting. There was even a 7th-level Dochi Knight leading the charge. This stunned the residents. The convoy passed the entrance to the capital. Leon and Robert were standing in the rain, watching the convoy. "All right, leader, wait for our good news," Robert said, putting on his hat, and rushed out into the rain. Leon watched Robert return to the convoy. It took him a long time to recover. A guard nearby asked, "Leader, Robert's gone. Should we go back?" After hearing the soldier's words, Leon finally realized what was happening. "Let's go back and wait for any further action." Marina witnessed this scene. Or rather, everyone in the capital witnessed it. They couldn't help but wonder, who was this man? How could he walk side by side with leader Leon? Even Hans, the intelligence chief, had to walk behind Leon. But no one stopped Robert's actions. Because Hans was watching from a distance. If the intelligence chief hadn't spoken, how could they possibly speak? A torrential rain completely severed all contact with the outside world. No one noticed this inconspicuous transport unit. Perhaps some did, but they were quickly distracted by the downpour. A missile was transported directly to Pierchet. Robert slept all the way. Finally, a soldier knocked on the car window. "Mr. Robert, we're here." Robert woke up immediately and looked at the familiar Gobi Desert. "What time is it?" "It's still 2 in the morning. The convoy has been traveling all day and all night." The soldier glanced at his pocket watch and replied, "Is the launch site ready?" "Report. The missiles have been loaded at the launch site. Now all we need is your order." An officer ran over and told Robert the details. Robert immediately jumped out of the car. Just then, thunder and lightning roared in the distance. "Robert, Commander, a thunderstorm is coming." An officer in charge of weather observation ran over, speaking into the fierce wind. A thunderstorm once in 1,000 years was about to descend upon this desert Gobi. The fierce wind blew Robert's hat off. God is so unkind. He's forcing everything, isn't he? Then let the storm get even worse. Robert immediately called the underground base. "Send the most important magic crystal here immediately, and quickly. We need to launch this missile before the thunderstorm." After receiving the order, Fushia arrived with several researchers, carrying a special box. Robert was pacing with his hands on his hips. "Robert, it's time to get started," Fushia said. Robert was about to order the magic crystal to be loaded, when he suddenly saw a strange light flickering in the distant clouds. Looking up, he saw a pair of eerie eyes staring back at him. Dazed, Robert blinked and looked again, only to find that the eyes had vanished. Was it my imagination? Boom! The sound of lightning alerted Robert. "Don't waste time. I'm feeling uneasy. Hurry and install it." Robert took out his key, and Fushia did the same. Both keys inserted simultaneously, revealing a colorless crystal the size of a thumbnail. Robert looked at Fushia, but Fushia gestured for Robert to do it himself. Donning special gloves, Robert carefully removed the colorless, yet eerily luminescent, super-concentrated membrane crystal. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he boarded a missile already stationed on the ground. He then placed the super-concentrated magic crystal in the activation device. Several soldiers discussed among themselves. "Do you think this thing will work?" "I think it's a little doubtful. It's only the size of a fingernail." "How powerful can it be?" "Yeah, it's only the size of a fingernail. He can't possibly flatten the Crusader front line, right?" After Robert finished all the work, he ordered the soldiers to conduct 2 more rounds of inspections. Meanwhile, the thunderstorm was drawing closer. Robert informed Leon of the upcoming launch, and Leon authorized Robert to handle the missile at will. Without hesitation, Robert immediately prepared to press the launch button. At the same time, he ordered the soldiers to evacuate the launch site, leaving only Robert and Fushia behind. Although the Sunshine missile had been launched countless times, it was always better to be safe. The soldiers and staff quickly evacuated to an air raid shelter dozens of kilometers away. Then, they quietly observed the missile through a telescope. Robert approached the launch button and was about to press it. At that moment, he felt a sudden flash of strange lights in his mind, and he instinctively looked up. A strange face appeared before him. Although he couldn't see its face, it held an inexplicable allure. It was disturbing Robert's mind. "Child, come into my arms." What you're doing now is not worth it. Robert suddenly clutched his head in pain, struggling with his inner struggle. Fuchsia also sensed Robert's abnormality, then suddenly injected her magic power and patted him. Robert spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked up at the sky with a final, mocking expression. I finally understand what the leader was talking about. Is this all you have? This is just your final, agonizing howl. Robert then pressed the launch button. The burning sun missile, carrying the entire future of Great Flame, shot towards the Kursk plain. At that moment, on the Kursk plain, the Wehrmacht's armored forces were locked in a desperate battle with the Golden Knights of Light. Smoke filled the air. Numerous tank wrecks littered the landscape. The Wehrmacht was on the verge of collapse. Caddis's several squire knights had already thrown themselves into battle, resisting the pressure from the Golden Knights of Light. But defeat was imminent. They were powerless to recover. Chapter 587. On the battlefield of Kursk Plain, the Wehrmacht's armored forces were losing ground. The Wehrmacht was completely powerless to destroy these Golden Knights of Light, whose spears could destroy a tank with each throw. No matter how many tanks there were, they couldn't withstand such an attack. It was like a massacre without suspense. The Wehrmacht could only retreat again and again, surrendering the second line of defense they had already captured to the Crusaders. The Wehrmacht even abandoned the first line of defense and retreated to its original position. At first, these Golden Knights of Light attempted to pursue them relentlessly. But they were suppressed by the dense artillery fire. Because the entrance to Kursk Plain was so small, the Wehrmacht's initial attack was limited to a single area. This prevented the Wehrmacht from concentrating heavy firepower for suppressive fire. But at the entrance to Kursk Plain, the Wehrmacht's artillery's attack surface became a single point. The dense artillery fire was enough to suppress the arrogant Knights of Light. But this could only suppress the enemy. The Knights of Light continued to advance, bit by bit. Dudley watched this scene, ready to fight to the bitter end. He lowered his binoculars and looked back at the remaining 20 or so Tiger tanks in his battalion. Since these Golden Knights of Light realized that only the Tiger tanks could withstand their attacks, they immediately began targeting them. The Tiger tanks, originally serving as shield bearers in the front, gradually transformed into archers in the rear. And the already fragile medium tanks could only provide cover for the Tiger tanks. The armored forces' casualties skyrocketed. Caddis was heartbroken at the sight. This was the entire Wehrmacht's wealth. If it were all wasted here, how would he face Leon? Caddis wanted to take action himself, but was hampered by the staring eyes of the Papal States. Damn it! If I had Barian's strength, I would have already defeated them. Caddis cursed. As time passed, the Crusaders, with their Golden Knights of Light, pressed forward. It seemed they had no intention of giving the Wehrmacht any chance of survival. Dudley could only command the tanks to retreat. But this retreat was destined to be difficult. With every step, a tank was destroyed. Inside these tanks were his comrades, his own men. Looking at these Golden Knights of Light, Dudley felt for the first time a sense of powerlessness against the armored forces. Even the mighty armored units could be slaughtered by the enemy. The armored units retreated again, and Caddis, unable to bear it any longer, decided to send in his infantry to resist the Knights of Light. If the armored units were lost, the Wehrmacht would no longer be able to launch a counterattack. The Wehrmacht had already lost over half of its tanks. It was no longer able to launch a large-scale offensive, and if the fighting continued and all these armored units were annihilated, then the Wehrmacht would truly be reduced to a mere shell. So Caddis gritted his teeth and decided to sacrifice his infantry for armor. It was a truly helpless choice. But Caddis was not one to betray his teammates. The infantry he sent out weren't just any other infantry, but 2 Violet infantry divisions, personally recruited from the Violet Principality. Using almost all his strength, Caddis ordered the 2 infantry divisions to join the battle. Because Caddis had promised them, when they enlisted, that he would bring them back alive. But now, he was using them as cannon fodder, sending them to their deaths in vain. Caddis suddenly felt quite sorry for these Violet men. These Violet men had followed him on his campaigns for the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire later abandoned them, and the entire Violet Duchy was devastated. Furthermore, Edward III ceded the Violet Duchy, leaving tens of millions of Violet men displaced and exiled. And now, these passionate Violet soldiers were being used as cannon fodder. The surrounding chiefs of staff didn't know what to say. Although these Violet infantry divisions were personally recruited by Caddis, they received no preferential treatment. On the contrary, they were constantly carrying out the most difficult missions, equipped with the worst equipment. Every time the commanders of these Violet infantry divisions came to Caddis to complain, Caddis would always say, "The equipment will be there. Everything will be fine." Although the Violet soldiers knew this was just an excuse Caddis was using to fend them off, they didn't object. For they were all comrades, Brothers in uniform. Brothers, wasn't that their own? The two Violet Infantry Division commanders received their orders to join the battle. They then repeated their orders several times and finally sighed. The two Violet Infantry Division commanders looked toward headquarters, saluted, and then led their soldiers to the battlefield. Along the way, armored units, freshly withdrawn from the front lines, were everywhere. Looking at the damaged armored units, a flicker of fear crossed the hearts of the Violet soldiers. Of course, they knew the armored forces were powerful, but if even they were defeated, what good would they be? But fear notwithstanding, they were still the only ones standing against the tide. In the command center, after several minutes of silence, Caddis pointed at the liaison officer and said, "Order the artillery. Fire freely. If the artillery stops, I kill those artillery commanders." "You're on the hook." Two Violet Infantry divisions were deployed, leaving the opposing Golden Knights stunned. Even the armored units themselves were stunned. What were these infantrymen doing here? Guthrie understood Caddis's intention with just one glance. Then he pounded the tank hard and said with regret, "If only we were a little stronger." The Violet Infantry Division had successfully bought the armored units a little time to retreat. Of course, this time sped retreating came at the cost of their casualties. An infantryman asked his squad leader, "Have we been abandoned?" The squad leader tapped his helmet. "No, we're covering our allies. We're here, so they can leave safely." "Will we die?" "My mother's waiting for me at home." At this, every soldier present fell silent. They had already seen the Golden Knights charging towards them. Perhaps they would never see them again. A feeling of despair permeated the entire infantry division. And yet, at this moment, a sudden whistling sound echoed through the air. A lone sun missile streaked across the sky, and then, before everyone's gaze, it struck the Crusader frontline position, crashing down on the head of a Golden Knight. At first, the Golden Knights dismissed it as just another ordinary attack, until a flash of white light appeared before them. And just before the missile landed, the frontline soldiers received a collective order not to look at the explosion. Why was this happening? The soldiers were initially confused, until the mushroom cloud rose. Chapter 588. Many soldiers received urgent orders not to look toward the enemy positions. Less than 2 seconds after they obeyed the order and retreated into their trenches, they saw missiles descend from the sky, crashing headfirst into the Golden Knights. At first, the Golden Knights had no idea what it was, believing it was just a common attack. The moment the missiles landed, a flash of white light appeared, and the Golden Knights at the center of the explosion felt the world go silent. In their final few tenths of a second, a single thought crossed their minds. What the hell is this? However, before the answer to this question could form in their minds, they were wiped from this world. The powerful energy generated by the magical fission ripped apart the Golden Knights, instantly vaporizing them along with their armor. Perhaps they never understood, until their death, what had struck them. The immense force of the magical fission instantly crushed their magical cores. The terrifying force directly exceeded the threshold of their magical cores. Then, these Knights of Light were blasted apart by the energy, and instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Before their death, they experienced intense heat, an explosion from within, and a terrifying explosion from without. If nothing else, these three things alone made their lives worthwhile, and a large number of Crusaders were also killed. The entire Crusader front was instantly destroyed by this single missile. The Wehrmacht soldiers far away in the Wehrmacht positions, as well as Wendy Keller behind the Crusaders, watched this scene with shock on their faces. The bright light forced them to look away, but they were all stunned by the sudden explosion. After a flash of intense light, the entire world fell silent, as if everything had stopped, save for the blazing light before their eyes. Then, a terrifying shockwave swept over from afar. The Wehrmacht soldiers quickly ducked and hid in their trenches, fearing the horrific shockwave would blow them away. The retreating armored forces were also affected by the shockwave, and many tanks were clanked by the stones carried by the shockwave. After the bright light and shockwave, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the spot. Both sides were stunned. Wendy Keller stood frozen in place as she watched this horrific scene, ignoring the strong wind that blew in her face, and silently observed the whole thing. Is this something a human could do? A general hurried over and exclaimed in horror. The front line has been attacked. 500,000 soldiers lost. Those Golden Knights of Light have all vanished. The general tried to explain the situation to Wendy Keller, but she simply listened, then walked forward with a dazed expression, muttering to herself, "It's all over. It's all over." At that moment, a large crater appeared on the ground, on the border of the Papal States, near the Kursk plain. In the direction of the Wehrmacht's position, several intelligence agents put away their cameras and video equipment and immediately reported the situation to Lion. The target has landed safely, and successfully destroyed the Papal States' frontline troops. A rough estimate puts the core explosion's radius at approximately the size of Leningrad. The power figures are still being calculated, but a rough estimate puts its equivalent at around 100,000 tons of TNT, no less. Upon hearing this news, Robert and Leon were stunned. After all, this was just the chain reaction generated by a single cubic centimeter of super-concentrated magic crystal. Leon still had a single cubic decimeter block of super-concentrated magic crystal. 100,000 times 1,000. Is this going to blow up the planet? The equivalent of 100 million tons of TNT? Upon hearing this news, Leon immediately ordered Barian to go to Pier Chet and retrieve the remaining super-concentrated magic crystal block for safekeeping. If things go wrong, it could potentially blow up the Great Flame. Luckily, Robert hadn't foolishly used that single cubic decimeter block of super-concentrated magic crystal for his experiment. Otherwise, not only Pier Chet, but even the entire Violet Duchy might not have escaped the catastrophe. It's very possible that the Violet Duchy would no longer exist the next day. Robert realized belatedly how abstract his previous idea had been, using this cubic decimeter of super-concentrated magic crystal for an experiment. Thinking of this, Robert wiped his sweat from his forehead and looked at the staff inside Pier Chet. Thankfully, it's over. After a brief moment of fear, joy instantly filled their hearts. The result of their years' hard work had finally come to fruition, and it had been successfully detonated on the front lines. This was an incredibly important moment for them. As staff members, they certainly knew what that 1 cubic decimeter of super-concentrated magic crystal meant. It meant they finally had the power to fight the gods, and Fabrice, far away in the Papal States, also felt the terrifying shock. What exactly was going on? Other nations also learned the news immediately. Especially De Yan's enemies, each one felt a sense of apprehension. Especially the newly emerged Dwarf Empire. This was a slap in the face to the Dwarf Empire. De Yan, you're the Dwarf Empire, right? The Papal States were the most terrified. The battle reports from the front quickly came in. Over 500,000 soldiers had been instantly vaporized, with another 200,000 or 300,000 suffering varying degrees of burns. And what excited Leon the most was that this thing had no radiation. The battlefield now permeated only the aura of death, without any radiation at all. The opposing defense forces cheered, having seen the Golden Knight of Light instantly destroyed. And the Crusaders were nearly crippled. Caddis immediately sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. Nonsense! If we don't counterattack now, when will we? Wendy Keller had already lost all hope of continuing the fight. Seeing this, the general beside him took command, feeling frustrated and leading the army to fight to the bitter end. And just as the mortals were striving for a final victory, high above the clouds, within the magnificent palaces, giant-like beings simultaneously opened their eyes. They did it. What should we do? Since we killed Kuenberg, we can use the same method against Leon. The most urgent task now is to preserve the Papal States. Indeed, it's time for us to take action. Chapter 589. Lion was ordering his men to prepare tomorrow's newspaper headlines. The news of the mushroom egg explosion must be shared with everyone in Great Yin. This should be a day of universal celebration, a moment everyone should remember. However, at this moment, there was a disturbance in the sky. The thunderstorm had just passed, and suddenly, a large cloud appeared over Leningrad, which had previously been clear. The Wehrmacht soldiers, upon seeing this, immediately became alert. After all, after experiencing previous attacks, the Wehrmacht had learned that when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. Sure enough, a large amount of golden light soon descended from the clouds. Followed by this, a large number of men and women descended from the clouds. They landed above Leningrad. The Wehrmacht soldiers were on high alert. Nonsense! In this world, aren't all those who can fly at level 7 or above, and these people look so careless? They were definitely not to be trifled with. The soldiers were extremely alert. However, the soldiers' vigilance proved to be justified. These men were the so-called gods. As the gods descended, Barian was the first to sense them. Several witches also noticed and rushed out, looking up at the gods in the sky. The gods, in turn, noticed these special individuals, and their gazes focused on Barian. The others were not surprised, but Barian was the only one the gods could not fathom. But they weren't looking for Barian. A strikingly beautiful woman spoke. Lion! The voice was quiet, but everyone in Leningrad heard it. Many people simultaneously looked up at the sky, bewildered by these mysterious and powerful beings. Which country sent them? After hearing his name called, Leon arrived outside the capital. Seeing everyone looking up, Leon finally spotted these strange figures floating in the sky. Why were they strange? To Leon's standard of taste, the way these men and women dressed looked nothing like humans. What about the shamat style? What a jumble of fur colors! It nearly made Leon vomit. The goddess saw Leon staring at her, and for a moment, she thought he was mesmerized by her beauty. Then, half hiding her face, she said shyly, "Sir Leon, please don't stare at me like that. I'm embarrassed." The gods couldn't help but sneer. This is just like mortals. When they meet gods like us, they become obsessed with beauty. But the next second, Leon vomited his lunch. Ugh! Someone, drag these ugly creatures out and shoot them. I'm so annoyed. Humph! The god's smiles froze upon hearing this. Wait, didn't he just vomit? He actually vomited. The goddess seemed to understand Leon's meaning, and the shyness on her face instantly turned to anger. Ant! Do you realize you offended a god? The goddess reached down with her hand, and Leon instantly felt a sense of oppression. But Baryan simply raised his sword and cleaved the so-called divine power. God? Are gods that powerful? Baryan said with a hint of disdain. Leon muttered to himself as he watched Baryan's graceful movements. God? How many Baryans are there? Baryan nearly fell to the ground after hearing this. My little ancestor? When did I become a unit of measurement? The witches around him also laughed, covering their faces. Yun Qingqi and the others also received the news and rushed over immediately. Lastly, they saw Leon vomiting. Yun Qingqi came to Leon's side, patted his back, and asked with concern, "Leon, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I just feel." After Leon finished speaking, he burst into Oscar-winning acting, clutching his chest and saying with deep grievance, "I feel insulted." Everyone present couldn't hold back after hearing Leon's words. "No, we are gods after all. Can't you give us a little respect?" Yun Qingqi covered his face and chuckled. "Insulted? Who else in this world could insult you besides us? Lion? ? No, wait for me here." Watching the flirting, the gods in heaven could no longer hold back. "Lion, there's no point in saying more. You now have two choices. One is to fight us to the bitter end and wage war against the gods. That will only be the fate of Kinberg. The other is to submit to us and achieve an end where Dreen's fame will be immortalized." The goddess from earlier spoke to Leon as if bestowing a reward. Lion was stunned. Although he knew these were gods and knew they were powerful, Leon remained calm when the gods questioned him. Of course, he knew that Kinberg had faced a similar choice back then, and he had chosen the former. But real-life endings aren't always like fairy tales, where good prevails over evil. Will he fail? The question flashed through Leon's mind. "Embrace the gods, and we will grant you supreme glory," the goddess said seductively. Leon fell into deep thought. Looking at these gods, Leon thought of the people of Dian. Before he arrived, the feudal dynasty's rule and the gods' exploitation had displaced countless people. How many families had been torn apart by the so-called nobility? The so-called gods? The people were treated as commodities and tools. Is this what being a god is? Supreme glory? Supreme glory is earned through fighting. Leon clenched his fists and looked at Baryan. Balian gave Leon a reassuring look. Leon drew his sword and pointed it at the gods in the sky, shouting angrily. Gods? Whose gods are these? Dian doesn't need gods. Because gods can't save Dian. You always say you believe you will have supreme power, but before I arrived here, even within the Holy Empire, the people were starving and suffering. From then on, I knew that gods couldn't save the people, only the people themselves can save us. We have achieved everything we have today through our hard work. And you so-called gods want to erase our efforts with just one sentence. Is this the Almighty God? Leon said, looking at the gods. The gods' faces turned grim. Ants are ants. No matter how hard you try, you can't change your ant origins. The goddess said sarcastically. Yes, I am an ant. I have never denied that I am not an ant. It is precisely because I am an ant that we are united. Because we know that ants can only rely on their own kind. Not you, the high and mighty gods. Isn't that hypocritical? The goddess was furious and wanted to teach Leon a lesson. Just as she was about to strike, Balian charged forward. Violet Knight Balian, please teach me. Seeing Balian flying towards them, the gods present felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Because Balian was a variable. Not in their prophecy. Chapter 590. Watching Baryan charging towards them, the gods stood as if facing a formidable enemy. A flamboyant man in a golden robe and blonde hair looked at a dark-haired man clad in full armor. Ares, won't you take action? Ares shook his head. You reap the consequences of your actions. What has this to do with me? The man then looked at another. Mars, it's your turn. Otherwise, we all lose face. Can my actions change this? The man called Mars shook his head, but still drew his weapon. A golden spear, etched with intricate runes and terrifying energy fluctuations. Barion's expression remained unchanged. He drew his sword and charged forward. Mars, the god of war, thrust his spear forward, striking Barion's sword directly. Barion, unwilling to be outdone, thrust his sword forward, blocking Mars' attack. Mars instantly sensed something was amiss, for he couldn't prevail in terms of strength, or rather, in their first clash, Mars was at a disadvantage. You have to understand that even gods have strengths and weaknesses, and as the god of war, Mars is one of the stronger of the bunch. And Mars' greatest strength lies in his wisdom. While each nation had gods supporting them, Mars ultimately chose the Dwarven Empire. This was because the Dwarven Empire possessed abundant mineral resources, and its people deeply valued the use of force. The god of war gained faith by waging war, and his followers waged war. With every casualty, Mars, the god of war, gained strength. Therefore, the larger the scale of the war between nations that believe in Mars, the stronger Mars will become. And now, with the Dwarf Empire launching its war, Mars' strength has surpassed its normal level. But even with his superior strength, he couldn't defeat Barion. Barion swung his sword, repelling Mars' attack. And then, pressing on with his victory, he struck Mars 3 times in a row, completely stunning him. Mars knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He immediately swung his spear, and runes emanated from it, flying directly towards Barion. Embodied within them were the laws of war, attempting to restrain Barion. Barion's face darkened upon seeing this. He then placed his hand on the sword and flicked it gently. A silver ripple emanated from the sword, colliding directly with the golden runes. At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary collision, but the next second, a terrifying wave erupted from the air. The powerful collision created a wave of vibrations that blew across the entire city of Leandra. Evelyn slammed her staff to the ground, and the terrifying wave vanished instantly. The gods were stunned by this scene. They had expected Balian to be powerful, but they hadn't imagined he could hold his own against Mars. Seeing Mars unable to defeat him, the gods abandoned all moral principles and began to attack Balian. Balian looked upon the surrounding gods without fear, prepared to fight to the bitter end. Just as Balian was about to resist, he was slammed to the ground by the terrifying divine might. The gods pursued him relentlessly, determined to completely destroy Balian. Balian repelled Mars with one sword strike, then slashed a muscular man with another. He then turned and attacked the goddess from the beginning. But more attacks fell on Balian, and he was instantly caught in the crossfire, in imminent danger. And at this critical moment, Leon stepped forward. Stop! The gods initially refused to listen to Leon, but Leon produced the super-concentrated magic crystal. He then held it up, and produced another triggering device. The gods were stunned by this, especially Mars, who rushed out from the group besieging Balian and approached Leon, speaking in panic. No, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. The power of the magic crystal in Leon's hand was powerful enough to rip everyone present apart. These gods had experienced the power of magic vision before, and while they didn't know the true strength of the magic crystal in Leon's hands, they always erred on the side of caution. Although these gods were merely clones, they were deeply afraid of their clones being destroyed. Once their clones were destroyed, they would be in a long period of weakness. You must understand that most of the gods present today were against Leon. There were almost no gods who sided with Leon. And it's important to understand that within the divine realm, there were some gods who supported Leon. These people had been imprisoned for various reasons. If they lost their clones and suffered severe damage, then these suppressed gods would inevitably ignite a war. A war between gods. So, when Leon raised the magic crystal, everyone present lost their composure. Even the witches around him were terrified. I had originally thought Leon was a very calm person, someone who cherished his life deeply. But Leon proved to be anything but rational. Or perhaps it was brave. After all, not everyone has the courage to threaten these gods with mushroom bombs. Leon's actions completely stumped everyone present. The high and mighty gods finally felt fear, because they had never imagined that Leon would gamble with his own life. When Leon gave up his own life, the stakes shifted. A goddess with long blue hair suddenly spoke. Do you really dare to do this? Your people are here. As far as I know, you value your people above all else. However, before the blue-haired goddess could finish, the red-haired goddess beside her tugged at her, signaling her to stop. The blue-haired goddess then put her hands on her hips and pouted. Humph, at this question, the gods instantly hardened. That's right. Doesn't Leon always care about his people? Then isn't his threat a joke? As if sensing their disdain, Leon spoke calmly. If I agree to your demands under duress, my people will suffer. And what's the difference between that and death? Leon said, about to smash the reaction device against the magic crystal. The gods finally panicked. Little brother, stop it. We're leaving now. But you only have to agree to one condition. A truce with the Papal States. Mars said. Impossible. Leon said, ready to explode. Chapter 591. After hearing the god's words, Leon also chose to put down the trigger device in his hand. Because Leon knew he couldn't really set it off. Looking at the gods in the sky, Leon still wanted to struggle. A ceasefire is impossible. We sacrificed so much. If I sign a ceasefire agreement, how will I face those dead soldiers? Now it was the gods' turn to be silent. Looking at the magic crystal blocks threatening to collide, the gods also lost their composure. So what do you want? In 24 hours, the new borders will be drawn according to the current occupied areas, Leon said confidently. The reason Leon didn't choose now was because the Wehrmacht hadn't yet completely conquered the Crusader front. The Crusader front was now unable to resist. Within 24 hours, the Wehrmacht could capture a large number of positions. The Battle of Kursk could then come to an end, and it would be a worthy sacrifice for those who sacrificed their lives. After hearing Leon's request, the gods exchanged a glance. Shouldn't we just agree to his request? How could the entire Papal States be conquered in 24 hours? That makes sense. I don't believe these mortals can annex the Papal States in one go. After a brief discussion, the gods unanimously agreed to Leon's request. After all, how could the Papal States be completely overwhelmed in a single day? So, the Papal States were sold out by the gods. After all, my life is more important. Leon! From now on, within 24 hours, your national defense forces will capture as much territory as they can. The gods used their divine power to make this promise known to everyone. The Pope, seated on the throne, nearly fell to the ground upon hearing this. What had he just heard? The gods had compromised with Leon? How many positions could the Wehrmacht capture in one day before it became their territory? After hearing this, the Pope was completely stunned, pacing back and forth. As the Pope of the Papal States, he certainly knew the current situation on the front lines. The entire Crusaders' active forces on the front had been virtually destroyed by the Wehrmacht. What seemed to be a 3 million man army had been reduced to only about 1 million. And these 1 million plus were active forces. They were the core of the Crusaders. They were instantly wiped out by the Wehrmacht. The Crusaders were now completely powerless to withstand the Wehrmacht's attack. The so-called 24 hours was a colossal joke. The gods had sold out a nation with a population of over 100 million simply because they were threatened. The Pope suddenly realized that he, and the entire Papal States, had become a clown. For those gods, I fought tooth and nail, offending the entire world. And yet, in the end, I was treated like trash by those gods. The Pope sat dejectedly on the ground. The bishops came up to remind him to behave properly. But the Pope waved his hand. Everyone retreat. The Papal States are finished. Catus also heard the news, and a sinister grin spread across his face. The Wehrmacht still had more than half of its armored units, and the army was basically still at peak strength. 24 hours. That's enough for the Wehrmacht to complete the rally around the Papal States. 24 hours, enough to create a miracle. Catus immediately gave the order, and all soldiers began their full-speed charge. They were to advance 300 kilometers within 24 hours, capturing a vast expanse of territory from the city of Horif to the Kursk plain. However, the Crusaders still wanted to make a final desperate effort, gathering their last Knights of Light to block the Wehrmacht's iron torrent. Looking at these thousands of ordinary Knights of Light, the Wehrmacht, though not fearful, felt a touch of irritation. After all, who could stand having thousands of dogskin plasters slapped on them? Then Catus had a brilliant idea. He simply shouted through a loudspeaker at the Knights of Light. Listen to me, you people. If you continue to resist, I guarantee that the bombs I just saw will fall on you again. After a brief moment of deliberation, the Knights of Light decisively abandoned their weapons and surrendered. Nonsense! Those golden Knights of Light were just blown to pieces. They were shattered beyond repair. And they were so shattered they couldn't even be put back together. But some Crusaders still held out, trying to withstand the Wehrmacht's fierce offensive, making a final effort for their beloved country. And the Wehrmacht accorded these Crusaders the highest respect. That was to crush them with a torrent of steel. The highest level of respect for the enemy was to give it your all and overwhelm them. The airborne troops, who had been defending the city of Horlif, also faced pressure from the Crusaders. With the gods' compromise, a considerable number of these Crusaders had lost their fighting spirit, But even more had fallen into madness. The importance of Horlof was self-evident. Losing Horlof would be like driving a nail into the heart of the Papal States. This was an unacceptable outcome for the entire Papal State. So, Horlof was determined to be captured. But could the Crusaders truly capture Horlof in 24 hours? With the gods' compromise, the eyes of the entire continent were fixed on the battlefield of Kursk Plain. Even the fighting between the Dwarf Empire and the Elf Empire paused temporarily. For they wanted to see if the National Defense Forces could perform an unprecedented miracle in 24 hours. Though shocked, the Great Flame Fleet continued to complete its mission, to destroy the Dwarf Empire fleet. The Dwarf Empire fleet was unaware that it had been targeted by a ferocious tiger. However, just as the National Defense Forces were about to complete the rally around the Papal State, at the end of the western continent, on a stretch of sea, stood a strange island. This was Blackfeather's home, the dragon's lair, and just after the gods descended, the dragon's lair finally stirred. Blackfeather's mother opened her eyes. Now that the gods have gone, it's time for us to join in. The dragons not far from Heiyu's mother nodded in agreement. Only Heiyu's brother had a look of resentment on his face. Finally, I got my chance. Heiyu? The position of the next dragon lord can only be mine. He. Luckily, Heiyu didn't hear these words, or else the foolish Heiyu would have definitely said something. What is a dragon lord? Can you eat it? The dragon lord then stepped down from the throne, a golden light emanating from his body. Then, his body shrank smaller and smaller, eventually transforming into the form of a woman. If Leon were here, he would definitely have said something. What a great evil. Chapter 592. As the 24-hour countdown began, the Wehrmacht soldiers gathered their strength. A blitzkrieg ensued. To train Gudry, Caddis temporarily handed over command of the frontline armored forces to Gudry. Gudry gazed at the over 5,000 tanks, his spirits rising. What does over 5,000 tanks mean? That could completely crush the enemy. Gudry immediately divided the frontline troops' battle directions. Currently, the front consisted of 2 armored armies, 2 infantry armies, and 1 artillery army. Gudry immediately divided his forces into 8 groups, 8 armored divisions accompanied by 8 infantry divisions, attacking in 8 directions. This would achieve the greatest possible gains in the shortest possible time. And as for the current Crusaders, they simply couldn't withstand the formidable firepower of 1 armored division and 1 infantry division. Dividing the troops into 8 groups was a huge test for Gudry, and even Caddis felt the plan was a bit daring. But opportunities on the battlefield are reserved for the brave. It was precisely this split-up strategy that rendered the Crusaders unable to establish a new defensive line. They had to defend 8 different directions. The already inefficient Crusaders were even more exhausted. The armored vehicles had already swept through the battlefield before many Crusaders even arrived. The Crusaders were then forced to pursue the armored vehicles, but how could they possibly catch up? The entire Papal State border was in chaos, and the Wehrmacht received orders to kill any recalcitrant defenders, whether civilians or soldiers. After all, almost everyone in this country is an executioner. To deal with executioners, one cannot afford the kindness of the Wehrmacht soldiers. Kindness is for humans, not animals. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers were a little worried, fearing they might have accidentally killed these Papal civilians. However, their worries proved unfounded. When the Papal civilians saw the Wehrmacht soldiers, they surrounded them like crazy. They attacked the Wehrmacht soldiers with stones and various other weapons. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers hesitated when they used stones, but when they saw the swords and even magic wands in their hands, the silence was broken by a gunshot. What followed was a massacre without suspense. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers were still a little confused, believing that killing civilians was wrong, until they discovered the remains of innocent people who had tragically died in the homes of civilians in the Papal States. After draining the Papal States of their magic power, the Papal States would use a special method to imbue the corpse with a small amount of magic. By handling the corpse, ordinary people could obtain a small amount of raw magic. Thus, they became a trained magician. This is why the Papal States has such a high percentage of magicians. The birth of every magician in the Papal States means the tragic death of an innocent person. The Wehrmacht soldiers, freed from their psychological burdens, pushed forward. They were about to link up with Hollis airborne troops. The airborne troops, however, were now facing the dilemma of being attacked in batches by 150,000 Crusaders. But the airborne troops were overthinking it. The 150,000-man army had received the latest order, to immediately deploy to the border to intercept the Wehrmacht armored forces that were raiding the Papal States. Indeed, the Wehrmacht armored forces had already crossed the border by dozens of kilometers before the Papal States' top brass learned of this news. At first, The Pope wanted to order 150,000 troops to capture Horif, and then station them there to resist the Wehrmacht's offensive. But the top brass were short-sighted, believing the Wehrmacht's advance couldn't be that fast. And 20,000 airborne troops wouldn't be enough for 150,000. So, they decided to use these 150,000 troops to hold off the Wehrmacht's attack on the border, thus preserving large tracts of Papal States territory. The Pope, upon seeing this, was so furious that he leaped up and down. Looking at these high-ranking officials, who were older than his grandfather, the Pope couldn't help but curse. "You old bastards. Can't you see reality? Those border cities are useless. If you can't take Halef, then even if you secure more border territory, it's useless." They deployed heavy artillery directly at Halef, ready to strike the border in a matter of minutes. They can even launch bombers from Halef and bomb Asgard. You ignorant old fools. This is war, not a map-based sandbox game. The Pope practically roared as he finished his words. As a Pope who had been temporarily appointed, Pope Holdras had initially been reluctant to wade into this murky waters. After all, he was just a child from an ordinary family. But Holdras didn't know he was gifted. Or perhaps, he was gifted with a strong sense of the bigger picture. With just one glance, he knew the Papal States were doomed. That was why he mobilized a massive force to besiege Halef at all costs. Only by capturing Halef could the Papal States secure the entire southeast. If Halef wasn't captured, the entire southeast would fall completely into the hands of the Wehrmacht. While others might not know, did Holdras not know what everyone in his country had done? If the Wehrmacht discovered it, every citizen of the Papal States in the entire southeast would be dead. But as a young pope, Holdras was powerless to change these stubborn old minds. They simply imprisoned Holdras. Before losing contact with the outside world, Holdras humbled himself and wrote a letter of apology to Fabrice. He hoped Fabrice would reorganize his army and attack Halef. Upon receiving the apology, Fabrice simply sighed and burned it. "Everyone, assemble immediately. Attack Halef." Fabrice, a veteran of the Papal States, would make one final effort for the Papal States. However, the 150,000 displaced Crusaders ran headlong into the 1st Armored Division led by Gudry. And then, unsurprisingly, they were crushed to pieces by the Armored Division. Looking at these 150,000 veterans, who had come to die, Gudry glanced at his adjutant in surprise. "Is this something a human could come up with?" The adjutant shook his head. "I don't know. Just as the Wehrmacht and the Crusaders were preparing for a major battle around Halef, something went wrong at the Duke's palace in Leningrad. The women present were on high alert. A woman with black hair and a long dress had arrived uninvited. And she looked sinister." Chapter 593. As soon as this woman entered, the women in the Duke's mansion instantly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yuan Qingqi, in particular, instinctively covered her abdomen. Shuangxing shielded Yuan Qingqi behind her. Even Heyu was wary. However, this woman showed no intention of attacking anyone. Instead, she stared at Heyu with a smile on her face. Heyu felt uneasy being stared at. Then, hiding behind Shuangxing, she spoke. "Who are you? I'm telling you, I'm very strong. You better not stare at me, or I make you suffer." After hearing these words from the seemingly harmless Heyu, everyone present felt a little amused, but they suppressed their laughter. Then, the woman burst into laughter. Then, in full view of everyone, she grabbed Heyu in her hand. Heyu was stunned and struggled to escape the woman's clutches. Then the woman grabbed Heyu and patted his head. "It's been so long, you don't even recognize me?" the woman said, a smile on her face. Heyu tried to struggle out of the woman's embrace, but after hearing her words, he pursed his lips and said with disdain, "Old woman, who are you? Why should I know you?" Heyu's words immediately killed the conversation. The black-haired woman in the long dress's face darkened, her smile instantly vanishing. Heyu watched the change in her expression and suddenly shuddered. "Why do I feel like something's going to happen?" Snap! Heyu, who was lost in thought, suddenly blushed. Because the black-haired woman in the long dress had just spanked Heyu, but right in front of everyone. "You're such a traitor. I can't even recognize you. I gave birth to you." The woman in the long dress lifted Heyu and spanked him furiously. Heyu, but instantly turned red. "No! Don't hit me. I was wrong." After hearing the woman's words, everyone present understood who she was. It looked like Heyu's mother. Heyu still tried to struggle, but then spoke. "How do you prove you're my mother?" "My mother is a dragon, and you're just an ordinary woman, aren't you?" Heyu said confidently, her hands on her hips. "Sure enough, I'm the smart one." Heyu's mother then said helplessly, her hand on her forehead. "How could I have given birth to something like you? Who told you? We all have dragon horns when we transform into human form. I don't like showing off my horns. What's wrong with that? Then Yu but was instantly struck. In agony, Yu leaped free from his mother's restraints. Bully! Old woman! Watching the two chase and playfully fight, everyone present was at a loss for words. At this moment, Leon had also received the news and successfully rushed back. Then he witnessed the scene. Seeing Leon's return, Yu instantly regained his composure. He rushed to Leon's side, hugged his thigh, and said pitifully, "You bastard, someone bullied me." Then he burst into tears, silencing everyone present. Yu, ignoring her own snot and tears, rubbed Leon's thigh. Leon, shock! No, I just changed into new clothes today. Just then, the black-haired woman in the long dress spoke. Your Excellency, Leon, I am Yu's mother, Vilya. Vilya said, performing a noble etiquette. Leon felt instantly overwhelmed. Yu's mother wasn't the worst offender. The worst offender was who Yu's mother was. Yu was a dragon, and he had previously called the Dragon Lord Mom. So Yu's mother was the Dragon Lord. And the Vilya standing before him was Yu's mother, the Dragon Lord. When Leon understood, he exploded. Mother-in-law plus Dragon Lord. The pressure instantly suffocated Leon. Watching the sweat-drenched Leon, Vilya couldn't help but chuckle. It's okay, Leon. I'm not looking for you today for business, but for Yu's personal matters. Lion breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing it wasn't business, but then flew into a rage. What? For Yu's personal matters. Lion almost wanted to jump over the wall and run away. The three most drenching moments in life. Confession, the birth of a child, and, most serious of all, meeting his mother-in-law. Looking at Vilya before him, Leon calmed himself down, then adopted a fearless expression. Seeing Leon so nervous, everyone present suppressed a smile. After all, Leon was always calm, except when dealing with his emotions at home. After all, strictly speaking, in both his past and present lives, Leon had never had a serious relationship. This led to Leon being constantly humble when dealing with relationships, and always preferring to be nice to the women without saying anything. The women knew Leon's personality, knowing that he was just a big boy who wasn't good at expressing himself. Initially, Xuanxing wanted to wait for Leon to initiate the offensive, but then realized that waiting would likely take forever. Maybe Yunqingqi's children would be old enough to help out. So the women began to change their tactics, passively defending and preparing for an offensive. Each one began to emulate Yunqingqi. But without exception, they all failed. Because the war had already begun, Leon was now preoccupied with handling national affairs, and his attention to the women had diminished considerably. But Leon promised to spend an equal amount of time with all 5 women. Leon didn't want another backyard fire. Since time was now divided into 5 equal parts, Leon was now divided into 5. Leon, divided into 5 equal parts. Xiangyang, you better be okay. The other women also began their own free-for-alls, but unexpectedly, Leon was so exhausted these past few months that every night after returning to the Duke's mansion, he washed up and fell straight into bed. No matter how the women tried to seduce him, he remained as still as a rock. It almost made the women doubt Leon's abilities. The worst hit was for a Star. She mustered up the courage and took the initiative several times, only to have Leon lie down beside her and fall asleep. As for Flayheart and Leia, Leon was constantly searching for a cure for the former, and Leia had a slight rift with him because of the Great Purge. As Leon's first contact, Leia could have had the advantage of proximity, but as the war progressed, Leon matured and buried his feelings. At least for now, Leon couldn't openly express his feelings. And the reason Leon and Leia had a rift was because of Leia's brother. Leia's brother was prominently mentioned on the list of people to be purged during the Great Purge of the Elven Empire. Chapter 594. That's right. The Intelligence Bureau has compiled a list of all those implicated in this purge. In Diyen alone, there are a full 30,000 names on the list. Among these people are high-ranking officials and ordinary, insignificant individuals. But it is these very people who make up this list of 30,000 people. And this is just the Diyen list. The lists for the Holy Empire and the Elf Empire haven't been compiled yet. Lion initially thought the Holy Empire's list would have more people on it than the Elf Empire's. However, reality dealt Leon a hard blow. The Elf Empire's list contains over 100,000 people, while the Holy Empire's list only has around 80,000. The Holy Empire, a vast nation with a population of 150 million, has only apprehended 80,000 people connected to this industrial chain. Meanwhile, the Elf Empire, with a population of no more than 50 million, has apprehended 100,000. This is simply a reversal of the heavenly gang. As a matter of principle, Leon will not let anyone on these lists go. However, after careful investigation, he discovered that many of the individuals on the Holy Empire's list had a slight connection to his mother. Of course, only a slight connection. After Leon informed his mother, Irina, she immediately severed ties with these individuals. Initially, upon learning of Leon's order for the purge, these individuals came directly to Irina, hoping to leverage their past connections to ask her to save their lives. But how could this be possible? Putting aside the question of whether these people were actually related to Irina, they had absolutely no connection to Leon. The only connection they had was a so-called blood relationship. But that blood relationship had been severed long ago. When Leon left the imperial capital, no one came to see him off. Even the capital that had built Leon's fortune was Irina's dowry. And these so-called relatives, when Leon left, not only did not help him, but even mocked him. After Leon was exiled, almost everyone severed ties with Irina. And ever since Leon announced the establishment of Great Yin, Irina's family network of connections exploded. You have to remember that Leon's announcement of Great Yin and Edward III's unwavering support proved that Edward III had acquiesced to Leon's actions. Leon also set a precedent by changing his country's name. Almost all other principalities were named by the emperor. Only Leon went his own way and changed his name. This was one of the reasons everyone went crazy. From then on, Irina was harassed daily by numerous relatives. These relatives had originally refused to give Irina a single copper coin. But since Leon's fame spread far and wide, these previously stingy relatives suddenly became generous. They began showering Irina with gifts. But Irina refused them all. But these relatives kept pursuing her, and after Leon brought Irina back to the Yin, they began visiting her like crazy. The guards at the Duke's palace were tasked with intercepting these people trying to establish connections. This isn't to say that Leon is cold-blooded, or that he won't be grateful. If these people had given Leon even a little help in the past, Leon wouldn't have looked down on them. God knows what will happen, and who can escape the clutches of fate? Back to the point, Leon would have dealt with the 80,000 people from the Holy Empire without hesitation. Because these 80,000 people had crossed Leon's red line, no matter who they were. Regardless of whether they were high-ranking officials or not, anyone who crossed the red line must die. But what troubled Leon the most were the people from the Elven Empire. Ordinary officials, even high-ranking ones, were of no concern to Leon. What concerned Leon were those with whom he had connections. Several relatives of Queen Sif were among them, but Sif had killed them all before Leon could even call to inquire. Leon was so frightened that he couldn't even hold the phone steady. You see, according to intelligence, these relatives had a close relationship with Sif, but Sif had killed them all without a word. Sif was indeed a qualified leader. Sif's problem was solved, but Lee's challenge now presented itself to Leon. Lee's mother, Queen Sinina of the Forest Elf Kingdom, had 6 children, 5 girls and 1 boy. However, the problem lay with this man. As the only heir to the Forest Elf Kingdom, Lidoeo should have been destined to become the crown prince. After all, Leah, the former most likely contender, had already defected to Leon. Lidoeo would have been the natural successor. But there are always exceptions. Because Lidoeo was doted on by Zanina from a young age, he developed a fearless personality. He also loved to spend lavishly, which often left him short of money. Thankfully, he had 5 older sisters, whom he would turn to for money whenever he needed it. But over time, his sisters stopped giving him money. Zanina learned of Lidoeo's situation, and subsequently ordered him not to receive any more money. But Lidoeo's extravagant and dissolute personality had already developed. Without money, he had to find other ways to make money. But ordinary means wouldn't yield much, and even opening a casino wouldn't cover Lidoeo's expenses for more than a few days. Furthermore, since De Yin infiltrated the Elven Empire, the entire empire's underworld industries were instantly hit. Although the Elven Empire didn't legally ban casinos, the crackdown on these industries intensified. These industries were either reorganizing or closing down. With his money dwindling, Lidoeo was ultimately on a path of no return. That was human trafficking. You know, even the successive monarchs of the Forest Elf Kingdom wouldn't dare touch such a thing. After all, even the most foolish monarchs knew that their people were the foundation of their existence. If they lost the support of their people, their nation would be doomed. Lidoeo's actions were a direct violation of the law, for Leon had long considered the Forest Elf Kingdom his own. As the elven nation closest to the Yin, Leon had long considered establishing some light industry there. They were also trying to cultivate Leia to become the next ruler, ensuring all their eggs were in one basket. And yet, before Leia could be successfully cultivated, Lidoeo's debacle took hold. Looking at the list, Leon's face darkened, and he had no choice but to go find Leia. Some things must be made clear. Chapter 595. Heiyu's mother, Vilya, stayed for the time being. Although Vilya had come to Leon specifically to discuss Heiyu's situation, seeing Heiyu's carefree appearance, the Dragon Lord's heart suddenly softened. He then decided to observe for a while, before considering whether to bring Heiyu back to the dragon's lair. After escaping a disaster, Leon decided to confront Leia. The Great Purge was about to enter its final phase. That meant completely purging everyone on the list. The final key lay with Leia's younger brother, Lidoio. Leon's principle was to do it directly. But if he didn't tell Leia, it would be embarrassing. But telling Leia would put him in a dilemma. Whatever, let's die. Leon stared at Leia's door, then gritted his teeth and pushed it open. Leon, with a lot to say, was about to speak, but he froze when he saw Leia, alone by the window, gazing at the moon. Hearing someone open the door, Leia turned and saw it was Leon. The worry on her face instantly turned to joy. "Why are you here?" "My leader?" Leia said, hands on her hips, a quirk of her lips, feigning anger. Leon rubbed his hands nervously. "Actually, I came to see you. Because of your brother," Leon said, lowering his head, bracing himself for the storm. "My brother? What's wrong with him?" Leia asked, feeling a little uneasy after hearing Leon's words. "He's on the purge list." Leon lowered his head, as if all his strength had been drained. Upon hearing this, Leia opened her mouth in disbelief, then shook her head, asking in confusion. "Are you lying to me?" "No." "Isn't there an oversight or omission on that list?" "No." "What crime did my brother commit?" "Human trafficking. And according to the intelligence agency's investigation and extensive evidence collection, it's been determined that your brother Lidoio trafficked over 5,000 elves." Crack! Leon had barely finished speaking when the sound of shattering glass echoed. Leia had accidentally broken a glass. Leon looked up, about to comfort Leia, only to find her crouched on the ground, hugging her knees. He spoke in confusion. "Why? Why would he do this? He used to be so kind." "Maybe people change," Leon said. "Leon, can you leave his body intact?" Leia collapsed to the ground, almost drained of all strength. Leon remained silent. Trafficking over 1,000 elves was already a heinous crime. According to custom, Leon would never leave such a heinous person intact. This was Leon's duty as a leader. If he didn't punish these criminals with swift and decisive measures, then the so-called Great Yin Law would be a joke. Looking at Leon's silence, Leia seemed to understand Leon's attitude. She quietly stood up and returned to the bedroom nearby. Leon reached out, but ultimately didn't follow. Whoa! The next second, a heart-wrenching sob echoed from the bedroom, and Leon closed his eyes in dismay. What was going on? And at that moment, the doorway was filled with Yun Qingqi and the others, who had rushed out after hearing the commotion. "Leon, what's this?" Yun Qingqi pointed to Leia's bedroom. "My question. You should go check on her." Leon left, but no one noticed that tears were already welling up in his eyes. Leon didn't return to his bedroom. Instead, he walked directly outside the Duke's mansion. As soon as he turned the corner, he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Leon knew, of course, how much Lidoio, Leia's younger brother, who had grown up with him, meant to her. But if Lidoio wasn't brought to justice, Tian's campaign to redden the Elven Empire would be in vain. Some people talk about sacrificing one's own brother for the greater good, but honestly, how many people in history could actually do that, when your brother, with whom you lived day and night for decades, even centuries, is suddenly sentenced to death? And it's the most brutal form of slow slicing. Leia knew she couldn't change the facts of her crime, so she had already made the biggest concession. That was to leave her brother's body intact. Leon knew Leia had made this concession, but he couldn't agree. Because millions of people in the Elven Empire were watching. It was this dilemma that made Leon unsure how to face Leia. "Why is being a leader so difficult? I'm only 21 years old." Leon leaned against the wall, sobbing silently. After an unknown amount of time, Leon stood up again, but he didn't return to the Duke's palace. Instead, he strolled through the streets late at night. Although Dayin lacks many entertainment facilities these days, many shops remain open at night. This is especially true of noodle shops and restaurants, as many workers still leave their shifts at night. These workers can find a noodle shop or restaurant on the street for a hearty meal. Leon walked for an unknown amount of time, before he found himself at the entrance to the military academy. The lights were still on in a noodle shop there. What Leon didn't know was that this very noodle shop was the very place where Gudley and William had met. It was also the place where Gudley's life changed. "Boss, give me a bowl of beef noodles." Leon suddenly realized he hadn't eaten dinner yet, so he decided to have a hearty meal at this noodle shop. The boss, seeing Leon's attire, assumed he was a military academy student. Without a word, he brought Leon a bowl of beef noodles. When Leon saw the amount of beef in the bowl, he looked at the price of 3 copper coins in surprise. A large northern bowl, holding a full half bowl of beef. "Boss, why is there so much beef?" Leon asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because we have a lot of conscience." "Just eat it, young man. You probably have training tomorrow, so eat more." The boss smiled and returned to his work. Leon then asked, "Boss, how's business?" The boss's laughter instantly brightened. "Young man, you asked the right person. This noodle shop has been open for over 20 years. I support my family with it. These past 20 years have been very moving for me, especially the last 2 years. Since the leader came, our lives have been getting better and better, so good that we're a little scared. Is this all fake?" The boss laughed himself, and Leon couldn't help but laugh after he arrived. But then, the boss said something else that left Leon stunned. "The leader is so kind, there must be a lot of people who treat him well." Leon fell silent. Chapter 596. Just as Leon was lost in thought, the owner began his conversation again. "Hey, let me tell you, young man, my noodle shop is anything but ordinary. You know, most of the people who eat noodles here are from the school across the street. There are many ordinary officers, but also some special ones. The one who impressed me the most was a young man named Gudley." Hearing this, Leon almost spit out the noodles in his mouth. Wow, the noodle shop listed in Gudley's file as a former employee turned out to be this very shop. Looking at Leon's somewhat out-of-control appearance, the owner was puzzled, thinking Leon was frightened. "Let me tell you, you definitely heard of Gudley, right? Honestly, I never expected his achievements to be so high. Back when he was working at this noodle shop, he was completely insecure, practically going to and from get off work on time every day. But remarkably, he was incredibly meticulous and conscientious. But then he met a man named William, who successfully changed his fate, and Gudley chose to join the army. I never expected Gudley to soar." The noodle shop owner smiled after saying this, then returned to his work. No matter how great Gudley's achievements were, they were all earned through his own hard work. As the noodle shop owner, I can say that Gudley worked for me, but that's all I can say. Leon looked at the noodle shop owner and asked, "Since you done him a favor, why don't you let him help you? You know, he's a colonel now." The noodle shop owner shook his head. "That's what he deserves, and I deserve this noodle shop." Just then, William, who had just finished his shift, arrived at the noodle shop after get off work. "Boss, give me a bowl of beef." Before William could finish his words, he saw Leon, quietly eating noodles. A sudden brainstorming began in William's mind. Why is the leader here? Why is there no one around? Is he an undercover patrol, or is he just being considerate? Or has the leader had a falling out with his family? A sudden brainstorming began in William's little head. He had already thought about everything from the Big Bang to the end of the universe. Hearing the familiar voice, Leon instinctively turned around. It turned out to be William, who then returned to his noodles. The boss looked at William, looking at him nervously, puzzled. "William, what are you doing? Find a place to sit down. Don't just stand there. What's going on today?" William was about to sit down in the corner when Leon pulled him back. "Sit down, let's talk," Leon said, waving to the boss. "Boss, another bowl of beef noodles." William sat down next to Leon, his posture serious and formal. He didn't seem to be relaxed after get off work, but instead exuded a military dignity. "Don't be so nervous. It's time to leave. I'm just a customer enjoying noodles." William breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Leon's words. I thought Leon was on patrol tonight, but he didn't expect him to just come out for noodles. "Captain." William was about to speak, but realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Leon smiled and then spoke. "Let me ask you something. What are your thoughts on the Battle of Kursk?" William perked up instantly. "Sir, do you need a detailed explanation or? Tell me what you think. You're the infantry regiment commander." Leon took the bowl of beef noodles that had just been delivered and placed it directly in front of William. William was instantly startled. Looking at Leon's expectant expression, William took a deep breath. "I believe the infantry was severely weakened during the Battle of Kursk. The infantry units of both sides are simply not on the same level. The Crusaders had a large number of Knights of Light, while our Wehrmacht soldiers were still using the most primitive weapons. Although our weapons are quite advanced compared to those of other nations, they are nothing but firewood sticks to the Crusaders. So, I believe we must strengthen our infantry, William said, looking at Leon quietly. Yes, it's time to strengthen our infantry. If we keep fighting like this, their role will become increasingly diminished. Lion was silent for a moment before speaking again. By the way, are you ready to become a general? William, who had been silent, nearly fell off his chair upon hearing this. What had he just heard? Become a general? Lion glanced at William, who looked bewildered, and then smiled. Guthrie is about to become the commander of the 1st Armored Division. It's time for you to climb up the ladder too. Lion finished the last bite of his noodles, and placed 6 copper coins on the table. He left gracefully under William's bewildered gaze. The boss, looking at William's bewilderment, was also somewhat bewildered. What's wrong, William? Is this young man your superior? William nodded stiffly. What kind of superior? Is he so frightened? A very high-ranking one. William finished, pointing to the sky. Ding! The next second, the two of them fell silent, the only sound being the crash of a kitchen spoon falling to the ground. Even elsewhere, the Duke's mansion was in an uproar, because they had discovered that Leon, a living being, was gone. Yun Qingqi was questioning the guards at the Duke's mansion entrance. The guard said. Leon said he wanted to go for a walk alone, but he hadn't said where he was going. This completely threw Yun Qingqi off. Just when everyone was getting extremely anxious, Leon suddenly returned. Everyone knew that Leon was in a particularly bad mood tonight, and for a moment, they didn't know how to approach him. Looking at the women waiting for him in the hall, Leon spoke. Sorry, I went out to get some noodles. You guys. As soon as Leon finished speaking, he was crushed to the ground by the crowd. Black Feather and Flame Heart, a Black Dragon Charge and a Rabbit Pounce. They knocked Leon over. Looking at the group lying together, Leon was at a loss for words. But soon, the group was forcibly separated. Because Irina appeared. Alright, stop wasting time. Go to bed. Leon has work tomorrow. After hearing this, everyone present quickly returned to their seats without hesitation. Looking at Leia's closed door, Leon considered knocking for a long time, but stopped. Forget it. Let's calm down for a while. Chapter 597. As Lion's backyard erupted, according to the principle of one side gaining, while the other loses, if Lion suffered misfortune, then Yin would have good fortune. As expected, the Wehrmacht advanced relentlessly in the Papal States, dividing its forces into 8 groups, and effectively crushing the already slow-moving Crusaders. They also seized vast tracts of land around Horif, capturing almost the entire Papal State border near the Kursk Plain. The battle line advanced 300 kilometers into the Papal States. And the most outrageous was Guthrie's 1st Armored Division. Working with an infantry division, the 2 divisions advanced a full 500 kilometers in 20 hours. The armored forces could reach speeds exceeding 50 kilometers per hour at full speed. But enemy resistance was not ruled out. But fate favored Guthrie. Wherever he advanced, there was virtually no resistance, save for 3 encounters. Each attempt failed to hold off Guthrie's armored forces for more than half an hour. Guthrie advanced at a breakneck speed. He passed directly through the occupied area of Halef, and continued his advance towards Asgard, the capital of the Papal States. Guthrie had learned that Fabrice had assembled 300,000 troops in a final attempt to defend the Papal States. That was to capture Halef and preserve the most important city in the southeastern part of the Papal States. However, to relieve the pressure on the friendly forces in Halef, Guthrie decisively chose to bypass Halef. He led his armored forces directly towards Asgard. The straight-line distance between Asgard and Halef was no more than 800 kilometers. After crossing Halef, Guthrie led his armored forces to advance 200 kilometers within a limited time frame. This stunned the Papal States' high-ranking officials. A 500-kilometer advance in 24 hours. Could Guthrie reach Asgard in the blink of an eye? Watching Guthrie's troops marching towards Asgard, these high-ranking officials panicked and immediately mobilized every available force to intercept Guthrie. However, their efforts were limited. Without a force of 100,000 or 200,000, it would be difficult to resist the armored assault. The combined garrisons of the various cities within the Papal States barely numbered 300,000 or 400,000. Furthermore, these 300,000 or 400,000 were scattered across the land. Even the Papal States' capital, Asgard, had fewer than 30,000 defenders. The high-ranking officials were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Finally, they set their sights on Fabrice, who had just assembled his forces. Then, a written order was delivered to Fabrice. Take your men and immediately intercept Udirian's assault force. Upon receiving this order, Fabrice was furious. These people were even more abstract than the Pope. The Pope might have acted impulsively, But at least he had some brains. And these high-ranking officials had no brains at all. Fabrice knew, of course, that Guderian's surprise attack was intended to force him to split his forces to intercept him. But Fabrice knew that only by capturing Halef could the entire southeastern region be preserved. If Halef wasn't captured, the entire southeastern region would be ceded to the Wehrmacht. And even if Guderian managed to advance 200 or 300 kilometers, as long as Fabrice and his men could recapture Halef. So, even if the Wehrmacht captured more small cities, it wouldn't be able to completely annex the southeastern region. For Halef was like a nail driving the entire southeastern region. Both sides knew Halef's importance, so not only were the airborne divisions desperately defending Halef, but many other armored and infantry divisions were also heading for Halef. Fabrice looked at the order and decisively chose to tear it up and disobey. He knew he had to make one last stand for the Papal States. Even though this country was utterly shady, he had to leave a way out for everyone. Fabrice chose to disobey the Papal States' order and led 300,000 troops to begin the siege of Halef. 6 hours. Could Halef, with its garrison of only 20,000, be taken? Fabrice, checking the time, immediately ordered an all-out attack. 300,000 men, stacked like a pile, would take Halef down. When the Papal States' high-ranking officials learned of this, their fury was instantly rife. They angrily denounced Fabrice's disobedience, but found that no matter how much they berated him, they could not force him to retreat. Finally, they chose to attack Fabrice's family, attempting to force Fabrice to lead his army back to Asgard. Though some high-ranking officials wanted to stop the attack on Fabrice's family, but since the Pope was under house arrest, the ambitions of many higher-ups had grown immensely. Without the Pope's restraint, their obsession with power reached its peak. They slaughtered all the opponents in the high-level meeting, confiscating all property, and wiping out the entire clan who dared to support Fabrice. Fabre's family had been safe, but because of Fabrice's decision, they suffered a devastating disaster. In principle, Fabrice was innocent and had made great contributions. But the higher-ups disagreed. Regardless of your merits, you were still a general, and as a general, you had to obey orders. The reason these higher-ups were so stubborn was because the Wehrmacht had shattered their myth of invincibility. A single mushroom bomb shattered the past glory of the Crusaders, tossing it underfoot and trampling it mercilessly. The stark contrast was too much for them to accept, causing many old men to cling to the dreams of the past. And dwelling on the past can only lead to stagnation and ultimate destruction. If the Papal States had made good use of Fabrice, it might have been possible to recapture Halef before the end of the 24 hours. But reality was often more bizarre. They murdered Fabrice's family. Over 300 members of Fabrice's family were reduced to corpses overnight. Even infants in swaddling clothes were not spared. All the men were killed, and as for the women, the attractive ones were taken by the church's high-ranking officials. The unattractive ones were sent directly to the front lines. Fabrice's entire family was wiped out overnight. Fabrice, commanding 300,000 troops on the front lines in a desperate charge to secure the Papal States' last chance of survival, felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Fabrice's hair, which had once been a bit black, instantly turned completely white. He instantly aged decades, his face filled with despair. When his generals learned of this, they felt indignant for Fabrice. "Marshal, with the Papal State treating us like this, is it necessary for us to continue fighting? Of course we must. Because everyone will pay for our mistakes. Over 10 million people live in the entire southeast. If the Wehrmacht captures this area, then those 10 million will atone for our past actions. If we don't want them all to die here, we must capture Halef." Fabrice suppressed his inner pain and anger and looked at Halef. He was ready to perish here. Chapter 598. When the Wehrmacht officers learned that Fabrice had chosen to disobey orders and gather his forces to attack Halef, they were all astonished. After all, in the feudal era, resisting a direct combat order from the monarch had extremely serious consequences. As expected, the Wehrmacht's top officers soon received news from Asgard. Fabrice's entire family had been purged overnight. The Wehrmacht generals looked at each other in bewilderment. Luckily, they were born in Yin. If they had been born in the Papal States, they would likely have had. However, what these generals didn't know was that a small number of them were still on the purge list. However, since the army had only been established for 2.5 years, few officers within the army had participated in this inhumane industry chain. But there are exceptions. Not everyone in the army is upright. These people will be purged after the war, but for now, morale needs to be maintained. These generals admired Fabrice's bravery and determination. Even after his entire family was slaughtered by the Papal States, Fabrice remained steadfast in leading his 300,000-man army to attack Halef. Upon learning of this, the Wehrmacht immediately responded. First, the armored forces, originally divided into 8 routes, immediately assembled 4 divisions, complemented by 4 infantry divisions, totaling 400,000 men. With overwhelming superiority, they immediately annihilated Fabrice's 300,000-man army. Based on past combat ratios, the Wehrmacht soldiers could at least outnumber the Papal States' enemies to 1 against 5, or even 3. But this time, it was Guthrie who was directing the war. And Catus was behind the scenes, making decisions and observing the overall situation. Continuing the 8-pronged attack would yield little benefit. It would be better to use absolute superiority to defeat this 300,000-man army with minimal casualties, putting a final end, or perhaps a temporary pause, to this war between the great powers. After Guthrie proposed this plan, Catus decisively agreed, because he didn't want to see any more soldiers sacrificed. Even then, Fabrice had heard a glimmer of news. He had received news from the city the Wehrmacht had originally planned to attack. It was that many Wehrmacht offensive units had withdrawn and were beginning to close in on Fabrice. Only Guthrie, leading the 1st Armored Division and 1 Infantry Division, advanced triumphantly. They were attempting to stage a spectacular performance before the war was over. This was the wish of every soldier in the 1st Armored Division. Damn it! I've been fuming for over a month. We finally seized a fleeting opportunity, and now this is going to be a blast. Furthermore, after the mushroom bombs exploded, Catus concentrated the Wehrmacht's reserve tanks and concentrated their supply on the 1st Armored Division. He restored the 1st Armored Division's weapons and equipment to peak condition. Even soldiers were drawn from other divisions to reinforce the 1st Armored Division. After completing their re-equipment, the 1st Armored Division immediately launched the rally around the Papal States. Fabrice led the troops in the attack on Horif. The 1st Airborne Division's original plan was to disperse and attack enemy reinforcements in the surrounding areas. But Fabrice unexpectedly assembled over 300,000 troops. 20,000 against 300,000. How could they possibly win? So the 1st Airborne Division decisively retreated to Horif. Several other armored divisions immediately surrounded Fabrice, preparing to annihilate him. And Fabrice did not disappoint the Wehrmacht. Even after realizing it was a trap, he plunged into it without hesitation. Leaving 100,000 troops to defend the perimeter, he led 200,000 in a full-scale charge. At first, the Wehrmacht's artillery attempted to suppress the charging Crusaders. But Fabrice, having emptied his treasury, ordered his magicians to enchant all the Crusaders. At first, the magicians were reluctant, until Fabrice placed a knife to their throats. Then they became obedient. They decisively obeyed Fabrice's orders and enchanted the Crusaders. The Papal States had an abundance of magicians, and even many of the ordinary Crusaders themselves were low-level magicians. First, the airborne divisions didn't carry much heavy artillery. Most of their weapons were anti-tank guns and armored units. While they were very effective against low-level magicians, they proved quite vulnerable against the Crusaders, who possessed high-level magical powers. Even though the Wehrmacht had deployed rocket artillery divisions to provide long-range fire support to Horlif, for the defenders within, this was merely a drop in the bucket. After all, 200,000 people were charging forward recklessly, and you couldn't immediately eliminate them. It was like playing a zombie apocalypse game, and the zombies on the other side were all elite monsters, charging at full speed. Fabrice's actions had a consequence. Many magicians died instantly from mana depletion. These magicians dared not speak out, for Fabrice held a knife to their throats. If they cast magical spells, they might still have a chance of survival, but if they refused to aid the army, Fabrice would slay them without hesitation. Fabre's exact words were, "Since you are from the Papal States, you must be loyal to it." The Papal States magicians could only cry out in tears. Loyalty. Under Fabrice's high-pressure control, personally leading the charge, the 200,000 Crusaders attacked Horif like crazy. Though many of these Crusaders were ordinary men, Fabrice had a message for them. If Horif fell, the entire southeast would be completely lost. Though the Papal States itself was filthy, and even the Crusaders themselves were not good people, in the eyes of the Papal State citizens, the Wehrmacht was the invader, and they were the defenders. Whether right or wrong, they must fight for their country to the bitter end. Perhaps their resistance would be a joke to the world. After all, those who do evil will eventually perish. The Papal State had already incurred public wrath, and several neighboring nations disliked it, yet the soldiers at the bottom believed their own country was the best. However, these Crusaders had no idea that their resistance was pointless. For the church leadership had already decided to negotiate peace with the Wehrmacht. For Fabrice's disobedience, the church leadership murdered Fabrice's entire family, only to discover that Fabrice was still stubbornly attacking Horif. So, the church leadership decisively chose to negotiate. Chapter 599. As the Battle of Kursk drew to a close, De Yin was finally able to unleash its productive forces. But this was only a partial realization, as the war with the Dwarf Empire wasn't over yet. Coincidentally, Leon had assumed the Papal State was a clown, but he hadn't expected the Dwarf Empire to be one, too. The Papal State was a minor king, while the Dwarf Empire was a major king. The Clown brothers had joined forces. The Dwarf Empire suffered the most. Originally, they were forcibly tied to chariots, and then engaged in direct war with the Elf Empire. The moment the war began, the vast Dwarf Empire was shattered. This wasn't due to the Elf Empire's strength, but rather to the Dwarf Empire's domestic economy. It completely collapsed the Dwarf Empire's economy. Initially, Dreens had hoped the state would provide aid to the poor. Since the war began, the Dwarf Empire had lost a significant portion of its labor force, at least half of its original workforce. The domestic economy and production capacity were instantly halved. Furthermore, due to a significant reduction in the labor force and the massive 5 million strong army on the front lines, the Dwarf Empire used its remaining production capacity to fully support the army, allocating it entirely to military-industrial enterprises. Civilian enterprises collapsed instantly. Numerous businesses went bankrupt, severely impacting people's lives. With the economy in ruins and no civilian businesses left, people across the country were living in dire straits. For many, food and clothing became a struggle, and many, unable to survive, turned to banditry. But that wasn't the main point. The most significant incident was the dismissal of a Dwarf Empire general. This general confronted his superior because his wife had been sexually exploited. The superior, after a series of false accusations, dismissed the general, even siding with his wife, because the general was about to seek refuge in the Papal States. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. The general was in agony. He instantly exploded. He then led 300 loyal followers in an attack on the Dwarf Empire's palace. The outcome, of course, was failure. All 300 loyal followers died, but the incident was exposed. For a time, there was widespread discontent. Andres could no longer contain himself. He began to seek compensation for the general, since the army had not found his body. The general was still alive, but no one could have anticipated that the person who had protected the general's escape was none other than the original Great Flame spy, the dwarf blacksmith. With an invisible hand, Hans had completely pushed the Dwarf Empire into the abyss. The general, having calmed down, regretted his impulsiveness. But the dwarf blacksmith had encouraged him to launch an uprising, as he was widely supported. And so, a massive uprising swept across the Dwarf Empire. And then, the Dwarf Empire was torn apart. The dwarves, already struggling to survive, sought ways to make a living, but they dared not protest to the nobles. And now, the appearance of the dwarf general had directly triggered the Dwarf Empire's devastation. And no one had imagined that this massive uprising was simply the brainchild of Hans. Of course, Leon knew about this action, but he didn't pay much attention to it. A qualified subordinate would carry out the leader's orders. Even then, news suddenly arrived from Antia, who had disappeared for several days. At first, Leon thought Antia was just going on a trip. After all, she had mentioned wanting to go out for a walk. But after seeing the message, Barian was furious. He went straight to Leon's office and slammed the letter on his desk. Bang! Leon was so frightened that he almost dropped his pen. Leon! Stop wasting time. Come with me to dig a grave, Barian said enthusiastically. Leon was stunned. No, brother, what did you just say? Dig a grave? Leon's mind raced. Looking at Barian's serious expression, Leon knew he wasn't joking. He really meant to take him to dig a grave. Dig a grave? Whose grave? Leon asked. Guess where Kuenberg's Holy Legion ended up? Barian smiled. Leon suddenly grasped the truth, a look of profound enlightenment on his face. Is this the legendary development through archaeology? At this moment, within the Holy Empire. 800 kilometers due east of the imperial capital. On a humble hill. Countless tulips bloomed on this hill. Countless young men and women in love came here to admire the flowers. Witnessed by countless tulips, they swore eternal vows. No one knew why there was a hill covered in tulips here. And a closer look revealed many weathered buildings on the hill. These massive stone pillars suggested the presence of magnificent architecture in the past. But why was it so unknown? Everyone was surprised to discover that there was actually a military garrison here, and it was from the Holy Empire. No one knew where this army came from, only that they had something to protect. And this army would meticulously care for the tulips. but they wouldn't take any action against tourists. Over time, everyone grew accustomed to this. But today was very different. A red-haired young woman, tears streaming down her face, arrived at the hill. Looking at the headless statue atop, tears welled up in her eyes. Why? How could you be so foolish for these past few hundred years? You've been waiting here for me. But I'm not worth your wait. Antia sobbed. For 1,000 years, since Antia left in anger, she hadn't seen Kuenberg again. Kuenberg had chosen to wait for her. Of course, Kuenberg also wanted to see the fire witch Moya again. But having lost her power, Kuenberg could only watch the vast Holy Empire gradually decline. Meanwhile, he watched helplessly as time slipped by. He could do nothing, only pretend he had seen nothing. Kuenberg ultimately died with regret. Upon his death, he was buried in the mausoleum, which had been prepared for him for over 800 years. As Kuenberg was buried deep underground, so too was the entire Kuenberg era. With the appearance of Leon, people had almost forgotten this once hero. Having forgotten everything about Kuenberg's era, what had Kuenberg brought? Who could possibly tell? Perhaps, in his dying moments, Kuenberg considered forgetting his own world, but would he regret it? There are no regrets on the road to revolution. On the hill, Antia, weeping, suddenly roared in anger. The next second, a terrifying black magical force surged into the sky. This terrifying wave could be felt for dozens of kilometers. Is the sky falling? Chapter 600. Antia's violent outburst instantly captured everyone's attention. The Holy Empire troops responsible for defending this area immediately moved out. Yes, there was actually a Holy Empire army here. Lion had long known of their existence, but their presence was quite unique. Their mission was similar to that of Grey Keepers, responsible for guarding the catacombs of Kuenberg. And they were overseen by a top-tier expert, Leon's great-uncle, Alexander's younger brother Bishus, grandfather's younger brother. Under normal circumstances, Bishus wouldn't have had a good ending. Because Bishus's abilities were not much weaker than Alexander's back then, Bishus even had the potential to compete for the throne. However, Bishus ultimately chose to let his brother Alexander inherit the throne. Because Bishus and Alexander had a very good relationship, Alexander had once taken a knife for the young Bishus. So, Bishus abdicated the throne. And Alexander proved to be a more qualified emperor. Through 3 Western expeditions, he established the Holy Empire's last remaining dignity. Seeing how well Alexander governed the empire, Bishus chose to retire to the mountains, and Alexander offered him an easy job, guarding Kuenberg's tomb. Without hesitation, Bishus immediately accepted. Others might not know Kuenberg, but surely Bishus didn't? Bishus had heard stories of Kuenberg's past since he was a child. Therefore, Bishus deeply admired Kuenberg. He transformed the Holy Empire from a city-state into a vast empire that practically unified the world. This was not something that ordinary people could accomplish. Kuenberg's excellence also left a profound impression on Bishus. Young Bishus always looked up to Kuenberg as a role model. Until he learned of Dreen's fate, and the thought of his ancestors' actions extinguished his desire to be emperor. Perhaps Bishus could have become a worthy emperor, but he ultimately chose another path. Grey Keeper. This guard lasted for 30 years. Bishus witnessed the Holy Empire's decline at the hands of Edward, but he did not intervene. Because life and death are determined by fate, Bishus had come to terms with it. Until recently, a younger generation appeared and successfully captured Bishus's attention. That was Leon. After learning that Leon had liberated the Holy Empire and was following the Red Path, Bishus had been waiting here ever since. Because Leon will come here one day, looking at Antia, Bishus didn't stop her. He had heard of the fame of witches during his early travels, so he could tell that the Anya before him was a witch. After all, how many people in the world could possess such terrifying magical fluctuations? Sir Witch, may I ask why you come here? Bishus said respectfully. To find my man? Antia said domineeringly. Your man? Bishus looked surprised, then glanced around in disbelief. Not sisters? This is the middle of nowhere. Where else could your man be, besides Tulip? Bishus was a little confused, but he noticed that Antia was staring at him intently. No way. I'm an old man. Is that really necessary? Witch, what are you doing? Can you please be reasonable? But the next moment, Antia's words cleared up the misunderstanding. Are you a descendant of Dreen? Bishus was a little surprised at Antia's words, then spoke. Yes, may I ask who you are? Antia, the Witch of Sin, I'm here to find my man, Kuenberg. Antia said, looking towards the mountaintop she had shattered. A bottomless pit appeared before them. Bishus was about to say something when a flash of red light appeared, and Moya appeared beside her. What are you doing here? Antia's face was grim. I came to see him, Moya said, feeling a little guilty. To see him now? Where were you when he needed you most? Anya turned her head away. How dare you say that to me? What about you? Moya, not wanting to be outdone, silenced Antia with a single sentence. The two men turned their backs, and the air froze. At that moment, space twisted. Fushia brought Leon and Barian to the group. Looking at the mountaintop, where high-level combat power was concentrated, and the bottomless pit, Leon asked impatiently, Senior Barian, where should we start digging the grave? Barian couldn't help but hold his head. Leon, can you be more reserved? This is your great-grandfather's grave, after all? Everyone was silent as they listened to their conversation. Moya and Antia were dumbfounded. Digging a grave? And Bishu was stunned. He had just heard Barian? Violet Knight Barian? Was he seeing a ghost? But the next moment, Bishu froze in place. Because he had just heard a name that caught his attention. That was Leon. Looking at the witches around him, he looked back at Leon. What exactly was going on? Are you the leader, Leon? Bishu asked. Yes, second master, Leon said respectfully. As his grandfather's younger brother, Leon had a certain respect for Bishu. After all, second master had stirred up quite a stir on the continent back in the day. But now, life as a gravekeeper had smoothed his edges. Looking at Leon before him, he saw a calmness on his face that belied his age. And he couldn't help but sigh. Leon was surprisingly young. Bishu had assumed Leon must be at least 30, otherwise, how could he possibly support such a vast empire? Although Leon had always denied it, insisting that Great Yin was a nation of the people, most people still preferred to call him an empire. Barian looked at Bishu and asked about his well-being. Then, everyone came to their senses and began to prepare to explore the mausoleum. Although Anthea was somewhat reluctant, not wanting to disturb Kuenberg, she still chose to descend into the mausoleum with them. She wanted to take one last look at Kuenberg. At first, even Leon thought it was just an ordinary mausoleum. It wasn't until they successfully reached the first level that everyone present was stunned. For this hill held a hidden world. From the surface, the hill looked small, but inside, it was a small world. At first glance, everyone saw a vast expanse of palaces. They didn't pay much attention to these palaces. After all, what mausoleum of a top powerhouse isn't filled with a variety of things? These magnificent palaces were just basics. But when everyone saw them clearly, they were all stunned. Because these palaces were made of gold. Lion couldn't help but grumble as he looked at the gold. Senior Kuenberg, do you mind if I take something from you? Chapter 601. Everyone entered the mausoleum, and was stunned by the sight on the first floor. The vast expanse of golden palaces shocked Leon, who was already terrified of poverty. And that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the value of the gold. One golden palace could hold several, even dozens, of tons of gold. Leon didn't know why this continent had such an abundance of gold. Looking at these golden palaces, Leon couldn't help but sigh. If all these golden palaces were demolished, exchanged for gold coins, and released into the market, it would have a severe impact on the continent's economy. A conservative estimate is that there are at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of tons of gold here, converted into gold coins. One gold coin weighs about 20 grams, 1 kilogram equals 50 gold coins, and 1 ton equals 50,000 gold coins. And as for 100,000 tons of gold, that's 5 billion gold coins. For Great Yen, this is a staggering sum. It was even several years' worth of Great Yen's GDP. So, looking at these golden palaces, Leon was stunned. He wasn't thinking about how to protect them, but how to move them back and exchange them for gold coins. That was all money, what Great Yen needed most for its development. Yet, while Leon was thinking about this, the people around him seemed accustomed to it, as if these hundreds of thousands of tons of gold were nothing special. In their eyes, this gold was nothing more than dirt. Especially the witches. Thousands of years of experience had made them less materialistic. Shocked, Leon was puzzled. How had Kuenberg managed to acquire all this gold back then? And is there really so much gold on the market? However, Leon overestimated it. This gold wasn't requested by Kuenberg. It was requested by the heroes who had once followed Kuenberg. After achieving success, many of them chose to join Dreams and backstab Kuenberg. But they still had a sense of conscience. After learning that Kuenberg had lost everything, they decided to offer him some compensation. A large amount of gold and valuables was sent to Kuenberg's house of imprisonment. But Kuenberg refused. Despite being rejected, they didn't give up. After repeated offers failed, they chose to place the gold in the mausoleum Kuenberg was currently building. Although Kuenberg was imprisoned and even lost all his power, Dreams didn't kill him. Instead, he embarked on a massive construction project, spending hundreds of years building a mausoleum for Kuenberg. Because in Dreen's heart, Kuenberg would always be the highest of the highest. Even he, himself, could not compare to Kuenberg. Furthermore, the gods also participated in this small world. While many chose to oppose Kuenberg, many still supported him. The opposing gods took advantage of the situation, and had Dreen's backstab Kuenberg. These gods, belatedly realizing their mistake, felt they had wronged Kuenberg. So they began to seek compensation for Kuenberg. Upon learning that Dreen's was building a mausoleum, they launched a major attack on Kuenberg, the creation of a small world. The opposing gods also joined in, creating a vast small world to house all the belongings of Kuenberg's time. Only by sealing it here could the gods rest assured. However, the gods who chose to help Kuenberg also had a plan in mind. When a top god fell, that god left behind a last word. It prophesied that someone like Kuenberg would reappear and complete Kuenberg's path. So the gods left a gap in this small world, and the point where this gap connects to the hill. This is how everyone was able to enter. Lion looked at this magnificent sight, his eyes filled with greed. Baryan felt a little disgusted at Leon's pig-faced expression. You're a leader, can you be a little more reserved? You're so high-minded, so great, I'm just poor, and I just love money. Lion retorted bluntly. Baryan knew Leon wasn't asking for money for himself, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The group continued to move inside. What they saw next was enough to make Leon's CPU burn out. As they continued inside, the original construction site dwindled, replaced by countless gems. Red, white, green, blue, purple. The dazzling array of gems left Leon stunned. These weren't gems at all, they were money. Shocked, Leon couldn't help but wonder. Where did Kuenberg get all this wealth? Logically, he couldn't be that rich. What Leon didn't know was that this gold, gems, and even more outrageous items inside were almost all placed here by the gods and former followers of Kuenberg. As they explored, the others remained calm, but Leon was nearly fainting from fear. This is a tomb, an imperial mausoleum, and it's an underground kingdom. Lion was already mentally calculating how to transport all this gold and gems. After all, he was a descendant of Kuenberg, so taking a few wasn't too much, was it? Just a few 100 million. Lion paused, his thoughts punctuated by the crowd before him. What's wrong? Lion had barely finished speaking when he saw the golden gate before him. With his low cultivation, Leon couldn't discern the entrance. But the witches were all on edge. What's wrong? Lion asked, looking at the gate. There's a restriction on it. We can't break it with brute force. Fushia observed the golden gate carefully for a long moment, then determined its entrance. Baryan approached the gate. How about brute force? Baryan asked, looking at the crowd. Fushia looked hesitant, but seeing no other solution, everyone agreed to force the gate. Baryan immediately imbued his fist with divine power. A terrifying vortex surrounded Baryan, and everyone present felt a moment of shame. Is this what they call divine power? The next second, Baryan swung his fist, imbued with terrifying magical energy, and smashed into the door. Just when everyone thought the door was about to burst open, as the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. For the door was completely intact, and the restrictions upon it had been triggered. A string of words suddenly appeared on the golden door. Afterward, Leon read the words and fell into deep thought. Do you think the Chinese national football team will win? Please answer. Chapter 602. Looking at the incomprehensible question above, Lion was completely dumbfounded. Is this still China? What have you done? Lion rubbed his eyes, repeatedly checking whether the question on the wall was what he saw. Looking at the large words national football team above, Lion knew the door hadn't deceived him. As a time traveler, Lion certainly knew the answer. But he was struggling with how to answer it. Could it be voice input? Just as Lion thought, a keyboard appeared on the door. This? Looking at the 26 letters on the door, Lion was dumbfounded. So, he typed them according to the pinyin. And Chinese characters actually appeared. No. As the answer was entered, a golden light flashed, and Baryan instinctively protected Lion. However, Baryan's worries were unnecessary, because the door had no intention of harming Lion. With a flash of golden light, 2 words appeared before him. Correct. Lion breathed a sigh of relief. It seems his answer was correct. As expected, there was no chance of winning at all. Just when Leon thought he passed, another string of text appeared before him. What's the second half of odd changes, even remains unchanged? Please answer. Looking at this question, Leon couldn't help but recall his high school days, dominated by math. No need to think about it, of course. The symbol depends on the quadrant. Lion typed quickly entering the answer. A flash of golden light revealed the correct answer. However, just when Leon thought it was over, another question surfaced. No, is this the end? Please name a text that the AI can't replicate. Lion, shock. You forced me to do this. Pasta 42. Everyone was stunned by the strange string of text Leon had typed. How could this be text? Is this speech? Does this make sense? Does this make sense? With a flash of golden light, everyone fell into deep thought. Why did Kuenberg come up with so many bizarre things? Just when Leon thought it was over, more and more questions arose. Lion looked at the questions, took a deep breath, and then began typing furiously. It took over an hour to finish typing over 100 questions. Lion was so exhausted that he almost collapsed on the ground. It must be said, Kuenberg's ability to torture people is truly amazing. As Leon finished the last question, a flash of golden light appeared, and finally, all the restrictions merged into a golden 5-pointed star, which then dissipated in the wind. The restrictions on the gate shattered instantly. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but rejoice, and then pushed the door open. Then, upon seeing what lay within, everyone was stunned. Baryan and the others had assumed the world within would be similar to the world outside. However, the reality was, as the door swung open, a vast underground kingdom appeared before them. Beneath a massive dome, a vast array of objects astonished Leon. Countless figures resembling the terracotta warriors. Of course, these so-called terracotta warriors weren't actual warriors, but rather exoskeleton armor. Looking at these exoskeleton-powered armors, Leon felt a profound shock. Because these exoskeletons were even more advanced than the confession he held. So advanced that Leon felt all his previous efforts had become a joke. After all, he had spent so long perfecting the confession. And yet, these exoskeletons, far more advanced than the confession, were just sitting there, untouched. And it was certain that these exoskeletons had been stored for at least 1,000 years. Because at least 1,000 years had passed since the coup in Kuenberg. These once incredibly powerful exoskeletons had been gathering dust for 1,000 years. However, that wasn't what shocked Leon the most. What shocked Leon the most was the sheer size of those behemoths. Because he saw spaceships that only existed in novels. What is this? Leon asked, looking at the spaceship. It's just an empty shell. Baryan couldn't help but grumble. What do you mean? No power system. Baryan covered his face, trying to hide his embarrassment. The reason Kuenberg didn't conquer space back then was because he lacked a power system. Or, in other words, simply burning magic crystals wouldn't keep his warships running. This is why, despite their fear of Kuenberg, the gods didn't intervene directly. And the reason they took direct action against Leon was because Leon mastered magic fission. With the power of magic fission, Leon could begin researching spaceflight. Equip these warships with a powerful power system. Then he could. After hearing Balian's words, Leon's face showed regret. It turned out to be an empty shell. But Leon quickly realized. What's wrong with an empty shell? At least there's no need to develop it from scratch. Just pack it up and take it away. Leon's eyes lit up instantly. At the same time, he stared at the exoskeletons with a green glow. Who cares about the gods? Pack them all up and take them back for your own use. Gods, huh? You won't let me use them, but I will. Just as Leon was trying to figure out how to get these exoskeletons and warships back, Moya and Antia stared intently at the coffin on the central platform. The coffin was very plain, without any gold decorations, just an ordinary silver metal coffin. It was even possible it was just an ordinary stainless steel coffin. Baryan was also affected by their gazes, and then, without any prior agreement, he looked at the coffin. Bishu also looked at the exoskeletons with a look of shock. Although he was a member of the royal family, and a direct descendant, Bishu had never seen these exoskeletons. The Holy Empire's seal on exoskeleton armor was so tight that not even a single comic strip could exist. The only photos or physical objects that existed were found in tombs. Many of the old monsters, who had fought alongside Kuenberg in their conquests, depicted battle scenes in their tombs. So the presence of exoskeleton armor wasn't surprising. This also effectively killed tomb robbers. Many tomb robbers attempted to rob the tombs of these founding heroes, but as soon as they entered, the Holy Empire would trigger a prohibitive reaction. Then the army was dispatched to exterminate all the tomb robbers. Some of them may have seen the murals, or perhaps they simply hadn't noticed. But they preferred to kill the innocent rather than let them go. This all illustrates the importance of exoskeleton armor. Looking at these incredibly gorgeous exoskeleton armors, Leon couldn't help but gasp. Oh my! It's all my fault. Chapter 603. Watching everyone march toward the silver coffin, Leon followed suit. Even with Baryan and the others by his side, his own safety was not in the least worrying. But Leon felt something was amiss. A strangely cold breeze blew through the air. The entire mausoleum felt eerie to Leon. Why was the mausoleum so eerie? No, a place where the dead were buried was naturally eerie. And before Leon could react, Baryan and the others had already arrived in front of the coffin. Just when Leon thought Baryan and the others would pay their respects to Kuenberg's coffin, Antia gave a gentle push with her small hand, and the next second, a loud bang echoed. The coffin flew out. Leon was stunned. What kind of violent greeting was this? Am I out of touch? Is this a new way of paying respects to the dead? As the coffin landed, it instantly opened, but Kuenberg's body did not roll out as expected. Instead, the coffin was empty. Leon burst into tears upon seeing this. My great-grandfather. How come not even ashes remain? Leon was about to burst into tears. But suddenly, the platform beneath the coffin moved. Leon was nearly frightened out of his wits. It was like paying respects at someone's grave, and then digging up the grave. But halfway through, the coffin lid gave way. That must be the situation now. Leon shuddered subconsciously at the noise. Anthea approached the platform, seemingly unfazed by the sudden resurrection of Kuenberg. Moya wasn't frightened by the sudden movement either. As Kuenberg's lovers, they knew that besides being helpful, he also enjoyed playing tricks on those around him. Like Leon, Kuenberg was a lonely man. But Leon had a backyard, so he could confide in them and find comfort in them. No matter how cruel the outside world was, no matter how much Leon had endured, upon returning home and seeing Yun Qingqi and the others, all his sorrows would dissipate. But Kuenberg was in a terrible situation. His childhood sweetheart had run away. Later, he finally found a confidant, but having lost his power, he dared not seek her out again. As the platform vibrated, a stone tablet rose from within. Lion stood up again, glancing at the words on the tablet, and unable to resist reading. Kuenberg, a native of Antinia in central China, founder of the Holy Empire, pioneer of the Kuenberg era. The greatest man ever. He led 3 northern expeditions against the Orc Empire, 5 western expeditions against the Papal States, and 2 southern expeditions against the Dwarf Empire. The Holy Empire he founded reached its peak during his reign, uniting nearly the entire world except for the eastern continent. He was also the first generation of heroes, the Holy Knight Kuenberg. He was also the one we respected most. Looking at the epitaph above, Leon was at a loss for words. Compared to his own, Kuenberg's attack was simply too dazzling. He hadn't even completely defeated the Papal States yet. Back then, while Kuenberg didn't completely annihilate the Papal States, it was forced to bow to the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire's brilliance caused all nations to shy away. The Yin was still a long way from becoming the Holy Empire in its full form. Since that's the case, let's strive for this goal. Lion's eyes grew more determined as he gazed at the tombstone. But the next second, Leon spotted a small human head carved into the lower right corner. A chibi-style cartoon-like head, with a line of small words written next to it. Anyone who digs up my grave is destined to return empty-handed, destined to be the tears of a grave robber. Don't take advantage of your old age and poverty. Not even ashes will be left for you. Lion nearly lost his composure at the sight of these words. Moya and Antia also noticed the words, and when they saw them clearly, their expressions were filled with emotion. Just when everyone thought it was over, the next second, the tombstone suddenly lit up, and then tiny dots of golden light converged into a human figure. A man in white armor appeared before them. Antia and Moya burst into tears upon seeing this man. Even Baryan froze in his tracks upon seeing him. Because the man in white knight armor was none other than the legendary Kuenberg. Amidst everyone's differing reactions, Kuenberg looked at Moya and Antia and spoke gently. Long time no see. It must have been 1,000 years. Antia, you're so cute, Moya, so smart. Hearing this familiar voice, the 2 women reached out to grab Kuenberg. But they passed right through him. Just as they were stunned, Kuenberg spoke. I'm sorry. We missed each other in the end. After hearing Kuenberg's words, everyone present understood what he meant. Well, to cut a long story short, Xiaoba, congratulations. You successfully broken free from the shackles of fate, escaped the decrees of the gods, and are living your own life. After saying this, Kuenberg looked at Baryan. Baryan was stunned for a moment. He was certain of it. The Kuenberg before him was definitely a projection from the past, or rather, this video had already been recorded in the past. How did Kuenberg know he had broken through the boundaries and become a god? How could he even guess that Moya and Antia would appear together? Just as Baryan was puzzled, Kuenberg looked at Leon. Hey! Kid! Keep your digging quiet. Don't wake me up. You're quite something. You were able to create that thing right under the noses of the gods. You did something I couldn't, and you surpassed me. Of course, I will only admit that you surpassed me in certain aspects. I, Kuenberg, am also a great hero, Kuenberg said, turning his head to the side with a proud look. Leon rubbed his nose awkwardly. Moya and Antia couldn't help but laugh at this familiar gesture. Oh right, there are a full 100,000 exoskeleton-powered armors here, as well as a large number of semi-finished space battleships. In fact, the gods you think of don't actually reside in the Divine Realm. That so-called Divine Realm is just another small planet. And their ability to become gods is closely related to that small planet. That asteroid possesses a vast amount of magic power, dozens of times more concentrated than our own. It can be said that they are born with the ability to become top-level magicians, requiring almost no training. In fact, they are not true gods, or rather, they are not the gods of our myths. They are simply stronger than us. If we had space battleships, we could march our troops into the so-called Divine Realm. God? How many divisions does he have? How many mushroom bombs can he withstand? Chapter 604. Everyone present was shocked by what Kuenberg said. What Kuenberg said was beyond their comprehension. In their eyes, God should reside in the Divine Realm, not on some so-called asteroid. And according to Kuenberg, this asteroid wasn't far from their planet. Looking at the crowd's reactions, Kuenberg realized that his words might be too far-fetched. But Leon looked intrigued. Since they were on another planet, couldn't they directly use a space rocket loaded with a warhead to strike that planet? Leon pondered this, then glanced at the surrounding space weapons. Could there be something here that could be used for space flight? As Leon pondered, Kuenberg continued. Okay, stop dwelling on that nonsense. Now you should think about how to resolve this. This world is practically on the verge of collapse. If you don't help them, then it will truly be ruined. But since you come this far, it must mean you succeeded, or at least more so than I have. At least I haven't taken that step yet, Kuenberg said, chuckling self-deprecatingly. Moya and Anthea stared intently at Kuenberg, afraid he'd disappear from their sight. Kuenberg looked at the two women, a smile on his face. Goodbye, if there's another life. With that, Kuenberg began to dissipate. Anthea and the others tried to catch Kuenberg, but it was a futile attempt. Just as Kuenberg was about to disappear, Kuenberg suddenly spoke. Leon, be kind to those around you, and don't be like me. Good luck, fellow countrymen. The next second, Kuenberg's projection vanished completely, as if he had never appeared in the first place. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, while Leon stared in silence at the spot where Kuenberg had last disappeared. If he was right, Kuenberg, like himself, had traveled from that red land. It was so hard to meet a fellow countryman, only to miss him like that. After learning Kuenberg's story, Leon was filled with nothing but amazement and regret. Of course, there was also a hint of fear, as Leon feared repeating the same mistake. With Kuenberg's projection vanishing, everyone began to explore Kuenberg's tomb. If nothing else, Kuenberg's tomb was truly enormous. It took Leon and his companions over an hour to fully explore this unprecedented underground kingdom. Leon even suspected it wasn't even an underground tomb. If this thing were ever to be released, it would likely have a devastating impact on the entire world. Because Leon discovered that if the dome were removed, this would be a top-tier city. This underground mausoleum not only boasted a vast palace complex, but also extensive walls and other protective structures. Leon even saw something resembling a magic cannon, or what they call an energy cannon. It's like you're still in the age of cold weapons, while others have already ascended to the realm of machinery. Looking at these high-tech gadgets, Leon had only one thought: buy them all. Just as Lion and his men were preparing to pack up and take away Kuenberg's legacy, the battle for Halef was drawing to a close. The outcome was predetermined from the start. Fabrice's final attack was merely a death throes. However, Fabrice's desperate struggle still caused considerable trouble for the airborne troops. After all, such a desperate charge would inflict heavy casualties. However, the importance of Halef was self-evident, and the airborne troops had no choice but to defend it. Fortunately, the Great Yin Air Force's support never ceased. The Air Force had already halted support from other parts of the front, devoting all its resources and manpower to Halef. Halef was considered the final battlefield. Fabrice had no chance, even with the magician's protection. How could a mortal body withstand the relentless bombardment of aircraft and artillery? Initially, the Crusaders, relying on magical protection, were able to charge into Halef despite the small-caliber artillery fire. But with the arrival of other infantry divisions, the Crusaders were no longer able to advance into Halef. They could only watch helplessly as the Wehrmacht captured Halef. However, a fierce battle continued between the two sides for Holliff. Captain Maljlov of the Airborne Division Commando Unit was leading his commandos in a desperate defense of a tall building. This building was the only high-rise structure nearby. Both the Crusaders and the Wehrmacht considered this a crucial battleground. Fortunately, thanks to their advantageous terrain, the Wehrmacht secured the area before the Crusaders could attack, successfully blocking the lower level. They held on to the building. Ammunition supplies were delivered by logistics personnel, and then directly pulled up using ropes. The commandos used this primitive method to hold out for a day. During that day, over 1,500 Crusaders launched a siege. But they were all repelled by the commandos. The building had also suffered severe damage, leaving many sections severely damaged. But the airborne troops remained entrenched within, as if it were their final destination. Furthermore, the Crusaders found themselves unable to enter the building despite repeated attacks. Frustrated, the Crusaders resorted to covering fire from their magicians. They intended to completely demolish the building. But before that, they planned one last attack. Maljlov watched the gathering troops in the distance through a telescope. Like them, these Crusaders were at the end of their strength. But they still steadfastly followed Fabrice's orders. In reality, they knew that the Crusaders were no match for the Papal States. This war, coupled with the Oracle, had awakened them. And yet, they still steadfastly followed Fabrice's orders, because now that they were awake, they knew. Fabrice was the only general left standing in the Papal States. A true general, one who valued the Papal States above all else. But the Pope dismissed him. Though the Pope eventually regained consciousness and reinstated Fabrice with a decree, but the empire was about to collapse. Who could stop it? Fabrice was only a man, not a god. Brothers, in 2 hours, the Oracle will take effect. We have already lost. We will completely lose the southeast. An officer was relaying Fabrice's exact words. Hearing the officer's words, many of the Crusaders present burst into tears. They had lost. Chapter 605. Looking at the grieving Crusaders, the airborne troops felt no sympathy. Instead, they were even more serious, for they were soldiers. When the enemy is cornered, they will launch their final, desperate struggle. Like hunting. As long as the Crusaders are not completely defeated, they will definitely deliver a heavy blow to the Wehrmacht before their final demise. The Airborne Division commander has given the order. This is the final decisive battle. Absolutely no mistakes can go wrong in the last 2 hours. We don't want to become the Wehrmacht scapegoats. The Airborne Division commander knew that his order would undoubtedly lead to increased casualties among his men. But there was no other way now. Holliff could not be lost. The airborne troops were trained one by one. Every sacrifice grieved the Airborne Division commander immensely. But this is war. Inside the building, Maljlov looked at the Crusaders surrounding him. Determination was written across his face. He had already ordered the entire building to be filled with explosives. If the building fell, they would detonate the entire structure. Maljlov looked at the 30 or so soldiers remaining, a wave of emotion filling his heart. After taking the church, the commandos immediately split up. Maljlov led 100 men to defend the building, while the remaining soldiers obeyed the Airborne Division's orders. Though they only had 100 men, after just one day of fighting, only a few dozen were left. Maljlov and his men were truly elite. To have beaten the commandos so badly, the opposing Crusaders were no pushovers. After receiving the order, the Crusaders immediately deployed a large number of magicians, unleashing a barrage of devastating blows upon the building. Maljlov and his soldiers were relentlessly on the move. At this moment, the Crusader seized the opportunity and led his soldiers in a magical blast, blowing open the building's entrance. The Crusader soldiers filed in. Hundreds of soldiers charged upstairs. A commando, dodging the magical attack, heard the commotion from his room and, as he emerged, saw a sea of Crusader soldiers. Oh my god! The commando pulled out an M26 grenade and hurled it down the stairs. The Wehrmacht gave all its valuables to the airborne troops. Even the M26 grenade was prioritized for the airborne troops. This was because the M26 grenade was nearly 100 grams lighter than the M24. Airborne troops typically carried 4 or 5, which weighed nearly a pound. A pound of weight, how many rounds of ammunition would that be? And the M26 grenade was also a very good grenade. As soon as it was produced, it was delivered directly to the airborne troops. The soldier threw a grenade, and the Crusaders climbing the stairs watched it roll down. Everyone panicked instantly. One Crusader, in a move no one expected, leaped forward to block the grenade. Boom! Thanks to his magical reinforcement, the Crusader used his body to block the grenade's fragments. But the Crusader was also blown to pieces. Seeing this, The commandos lost their composure. They immediately threw all the grenades they had on them. They absolutely couldn't let these crusaders get up like this, or they would all be finished. Following the example of the previous crusader, the other crusaders, like a shot of chicken blood, used their bodies to block the grenade without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the commandos couldn't help but gasp. What was going on? Did these crusaders really want to die? Not only that, after the crusaders suffered casualties, the crusaders showed no sign of fear. Instead, they became even more bloodthirsty and furious. They launched a fierce attack upstairs. The commandos upstairs also heard the commotion from below. Instantly waking up, they rushed to the stairwell and, without hesitation, threw grenades down. They focused on hitting with large quantities. The machine gunners even set up their PKMs on the stairs, and unleashed a barrage of 7.62mm rounds on the charging crusaders. Some of the Great Flame Supermen even raised their PKMs above their heads and fired, to avoid the crusaders' return fire. The bullets splattered against the building. The entire corridor was like a firecracker. Several PKMs laid down suppressive fire, but it still couldn't stop the crusaders' advance. Because these superhuman crusaders simply lifted the steel plates. Bullets couldn't penetrate these plates, tougher than life. This was how the crusaders advanced. Many commandos who had thrown grenades were caught in the gaps, and killed by the crusaders. The commandos were forced to retreat again and again. Marglov was hit in the body armor by a crusader during a raised fire attack. The magic bullet pierced through the armor and entered Marglov's body. Shot in the flesh, Marglov slid down to the ground, leaning against the wall. Marglov didn't feel much pain, but he could feel his blood draining away. Upon seeing Marglov injured, the medic rushed over and did his best to staunch the bleeding. But the blood continued to flow, and the medic had no choice but to use the last healing scroll on Marglov. Because Marglov was the captain, he had to lead the battle. Watching the medic use the last healing scroll on himself, Marglov took a last look at his pocket watch. Looking at the happy photo of a family of 5. None of this can be undone. Sisters, parents, I be there soon. Marglov ordered all soldiers to retreat to the rooftop. As they retreated, they carried their injured comrades with them. We won't abandon any of our comrades. The retreating commandos quickly reached the rooftop. Looking around, Marglov saw only 11 of his commandos left. Looking at his blood-soaked comrades, Marglov's face was filled with relief. There are still 30 minutes left, and the war will be over. Halef has been saved, but we... Marglov lowered his head as he spoke. The city of Halef lay in ruins all around him. A soldier suddenly spoke up. Captain! We're not afraid. Airborne troops are no cowards. The other soldiers and Marglov looked at him in unison. Yes! Airborne troops are no cowards. At this moment, the crusaders had already reached the rooftop. Every soldier was ready to die. Marglov looked at his comrades, who looked determined, and pressed the detonator. The air was silent for a few seconds. No explosion? Marglov looked up suddenly, and saw that the crusaders not far away were all smiling maliciously. The line was cut, and at this moment, the commandos had fired their last rounds. Chapter 606. The commandos fired the last bullet in their magazines, and watched the crusaders pouring in. One commando pulled out his last grenade, and looked at his comrades. The comrades saw the soldier's actions, but they didn't stop him. Instead, they acquiesced. Because they knew they were doomed. The crusaders also noticed the commandos without ammunition. One by one, they abandoned their attacks and decided to use the most direct means. That was to capture these commandos. A successful capture would be a severe blow to the entire Wehrmacht. It would also save the Papal States some face. Seeing the crusaders halt their attacks and disperse their formation to surround the commandos, everyone present understood what the crusaders were going to do. Everyone instantly looked at the soldier still holding the grenade. The soldier holding the grenade swallowed hard. My goodness, why are you all looking at me? Where are your minds? The commandos, noticing the soldier's gaze, patted their empty waistbands. Soldier, The soldier sighed, and prepared to pull the ring. Looking at the crusaders charging before them, the soldiers were ready to die. Even Marglov spent his final moments checking his pocket watch. They must not be captured alive. Even if they had to jump from here, they must not bring shame upon the Wehrmacht. However, at this critical moment, the sound of a propeller broke the deadlock on the rooftop. An Mi-8 helicopter flew directly from the other side of the building, almost brushing against the rooftop. Before the crusaders could react, the soldiers on board opened the hatch and rolled out their M2 heavy machine guns. Then, Lao Gan Ma unleashed its might, easily shredding the defenseless crusaders on the rooftop. A single loud gone ma blast shattered the Crusaders' hopes of capturing the commandos alive. Bang! 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 Originally, these Crusaders, with their magical protection, wouldn't be afraid of loud gone ma's attacks. But remember, these soldiers had taken a heavy toll during the assault. Their magical protection had long since worn off. Faced with a 12.7 caliber loud gone ma, they could only do one thing. That's silence. Nonsense! Who could withstand 12.7 mm? They definitely wouldn't utter a word after being hit. The loud gone ma on the Mi-8 helicopter became the final death warrant for these Crusaders before the ceasefire. And with a beautiful tailspin, the Mi-8 helicopter hovered directly above the rooftop. The bullets pierced the Crusaders, stirring up not only a cloud of dust but also a cloud of blood. The Crusaders were instantly devastated. The Crusader officers, seeing this, had no choice but to order the soldiers to evacuate the rooftop. With less than a minute left until the ceasefire, if they didn't evacuate in time, the entire Crusader population on the rooftop would be annihilated. Marjolove instantly regained consciousness, snatched the grenade from the soldier's hand, pulled the ring, and threw it across the road. The Crusader soldiers on the opposite side were dodging the air attack, completely unaware of the grenade that suddenly rolled over. Mi-8 helicopters hovered overhead, dropping down a large amount of supplies via ropes. To quickly restore the commandos' combat effectiveness, crates of AK-47s were even dropped. Marjolove ordered his men to retrieve the AKs, while simultaneously preparing for a defensive counterattack. But Marjolove was overthinking it. The Crusaders had already received orders to retreat, and their commander wouldn't allow them to suffer any more unnecessary sacrifices. The outcome was decided, the battle was settled. Holif ultimately held out. And the commander's actions weren't solely due to a desire to spare their lives, but more importantly, to preserve a small spark for the Papal State. Although they didn't know whether the Wehrmacht would accept prisoners. After all, not all commanders were as wise as Wendy Keller. Speaking of Wendy Keller, her reputation within the Crusaders was already tainted. And it couldn't be any worse. The previous fierce offensive had directly depleted the Crusaders' combat effectiveness. They merely secured 2 already broken lines of defense. They lost over 300,000 soldiers. Critically, Wendy Keller even reported this victory to the Papal States. And then nothing happened. The victory Wendy Keller had so vaunted was destroyed almost overnight by the Wehrmacht. Even Wendy Keller herself, after the battle began, heard that the Wehrmacht had counterattacked and breached several lines of defense, disappeared without a trace. In an unassuming village 500 kilometers north of Holif, Wendy Keller, looking dejected, was hiding in a stable. Word had reached them that the Wehrmacht was about to attack. The 3rd Armored Division of the 1st Panzer Army had not received orders to support Halle, but instead to continue the offensive. Because the 3rd Panzer Division was in a unique position, their attack route was towards the north. And according to Caddis's theory, the army would gain the most by attacking north. The gains would be far greater than attacking from any other direction. And, if nothing unexpected happened, they would inflict heavy damage on the Crusaders along the way. The remnants of the Crusaders had almost all fled north, and those remaining in Halle were largely forced to stay by Fabrice through his own reputation. Over 1 million soldiers fled north. Wendy Keller was one of them. At this moment, Wendy Keller was hiding in the stable, not daring to show her face. He was hallucinating. The sounds of gunfire and artillery were everywhere in his ears, and the light of exploding mushroom bombs filled his eyes. He had become completely delirious. There was no trace of the once high-spirited Crusader commander, who ate a dozen dishes per meal, and showered repeatedly at the slightest speck of dust. Now he was hiding in the stable like a homeless person. The slightest movement made him extremely nervous. And then, at this critical moment, the owner of the stable arrived. He had heard a neighing sound, and upon entering, he saw Wendy Keller hiding inside. "Who are you?" Before the owner of the stable could say anything, Wendy Keller instinctively attacked, instantly impaling him. Chapter 607. The owner of the stable had never imagined that someone would be hiding in his stable, and that this person was a magician. Looking at the magic piercing his body, the owner was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself speechless. He could only watch helplessly as his life slipped away, and he collapsed to the ground. The man's family heard the commotion and rushed over, only to find Wendy Keller standing in a pool of blood, while the man lay on the ground, his blood spilled everywhere. The woman of the house, terrified, covered her mouth and hurriedly fled, screaming as she ran. "Help!" The others in the village heard the commotion and rushed out with their weapons drawn, believing the Wehrmacht had arrived. When they arrived at the stable, they found only a homeless man and the dead man. The crowd surrounded Wendy Keller inside the stable. Wendy Keller stared at the villagers in horror, mumbling incoherently. "Get out of here! You must all be here to harm me! Get out of here! You must be sent by the Wehrmacht to capture me!" Listening to Wendy Keller's delirious ramblings, the villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. "Isn't this a fool? Can a fool kill? Why can't a fool kill?" After a brief discussion, the villagers unanimously decided to restrain Wendy Keller first. But just as the villagers were about to act, Wendy Keller suddenly erupted. She immediately mobilized her magical power, and a massive tornado burst out of the stable, sweeping up all the villagers present. Even the village chief, who had just arrived to mediate, was swept up in the situation, and the entire village was instantly destroyed by Wendy Keller. However, all this happened simply because a peasant discovered Wendy Keller. After she finished, Wendy Keller observed the entire situation without any sense of guilt, but instead muttered to herself, "They are all traitors. I am the only true and most loyal believer of the Papal States." With this, Wendy Keller began his desperate escape towards Asgard, the capital of the Papal States. But could he truly return to the Papal States? Or could he truly return to Asgard and see his supporters alive? Of course not, because not only the radicals, but even the conservatives deeply loathed Wendy Keller. If Wendy Keller had been able to hold the line, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. So, all this was Wendy Keller's fault. However, these ugly church leaders forgot one thing. Wendy Keller was the one they elected to succeed Fabrice. So-called war is nothing more than an extension of politics. How many of those so-called generals can truly remain unscathed in the political maelstrom? 80 kilometers south of this village, the 3rd Armored Division of the 1st Armored Army was advancing at full speed. Watching the countdown clock tick to less than a minute, the 3rd Armored Division pushed forward at full speed, racing against time. As the countdown successfully expired, the 3rd Armored Division halted its advance. At this moment, a series of distinctive bell sounds echoed across the continent. Even Bonaparte and his men, far away in the eastern continent, heard these bells. Although they hadn't participated in the negotiations with the gods, when they heard the bell, they would understand what had happened. People from every nation on the continent were utterly shocked upon hearing the bell. They were not only shocked that Great Yin had triumphed over the arrogant Papal States, but even more shocked that Great Yin had actually managed to force the gods to yield. For a time, discussions about Great Yin reached a fever pitch across the continent. Upon hearing the bell, Queen Sif of the Elven Empire instantly revealed a look of joy. After Great Yin ended its war against the Papal States, it would inevitably send troops to deal with the Dwarf Empire. The war between the Elven Empire and the Dwarf Empire had reached a stalemate. Both sides were sending reinforcements to the Elven Empire's southern border. The entire southern border was a giant meat grinder, with both sides constantly pouring in troops. For a while, neither side could find a breakthrough. And the Great Yin Navy fleet was searching for an opportunity to encircle and annihilate the Dwarf Empire fleet. But the Dwarf Empire fleet was incredibly clever. They deployed a large number of magic beacons, capable of detecting conditions within a radius of several kilometers. This was how the Dwarf Empire fleet avoided the Great Flame Fleet. If they couldn't destroy the Dwarf fleet, the Great Flame Fleet would have a hard time finding a breakthrough. Until the sound of the bell. Upon hearing the bell, Dwarf Emperor Andres instantly closed his eyes and passed out. It was over. The Dwarf Empire was gone. Some countries reacted even more violently, and the eastern continent was in turmoil. Even Bonaparte was stunned. He knew the Great Flame was powerful, so he had boarded this ship from the start. But he hadn't expected this to be so ridiculously powerful. "Brother, are you having a fever? You're fighting against the gods?" Bonaparte was shocked, but his opponents were terrified. They knew that Bonaparte's current achievements were inseparable from the support of Great Yin. And Great Yin's choice to support Bonaparte wasn't just about investing in him, but more importantly, about gaining access to the eastern continent. There's no such thing as peace. When an absolute hegemon emerges, who will abide by peaceful development, Great Yin is now an absolute hegemon. If you can become a great power, why not become one? The new West French Empire's greatest enemy is the original West French Empire. The West French Empire, isolated in a corner, relied on its natural defenses to block two southward advances by the new West French Empire. Of course, these two so-called southward advances were merely exploratory attacks by Bonaparte. Because at this moment, Bonaparte was rapidly strengthening the domestic economy and restoring the devastated northern region. Only with a strong economy can we truly fight a tough battle. The West French Empire had been peaceful, having repelled Bonaparte's two attacks. Then, upon hearing the bell, everyone was in an uproar. What should we do? What should we do? The Papal States are gone. Yes. Even the gods have given in. How can we fight Bonaparte and his men? What if the Great Yin sends troops? For a moment, the entire West French Empire erupted in chaos, until one sentence silenced everyone present. "How about we surrender?" The entire West French Empire hall was instantly filled with peace. Even elsewhere, the people of Liongrad heard the bell and jumped for joy. Because the war was over. This war, which had raged for almost 2 months, was finally over. If it had continued, the two sides wouldn't have fought for just a few months. But don't forget, what era was this? This was still a feudal era. It was only with the emergence of the Great Yin that these countries were forcibly dragged into the industrial age. But aside from their industrialized weaponry, their agriculture and everything else remained feudal. Have you ever seen a feudal era capable of sustaining a major war lasting several years? Perhaps, but very few. Furthermore, the tactics of these feudal kingdoms remained entrenched in the feudal era, which was the fundamental reason for the Wehrmacht's unparalleled success. It's like a college student competing with an elementary school student in mental arithmetic. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? Chapter 608. Inside the city of Halef. On a high building, Marjlov removed his helmet and slumped to the ground. The war was over. The Mi-8 helicopter landed on the roof, carrying the wounded commandos aboard. The other soldiers watched the retreating crusaders. These crusaders knew they had been defeated, and the war had temporarily come to an end. They could finally go home. Although many fanatical believers still urged them to fight to the end, most of the wiser ones had already chosen to flee. They just wanted to go home. Home was the place that brought them the greatest peace of mind. Watching the crusaders evacuate the city, the Wehrmacht did not intercept them. Because the Treaty of Defeat was about to be signed, they could escape, but they could not. The atrocities they had committed against innocent people would be made public. Marjlov looked upon the shattered world, momentarily lost. What should he do next? My sisters, my parents, are all gone. What's the point of this world? Just then, a soldier tapped Marjlov on the shoulder. "Captain! The division commander wants you back to headquarters." Only after hearing the soldier's words did Marjlov come to his senses. Yes. He's a soldier, he has a country to protect, and millions of people behind him. If he fails to protect the Yin, more families will suffer the same fate as he does. The papal state must be destroyed. The seeds of hatred have already taken root in Marjlov's heart. Perhaps not everyone is guilty, but he would rather kill the wrongdoer than let the wrongdoer go. On the way, Marjlov began to reflect on the shortcomings of the airborne troops exposed during this war. Although a large number of magic scrolls had been prepared in advance, many of them failed to function due to improper storage during use. This resulted in numerous failures at critical moments. This was a real headache for the airborne division. Watching the transport planes flying overhead, Marjlov suddenly had an idea. He could airdrop the armored units directly. To quickly establish combat effectiveness, the airborne armored units would have to be integrated with the vehicles. But wouldn't that be difficult? Marjlov fell into deep thought. Is this the wrong approach? Even then, with the war over, back in Liongrad, preparations for the surrender ceremony had already begun. After all this hard work, the Papal States had finally been conquered. By the time of the armistice, the Wehrmacht had advanced an average of 300 kilometers inland. Gudry's troops, in particular, had advanced 300 kilometers northwest of Halef. Less than 1,000 kilometers, as the crow flies from the capital of the Papal States. This nearly destroyed the Papal States. The Papal States leaders fled with their families, leaving behind a few young church newcomers, who were supposed to be in charge. All of Asgard was thrown into chaos. With the escape of the church's leaders, Asgard lost its former restraints and exploded. The civilians of the Papal States, long oppressed, instantly unleashed the evil within them. They looted, raped, and plundered, committing all sorts of atrocities. For a moment, the entirety of Asgard became a criminal paradise. Leon didn't receive the news immediately, but instead used magic to inform the current leader of the Papal States. He instructed the Papal States to prepare a surrender ceremony in Asgard. Then Leon heard the official explanation from the Papal States. The capital, Asgard, has been overrun by mobs, and we're temporarily unable to carry out your demands. Hearing this, Leon's defenses were completely broken. Damn it! Just procrastinating, huh? Lion called the 1st Armored Division, led by Gudry, who was preparing to retreat. Take your men and attack Asgard. No, surrounded, Leon said, pointing the magic crystal skyward. You can't blame me for breaking my promise, can you? I just want to end the war quickly. If you don't agree, make some noise. As soon as Leon finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck the sky. Frightened, Leon raised the magic crystal and the trigger. The next second, the lightning bolt, which was about to strike Leon, suddenly stopped in front of him. Like a good child, it tried to touch him with its smallest arc. Lion was terrified at the sight. "Oh my god! Are you trying to electrocute me, brother? This is lightning! Not a 5V power supply." As if sensing Leon's disdain, the lightning bolt instantly retreated in grievance. Lion was stunned. Has this lightning become a spirit? Watching the lightning bolt, eager to approach but afraid of Leon's disdain, Leon was at a loss for words. Are these gods really that foolish? Just as Leon was wondering, the lightning bolt transformed into a human figure in the sky. Looking at the figure, Leon couldn't help but twitch his lips. Because it's the portrait of that Chinibu goddess Galena. Leon, no, what's this all about? I'm negotiating with the gods. So what are you doing here? What's wrong with that Chinibu goddess? Just as Leon was wondering, the lightning suddenly turned golden and darted directly into Leon's right palm. Finally, it transformed into a small golden lightning symbol. What is this? Just as Leon was wondering, the clouds in the sky instantly vanished. Leon sensed something was amiss at this moment. Has something gone wrong in the divine realm? Leon's guess was correct. Something was indeed wrong. Galena wasn't stupid anymore. No, Galena had gotten smarter. When the gods used their clones to reach the mainland, Galena launched a counterattack. The horn of the counterattack sounded. She launched a counterattack with the once oppressed gods. After being trapped for thousands of years, Galena finally broke free from her prison. Although Galena had prepared herself mentally, she was completely shattered when she learned what the papal state had done. The usually amiable goddess Galena suddenly went berserk. Galena finally understood why her power had been weakened for so long. At first, Galena thought the gods were using some divine power to limit her. But to her surprise, the gods dealt Galena a ruthless blow. Galena was burdened with an endless curse. Every person killed by the papal state cursed her in some way before their death. This created a very explosive situation. Galena was cursed, while her sister Irina gained faith. Who could endure this? Chapter 609. Upon learning of her sister's actions, Galena nearly lost her temper. What's the difference between this and a minotaur? After hearing this news, Galena considered turning her back on her sister countless times. But she held back. After 1,000 years of deception, Galena was already extremely weak, a far cry from her former self. The goddess of light in the past was a true goddess of light, capable of fighting 5 at once and overwhelming the gods. But now, things were different. Galena, weakened, could only protect herself. She was even imprisoned, unable to protect herself. If it weren't for her friends, Galena would likely have met a tragic end. So, Galena had endured these years, waiting for an opportunity to strike a decisive blow against those who had imprisoned her. And it turned out that her endurance worked. Galena's endurance finally led to Leon's arrival. Just as prophesied, Leon successfully fought against the gods. Although he had only just begun his war against the gods, it was enough. The gods who knew Kuenberg were a step too late, causing Kuenberg to lose everything. Since Kuenberg's defeat, these gods have fallen silent. Or perhaps it could be said that they have spent the past millennia reflecting on their mistakes. At the same time, they were trying to find a way to help Galena, to help her escape the persecution. And they were also waiting for Leon's appearance. Although they had given up hope of victory, after all, Kuenberg had been so powerful, while Leon was just an ordinary man. He didn't even have magical powers. At first, the gods were tempted to give up on him, but ultimately forced to choose Leon. After all, in their eyes, not choosing Leon meant having no other choice, while choosing him at least offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, Leon's ability to survive these years safely until his adolescence was inextricably linked to the gods' help. Though these gods were gods, they were actually no different from ordinary humans, simply blessed with a privileged background. Thus, they naturally became gods. They were also capable of reflection, and the theories presented by Kuenberg were exactly what they longed for. Like a seed, they took root in the gods' hearts, and they began to accept this refreshing concept. They began to apply what they learned, and set about transforming the divine realm. Although the divine realm consisted entirely of gods, there were also distinctions of high and low. The higher-ranking gods looked down upon the lower-ranking gods. This was an insurmountable hierarchy, but there were always exceptions. Among the lower-level gods, there always appear a few destined ones, who defy fate and change their destiny. After ascending to higher levels, they haven't forgotten their origins. Instead, they seek ways to improve the lives of the lower-level gods. However, actions without theoretical support are doomed to failure. After several wars among the gods, the higher-level gods ultimately emerged victorious, but they dared not oppress the lower-level gods any further. Otherwise, they feared the emergence of yet another destined one among the lower-level gods, and another round of wars among the gods. Though the divine realm is vast, it can't withstand such turmoil. So, the two sides lived in peace for tens of thousands of years, until the appearance of Kuenberg. Kuenberg's appearance completely threw the gods into disarray. At first, both the opposing gods and the other gods watched Kuenberg's actions with curiosity. Because they had learned through prophecy that Kuenberg would change the world and even challenge the gods' position, they were initially nervous. But the prophecy also foretold that Kuenberg would soon fail. The gods then chose to let go and wait, and see the fate of this man with a strange fate. As expected, at first, the gods did not consider Kuenberg a serious threat, but soon, Kuenberg's growth exceeded everyone's expectations. It was like a genius boy who found a ring, was then absorbed by an old man for 3 years, and finally awakened and took off at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the gods saw Kuenberg next door become a holy knight. He had also developed a large amount of exoskeleton armor, and the Holy Empire successfully established itself in central China. The gods panicked and began to contact neighboring countries. At this time, they also successfully attacked the Papal States, and they united to imprison Galena. He dispatched Irina to take over the Papal States, and subsequently launched a siege against the Holy Empire. At that time, Kuenberg endured far more sieges than Leon. Because Kuenberg was a formidable figure, he naturally received more attention. The reason Leon was able to develop so slowly was largely due to his lack of magic power and industrial weaponry. Kuenberg's weapons were magical, not traditional industrial. It can only be said that both were sixth best, and indeed sixth best. Kuenberg took the path of rapid growth, while Leon pursued a more gradual decline. Kuenberg's main strategy was to surprise the enemy. By the time the gods reacted, they were completely wiped out. Leon's path of industrial vulgarity was to industrialize right under the enemy's noses, because he lacked magic. The gods initially considered him a joke, but in the end, they realized they were the joke. Kuenberg faced numerous sieges. The entire world was hostile to the Holy Empire. The Demon Empire, the Orc Empire, the Elf Empire, the Dwarf Empire, and even the Papal States. All stood against the Holy Empire. Then Kuenberg led the Holy Empire's army, step by step, directly crushing all other nations. He crushed them all from beginning to end. This successfully demonstrated the Holy Empire's terrifying power to the world, but it also sealed Kuenberg's fate. Without absolute strength, one cannot display their prowess. Kuenberg's impressive performance was immediately noticed by the gods, and they began to target Kuenberg. After their first encounter, Kuenberg realized he was no match for the gods. Because his spaceship lacked sufficient power, Kuenberg began implementing Project 235. However, due to a traitor's betrayal, the plan was leaked prematurely. The gods simply erased element 235. Later, Kuenberg realized he had taken the wrong path, and began using other elements for fission research. But how could the gods be so careless? They simply erased all relevant elements. This is why Leon and Balian, after spending so much time, ultimately failed to extract the relevant element. Kuenberg, despite his immense efforts, ultimately failed to achieve what he sought, effectively falling into the gods' trap. Then, the ending is well known. Chapter 610. Galena originally supported Kuenberg, and many of her friends did too. However, things didn't go as planned. Kuenberg ultimately failed, or rather temporarily. Kuenberg's defeat instantly inflamed the opposing faction. They began to suppress Galena and other gods who supported Kuenberg. As a leader, Galena should have led the gods against the opposing gods, but due to the gods' conspiracy, Galena lost contact with the other gods. For thousands of years, the gods have been devoured and disintegrated by the opposing gods. Many weak-willed gods have betrayed Galena, because in the eyes of these gods, they have been defeated forever. Until today. The God Realm. Because this world is so overabundant with magical power, the air is filled with a thick mass of magical energy, which is the fundamental reason why gods can become gods. It's like being born a max-level boss. And leveling up and killing monsters is as easy as drinking water. Initially, these gods were on the verge of collapse from the opposition. But Galena's outburst caught everyone off guard. Galena launched a small-scale war among the gods, bringing with her a few close friends and marching all the way to her sister Irina's palace. After learning that her sister had led a group seeking revenge against her, Irina decisively fled. Galena then arrived at the deserted palace and, after a thorough search, discovered that Galena had fled. However, they did not return empty-handed, as they had successfully destroyed Irina's control crystal over the Papal States. That is, the crystal disguised as the goddess of light. With the crystal destroyed, war between Galena and the opposing gods became inevitable. On the mainland, upon receiving Leon's orders, Gudry led the 1st Armored Division straight to Asgard, the capital of the Papal States, and then laid siege to Asgard. With the armored forces paving the way, Asgard was captured in less than 3 hours. But Leon did not allow Gudry to occupy the city. He only took over temporarily. Because Leon believed that the cities of the Papal States were filthy dens, he was truly disgusted by their being taken down like this. They should have been pounded with mushroom eggs first, then demolished and rebuilt. Gudry gained control of Asgard through violent means. Without further ado, he immediately brought the church's leaders to the table for negotiations. At this time, the Papal States, despite being the loser, still vainly sought to gain more. Our terms are, adhere to the goddess's principles. As long as you retreat to the border, the goddess will protect you. Gudry sat at the head of the negotiating table. Since the specialized negotiators were still on their way, Gudry could only follow Lion's instructions. Although Gudry wasn't sure how to negotiate, given what the Papal States offered, no normal person would choose to agree. And what about a general like Gudry, a veteran of the battlefield? Gudry wasn't about to tolerate these so-called powerful people and curse them directly. God's blessing? I bless you. If we win, we say God is punishing heretics. If we lose, we still want to keep our territory, saying God will protect us. That's your God, not ours. Because we don't have any. Gudry stood up after saying this. Leon had given him immense power. Even if he went over and beat up the papal representatives, Leon would applaud. After all, some people are just mean-spirited. Even after defeat, they still deny their faults. Seeing Gudry's outburst, the church representatives finally panicked. For they were the losers. If they didn't agree to the Wehrmacht or the Covenant of the Gods, the Papal States would suffer a devastating disaster. How about dividing the border according to the Covenant of the Gods? Gudry nodded silently, but then something struck the Papal States as awe-inspiring. We discussed the territory, but we should also discuss the matter of those innocent souls. Gudry then pulled a stack of photos from his pocket and slapped the church representative across the street in the face. Instantly, photos flew everywhere. The church representative's face flickered between blue and purple as he watched the horrific photos falling freely from the sky. He felt no regret. Instead, his eyes were filled with anger. They're all dead? The past is over. Why keep hounding them? And they made a contribution to the goddess. They died a worthy death, the church representative declared confidently. After hearing this, Gudry and the other Wehrmacht representatives were unable to sit still. Gudry grabbed a chair and charged at the church representative. The other representatives, unwilling to be outdone, each grabbed their own weapon and engaged the church representative. This is truly infuriating, conducting such inhumane experiments, euphemistically claiming to be a contribution to the goddess. How could these hot-blooded young men tolerate this? Although diplomacy between nations requires respect, I've given you several ways out, and you've been hopping on them, refusing to come down. Respect is earned, not given by others. Since you don't want respect, then we help you maintain it. The representatives rushed forward, nearly beating the church representatives to death. Finally, they were stopped by the arriving guards. If they hadn't been stopped, the church representatives would have been beaten to death. The guards stopped the representatives, who returned to the negotiating table. The church representatives on the opposite side, each with a bruised face and swollen nose, lowered their heads and remained silent, fearing they would say something wrong and be beaten. Looking at the kind-looking, clear-eyed church representatives, Gudry snorted coldly. Sure enough, some people deserve a beating before they can even distinguish between great and small. After watching the church representatives quiet down, Gudry began to read out Lion's additional conditions. According to the gods' agreement, the battle line will be used as the standard for the new territorial division. We have no objection. But we have only one additional condition, that everyone in the Papal States acknowledge their past sins, apologize to all those who tragically died, and compensate their families. Gudry stood up, and the representatives beside him also stood up. He stared intently at the church representatives across from him. It seemed as if the church representatives dared to say no, Gudry and his men would strike them in the face with the iron fist of justice. The church representatives looked at Gudry and his men, sweating profusely, and then, under pressure, they bowed their heads. We acknowledge. Chapter 6:11. Before the church representative could finish, a discordant voice rang out. Wait! Why should we, the Papal States, admit to something we didn't do? This is a slander from our enemies. An old man dressed as an archbishop walked in and looked at Gudry with disdain. He didn't take Gudry seriously at all. Who are you? Gudry said politely. I am the Archbishop of Light of the Papal States, the most powerful person under the Pope. Why don't you kneel before me? Gudry and the others stared at the archbishop in bewilderment. "How much have you drunk? What's going on?" The church representatives were stunned. Because the archbishop had just returned to Asgard, having just awakened from a deep sleep, he knew nothing about the outside world. He was extremely stubborn, and would not tolerate any opposition. He was unaware that Asgard had fallen into the hands of the Wehrmacht. Looking at Gudli and the other ordinary people, Archbishop Light's disdain reached its peak. Gudli and the others immediately sat down, looking at Archbishop Light with stern faces. The Archbishop Light spoke. "For the damage you have caused to the Papal States, compensate us with 50 million gold coins, and allow our church to spread the word. Our church members, who commit crime shall not be dealt with arbitrarily, and your women shall also be allowed to." Before Archbishop Light could finish his words, Gudli took the lead and overturned the table. The church representatives turned pale. "It's over." Gudli left without offering any explanation. Because Leon had told Gudri from the beginning. "We are the victors, we make the rules. If the Papal States still refuses to repent, then let them have a few mushroom bombs." After returning to camp, Gudri ordered the blockade of Asgard and told Leon everything that had happened there. Leon also learned of Gudri's table-flipping behavior, but instead of blaming him, Leon praised him. Talking nicely to the enemy is useless, so forget about negotiating with the beasts. Just crush them with your iron fists. And so, Leon began his favorite part again. That's clicking. Leon came to the map, contemplating it. Which city should he destroy? Leon finally felt the feeling of having everything under control. No wonder everyone yearned to become a great power back then. Everyone cursed the great powers, but everyone wanted to be one. Leon also learned the exact location of the Papal States laboratory. Because a large number of Crusader soldiers, including many officers, were captured on the front lines, the Intelligence Bureau was able to gather a wealth of intelligence from them. It must be said that the Intelligence Bureau's work speed was truly swift. The bodies were brought in the morning, intelligence was available by noon, the bodies were buried in the afternoon, and the information was gathered on Lion's desk that evening. The bodies would be ready for the Great Yen Lands tomorrow. Hansa's speedy intelligence transmission was a legendary feat for the Intelligence Bureau. Lion learned that the Papal States had over 300 laboratories, 12 of which employed over 50,000 people. There are 167 laboratories, with over 10,000 personnel. These laboratories murder over 100 people daily. Sometimes even more, resulting in at least 500,000 deaths annually. 500,000 unarmed innocents. Lion targeted a crucial city in the Papal States. Badfar, the second largest city in the Papal States, is the industrial and financial center of the Papal States. Badfar is located on the westernmost coast of the Western continent. Further west lies the ocean, and across the sea lies the Eastern continent. The Eastern continent is called the Eastern continent because of the might of the Holy Empire. The powerful Holy Empire directly controls Zhongzhou, and all other regions use Zhongzhou as a reference. This is why there are the Eastern continent, the Western continent, the Northern continent, and the Southern continent. Zhongzhou is the center of the map. Badfar, originally located in the westernmost region, should have been the safest place, hence the name the city that never falls. How could those barbarians from the Western continent possibly reach the Papal States? But now the city that never falls is about to fall. The sun missiles have locked onto Badfa. Leon initially considered using mushroom bombs, but to intimidate the Papal States, he considered using weapons of mass destruction. But what if there are innocent people in Badfa's laboratory? Lion fell into deep thought. The vast majority of the Papal States deserve death, but there are still innocent people. Lion chose not to spare any guilty person, but he also didn't want to kill any innocent person. But without some action, he couldn't get the Papal States to obey. Lion looked at the sea west of the Western continent and suddenly had an idea. I have an idea. Shoot a mushroom bomb directly into the sea west of Badfar. Let the Papal States know that the Great Flame's fist is not made of clay. A fiery sun missile, carrying a cubic centimeter of super-concentrated magic crystal, landed directly on the sea surface of Badfar. Then a huge mushroom cloud rose, and the people of Badfar were stunned. The gods panicked once again. They could sense that this terrifying power was enough to shred lower-level gods, and even higher-level gods would be harmed. They all approached Irina, hoping she would take charge of the Papal States. Irina simply said, "Why should I? Let them fend for themselves. I'm furious." Irina had recently been devastated by her sister Galina's counterattack. Not only had her communication with the Papal States been severed, but she had even been backstabbed by her own men. For these men were undercover agents planted by Galina. Irina was about to explode. Now that the Papal State has lost its support and is still so reckless, no one can save it. Destroy it. Seeing Irina abandon the papal state, the gods couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Without the papal state, who on the continent could stand against the great flame, the gods set their sights on the Orc Empire and the Dwarf Empire. Even then, the people of Badfar witnessed the mushroom bomb explosion. Everyone was stunned. If this had hit them, wouldn't they have vanished from the face of the earth? When the papal state's high-ranking officials heard the news, many of them nearly fainted. That night, the church negotiators, regardless of the Archbishop of Light's attitude, ran directly to Gudley's camp, practically kneeling before him. General Gudley, you must convey our message to the great leader of Lion. We, the papal state, are the great flame's best friend. We accept all your terms. Looking at the church representative's changed expression, Dudley finally understood why Lion was developing the mushroom bomb. Chapter 612. Looking at the fawning church representatives before him, Dudley was momentarily at a loss for words. This was faster than Sichuan opera face-changing. The master of face-changing has arrived, and everyone has to say 6. Listening to the church representative's speeches, Dudley showed no emotion. Instead, he reported the matter to Lion. Upon hearing of this, Lion immediately ordered Caddis to handle the matter. At the same time, he instructed Caddis to squeeze as much surplus value out of the papal states as possible. After all, as a defeated nation, they needed to be prepared to be squeezed dry. When the papal states learned of the mushroom bomb explosion at sea, everyone was on edge. Although none of their cities had been hit by a mushroom bomb, their frontline crusaders had been hit once before, and that attack had instilled a deep fear of the Great Flame in all the crusaders. As acquaintances, they had the most say in the mushroom bomb attack. Upon hearing the news of mushroom bomb explosions around Badfar, some of the generals who had escaped became instantly anxious. After all, with this thing, once you experienced it, you become familiar with it. Anyone who wants to experience it a second time is absolutely crazy. At first, the Archbishop of Light tried to struggle a bit, hoping to buy a little more chance for the papal state. But he was pinned down by the generals. They violently drove the Archbishop of Light out of the hall. Then they freed the imprisoned pope. After several days of captivity, Holdras finally saw the light again, but he wasn't happy at all. The first thing he asked wasn't about the papal state, but whether Fabrice had captured Holif. But seeing the crowd's reactions, Fabrice understood that Holif had ultimately failed to be taken. The Pope didn't show any disappointment, for he had known from the outset that it was virtually impossible for Fabrice to capture Holif. If Fabrice had possessed a million-strong army from the outset, it might have been possible to capture Holif. But all that was in the past. Holif had changed hands. Now it was time to consider how to sign an unequal treaty. After exiting, Pope Holdras headed straight for the palace to contact Irina's crystal. But something unacceptable occurred to Holdras. Holdras was unable to contact Irina. Or perhaps Irina had completely vanished. Holdras finally panicked, fearing the papal states would be abandoned. After several attempts, Holdras finally realized that Irina had abandoned the papal states. And just then, Holdras learned of the negotiations. When he learned of the Archbishop of Light's miraculous operation, Holdras wished he were dead. But they still held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that Lion wouldn't be so hasty in ending things. But reality dealt them a slap in the face. Lion launched a mushroom bomb directly into the sea near Badfa. This immediately frightened the negotiating representatives to the point of retreat, forcing even the Archbishop of Light to cower like a tortoise. The Pope, upon seeing this, understood that no matter what efforts he made, the outcome was already determined. The papal states would face an even harsher unequal treaty. If they had signed an unequal treaty from the outset, the papal states would at least have retained the most dignified means of death. But now, given Leon's personality, since he had rejected a respectable outcome, he would force himself to make it more respectable. As for how respectable, that would depend on the depth of the unequal treaty. Holdras was already prepared for death. Tired, ready for destruction. As the papal states drew to a close, Leon, far away in Leondler, Great Flame, quietly made his way to the northern underground laboratory. Although Teresa had been conducting experiments, the underground base hadn't been fully developed and utilized. After all, where would they find so many people to fill the vacancies? So, after receiving a large inheritance, Leon headed straight for the underground laboratory. He rearranged the vacant rooms in the underground laboratory and established a new department, the Reverse Research Department. After all, these advanced technologies required rigorous research, as a certain great power had once done. The technology of the predecessors was far superior to modern technology, so there was only one research path before them. That's reverse engineering, upgrading through archaeology. That plywood general used the legacy left by his predecessors to build several strategic bombers. This stunned everyone. So Leon also decided to go with this simplest, yet most effective method. After all, no one in this world would accuse you of plagiarism. Who dares to accuse Leon of plagiarism? Give him 2 Ivans. Watching the power-powered exoskeleton armor being disassembled, Leon's heart ignited with a fervor. It will succeed. Kuenberg was almost there back then, and though he ultimately failed, in Leon's eyes, he had already succeeded. Leon wanted to combine Kuenberg's path, forging his own path. After acquiring the power envelope and armor, Leon, without a trace of pride or complacency, began to focus on power systems. He ordered Robert to lead the team to continue their research into fission and even fusion technology. However, before Robert's team could resume their work, Leon personally ordered a 2-week break. They were allowed to visit their families, but only under the close supervision of the Intelligence Bureau. No one on the team resented this, for as participants in the Puchet project, they naturally understood its significance. And Robert had become an instant celebrity since the last mushroom bomb explosion. The news of the mushroom bomb explosion appeared in every newspaper, spreading throughout Dahyen within half a day. Robert's name also appeared in the newspapers. Due to confidentiality, Leon could not publicly name the entire team, but he had to elect a representative, so Leon had no choice but to bring Robert to the public. After all, as a responsible person, Robert still has a long way to go. He must learn how to deal with ordinary people, or rather, how to handle challenges from various nations. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. Robert's road is long, and so is Dahyen's. All Leon can do is guard Dahyen with his mushroom bombs. However, Leon is happy that with the Papal States' imminent surrender, he will also have a vacation, and it will probably be a long one. Although the Elf Empire and the Dwarf Empire are currently locked in a fierce battle, the Elf Empire does not want Dahyen to join the fight. They want to repel the Dwarf Empire on their own. Leon, of course, agrees. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot grow. If the Elf Empire wants to stand up, it must fight a battle to establish its foothold. As for himself? Finally, I can rest. Chapter 6:13. To be honest, the Papal States acted very quickly. After being threatened by mushroom bombs, the Papal States negotiators, authorized by Pope Holderness, drafted a surrender agreement. The contents are as follows. A new border will be drawn based on the battle lines established at the time of the ceasefire. At the same time, the Papal States will acknowledge the harm inflicted on innocent people and their crimes. And the number of people killed over the past 1,000 years will be announced. At the same time, the Crusaders on the front lines will be classified according to the battle lines. If they are still within the Wehrmacht lines, they will surrender immediately to the Wehrmacht. If they are within the Papal States, they will disband on the spot. At the same time, the Papal States will open the city of Badfa on the west coast to Dahyen. Dahyen will be allowed to station troops in Badfa. At the same time, Dahyen will be compensated with 10 million gold coins and 500 million gold coins to the families of innocent people, and Dahyen will be allowed to open factories within the country, and all mineral resources will be open to Dahyen. Almost every one of these clauses is extremely important. First, the issue of garrisoning Badfa. Initially, no one took Badfa seriously, but Lyon strongly urged the National Defense Army to secure garrisoning rights there. Because Badfa lies across the sea to the west of the eastern continent. Gaining a military port in Badfa would allow the Great Yin fleet to reach the eastern continent more quickly. And it could also reach the small nations in the easternmost reaches of the eastern continent. As for the indemnity, Lyon initially wanted to ask for a high price, but then he thought about the lives harmed by the Papal States. So Lyon made a high offer, but not for the National Defense Army. According to incomplete statistics, the Papal States has harmed over 3 million people in the past 50 years. 3 million people means at least 3 million families torn apart. Not only that, the entire Marglove family, with the exception of Marglove, was brutally murdered. They are already dead, and Leon has no way to resurrect them. Leon can only punish these demons and find a way to compensate them. 500 million gold coins in compensation, and just like that, Leon will dispatch intelligence agents to gather as much information as possible about these 3 million people and contact their families. Each family will receive approximately 150 gold coins. This is a huge fortune. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100,000 yen. Some might say, isn't Leon a fool? Just giving money away like that? This isn't just Leon's sympathy for these innocent people. It's also part of Leon's plan. 150 gold coins is a lot, but can 150 gold coins buy the unwavering support of a family far away in a foreign land? Diane helped this family find their long-lost relative. Although he had been brutally murdered, Dian had already defeated the Papal States. And the Papal States had acknowledged its crimes. The lower classes of the feudal era were not so cunning, most knew how to repay a favor. Leon also ordered the search for the remains of those tragically killed. They were to be returned to their hometowns, to their long-lost loved ones. If they couldn't be reunited in life, they must fulfill this wish in death, right? And while these 150 gold coins might seem like a free gift, Leon guaranteed that at least 100 of them would eventually return to Dian. Now, the nations can no longer escape Dian. Or rather, they can no longer escape Dian's cheap handicrafts. For example, electric lights and other gadgets. Though cheap, they're truly practical for the lower classes. But as industrialization progressed, Lion gradually lost his composure. The exploitation of the nobles was drawing to a close. Those nobles had already been exploited to the point of exhaustion, but Lion had always adhered to its bottom line and refrained from exploiting the lower classes. For the lower classes, Dian's industrial products were merely the cost plus shipping costs, with a markup at the end, but the profit never exceeded 10%. Is there any profit in that 10%? The answer is, of course there is. And Lion didn't hesitate to exploit the nobles. What gilded carved cars? What diamond-encrusted soft beds? The main point was a mutually agreed upon, willing to fight situation, but already, nearly 30% of the wealth of the nations had been transferred to Dian. To continue developing, Dian's industrial system must be further improved. A prerequisite for war is that the nation initiating it possesses comprehensive industrial capacity, capable of disconnecting from the rest of the world, or, in other words, detaching itself from its social sphere. By refraining from interacting with others, one can maintain a stable domestic standard of living. But in his previous life, during the era when Leon traveled through time, it was virtually impossible to break free from the ties of the world. So Leon absolutely would not tolerate a situation where someone would cut his throat, receive war reparations, and open factories within the Papal States. This meant that Dian would quickly acquire a vast wealth. Invest in the construction of Dian. 500 million gold coins might be a lot, but the Papal States could definitely afford it. And under pressure, they would do it without hesitation. Because these 500 million weren't meant for Dian. If they were, they would have engaged in a lengthy and arduous dispute. But what they didn't anticipate was that Leon would despise the 500 million as compensation for innocent people. If you were to covet even this much, Leon would curse you in death and in the grave. Because Dian could already open factories within the Papal States. This would directly become a water pump, severely bleeding the Papal States. Dian's factories had both advantages and disadvantages. For the nobles, they were definitely full of disadvantages. The factories would undermine the local nobles' industries and force them out. But for the lower classes, the factories would only benefit. Dian's factories would provide a large number of jobs, with an 8-hour workday, 2 days off a week, and various benefits. Improve the lives of these lower-class people. So, after Dian established factories in various countries, the lives of the lower classes gradually improved, and Dian also gained a steady stream of wealth. Alas! But energy is conserved, so who was hurt? Of course, our nobles. Thus, a world where only the nobles were hurt was achieved. Lion ordered Cadis to accept the surrender from the Papal States on Dian's behalf. At the same time, he lamented that he could finally take a vacation. However, before his vacation even began, a fire broke out in his backyard again. The cause was Heiyu's mother, Welia, fanning the flames in his backyard. After instilling a little ideology in Heiyu, the backyard conflict began. Lion, you won't mess with me if I don't have a vacation, right? You mess with me as soon as I have a vacation, right? Chapter 614. As the large-scale war devolved into a small-scale conflict, Dian was now left with only its naval fleet, engaged in a battle against the Dwarf Empire's fleet. The National Defense Forces on the front lines of the Kursk Plains had begun preparing to withdraw to their homeland. The Holy Empire's front troops, originally stationed in Liongrad, also began withdrawing from Liongrad, returning to the Holy Empire to maintain local law and conduct routine training. However, misfortunes never come singly. The war was finally almost over. The heavens were once again unkind. A long, continuous spring rain descended upon Dian. It rained for over 10 days straight, and water levels in many areas had already exceeded critical levels. The people of Lion were paralyzed. Is this the work of the gods again? Damn it, they just don't want me to rest, working me like a beast of burden, right? Complaints aside, Lion now had to patrol Dian's only major river every day, the Blackwater River, a tributary of the Song River. The Blackwater River is so named because it was originally clear, But remember that Yin is entirely coal-fired. From the surface, the riverbed appears completely black. This is how the Blackwater River got its name. The Blackwater River source is near Nanchuan City, but instead of flowing south to join the sea, it flows north to join the Sangjiang River. A typhoon swept directly from the sea, sweeping across Nanchuan City and Leningrad. The torrential rain caused the Blackwater River's water level to rise sharply. Leon personally led his men to patrol the several towns near the river daily. At the same time, he stationed troops in these towns, ready to evacuate residents immediately if any problems arose. At first, Leon thought that facing such a natural disaster would require a massive amount of manpower and resources. It wasn't until the appearance of the magician that Leon learned a lesson. Leon then realized that the very existence of magicians was to enable humanity to combat natural disasters. Thanks to Leon and the Congress's meticulous planning, thorough preparations were being made across the country. This rainstorm was at most a minor setback, a test of Yan's ability to combat natural disasters. However, what Leon hadn't anticipated was that the war had been overcome, and so had the natural disaster. He ultimately collapsed in the backyard. That night, Leon crawled back from the capital, exhausted. Leon hadn't sat down all day, running around the capital, because he was arranging for various departments to receive the impending war reparations. Leon was completely consumed by worry. And then, Leon was completely exhausted. After a busy day, he crawled home exhausted. But as soon as he opened the door, he was met with a scene that was not quite right. Everyone sat on the living room sofa, their faces sullen. Delia and her mother, Irina, stood nearby, chatting and laughing, watching with great interest the five beauties seated on the sofa. Lion, upon seeing this, immediately covered his waist and tried to sneak upstairs. Damn it! Tonight's a high-level game. They're waiting for me here, but Leon had barely taken 2 steps when he was stopped. Lion, don't you want to come upstairs and sit down? Why are you in such a hurry? Haven't you eaten yet? Yun Qiqi asked. The women's eyes instantly turned to Leon. Lion felt a little uncomfortable under the stairs. Their gentleness had vanished, their eyes now filled with sharpness. Why had another explosion occurred in his backyard? Leon was devastated. He truly didn't want to come home every day to face the backyard fight. But what could he do? Things had come to this point, so let's eat first. Leon rubbed his nose awkwardly, then spoke. That makes sense. I haven't eaten yet. So why don't we eat first? He then glanced at the crowd, as if to ask for advice. Leon was already thinking, when will I be able to stand up again? A man needs to fight. The women's previously tense aura instantly subsided, and each of them beamed with joy as they looked at Leon. Leon's legs instinctively tightened. There must be something wrong with the situation. If they were looking at him like that, something was bound to happen. Sure enough, before Leon could even move, the women surrounded him. Especially Yun Qiqi, who looked like she was protecting her food, trying to drag Leon away. But Froststar grabbed him. The 2 women each grabbed one hand and pulled him in 2 directions simultaneously. Leon was stunned. If you weren't competing with me, why did you drag me along? Leon had wanted to walk straight ahead, but the 2 women grabbed him with one hand each, and the first step he took was instantly pulled back. Leon, Yun Qiqi's expression instantly changed, a look of pity. Hubby, do you hate Shishin? Shishin knows that my mother and I have never been well liked by you. Yun Qiqi raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Leon couldn't stand this, and immediately gave in to this demon's trick. But Froststar held Leon back. Lion, didn't you say you open up to me after the war? I knew you wouldn't even look at me, no matter how hard I tried. Froststar, after saying this, dropped her usual aloofness and grabbed Leon's arm, looking like she was about to cry. Lion, it's over. Looking at the 2 women on either side of him, Leon's expression was uglier than tears. This wasn't an invitation to dinner, this was a death warrant. Is this the legendary backyard war? Lion couldn't help but think of the male protagonists in those novels. How did they handle backyard issues? Watching the 2 jealous women, Mother Irina burst into laughter. One of life's 3 great joys is teasing one's own son. Don't be soft, little Leon. Mother Irina continued to fan the flames. Lion was about to burst. And at this critical moment, Leia took action. She came before Leon, and under the gaze of the 2 women, she slowly pulled Leon out from between them. The 2 women, who were vying for attention, were stunned. Were they the ones whose house was robbed? After being pulled out, Leon breathed a sigh of relief. Leia was still kind to him. The tense situation dissipated in an instant, and everyone sat down at the dinner table. Hungry Leon's appetite was whetted by the sight of the table overflowing with food. What Leon didn't know, however, was that the real backyard battle was about to begin. Leon looked at his mother, Irina. As a mother, Irina only needed her to pick up her chopsticks, and Leon could eat. However, today, his mother, Irina, didn't pick up her chopsticks. Instead, she spoke directly. The rainstorm is over today, and since you have the day off tomorrow, let's go on a spring outing. Let's have a great time as a family. Irina smiled at Leon, and Leon wiped the sweat from his forehead in fear. This is a high-level game, and Leon noticed that after Irina finished speaking, the other women all smiled with triumph. Leon, if I could go back in time, maybe I wouldn't have to be divided into 5 equal parts. Chapter 6:15. What else could Leon say after hearing his mother Irina's proposal for a spring outing? Of course, he nodded in agreement. In this family, his mother had the final say. His status was declining. Now that things had come to this, let's eat. Leon immediately picked up his chopsticks, ready to enjoy a hearty meal. His mother Irina looked at him, understanding how hungry he was, and took the lead. Leon stared directly at the food in front of him, feasting merrily. No one should interrupt a person who's eating. If anyone does, be prepared to face their wrath, except, of course, his wife. Leon was halfway through his meal, when several women began serving him food. Leon, Yuan Qingqi looked at Leon with an electric gaze, then scooped several chopsticks of meat into his bowl. Leon, looking at the meat, which was larger than his own rice, fell into deep thought. At that moment, Frostar, unwilling to be outdone, kept picking up vegetables for Leon. Leon looked at the two women sparring, at a loss for words. Didn't they reconcile? How did it end up like this again? Who did this? If I catch them, I definitely give her a good smackdown. Sneeze. Vilya, who was eating, suddenly sneezed and then looked away from the table awkwardly. I'm done, I'm being scolded. But Vilya was doing this to buy her daughter a chance. Only by muddying the waters can one fish in troubled waters. Oh no, muddy waters to catch dragons, Vilya thought as she fixed her eyes on her daughter, Heyu. However, when she saw what Heyu was doing, Wailia nearly fainted. What sin had she committed in her past life to give birth to such a thing? Because Heyu was now absorbed in his meal, as if the women's war had nothing to do with him. Heyu chatted with Yanqing from time to time, completely unconcerned with Leon. Wailia was so angry she nearly fell to the ground, clutching her forehead and trying to suppress her rage. Heyu was over 1,000 years old, and still acting like a brat. As if sensing his mother's disapproval, Heyu glanced at Wailia, then raised his lips in a haughty expression. As if to say, what do you care? Humph! Wailia's rage instantly reached its peak, her evil nature ready to burst forth. She looked as if she was disappointed in someone who had failed to live up to her expectations. What do you mean by I'm in charge? I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you know your status has plummeted? Leia's already making her mark. What are you still doing? As the mother and daughter exchanged glances, Leon at the table was almost in a state of distress. The sheer volume of food piled directly from Leon's bowl. The sheer volume of food was overwhelming. At first, the rice bowl couldn't hold it all, so Yuan Qingqi brought Leon a vegetable bowl, poured the food from Leon's bowl into it, and placed it in front of him. Then he added more food, one after another. Leon's mouth twitched at the sight. Are they treating themselves like pigs? Frostar, not to be outdone, also added more food to the ample bowl. Leon looked at the food with a grimmer expression than if he were crying. Some might say, just finish it. But what if this were the large bowls Northerners use for noodles? Ah no, it should be called a large basin. Let's leave the Southern potatoes alone. And then, at this crucial moment, Leia reached out her chopsticks and directly put the dish back into the two women's bowls. Leon, you can't eat too much meat, or you get high blood pressure. And you can't eat vegetables as a meal. You should eat more nourishing foods to nourish your brain. Leia then personally poured a bowl of soup for Leon. Leon was instantly moved. My Leia, you're still so good to me. However, when Leon saw the contents of the bowl, he almost fell off his chair. The bowl was filled with kidneys and other nourishing foods. Leon then looked at Leia for confirmation. Leia smiled, as if saying, be good, and make sure you finish it. Leon looked at the seemingly endless amount of food, then at the bowl of nourishing soup. Leon drank the bowl of nourishing soup with trembling hands. No, I need to practice hard. Man, stand up. The two women were instantly displeased when they saw Leon drink the soup. Then, they each began to think of a solution. Yuan Qingqi clutched her abdomen and said, Baby, what's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother. Leon jumped up from his seat in fear, ready to check on Yun Qingqi. However, Shuangxing, already aware of Yun Qingqi's tactics, pulled out a piece of paper and spoke in panic. Leon, this is bad. The Qingqi frontline troops are under siege by the Orc Empire. Leon turned around, but before he could say anything, Yun Qingqi beside him suddenly stood up and received the message. Really? That's impossible. Lion was dumbfounded. No, you're just lying to me, aren't you? Lion remained silent, staring at Yun Qingqi. Yun Qingqi noticed Lion's gaze and lowered his head in embarrassment. Lion, you aren't lying to me, Yun Qingqi. I'm sorry. Yun Qingqi noticed Lion's gaze and instantly switched from offense to defense, looking pitiful. Lion was at a loss for words. And just then, the true master entered the scene. Shuangxing grabbed Lion's hand. Lion, I have a cold. Can you feed me? I'm so weak. Sob. Sob. Lion couldn't help but twitch his lips. Where did you learn these little tattles? You're not messing with me. Lion looked around helplessly, but there was no one around to help him. Yun Qingqi also looked pitiful. Seeing the soft attack take effect, Leia also learned to play the victim. And Leia was the one who acted the best. As soon as Leon looked at Leia, her eyes instantly reddened, as if they were about to burst, filled with grievance. Lion, 6. Hey, you saw this and instantly became anxious. Aren't they all so clever? Hey, you didn't adopt the soft attack, but instead took a different approach. She had already learned a great deal from books. But these books had a great origin. Because they were banned into Yin, distributing them was illegal. But reading them secretly was a common offense. You might be wondering, where did these books come from? Of course, they were brought by the evil-minded Vilya. After all, she was an old woman who had lived for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. She certainly possessed many things others didn't. She then imparted all of her knowledge to Heiyu, who immediately put it to use. Leon had no idea what terrifying thing awaited him tonight. Chapter 616. Faced with the women's soft offensive, Leon decisively chose to evade them. That meant running away. Leon sprinted to the phone and picked it up. Huh? Hello? Yeah, Hans, remember to take care of this. Leon immediately shifted positions, much to everyone's amusement. As expected, a man as straight as Leon couldn't resist anything cute, or rather, when someone acted coquettishly. Leon's resistance was zero. But everyone assumed Leon wouldn't stay in the phone booth for long, and would soon join them for dinner. However, they underestimated Leon's fear. Leon kept talking on the phone for 2 hours. Of course, 2 hours was just a generalization. In reality, Leon only talked for half an hour. That's all. But that half an hour was enough to successfully avoid the chaos at the dinner table. The women saw that Leon had chosen to avoid the fight, so they didn't pursue him. Because night is the main battlefield. Yun Qingqi stated that he was determined to win, and Shuangxing was also eager to try. Leia, completely devoid of her usual innocence, looked at the black dress on the bed, her face tinged with shyness. Her face was as red as a monkey's, but... Leia! You have to work hard. You have to fight for a good life. Leia didn't buy this dress herself. Her mother, Zanina, personally sent it to her. But Zanina didn't stay for dinner at the Duke's residence. After delivering the dress, she gave Leia some instructions and then left. After all, Zanina felt guilty. Lion, in his bedroom, was looking at the latest map of the Great Flame, not knowing what awaited him tonight. Even Leia had chosen to change her ways, let alone the other women. Yun Qingqi declared that tonight, Leon would feel a suffocating entanglement. Lion, 6. Frostar, not wanting to be left behind, also prepared her own unique secret manual. Only Yin Xian, the most miserable, had prepared nothing. He simply clung to his bunny stuffed animal and slept soundly, as if nothing around him had anything to do with him. Lion? What was Leon? Was sleep even important? However, no one expected that tonight, the once tranquil lake would be emptied into a mudslide. Heiyu's room. Heiyu, well-fed and well-fed, was now reading the books on her bed. But something was amiss with Heiyu. Because her eyes were filled with something different, their once calm eyes now brimming with love. As one netizen put it, the internet is truly amazing. A new world suddenly opened up to the naive Heiyu. Unbeknownst to everyone, Heiyu had been reading these books for days, spending every day after dinner curled up in her room studying. Luckily Leon didn't know. If he did, he'd definitely have her whipped. Okay, so you're learning bad things instead of good, huh? You're an adult, but you can't go astray. Who would read a book like this all day long? Is there nothing else? Heiyu's head was already smoking as she read. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, completely overwhelmed by Haeyu's CPU. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After reviewing her lesson several times, Haeyu closed the book and opened the black gift box her mother, Vilya, had given her. When she saw the clothes inside, Haeyu's CPU froze once again, because it was even more abstract than Leia's lace dress. Just then, Wyleria knocked on Haeyu's door. Haeyu was so frightened that she almost dropped the gift box. But after sensing the presence outside and realizing it was her mother, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she opened the door and asked, "Mom? Come here." Before Haeyu could finish her words, Wyleria covered her mouth and led her into the room. "Mom, I need to check if my little darling has grown." Haeyu sensed something was wrong, but before she could resist, Wyleria seized her. "What are you doing?" "No. It's itchy." "Ha ha." Haeyu's strange voice echoed, followed by Wyleria's. "Don't move. I'm teaching you, and I'm helping you." Leon, absorbed in the map, had no idea the erotic scene unfolding in the rooms next door. Looking at the latest map, Leon felt a surge of accomplishment. But Leon knew that territory alone wasn't enough. A strong army and improvements to people's lives were also needed. Currently, political reforms were slowly underway, gradually chipping away at the remaining feudal remnants. The nobility was gradually being abolished. After all, many nobles still retained considerable power, especially in the liberated areas. A duke like Cadiz, though duke in name only, possessed only a few acres of land and an ancestral mansion. As for the military, the Wehrmacht possessed strong military prowess, but it still needed a significant amount of new equipment to enhance its soldiers' combat effectiveness. In addition to the soldiers' basic combat effectiveness, ideological work must also be strengthened. That means establishing a comprehensive political commissar system and enhancing its capabilities. After all, the rapid expansion of the National Defense Force over the past 2 years has resulted in many commissars falling short of expectations. Thus, reforming the political commissar system is imperative. However, there can be no haste. Lion intends to train a large number of qualified political commissars to join the National Defense Force within 3 years. This will ensure that the ideological foundations of the National Defense Force's soldiers remain stronger. However, while Lion was working, he was unaware that a dark figure had sneaked into his room. Lion watched the clock's hands reach 10, then folded the map aside and prepared to go to bed. Then, a split second later, Lion felt something behind him. Before he could turn around, he was hugged. "Who is it?" Feeling the softness behind him, Lion knew it was definitely one of the 5 women. And judging by their height, it could be either Yun Qingqi or Shuangxing, because the person behind him was likely one of the two. Leon immediately spoke. "Stop it, I haven't showered yet. I'm a little tired today." But Leon noticed that the hands were still tightly wrapped around him. This puzzled Leon, because in the past, the 2 women would let go as soon as Leon spoke. But why did something feel off today? Leon looked back and saw a scene that would make his nose bleed. The adult version of Kuroba stood before him, wearing a revealing outfit. And it was the kind you only see in comics. And then, the most explosive thing was when Kuroba spoke. "Master! Master!" Chapter 6:17. Lion's CPU exploded as he listened to Haeyu's words. "Huh? What did you just say? Is that even Mandarin?" Haeyu's heart burned so much she could fry an egg. Originally, she learned all this from books, and her mother, Vilya, had secretly told her. Vilya said all men like this, and no one can escape it. "Lion, who said that? Is that so?" "I'm sorry, I'm a gentleman." The next moment, Haeyu swooped into his arms, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "Master." "Lion, I'm sorry, you're such a good judge of character." Lion, with his iron will, lost himself in the constant calls of master. There was nothing he could do. Even a hero can be tempted by a beautiful woman, let alone Leon, who is just an ordinary man. Lion was instantly speechless. Haeyu's face flushed, and Leon's blushed even redder. Haeyu was instantly terrified by Leon's flaming eyes. "Eh? Leon, what are you doing? Don't move." "No, didn't mother say that if you do this, you fall at my feet?" Hey. Don't touch my dragon horns." Haeyu instantly sensed something was wrong. Why was Leon so excited? "Leon, how could I not be excited? A whole pot of kidney soup went right into my mouth. Is he human?" Just as Haeyu struggled, Leon kissed him. "Little Leon, you want to fight." Before Haeyu could resist, Leon kissed him. Feeling Leon's dominance, Haeyu tried to push Leon away, but found himself powerless. Don't grab my dragon horns. Then, a voice inappropriate for children emanated from the room. Leia, who was preparing for a surprise attack at the door, was stunned upon hearing this. No, I made a huge pot of soup, just so I could take advantage of the situation tonight. How did my home get robbed? Leia had sent Froststar away in advance to ensure she had the jungle to herself tonight. Froststar was still hard at work in her room. That was to complete the post-disaster reconstruction work. The work should have been completed, but Leia had been clever. She placed the Forest Elf Kingdom's work documents on Froststar's desk. This was originally Leia's work, but Leia used it as a distraction, effectively distracting Froststar. And that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that Froststar immediately realized it wasn't Diane's work document. Then, looking at the forest elf on it, she couldn't help but chuckle. Leia, why are you using such a clumsy method? Froststar shook her head, but still didn't point it out. Humph, you got away with it this time. Next time, I get it back with interest. Yuan Qingqi's room. Originally, Yuan Qingqi had planned to interrogate Leon tonight, but he noticed noises coming from next door. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he shook his head helplessly. Forget it, Leia. I let you have Leon tonight. What neither of them expected was, it wasn't Leia who was going to eat tonight. It was Heyu, that silly, scumbag lowly, and today, Heyu wasn't a lowly. Leia watched the noise coming from the room, then glanced at the surrounding rooms. Awesome. It's over. Everything Leia had carefully prepared had been used as a wedding dress for someone else. Leia, once so confident, was instantly heartbroken, on the verge of collapse. She couldn't figure it out, couldn't understand who was in this room. Yuan Qingqi and Xuanxing couldn't possibly be here. Yanqi was still sound asleep in her room. As for Heyu, how could it be possible? She had just passed by her room and clearly sensed movement inside. So how could Heyu be here? Something was wrong. There had to be something wrong. Leia's clever mind raced, and she finally came to a conclusion. Leon had cheated. The thought of this shattered her heart. You have 5 people at home, and you still cheated on her, and brought her back. Leia crouched helplessly at the doorway, drawing circles on the ground to comfort herself. Comfort? What the hell? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. What a joke. I'm not playing around anymore. And judging by the voice coming from inside, the female voice was clearly not Heyu's sleazy voice. So who was it? This night was destined to be restless. I didn't know if that huge pot of kidney soup was any good, but Leon was about to explode. Because Leia had added a little extra ingredient. I can only say that small-scale workshops use powerful drugs. The next day, Leia, who had been squatting by the door all night, was suddenly shaken awake. Leia looked up and saw Froststar standing before her. Leia? Why are you here? Did Leon kick you out? Leia's eyes instantly erupted with grievance upon seeing Froststar. Do you know how tortured she was last night? Leia squatted outside the door, listening for most of the night. These were 2 animals, right? All night long. What Leia didn't know was that she was the culprit. That pot of all-inclusive soup would have taken anyone the entire night. Leia cried as she spoke. Froststar, Leon has a new love. And brought her home. All night long last night. Looking at the devastated Leia, Froststar was momentarily stunned. Until she heard the words, he's got a new love, and brought her home. Froststar immediately triggered the keyword and was about to burst through the door, but suddenly stopped. Then she went to Yuan Qingqi's room and called him over. The 3 of them hurried towards Leon's bedroom. Without knocking, they kicked the door open. Lion, sound asleep, was startled awake. He awoke to see the 3 women standing at the door. Good morning. What's going on? Lion pointed at the kicked-open door. Froststar approached with a frosty expression, and Leon instinctively huddled under the covers. Although he didn't know what was going on, he decided to hide. Seeing this, Froststar sped up, rushing to the bedside and grabbing the covers. Then, the next second, the 3 of them were petrified. Heyu was lying next to Leon. The 3 women, shock! Xuanxing and young Qingqi stared at Leia, bewildered. Who was that last night? Leia was stunned by this scene. Heyu was still talking in his sleep. Don't grab my dragon horn, not there. Listening to Heyu's sleep talk, Leon wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. So what's going on? Leon asked, forcing himself to speak. After last night, he felt almost exhausted. Leia looked at Heyu on the bed, then at Heyu's room. Why was this happening? Who was in Heyu's room? Just then, the door to Heyu's room opened. Vilya, dressed in pajamas, stretched and walked out. Feeling Leia's gaze, Vilya blinked. What's wrong, this little elf girl? Haeyu, lying on the bed, had a smile of triumph on her face. Chapter 618. Lion stared at everything before him, at a loss for words. What was going on? Waking up, the sky fell. Looking at the radiant Haeyu beside him, Leon's mind went blank. What happened last night? Lion only remembered kissing Haeyu at first, then losing consciousness. No! Lion instantly realized something was wrong. The moment Haeyu hugged him last night, he felt a fire in his lower abdomen, which instantly overwhelmed his consciousness. Instantly, only biological instinct remained. Lion realized it belatedly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. There must be something wrong with him last night, or maybe he must have eaten something strange to cause this. Yun Qingqi? No. Frostar? Impossible. Then only. Lion looked at Leia. Leia panicked when she noticed his gaze. She thought Leon was blaming her for jealousy. But Leon really just wanted to find out who drugged him last night. It was so strong that Leon's legs went limp. If Leon hadn't become stronger, he'd probably have died here last night. So Leon wanted to find out who drugged him. Leia, was it you who drugged him last night? Lion tried to stand up, but found he couldn't. Frostar hurried to the bedside and supported Leon. Lion's legs were shaking when he got out of bed. Frostar wanted to laugh at first, but then realized it. No! Something's wrong with Leon. Leia also noticed something was wrong and shook her head. I just made a pot of tonic soup. I absolutely didn't add anything else. There's still a little in the kitchen. If you don't believe me, I go get it now. Leia said, and was about to go get it, but Leon stopped her. Don't. I know who it is. Leon stood up and took a moment to calm down, then dressed with Frostar's help. Then he tucked Haeyu into a blanket. Everyone was puzzled. Leon sighed as he looked at the sleeping Haeyu, then shook his head. Everyone was puzzled. What was wrong with Leon? Without explaining, Leon, holding his waist, struggled to the door. Then he looked at Vilja and said, Mother-in-law, let's talk. Vilja smiled slightly and gestured to invite her in. Leon shook his head and went with Vilja to a small room. Vilja took the chair first. Leon then sat down in front of Vilja. A crowd of eavesdropping women had gathered outside the door, including Leon's mother, Irina. What's Leon up to? Is he falling for this old woman? Although I think she still has some charm. Irina's words were completely uncontrollable, and she just blurted out. Yun Qingqi and Xuanqing immediately held their foreheads. Oh my god! Can you please not be so explosive? We're already explosive enough, and if you, as a mother, are also explosive, what are we supposed to do? Seemingly sensing the gazes of her daughters-in-law, Irina shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, I have to pamper my own son. Leon, that's not what you said when you tricked me. Inside the room, looking at Vilja, Leon got straight to the point. Mother-in-law, why are you doing this? Leon smiled, but it wasn't a kind smile. Leon absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to interfere with his love life. Or rather, love was love, unadulterated. Although politics were currently entangled in Leon and Yun Qingqi's love, Leon had always avoided political factors. Once the child was born, they would face overwhelming political constraints. Leon wasn't a qualified husband, but he would strive to be a qualified father. Leon had already ordered Hans to train a team of female agents specifically responsible for raising the child while addressing all potential issues. Hans was instantly amused. How could this be considered impressive? This was clearly a prime opportunity to showcase the intelligence agency's capabilities. Otherwise, the intelligence agency, which spent over 30 million gold coins annually, would sooner or later be scolded by Leon. You have to understand that the annual military budget is only 50 million gold coins. This includes the funds spent by the Military Research Institute on weapons and equipment research, and even includes some defense projects. All of this is included in the National Defense Forces military expenditures. And according to Hans's direct report, the Intelligence Bureau has 50,000 operators in Diyin. The combined number of operators in other countries exceeds 300,000. The Intelligence Bureau uses money to pave the way. It has directly infiltrated all neighboring countries. The presence of 300,000 operators is enough for Diyin to grasp all the intelligence and national trends of neighboring countries. This is the profit brought by 30 million gold coins. In today's complex world, Leon will never cut the Intelligence Bureau's spending. Only, he will increase it. Because the later stages of the purge of feudal remnants require accurate intelligence. Only after the Intelligence Bureau's agents have secretly gathered sufficient intelligence over the years can Leon wield the knife. And some might ask, with so much money in the Intelligence Bureau, aren't they afraid of corruption? if someone within the Intelligence Bureau dares to embezzle, their colleagues are lucky not to be exposed. There's no way he can get past Hans. For Hans is not only exceptionally capable, but also a fierce anti-corruption officer. The hardships of his past have left a psychological scar on Hans. Hence, Hans's famous motto, every copper coin must be spent where it's due. At first, everyone thought it was just a slogan. It wasn't until a large number of people disappeared. Hans remained as usual, and everyone realized he wasn't joking. Returning to the present, Vilja looked at Leon and spoke calmly. Little Leon, hey you're already married to her. I won't hide it anymore. I tell you the truth. I did give the drug. I put it on Heiyu's lips, but it only works on men. Listening to Vilja's words, Leon's face darkened. She could drug herself in the Duke's mansion without even realizing it. How powerful is Vilja? Looking at Leon, who was lost in thought, Vilja spoke calmly. And the reason I gave you the drug was to ensure Heiyu could be with you. Or perhaps Heiyu is being targeted. Vilja picked up the teacup beside her and spoke slowly. Leon frowned. What does that mean? Vilja pointed upwards. Leon's mouth twitched. Damn it, these hypocritical gods have set their sights on me. Looks like research on the Kunenberg legacy needs to be accelerated. Chapter 6:19. Hearing Vilja's words, Leon could no longer sit still. As a top-tier pure love warrior, a top-tier anti-minotaur, Leon absolutely would not tolerate any infidelity. Leon had never understood why people always seemed to like infidelity. Looking at the agitated Leon, Vilja said with a smile, Don't be so anxious. I'm even more anxious than you. After all, that god wants to take me away too, Vilja said jokingly. Hearing Vilja's words, Leon's expression instantly brightened. He raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, and was completely speechless. What kind of god is this? He's so particular about taking me away, isn't he? Leon fell silent for a moment, and Vilja came before him, her evil intent etched in her face. But Leon remained calm, even in the face of a sudden collapse. He looked at Vilja calmly, then spoke. Mother-in-law, please be mindful of your image. Leon, haven't you ever thought of taking me down too? Vilja said seductively. Leon then smiled. Perhaps you're truly charming, but having them is enough for me. A shy snake, a cool rabbit, a reserved elf, a silly and cute lowly, and a rabbit who only cares about eating. My heart is so small, half filled with the yin, and half with them. Being divided into 5 equal parts is bad enough. After all, being divided into 5 equal parts isn't a nice word. So, mother-in-law, you're just my mother-in-law. I help you solve your problems. After all, hey, you is more than just my partner, you're also my family. Leon said seriously. While the protagonists in every novel enjoyed this scenario, Leon was a more conservative yet somewhat radical person. And he had no feelings for Vilja, other than being pretty and having only respect for her elders. Most importantly, the 5 women had already divided him completely. You know, with just 3 of them, he was already leaning against the wall. Wouldn't he be completely exhausted later? No. I have to find something to replenish my energy. Levi's expression lit up with satisfaction as she listened to Leon's answer. After observing him for so many days, Vilja realized that Leon wasn't someone who was controlled by beauty. Or rather, Leon had developed a certain resistance to the traps of beautiful women. Levi used to be a complete fool in the face of beautiful women, but times change, and so do people. Levi is now a leader, no longer the self-deprecating, helpless, and unloved loser he once was. And in real life, there are many people who, while chatting and joking online, have never even held a woman's hand in real life. This is the best of times, and the worst of times. However, since becoming leader, Leon has grown increasingly confident. This is the true reason for Leon's transformation. Then promise me that you will take good care of Heiyu. No matter what happens in the future, you will unwaveringly help Heiyu through any difficulties. Also, never abandon her at any time. Vilja remained silent after this, but Leon saw the desolation in her eyes. As expected, no old monster who has lived for thousands of years is without a story. Leon stood up and spoke with unwavering determination. Of course, she's my wife. Vilja smiled upon hearing this. Leon stood up and opened the door, and Shuangxing and Yinxin lost their balance and fell to the ground. What are you two doing? Leon stared blankly at the 2 women. The 2 women immediately stood up and pretended nothing had happened. Yuan Qiqi, standing nearby, was practically grinning from ear to ear. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly, but she didn't dare laugh too loudly, for fear of disturbing the baby in her belly. For the first time, Yuan Qingqi realized how difficult it was to hold back laughter. Not only that, after watching Leon and Wei Ya finish their conversation, the other women began preparing for the day. After all, Leon finally had a day off, so he had to relax, right? But after all this morning's hustle and bustle, it was already noon. It was almost noon when Leon got up. After lunch, everyone took a quick rest at home, and then Shuangxing suggested going to the hot springs. Leon's eyes lit up when he heard this. What? You said you were going to take a shower? Can you take me with you? I'm a kid. I won't peek. Delighted, Leon looked at Heyu, who had just come down from upstairs. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Heyu. Heyu subconsciously lowered his head, feeling extremely shy for a moment. After all, he had secretly done something big last night. And it was known to everyone, and everyone was looking at him with smiles on their faces, which made him feel very embarrassed. It was like being caught cheating. For a moment, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. But no one blamed him. The only one who was dissatisfied with him was Leia. After all, he was awesome. Leia, not much fun. After waiting for Heyu to come down, everyone immediately set off with Leon and headed straight for the hot springs. Originally, the hot springs were open as usual today, but when the intelligence agency heard Leon was going out, they wanted to book the hot springs for themselves. But Leon stopped them. What a joke. With all these wives, how could his own safety not be guaranteed? If they can't even stop them, then the security force is a joke. However, Leon didn't reveal his whereabouts to anyone, and he sneaked all the way to the hot springs with the women. But what surprised Leon was that his mother and Vilya were in the same hot springs, so they went to a separate compartment and didn't stay in Leon's compartment. Leon was a little confused, but the women smiled with a look of triumph. It turned out they had colluded to make Leon escape again tonight. Today, they decided to let Leon take a multiple-choice test. Since everyone's sitting together now, let's see who's more charming. Mainly, a seduction. Several people entered the hot spring, and Yuan Qingqi tossed her towel without hesitation, appearing before everyone in full view. Leon, surprise! Leon was the only male in this cubicle. Seeing this, Leon felt his blood boiling, and then his nostrils felt hot. Leon felt something leaking out. What was it? Raising his hand, a few drops of blood dripped onto it. Heyu, who was standing nearby, burst into laughter upon seeing this. You bastard! Why are you failing again? Can you? You little dog! Heyu, in her mature form, said mockingly. Frostar and Yin Xian, meanwhile, remained in the hot spring, their heads remaining, already immersed in the gentle warmth. Leon? Go play somewhere else. Chapter 620. Frostar and Flameheart were immersed in the hot springs, while Leia was somewhat bewildered. As a conservative elf, last night was her biggest letdown. However, a single letdown leads to a lifetime of letdowns. Leia, who had prepared everything last night, was completely overwhelmed. Now, Leia didn't want to talk to anyone. Especially that stupid dragon. The mere mention of that stupid dragon made her angry. It had actually stolen her home without a word. Leia was furious. The consequences were dire. Just as Leia was about to curse Black Feather 100 times in her heart, a delicate hand rested on Leia's shoulder. Leia was instantly startled. What's wrong, Leia? Why are you alone? Why don't you come and play with everyone? Yuan Qingqi came over to Leia, pinched her cheek, and casually glanced at her granary. Well, it looks like the children won't go hungry in the future. Originally, Yuan Qingqi thought he was the best of the best, but he didn't expect everyone to be underestimated. Looking at the size of everyone, and thinking about how Leon could enjoy all this, Yuan Qingqi suddenly felt unbalanced. Then he looked at Leon, who was leisurely soaking in the hot springs. Heyu, oblivious to the world outside, simply enjoying his hard-earned vacation. However, he didn't expect to fall asleep while soaking. And after he fell asleep, everyone else let loose. Heyu sneaked up behind Yuan Qingqi. As a proud black dragon, Heyu had been plotting how to seize Yuan Qingqi's position since last night. Heyu sneaked up behind him, his mind already brainstorming. I am a mighty dragon. No one can challenge my majesty. The position of mistress of the harem is mine. Brave Heyu, charge. Heyu launched a flying dragon attack, attempting a surprise attack on Yuan Qingqi. Then Yuan Qingqi gently dodged to the side, gracefully avoiding Heiyu's attack. Heyu crashed directly into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. Leon, half asleep, was instantly awakened. What's going on? Heiyu's face flushed red as he soaked in the water, following Frostar and Flameheart's lead, only his head showing. You can't see me. I'm a good boy. He consoled himself as he quietly swam towards the other side of the hot spring. Yuan Qingqi couldn't help but chuckle. How could this Heyu be so adorable and silly? However, Yuan Qingqi hadn't anticipated that there was another expert. Frostar was also disturbed by the sudden splash, and then looked at Heyu and called out to her sister. Yanqing? Gulp, gurgle, gurgle. Stop playing and get up. Gulp, gurgle. Yanqing? Yanqing turned and saw the bubbling water. No! Where did a Yanqing, so big as me, go? Frostar, looking at the bubbling water, had an answer. She reached out and pulled Yanqing out. Ahem. Sister. I'm drowning. Frostar, looking at the water level that only reached her belly, fell into deep thought. This child is hopeless. Even if she were saved, she'd still be drooling. Frostar, thinking this, went directly to Leon, who had just woken up. Seeing Frostar approach him, Leon perked up. What a white rabbit. No, I'm talking about a real white rabbit. Trust me. Lion. Flameheart's illness. Have you found a cure? Frostar approached, a worried look on his face. Lion's face darkened upon hearing this. At first, I thought the Fountain of Life could heal Flameheart, but after asking around, even this sacred relic, known for its ability to bring back the dead, couldn't. So, I can't help but wonder, Frostar, my dear wife. What are you hiding from me? Lion said, looking at Frostar. Frostar's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. Yuan Qingqi looked at the two of them with a look of deep interest. Frostar looked at me, and the other two-legged beasts blankly. What are they talking about? I don't know. And then go back to sleep. Frostar, after hearing Leon's question, was at a loss for words. Lion spoke calmly. If you're hiding it from me, what's the point? Or are we still a family? Frostar bit her lip and spoke. She is indeed my sister, but her talent has been sealed. Or rather, the gods were jealous of her talent. The gods could only bring down divine punishment, sealing her talent. And along with her talent, her intelligence was also sealed. Listening to Frostar's words, Leon looked thoughtful. Then is there any way to remove the seal? Frostar shook her head. No conventional means can remove it, unless we kill the god who brought down the divine punishment. Leon's eyes flashed dangerously. Looks like I have to visit Galena in my dreams again. As for how to get Galena into my dreams, of course, reduce Galena's tribute. As soon as the tribute was reduced, this gluttonous goddess would undoubtedly visit Leon in his dreams that very night. She grabbed Leon by the collar and demanded loudly, You little scoundrel. Give me back my tribute. But after hearing Frostar's explanation, Leon couldn't help but become intrigued by Yan Xion's talent. How powerful could this talent be to be envied by the gods? And even after sealing her talent, she could still possess such terrifying power. You have to remember that Yan Xion is already an 8th level magician, almost reaching the 9th level. And this is even with her sealed magical talent. How could this be a seal? Even if the seal was incredibly strong, the magical talent would still be able to overflow from it. Leon couldn't help but be curious about the two girls' parents. How powerful must these parents be to give birth to these two top-tier masters? However, what Leon didn't expect was, the two girls' parents were just ordinary people, and even the previous story was true. Although Frostar had fabricated Yan Xion's story. But Leon could understand. His sister's gift was sealed, but that didn't mean others couldn't obtain it. The papal state always had some strange tricks that stripped people of their gifts. So you lied to me back then? And you even tried to trick me into sympathizing with you. Leon looked at Frostar with a smirk. Frostar, meeting Leon's gaze, instinctively took several steps back. What are you doing? You? Ugh. Before Frostar could finish her words, Leon silenced her. Since you lied to me, you have to make it up to me. Hee hee. However, just when Leon thought he had switched from defense to offense, he had fallen into someone else's trap. High-level hunters often appear as prey. Leon had no idea that he had become a little white rabbit in the eyes of the big bad wolf. Frostar, hee. Chapter 621. Wait, why does something feel off? Lion suddenly noticed something was amiss. What's wrong, leader? Frostar said calmly. Looking at Frostar, Leon finally realized he had fallen into her trap. The women around him all averted their gaze. Don't come over here. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Little Leon. The next day, Lion woke up in bed, a dazed look on his face. Yuan Qingqi slept beside him. Yesterday had nearly drained Leon dry. Lion finally understood how around-the-clock battle worked. Who could withstand a round-the-clock battle? Lion shook his head, supporting his waist as he struggled to rise from the bed. He had thought Yuan Qingqi would be more restrained now that she was pregnant. What Leon didn't expect, however, was Yunqingqi's growing enthusiasm. This was tough on Leon. But no matter how exhausted he was, Leon still managed to force himself to get up. Because his vacation was over. Where did the leader get a few days off? One day off was already precious. Leon's schedule for today was already full. He had to inspect the production line at the military factory. The factory had already completed its final overhaul. The T-62 production line was fully established, and preparations were underway for the production of new rifles. Preparing to upgrade their equipment even before the AK-47 was fully operational was underway. This was mainly due to pressure from neighboring nations and the targeting of the gods. Furthermore, special forces, like the airborne troops, truly needed weapons that could be modularized. Elite troops should look elite. Weapon reform is imperative, as the Wehrmacht's current weaponry is far too diverse. Mauser rifles, PPSH submachine guns, MP40S, AK-47S, PKM machine guns, and MG42 machine guns. These weapons, alone, come in 3 calibers, 9mm, 7.62mm, and 7.92mm, and even bullets of the same caliber may not be compatible. Faced with such a complex weapon and ammunition system, Lion initially replaced the weapons of divisions. But as the war progressed, the combat effectiveness of the re-equipped units fell significantly short of that of the unre-equipped units. Lion knew the weapons needed to be upgraded. Or, in other words, the equipment needed to be standardized. Lion has already ordered the use of warehouse stocks to equip the entire army with AK-47S. At the same time, a small caliber rifle program has been launched. This aims to increase infantry ammunition carrying capacity and reduce recoil. And there are many excellent small caliber rifles. There's the controversial M16, the bullpup rifle, and the AK-74 series. The original M16 was indeed a bit of a dud. But after various improvements, it's finally out of its rut. Bullpup rifles are convenient for urban combat, but the compact design demands high craftsmanship. The AK-74 series, on the other hand, is not only excellent but also battle-proven, both large and small. However, the standard AK-74 isn't modularly modifiable. So Leon was in a dilemma. What to do? Of course, let his subordinates handle the headaches. Lion simply sketched out the appearances of several weapons and their approximate parts, then simply became a hands-off manager. Besides weapons, Leon also focused on ammunition caliber. Since he was planning to develop small caliber weapons, he inevitably needed to develop small caliber rifle cartridges. The question is, which is superior? The 5.45, 5.56, or 5.8? The 5.45 has long been known as a poison bullet, and both the 5.56 and 5.45 have their own strengths. The 5.56 has a better range than the 5.45, is more accurate, and has greater lethality, but its clarity is lacking. But the 5.45 is instantly devastating. 5.45, I can carry more. The 5.8 caliber bullet is unique to our country, and it uses steel, not the copper used in the West. This is due to our country's lack of copper ore. This forces us to use steel casings and copper-plated bullets. While this is unfortunate, steel core bullets have one significant advantage: armor-piercing capability. I heard your body armor is powerful. So, can it withstand our 5.8? Since there aren't abundant copper resources, we have to go all the way with steel. Lion glanced at the exploding iron ore in Yin and had a clear answer in his mind. After arranging the weapon's construction, Lion also began to inspect the armor factory. Inside the armor factory, T-62s were being assembled in rows. The Yin factory was operating at full speed. Vast quantities of steel were being transformed into tanks. Many scrapped and damaged tanks were recovered from the front lines. Watching the armor factory melt down tanks that had fought for Yin, Leon felt a surge of emotion. From birth to death, they had always contributed to Yin. And just like that, melted down. Lion felt a little sad, but quickly came to terms with it. Because the melting was to allow them to rise from the ashes, Yin will continue to thrive. And these tanks will remain in Yin's history. In addition to tanks, armored factories are also ramping up production of the BMP series of armored vehicles. When it was first introduced, the BMP-1 was unrivaled, far surpassing the Western world. Despite its reputation for being thin on the outside and large on the inside, it's perfectly suited to replacing half-tracks. With the advancement of technology, half-tracks have become outdated. The BMP-1's firepower and protection surpass those of half-tracks. This is technology. The times are evolving. And the arrival of the BMP series will undoubtedly strengthen armored forces. Armored forces will once again be miles ahead of the enemy. Simply put, they're leading. The enemy is still piling up armor and developing half-tracks, trying to catch up to the Yin. But they never expected that Lion would simply abandon his military ethics and directly choose to change the technology tree. Besides armored forces, artillery units must also begin upgrading. The 107mm rocket can be used to death, but ordinary artillery must be upgraded. A new howitzer will replace the SFH-150 howitzer. That's the D-20152, the old-timer. This thing is the red iron fist of justice. A true veteran of the century. Most importantly, the D-20 can use red earth cannons to launch missiles. The advent of this weapon marks a major step forward for artillery. But before that, the red earth system must be implemented. Without the red earth system, the D-20 is merely an excellent piece of artillery, but can it still be called a D-20 without red earth? The army has finally received an epic upgrade. Caddis beamed upon learning of Leon's plan. He even regularly visits armor and artillery factories to inspect the latest developments in army equipment. He even hums his hands, urging the factories to speed up their development. The army finally has new equipment, but the Air Force and Navy are not happy. Chapter 622. As news of the army's expansion spread throughout the military erupted in fury. Especially the Navy and Air Force, who barricaded the door. According to incomplete statistics, the Army will acquire over 3,000 T-62 tanks and over 1,500 BMP-1 armored vehicles within the next 3 years. After establishing his goals, Leon realized he was still missing something. A vehicle similar to the Humvee. This brings us to the Mengsher vehicle. The Mengsher 2 is practically identical to the Humvee. After all, the Mengsher 2 was based on blueprints purchased from Humvee. It wasn't until the Mengsher 3 that Rabbit emerged from the shadow of the Mylica. Finally, they embarked on the path of independent research and development. Although vehicles like the Mengsher Humvee are vulnerable to anti-tank weapons, their high mobility, combined with the rooftop gantry, the rooftop machine gun gantry, allows them to quickly maneuver through the battlefield in certain battles, providing armored protection and light fire support. So the Wehrmacht must have won. So, an order was issued to the automobile factory demanding a model car within 3 months. The factory director was speechless looking at the order. What to do? Nothing to worry about. The factory director was at a loss. But then, he suddenly remembered what Hans had told him yesterday during his routine inspection. In a few days, a large number of papal crusaders would arrive to contribute to the construction of Yin. The factory director's frown instantly relaxed. Aren't these top-tier black slaves? He. The combined cost of these armored units alone for the army exceeded 5 million gold coins. This was a significant drain on the national treasury. Not to mention other new equipment, weapons, artillery, uniforms, and the cost of maintaining various weapons. Over the next 3 years, the Wehrmacht's ground forces will spend at least 20 million gold coins on re-equipping. The Air Force and Navy were furious when they heard about this. 20 million gold coins. A full 20 million. That would take 40 carriages to carry. Perhaps 20 million is just a figure on paper. But one thing is important. One MiG-25 costs only 50,000 gold coins. And that's the prototype, using all sorts of cutting-edge materials. Once the MiG-25 rolls off the production line, the average cost will be just 10,000 gold coins. What a concept! One re-equipment for the Army is enough for the Air Force to produce 2,000 MiG-25s. The Navy was also furious. Oh my god, 20 million? What kind of tycoon is this? The Type 055, which existed on the blueprints, only costs 500,000 gold coins per ship. What's the concept? 40 Type 055s are enough to sweep the world. This is what drives the Navy and Air Force crazy. But Lion said, protests are useless. However, in order to equip the Navy and Air Force with new equipment, Lion still allocated 30 million gold coins, 15 million each for the Navy and Air Force, to build a new Navy and Air Force over the next 5 years. First, the planned fleet of 10 Midway-class aircraft carriers will undergo modern deck modifications. The Navy's ships will be developed towards guided missile frigates and guided missile destroyers. The Air Force will achieve its goal of 200 MiG-25 fighters, 400 Su-27s, and 300 Su-33s within 5 years. And more than 100 helicopters, including but not limited to Mi-8 and Mi-24 attack helicopters. At the same time, 50 IL-76 transport aircraft were commissioned. All of this was preparation for the future. Perhaps the Su-27 and IL-76 haven't been released yet, but don't forget. Lion gave them 5 years. The 5-year plan was more than enough to accomplish all of this. To ensure the Air Force could land safely, Lion had secretly set aside a budget of 10 million gold coins for the Air Force. Lion was now like a young wife, constantly calculating whether the small amount of money she had was enough. There was no other way. She had to save what she could, and spend what she could. After the Battle of Kursk, De Yen enjoyed at least 3 years of peace. Strike the first blow, and avoid 100. How do you fight a fight, especially when it's one against many? There are 2 ways. One is to find the worst one and beat him to death. The other is to just punch the leader to death. De Yen had slain the strongest with a single blow. Could the other nations still intervene? And Lion's earlier plans were beginning to take effect. The Elf Empire and the Demon Empire. These 2 nations would help Lion ward off the mainland threat. The Papal Dwarf Empire couldn't affect De Yen. As for the half-dead Orc Empire, the Qing Chi Kingdom naturally contained it. Lion only needed to defend against threats from the sea. Although the sea was even less peaceful than the land, the behemoth Sanshui Empire still stood firm. This meant the sea hadn't yet entered a chaotic fray. But the creatures within the Azure Sea Demon Abyss were increasingly restless. The Sanshui Empire possessed a territory exceeding that of the Holy Empire combined with the Elf Empire. With a population exceeding 600 million, it was the undisputed overlord of the sea. If the other nations combined had a population of 400 million, it would be a steal. The Sanshui Empire had tens of millions of armored soldiers. However, most of them were half farmers, half soldiers, tasked not only with combat but also production. Aside from these, there were only about 500,000 professional soldiers completely unattached to production. However, the majority of these 500,000 were stationed near the BUNC Kingdom. If the BUNC Kingdom could not hold out, these 500,000 troops would immediately be deployed. This was also the reason why, despite their mutual dislike for each other, the BUNC Kingdom and the Sanshui Empire had never fallen out over the years. There was no reason. They shared the common goal of protecting this world. Aside from these 500,000 elite troops, the remaining tens of millions of troops were merely local security forces. To put it bluntly, they could only be used to take advantage of opportunities and suppress rebellions. It was just like the Qing dynasty. It was rotten to the core. The Sanshui Empire's collapse was only a matter of time. Based on the principle of a friend's death is better than my own. Leon said, "Hold on, brother. I just stay put for a bit. Sanshui Empire, you're the only one who doesn't understand. Re-equipping the entire army isn't enough. People's livelihoods must also be addressed." Lion asked Hans to send a special commissioner to oversee the development of the Holy Empire. The Elven Empire currently suffers from internal conflicts, making drastic reforms inappropriate. But the Holy Empire is different. This is the territory of Great Yin, even though it's just been added. But Leon values it immensely. With the Holy Empire, Great Yan's territory will be immensely vast. Lion desperately needs a large base to relocate some industries, to avoid having all their eggs in one basket. In other words, why did we lose? Didn't we say it would take 3 months? Because the rabbit's territory is too vast. Lion, don't look at me. I'm just a little scared and worried that I might be defeated one day. Chapter 623. Just as Leon was upgrading his weapons and equipment, the gods also noticed Leon's actions. After all, with such a large-scale equipment upgrade, any deity with sufficient vision would have been able to see Leon's movements. Not only did these gods not dare to pry into Leon's private life, they also wanted to spy on his every word and action. The reason they didn't dare to pry into Leon's private life was that they were worried that Leon would, in a fit of rage, destroy the world with a mushroom bomb. After all, if Kimberg had mushroom bombs back then, he would have probably done just that. No family, no family. Leon can only be said to be a disciple who surpasses his master. The gods initially intended to target Leon, so they contacted their followers through various channels to assassinate him. But they were all stopped by Hans. The gods also wanted to eliminate Hans, but were thwarted several times by Balian. The gods cannot directly inflict divine punishment, they must do so through proxies or believers. However, each such act inevitably comes at the cost of a life. But don't forget, every action of the gods requires a certain amount of divine power, a power that ordinary people find difficult to detect. But Balian is a legitimate mortal god. Any action taken by the gods will be immediately perceived by Balian. There is no such thing as a bright and beautiful world. This world itself is dark, only someone silently guarding a single candle in the shadows. Leon soon learned of the god's surveillance. Unsettled, he pondered over it, unable to sleep. It's like someone is constantly watching you no matter what you do. If this isn't perverted, what is it? Lion decisively chose to head to Pierchet. Because Robert had recently come up with something new. That's upgrading the attack method of the mushroom bomb. Since learning of the mushroom bomb explosion, the Sun Missile Research and Development Department was instantly excited. They began expediting research on new models of the Sun Missile. Originally, there were only 2 models of the Sun Missile, the Type 1 and the shipborne missile. Type 1 was the most common Sun Missile. From the beginning, there were 3 models of the Sun Missile, the second of which was named the Eclipse. It didn't use a code name. Instead, it was given a unique name. The Eclipse has a longer range than the standard Sun Missile, which has a range of approximately 8,000 kilometers. But the Eclipse has a range of over 1,000 kilometers, reaching a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers. The reason why the Eclipse has such a long range is due to the secret products from the Papal States. Although the Papal States' research is extremely cruel, don't forget that after thousands of years of research, they must have yielded something, right? De Yin discovered a large number of experimental products in the laboratories in the occupied territories. Some of these experimental products are disgusting, but there are also some that are worth learning from. Those are the unique products from the Papal States. Golden magic crystals. Originally, Leon thought that red magic crystals were the limit. But he didn't expect that golden magic crystals even existed. Golden magic crystals are the most secret treasures of the Papal States. The magical power contained in a golden magic crystal far exceeds that of a red magic crystal. The energy difference between the two increases exponentially. With the same volume, they possess more energy. The Eclipse missile therefore possesses an extremely long range. When someone provides a container with an extremely long range, it must be filled with the latest weaponry. Since the mushroom bomb explosion, Robert's team has begun researching even more powerful mushroom bombs and also exploring civilian fission technology, but they are still increasing their investment in fusion technology. And Robert has recently achieved a breakthrough in fission technology. He has learned to use materials to interfere with chain reactions. As for what materials? The magic crystals that are everywhere. You might be wondering, aren't magic crystals used to replenish energy? But magic crystals are essentially just a carrier. Once someone uses up their energy, these model blocks become meaningless, like crystals. At first, Leon thought these things were simply decorative. But Robert carefully discovered that they can actually interfere with the progress of chain reactions. Small pieces of magic crystal are everywhere, but to shape them into rods that can easily interfere with reactions, further work is necessary. Of course, this thing also has a more general name, a reaction control rod. Originally, this thing was used to absorb neutrons, but in the magical world, it uses magical fission. While the former absorbs neutrons, magical fission is more than just absorbing neutrons. However, magical factors also contain neutrons, and they are absorbed by a special type of magic crystal. So the reaction cone was already on the agenda. Robert was able to complete these steps so quickly thanks to Leon's spoilers. If the original development trajectory had continued, converting military equipment to civilian use would have taken at least several more years. But don't forget, as someone who has experienced this, Leon certainly knows the convenience of fission reactors. And magical fission is safe and pollution-free, leaving no radiation even after an explosion. Leon, guess why I use fission? Because it's good. Leon's convoy arrived at the Gobi Desert of Pirchet. At this point, Pirchet had become increasingly prosperous after the mushroom bomb explosion. Many of the family members who had come to live with the researchers were full of praise for their work. Everyone was very motivated. Although the researchers' families had moved in with them, they still had a lot of work to do. Leon's exact words were, "No great Yin person should fail at this critical moment. We are clearing the way for our descendants." Leon took the lead in joining the construction. Not only that, many more people wanted to volunteer for overtime, because listening to Leon's descriptions had already filled them with longing for a beautiful future. But Leon refused. With the exception of specialized positions, all positions must adhere to an 8-hour workday. Any factory that dared to work overtime would have its doors barged in by intelligence agents that very day. After all, these people, fresh out of the feudal era, had already suffered enough. I'm in charge of my people. Overtime? Impossible. Of course, except in special circumstances or during wartime, a 3-shift system might be necessary. While chatting and laughing, Leon had already arrived at the Pirchet project. Robert was already waiting at the door with his men. This was Leon's first time inspecting Pirchet. Everyone was nervous. The last time I saw Leon was at the Academy's human trafficking conference. How many people had Leon deceived with just one sentence? Leon, ? Chapter 624. Is there anything missing here? Are there enough supplies and other things? Leon couldn't help but ask, looking at the small town of Pirchet, standing tall in the Gobi Desert. Because this place is truly desolate. If Liongrad was once filled with death and desolation, then this place is filled with despair. No living being can stay here alone for a week. Even the CIA agents couldn't stand it. They came here to monitor and protect the researchers. However, these determined agents wrote in their work diaries, "This place is not only deserted, but also filled with an aura of despair. In the dead of night, I can always hear ghostly sounds of rubbing against each other." Leon and Hans pondered the diary. Is this still the Yin? Where did all this come from? After collecting evidence from various sources, it was confirmed that some of the staff, CIA agents, and operatives had heard these eerie sounds to varying degrees. The researchers were anxious to meet deadlines, and the sound was intermittent and only affected a small number of people. As a result, Robert didn't report the situation, instead focusing on developing weapons and equipment. With the mushroom bombs exploding, Robert's team's work began to slow, reducing the workload for the researchers. This was also the time to begin addressing this issue. So Leon's trip was not only to inspect the work, but also to resolve the strange sound that was plaguing Robert's team. As Leon walked through the small town of Pirchet, Baryan beside him gazed thoughtfully at his surroundings. "Senior Baryan, what are you talking about?" Leon looked at Baryan, who was lost in thought, puzzled. "Stop it, I'm thinking. Thinking about something." "Thinking about something? Why are you so radical at such a young age?" Baryan glanced at Leon with a hint of frustration. As expected, Leon was still too young and needed to calm down. But Leon's next words completely blew Baryan's mind. "Senior Baryan, what are you talking about? You understand when you reach my age," Leon said, patting Baryan on the shoulder. "Baryan, eh?" But as Baryan's spiritual sense detected him, Baryan's expression became increasingly unsettled. Leon was no longer joking, and his expression grew serious. "Senior Baryan." Baryan's eyes suddenly reddened. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Baryan suddenly knelt and kowtowed several times toward the Pilchot Gobi Desert. "Senior Baryan." Leon tried to pull Baryan up, but as soon as he touched him, he was instantly pulled into a fantasy. Woo! Boom! 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 The sound of war drums instantly awoke Leon. Lion looked around at the heavily armed Holy Empire soldiers, a little bewildered. At the same time, he saw the vast grasslands surrounding him. Where was this? Just as Leon was pondering, a large number of flags suddenly appeared in the distance. Dense swarms of Orc Empire soldiers appeared on the northern horizon. Now it was Leon's turn to be stunned. Was he in a fantasy, or had he traveled through time again? "Brother," Leon was about to ask when he realized his hand had pierced through the body of a nearby soldier. "Is this an illusion? Or am I a bystander?" Looking at the Holy Empire soldiers arrayed in tight formation around him, Leon became even more certain that he had arrived at a war that had taken place in the past. But his current role was that of a bystander. Just then, the Orc Empire vanguard from afar approached the Holy Empire army. Leon's gaze shifted, and the next second, Leon nearly lost his temper. Amidst these Orc Empire vanguard troops stood numerous crosses, each bearing the naked remains of a Holy Empire soldier. Men, women, and even children. But they were already dead, or perhaps they had been nailed alive. And yet their bodies were mutilated, as if something had gnawed at them. Lion suddenly realized something and vomited. These orcs are cannibals. Even children and pregnant women are spared. And just then, a roar erupted from the Holy Empire army. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Without the commander's orders, all the Holy Empire soldiers spontaneously assumed combat stances. They were already enraged by these Orc Empire soldiers. Although they knew the Orc Empire was simply trying to provoke them and find a flaw, faced with such a horrific scene, even though they knew it was a pit of fire, they would jump in without hesitation. "Marquis! Let's strike back." Just then, Leon heard the voice of the Marquis and looked towards its source. A soldier was questioning a mounted commander. Leon was stunned after seeing him clearly. Because it was Baryan. So this place is the old Pirchet. What could have happened to transform such a fertile steppe into a desert of death? "No, we only have 100,000 men now, and only 3,000 cavalry. The Orc Empire army on the other side has 300,000. They're just trying to trick us into launching an attack," Baryan began. The soldiers were indignant. Although they knew they were just trying to provoke them, their rage was so intense that they wanted to tear them apart. The Orc Empire army looked at the unwavering Holy Empire army with amazement. The Orc commander then waved his hand, deciding to strengthen the Holy Empire army. They pushed some captured humans to the front of the battle line, and then devoured them alive right in front of the Holy Empire soldiers. Even a child was The Imperial soldiers' teeth were nearly broken. Barian couldn't stand it any longer and waved his hand. Crossbowmen, fire! 30,000 crossbowmen within the 100,000-man army immediately pressed the trigger. A dense barrage of arrows flew towards the Orc Empire army, but only landed a few paces in front of them. The Orc Empire was just trying to provoke the Imperial army. Seeing this, the Orc Empire soldiers burst into laughter. Then, they slaughtered the humans even more wantonly. Barian remained motionless. At some point, a light rain began to fall. Blood washed over the corpses of the tragically dead on the ground, flowing into the earth. A faint swell of heat could be seen rising from the Imperial army. The raindrops fell on the soldiers, their blood boiling with rage. The rage seemed to ignite everything. The Orc Empire army on the opposite side saw that they could not provoke the Holy Empire army. The Orc Empire's commander waved his hand, and the army began to press forward. The meat grinder of the cold weapon era began to churn. Chapter 625. The two armies collided. The Holy Empire soldiers showed no intention of retreating, simply running headlong into the oncoming Orc Empire army. The two sides engaged in a fierce cold weapon battle on the Pilchard Steppe. In the Holy Empire army. John, do you think we can return alive? A 15 or 16-year-old boy asked another 15 or 16-year-old boy beside him. I don't know. The Marquis said we will win. Then how will we know we won? Of course, by holding off the orcs on the opposite side and buying time for those behind us. Then will we die? The two boys said, and simultaneously fell into deep thought. Death. Both distant and terribly close. War was imminent. The Imperial army, relying on powerful crossbows, had decimated the Orc Empire's forces as the two sides closed in. Although the Orc soldiers were tall and strong, their armor was very limited. Or perhaps the Orc Empire was a nation of iron-poor soldiers, their soldiers generally wearing leather armor, or even no armor at all. They prioritized toughness and endurance. Only generals were worthy of armor. The Imperial army, however, was completely different. Although the army led by Barian was a ragtag force, all soldiers in the Holy Empire were equipped with armor. The ordinary soldiers in the ragtag armies, however, were equipped with chain mail. They then wore a coat emblazoned with the Holy Empire's insignia. It was like the attire of a Western crusader. And this chain mail was a castrated version, covering only the body, offering no protection for the arms, neck, or legs. But all soldiers were equipped with armor, the Holy Empire's ultimate weapon. Not to mention the Holy Empire's 800,000 elite soldiers, all equipped in standard Imperial armor. A proper full set of armor. An elite Imperial soldier first donned a full-body mail, then a standard set of armor. After donning a helmet, they also wore an iron mask. The combined weight of this equipment exceeded 100 kilograms, perhaps too much for an ordinary person to bear. But remember, this is a magical world, not to mention the Holy Empire's large number of fighting knights. These 800,000 elite Imperial soldiers formed the backbone of the Holy Empire. And there were nearly 2 million miscellaneous troops. Although they were called miscellaneous troops, their combat effectiveness was no less. Barian led these 100,000 miscellaneous troops to support Perchit within the Violet Duchy. The main force of the Holy Empire, led by Kuenberg, was currently sweeping across the Demon Empire. This left the Holy Empire depleted in military strength. The Orc Empire, however, took advantage of this opportunity. After repeated unsuccessful attempts to penetrate the northern border defenses, the Orc Empire's army finally chose to bypass the Demon Empire and directly penetrate the border of the Violet Duchy. At this time, the Violet Duchy had just been ravaged by Kuenberg and lacked the ability to muster a decent army. Unable to resist the Orc Empire's invasion, over 300,000 Violet people were massacred, and 800,000 were forced into exile. The blood from the bodies dyed the entire Song River red. Barian, stationed in the northern border of the Holy Empire, was ordered to take command. He assembled a ragtag force of 100,000 from within the Holy Empire and marched directly to the Violet Duchy to resist the Orc Empire's attack. This ragtag army of 100,000 men consisted mostly of young men from various principalities of the Holy Empire, many of them battlefield naive. A small number consisted of militiamen with brief training. Only a tiny fraction were Holy Empire soldiers. But this improvised army was tasked with an impossible mission. That was to stop the advance of 300,000 elite orcs. To ensure the army could withstand the Orc Empire's attack, Barian led all but 3,000 of his own Violet Knights into battle. Everywhere they passed, corpses lay strewn. There were hardly any orcs to be seen, only countless tragically dead brethren. However, these tragically dead brethren were almost all but slaughtered by the Orc Empire's vanguard scouts. The Orc Empire possessed little else but mounts. From wolves to tigers, the Orc Empire possessed over 2 million war mounts. This meant that the Orc Empire could readily mobilize 2 million light cavalry. Of course, 2 million is just a figure on paper. If you want to support 2 million cavalry, you have to conquer the entire world. Otherwise, nothing will happen. However, the ragtag army led by Barian faced a difficult fate. They encountered the elite of the Orc Empire. Of the 300,000 troops, 150,000 were elite cavalry. Each cavalryman mounted a massive wolf, and all wore simple iron armor. Barian knew from the outset that this battle would be an inevitable massacre. But he was now the commander-in-chief of an army. He held the lives of not only these 100,000 men, but also those of millions of his compatriots in the rear. Perhaps Barian had considered garrisoning the city to resist the Orc Empire's attack. But the Orc Empire stormed the western border city of Fatica with lightning speed. Behind Fatica lay a vast grassland stretching for hundreds of kilometers, devoid of any towns, only countless small villages. Perchit was the nearest valley to Fatica. This was the perfect location to stop the Orc Empire's forces. It was also the grave of the Balian army. 100,000 ragtag troops facing 300,000 well-trained Orc Empire troops. The outcome was self-evident. The sun set, the drizzle had ceased, and the weather cleared. After a long day of fighting, the 100,000 ragtag troops had been completely killed. The bodies of both sides littered the entire Perchit Valley. Though the 100,000 ragtag troops had been annihilated, the opposing Orc Empire troops were also half dead. The valley's terrain made it impossible for the Orc Empire's cavalry to break through the enemy's formation. They could only watch helplessly as the infantry of both sides clashed. The Holy Empire's ragtag army, armed with bows and crossbows, inflicted heavy casualties on the well-trained elite Orc Empire troops. 100,000 ragtag troops exchanged for nearly 140,000 elite Orc Empire infantrymen. The Orc Empire commander was stunned upon seeing this scene. These were 150,000 elite infantrymen. They couldn't even defeat 100,000 ragtag troops, and they were nearly defeated. The Orc Empire commander wanted to find a piece of tofu and smother himself with it. But he held back, because victory was imminent, and the Holy Empire had no more troops to use. These orcs had never considered the formidable power of infantry formations. Faced with a well-organized infantry formation with long-range attacks, no matter how powerful the enemy was, they would be thrown into the meat grinder. In the eyes of the orcs, the presence of these 100,000 ragtag troops merely delayed the onset of the massacre. Their efforts were meaningless. The great wolf god will bless us and tear everything apart. 150,000 elite Orc Empire cavalrymen were ready to charge, until they encountered 3,000 Violet Knights hiding at the rear. These elite Orc cavalrymen, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Violet Knights, instantly paused. For his opponents, they had already experienced the Violet Knights' tactics in the north. Unbeatable. Wasn't this just a pawn encountering an elite monster? The Orc Empire cavalrymen hoped to outnumber the Violet Knights. After all, to kill a single Violet Knight, they would have to sacrifice at least 3 to 5 men. But what they didn't know was that these 3,000 Violet Knights were already prepared to die here. Chapter 626. Led by Balian, 3,000 Violet Knights fearlessly charged the Orc Empire cavalry, outnumbering them several times over. In the feudal era, facing the organized heavy cavalry, the nomadic light cavalry had only one fate. That was being crushed by the heavy cavalry. Especially Orc cavalry without ranged attacks. Faced with the heavy cavalry's charge, they could only use their wargs to counter the 5-meter-long lances. The outcome was, of course, obvious. The Violet Knights pierced the Orc cavalry like gourds. The Orc cavalry were powerless to stop the lances. They could only watch helplessly as the lances pierced their chests. Then, they watched themselves soar from their mounts. But the Violet Knights did not stop. Instead, they continued their charge. Like a spike through a shield, they were gone, never to return. In one blow, they ripped through the Orc Empire's formation. The Orc Empire troops didn't even have time to react before being crushed by the Violet Knights. The Violet Knights launched a charge, then paused at a distance before charging again. They repeated this charge several times, seizing the advantage that the Orc Empire cavalry couldn't withstand the Violet Knights' charge. Some Orc soldiers were so enthusiastic that they risked their lives to block the lances, then had their comrades attack one of the Violet Knights. But the Violet Knights were no fool. Seeing their lances jammed, they discarded them, drew their knight's sword, and, infused with their fighting spirit, easily cut off the incoming scimitars. The besieging Orc cavalry were stunned by this scene. They couldn't understand why. The once invincible Orc cavalry was like paper before the Violet Knight. You know, the Orc Empire's cavalry was renowned. Even the Demon Empire, known as the Continent Steamroller, had to give them some leeway, until they encountered the Violet Knight, the pinnacle of the feudal era's light cavalry versus the pinnacle of heavy cavalry. The problem was, these light cavalry, believing themselves to be heavy cavalry, were so bold as to charge into the heavy cavalry. Before the Violet Knight, few nations had fully fledged heavy cavalry. Because they believed training a heavy cavalry unit required enormous manpower and resources, their ingenious minds made simple calculations. They ultimately abandoned heavy cavalry training in favor of light cavalry. This was why nations possessed tens of thousands of cavalry, yet were so vulnerable. The role of rangers was to attrition and harass. But against fully fledged infantry, their harassing tactics could only be used to encircle and destroy small groups, seize advantage to launch a surprise attack, and disrupt logistical supply lines. This might work in the ordinary world, but don't forget, this is a magical world. Every nation is well aware of the importance of supplies. Therefore, while their general logistics units may not necessarily be combat capable, they are always backed by elite mages or fighting knights. The advantages of light cavalry are diminishing, to the point where they are rarely seen on the battlefield. Of course, the Orc Empire has taken this approach and made it a success. Since a small number of light cavalry can't threaten infantry, then I bring on hundreds of thousands of cavalry. As long as I have enough people, I can transform quantity into quality. For a time, the nations were at a loss for a countermeasure to this tactic. Hundreds of thousands of light cavalry could indeed cause a qualitative change. But this presupposes that the nations lack heavy cavalry. Then, a genius named Barian was born. He watched those heavily armored Dochi knights charge like tanks. But due to their excessive weight, they couldn't move flexibly on their legs. Barian was inspired. Why not give these Dochi knights warhorses? But the horse's protection level also needed to be improved. So, Barian devised horse armor. A true full set of horse armor. The joints were connected by chain mail, while the rest was mostly plate armor. And their warhorses were carefully selected, capable of bearing the full weight of the knight and his armor. And so, the Violet Knight emerged. The Orc cavalry, once known as the kings of cavalry, were stunned by this slap. Why are they so confused, just like the battle unfolding before their eyes? 3,000 Violet Knights charged relentlessly through the Orc Empire cavalry. Many Orc cavalrymen attempted to intercept them, but were crushed. Once the Violet Knights had gained distance, they would immediately launch projectiles from their back-mounted crossbows, depleting the Orc cavalry's manpower. The Orc cavalry, relentlessly attacked, were unable to offer any effective resistance. But even the sharpest swords eventually dull. After several rounds of relentless charging, the 3,000 Violet Knights, suffering heavy casualties, were forced to rally at the edge of Pier Chet. Barian gazed at the 600 Violet Knights behind him, a wave of emotion filling his stomach. They fought their way through the nightfall. They had bought the inhabitants of the rear more than 12 hours. But that wasn't enough. For ordinary people, 120 kilometers of continuous advance in 12 hours was the limit. But for cavalry, 120 kilometers was just 6 hours of leisurely marching. The inhabitants of the rear were doomed. The heavy responsibility fell on Barian. He had to lead these 600 men to harass the Orc Empire army. And the rest of the story. All you need to know is that Barian survived. But from then on, there was no human habitation within 100 miles of Pier Chet. With Pier Chet was lost, along with these 100,000 soldiers. The bodies were left behind in Pier Chet. The Orc Empire army advanced, but was finally stopped at the gates of the Holy Empire's Imperial City Guard. After 10 days of siege, the Orc Empire army returned empty-handed. The Orc Empire's army retreated through Pier Chet. Seeing the 100,000 corpses, the Orc Empire's soldiers vented their wrath upon the remains of these Holy Empire's heroes. They crucified them with the soul-eating nails, the Church's punishment for the most heinous crimes. Thus, these 100,000 heroic souls were forever sealed from reincarnation. Barian should have gone to retrieve the bodies, but he fought to the death in the defense of the Imperial City. He suffered severe injuries, and lost a portion of his memory, including his memories of Pier Chet. Furthermore, his injuries left him bedridden. He lay there for 3 years, and then he launched his mighty sweep across the world. These 100,000 bodies were buried in Pier Chet. And with the war of revenge spreading directly northward from the north, these 100,000 heroic souls gradually faded from the world's memory. Finally, they were unearthed by Leon. Chapter 627. Lion awoke from his dream, and stared blankly at the vast desert of Pilchot. There were 100,000 bones buried beneath it. Lion's expression grew serious. This wasn't just a desert. This was a tomb of heroes. Lion looked gravely at Barian, who also had a dazed expression. After becoming a god, not many things could concern Baryan. Of course, what was happening before him was clearly something that could concern him. Senior Baryan. Lion was about to speak when Baryan stopped him. This is a mistake I made in the past. I must rescue them. Leon, you. Baryan hesitated. Lion patted his chest and said, True heroes, regardless of their country, deserve respect, especially when they are our heroes. They gave their lives for the very land beneath our feet. They deserve to be remembered. After saying this, Leon ordered the Wehrmacht regiment stationed there to begin digging. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers had no idea what they were digging for, as they had never consulted Leon. The leader gave the order, and they were to do it, but soon they knew what they were digging for. Because Leon told them that buried beneath this were the remains of heroes from thousands of years ago. The Wehrmacht soldiers were instantly energized. To strengthen the army's fighting spirit, Leon has always advocated an educational approach that combines heroism with collectivism. Collectivism is important, but heroism is also indispensable. A competent army must have someone who stands up at critical moments and carries the banner. To cultivate heroism in soldiers, the first lesson is to teach them to respect and remember historical heroes. Heroism, like everything else, is best demonstrated through practical examples. War is the dominant theme of the world. Wherever there is war, there are heroes, and of course, there are also beasts. Heroes deserve to be remembered, and beasts deserve to be remembered. They should be hung up as a warning to future generations. Otherwise, some people won't even know how they were beaten. Respecting and remembering heroes is an indispensable prerequisite for cultivating heroism. Because of Leon's emphasis, since the establishment of the National Defense Force, Leon has ordered educators in Yin to begin discovering national and ethnic heroes throughout history. Strictly speaking, Baryan can be considered a national hero. After all, among Baryan's many halos, he has one that stands out most prominently. That was the protector of the imperial city. He saved the nation's capital and repelled the long-besieged army. Of course, being a hero isn't just a formality. To become a true hero, one must sacrifice a great deal. Baryan may have become a hero, but a single hero's success comes at the cost of countless lives. On his journey to heroism, many who followed him fell along the way. Among them, many deserve praise, like the 100,000 people before us. After learning the full story, the Wehrmacht soldiers were filled with enthusiasm. Some of the young, passionate soldiers swung their shovels so fast they left after images. For example, while others are still hammering away at the rocks with pickaxes, you're just pounding away with a hammer drill. As the men dug, shovelfuls of sand and soil were removed, the true nature of Pirchet gradually emerged. Suddenly, one soldier struck something hard. Bending down, he gently scraped it away with his hands. What he found was a rusted iron sword. Although an iron sword couldn't withstand the torment of rust, but remember, what does iron need to rust? Oxygen and water are essential. But where is this? This is Pirchet. A forbidden zone for life, a birthplace of despair. Here, water is extremely scarce. Although these iron swords are rusted, they haven't completely vanished from the world. After unearthing the iron swords, the soldiers immediately began to dig carefully. They all put down their rifles and began to dig with their hands. Lion actually wanted to use a brush, but where would he get one in this remote area? The Wehrmacht soldiers had no choice but to put on gloves and begin digging. Soon, a large amount of iron equipment was unearthed, along with several bones. The challenge facing Leon became how to distinguish these bones. This wasn't just a mass grave. This was 100,000 mass graves. Each mass grave held a story of tragedy and helplessness. Of course, that assumes our ancestors are buried in these graves. If it's an animal, just ignore me. How could such an animal dare to sleep peacefully on our land? Shouldn't we dig it up and grind its bones to dust? The Wehrmacht soldiers carefully removed the bones from the soil. Many soldiers gazed at the long soul-devouring nail, lost in thought. A 30-centimeter long soul-devouring nail was driven into the skulls of these corpses. Some soldiers still didn't know what these soul-devouring nails were for. Those who knew remained silent. Silently and carefully, the soul-devouring nail was removed from the skulls of those who had lived without peace for 1,000 years. At the same time, these soldiers' disgust for the Orc Empire reached its peak. When the bewildered soldiers heard about this, they were indignant. What a beast! No, they are already beasts. I call them beasts. Wait, isn't that a compliment? No, bastard, orcs are neither human nor beast. There's only one answer to this question. That's the bastard. Beetroot? He's no match for them. The soldiers carefully gathered the bones. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, just like the rain that year. But those caught in it had already turned to bones. For 5 days, 3,000 soldiers toiled day and night, finally digging out the 100,000 corpses. Leon spent 5 days in Pirchet. He did nothing but watch the soldiers clear the soul-eating spikes. Looking at the pile of soul-eating spikes, Leon remained silent. An idea flashed through his mind. What if I killed the orcs? The capital had already exploded. Leon had been missing for 5 days, and Hans remained silent about Leon's whereabouts. The cabinet was going crazy. They didn't know the exact location of Pirchet, only that the mushroom bombs were developed in an unknown place. Now Leon had been missing for 5 days, even though Hans said Leon had Balion's protection, and there was no need to worry. But the leader has disappeared. Who can stand this? On the 5th night, Leon returned to Leongrad, bringing with him the 100,000 soul-devouring nails. In the capital of the Orc Empire, Emperor Baromir suddenly sneezed. I have a bad feeling. Chapter 628. The first thing Leon did upon returning to Leongrad was to pile the soul-eating nails in a square in front of the capital. He then prepared to give a speech, but was persuaded by the crowd. It was late, and the workers had to go to work the next day. Leon finally suppressed his anger. Then he summoned the Minister of War and the Minister of Finance. Looking at Leon's gloomy face, the two men straightened their backs. It looked like something big had happened. They had guessed something might be wrong, but they didn't expect Leon to come up with such a bombshell. I want to expand the army. Bang! Before the Minister of War could react, the Minister of Finance fell to the ground beside him. What had he heard? Expand the army. What does expanding the army mean? Money. What kind of a stingy minister is this? The Minister of Finance struggled to his feet, then, with trembling hands, picked up the cup beside him. Leader, how many divisions do you want to expand the army? The Minister of Finance said uneasily. A single division starts at 50,000 gold coins, and an armored division costs 200,000. 5 divisions would be 1,000,000 gold coins. And that's just for 1 year. The Minister of War's face lit up when he heard this. Expanding the army? Great. The organization of the 5 armies remains unchanged. Lion thought for a moment, then said. The Minister of Finance breathed a sigh of relief, but his words were only half finished. Due to the heavy casualties suffered by the Guards Division in the Battle of Leongrad, its designation will be retained and upgraded to the Guards Corps. It will command 6 divisions, with a total strength of 150,000. The Minister of Finance was drinking water when he heard this and choked. I had thought Leon was just making a minor move, but I didn't expect him to strike directly at the heart of the enemy. 6 Guards Divisions. What's the point? It's a life-threatening situation. The cost of training a single Guards Division even exceeds that of an armored division. It's now 250,000 gold coins. What a concept! A 25,000-man Guards Division costs 250,000, and a 50,000-man armored division costs 200,000. Why don't you, leader, expand an armored corps? Just spare us a few pennies from our treasury. Leader, are you sure? The Minister of Finance asked tentatively. Leon nodded affirmatively. Then it was the Minister of Finance's turn to remain silent. For nothing else but these gold coins. The Minister of War looked at Leon with amusement, as if asking, Is that true? Leon didn't speak, but he didn't refuse either. Knowing he couldn't change Leon's mind, the Minister of Finance decided to inquire about the purpose of the military expansion. Leader, the Ministry of Finance can provide the funds, but what is the purpose of expanding the guards? Lion was a little confused when he heard this question. He had just stated the purpose of the expansion, but he repeated it anyway. Then the Minister of Finance looked thoughtful. He felt a little heartbroken, but he still agreed. After all, the guards protect Lion. The last defense of Leongrad was nearly a disaster. If the Holy Empire front hadn't arrived quickly, Leongrad would have fallen. A single guards division simply couldn't handle the heavy responsibility of protecting Leongrad. So the Minister of Finance finally agreed to the funds. The Minister of War beamed upon hearing this. Finally, we can expand the military. However, Leon hadn't finished his words. I will announce this at the meeting tomorrow. At the same time, I will inform everyone about the military expansion, which is primarily aimed at targeting the Orc Empire. Although the current policy is to support the Orc Empire's revolutionary army, revenge must still be taken. The revenge for the Violet Duchy, and the massacre 2 years ago. We all need revenge. After Leon finished speaking, the 2 ministers were somewhat surprised. Because, although they had always known that the Orc Empire was not a good thing, the current policy was to support the revolutionary army within the Orc Empire. Domestic political voices chose not to mention this matter. But once Leon spoke, it meant that the political winds had shifted. Diane's attitude towards the Orc Empire was about to undergo a fundamental shift. However, Leon hadn't yet spoken about the specific policy he would implement. So the two ministers could only speculate in their hearts, wondering what Leon would do. The two ministers returned to their respective homes, filled with doubts and solemnity. The next day, just when everyone thought everything was back to normal, the capital was already abuzz with controversy. Lion convened an emergency meeting. The Minister of War was the first to voice his intention to expand the royal guards. Then, every department erupted in chaos. With the exception of the Minister of Finance, everyone else was stunned. It was as if they had heard something unbelievable. Ever since the military began its modernization, military spending has skyrocketed. Even those within the military knew the sheer magnitude of the military budget. 1 million soldiers was the most reasonable number of troops for Diane at the moment. The National Defense Force is projected to expand to 2 million troops within the next decade. Then it will cease expansion. Why so many troops? A larger army isn't necessarily a good thing. The military must advance both in quality and quantity. The current modernization of the National Defense Force has already consumed the entire Congress. 50 to 60 million yuan in military spending is being poured into it, and no improvement is expected in the short term. This has already displeased radicals within Diane, and the military's already prominent position has also irritated radicals in other ministries. Each ministry has a certain dislike for the military. But today, the military has once again jumped out, and everyone immediately found a reason to attack, then directly attacked the Minister of Military Affairs. However, some noticed that the Minister of Finance remained silent, and neither did Leon. The wise ones immediately began to seek ways to remain neutral. Of the three people who could decide on military expansion, only one expressed his opinion. The other two remained unmoved. This has puzzled some veterans. What was going on? Faced with attacks from various departments, members of the military naturally chose to defend their dignity. The verbal attacks began directly in the capital chamber. Spit flew everywhere, and these polite civil servants were arguing fiercely. Suddenly, Leon slammed the table. The thousands of people present almost instantly stopped arguing. I was the one who proposed expanding the military. I'm sure you noticed the strange pile of nails in front of the Capitol. Is there anyone who knows what they are? Leon said, glancing around. Soul-eating nails. A young congressman said. Leon nodded affirmatively. Then he produced a set of photos and instructed a specialist to explain them to everyone present. Looking at the shocking photos, everyone present fell silent. Expanding the military is secondary. Most importantly, how should we deal with the Orc Empire? In other words, should we strike now while they're still weak, or let this matter go? After Leon posed this fateful question, he looked at everyone present. Chapter 629. After hearing Leon's words, everyone present instantly broke into a sweat. This was a political death sentence. If one wasn't careful, answering incorrectly could very well mean the end of one's political career. After all, many of these council members were closely aligned with the Orc Empire. Many of them had accepted bribes from the Orc Empire. Leon remained calm regarding the bribery issue. There will always be people accepting bribes. But if you accept bribes, and don't behave yourself and serve Diane properly, Leon will absolutely bring the Intelligence Bureau's iron fist down on their heads. Bribery and corruption are two different things, but Leon has zero tolerance for both. Thanks to Leon's supportive attitude, many of those who accepted bribes handed them in that same day. But there were still some who didn't care about their own safety. However, these people were capable, and Leon couldn't find a replacement for them. So there's only one solution: fatten them up before killing them. Who's a good person who kills pigs in the spring? Shouldn't they wait until New Year's Eve? Lion said. I just don't want to see bloodshed during this time. I'm such a good person. Looking at the congressman present, Leon's eyes lit up. He thought he fattened them up enough, so it was time to take action. As for a reason? Even Leon needs a reason. No. A reason is the wrong answer in Congress. Leader, the Orc Empire must be preserved. Only in this way can we balance the Demon Empire. An elderly, white-haired counselor spoke without hesitation. Leon almost burst out laughing after hearing this. What's this? Using orcs to contain the Demon Empire? Wouldn't the Demon Empire still have to face the Papal States to the west? With two countries attacking from both sides, how could the Demon Empire survive? And as long as the Orc Empire isn't eliminated, the Holy Empire's northern border will be seriously threatened. The National Defense Force needs to station a certain number of troops in the north to deter the Orc Empire. A conservative estimate is 200,000 soldiers. If the Orc Empire doesn't exist, then these 200,000 soldiers could be deployed elsewhere, such as the Elven Empire and the Demon Empire. After all, the Dwarf Empire and the Papal States are currently the most formidable enemies facing Great Yin. After this counselor finished speaking, he looked at the other counselors around him, as if to say, colleagues, why don't you respond and agree with me quickly? Those who accepted bribes from the Orc Empire didn't foolishly choose to expose themselves, because they had a constant feeling of foreboding. Something will happen in the capital today. Lion looked at the congressman and said calmly, have you seen those 100,000 soul-devouring nails? Yes, but what does that have to do with our policy? Lion took a deep breath, then tried his best to suppress his anger. Those 100,000 soul-devouring nails were from back then. Lion explained to the old man, but the old man didn't realize that his words were a final gesture of respect. The old man continued, how long has the past been? Can we move on? We are Great Yin now. We should be tolerant. Before the old man finished speaking, Leon's face darkened. Crack! The cup beside Leon was crushed by his own crush. The others immediately stood up. Leon pointed at the old man and said, come on. Tell me what it means to move on. I kill your entire family, will you? Leon said, then looked at Hans. Hans immediately understood Leon's meaning and pulled out a report detailing the congressman's entire criminal record, including bribery. Leon slammed the report in his face. I thought you'd be more restrained after the purge, but I didn't expect there are still many people who are committing crimes in defiance of the law. You think the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, right? Do you really think my intelligence agency is made of clay? Leon ordered the agency to arrest the congressman. The disrespectful old congressman immediately retorted, Leon, I'm your mother's benefactor. You're being ungrateful. Before the counselor could finish, the intelligence agent nearby punched him in the stomach twice. The counselor instantly shut up, speechless. Watching the counselor being led away, everyone present was unsettled. Because of what they had just heard, Leon had just said that the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. And he wasn't just targeting one person. The counselors with hidden agendas panicked. Leon looked at them, many of whom silently lowered their heads. But Leon didn't pursue the matter further, because after the purge, there were only a few counselors left who could do anything. At least I have to wait until the new successors grow up before I can completely eliminate these poisonous insects. As for now, let's crack down on these capable but greedy people. Let them ensure the stable operation of the yin. So who's still opposed now? Leon picked up a tissue and wiped the blood from his hands. The counselors present were all silent. Some of them had assumed from the beginning that Leon was just a young brat. As long as they were elected counselors, they could indulge in their own pleasures. However, things went against their wishes. Leon was no simple man. If they joined the game, even if I were a 1,000-year-old fox, I would be thrown into the washing machine and left half dead. The military minister, upon seeing this, immediately signaled with his eyes to his subordinates. The subordinates understood the minister's intention and stood up. I believe we should destroy the Orc Empire with lightning speed. Let the armor division sweep through the Orc Empire. Declare war on the Orc Empire. The conservatives present, upon hearing the radicals' words, instantly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They began to whisper among themselves. Just when Leon was expecting a heated debate with the conservatives spoke up. We think this isn't enough. Those 100,000 soul-swallowing nails at the door are proof that the Orc Empire has no boundaries. To deal with such a person without boundaries, we should use true lightning speed. What are armor divisions? Nothing. We should just use mushroom bombs. Wipe the Orc Empire off the map. After hearing the conservatives' words, the radicals immediately began to question their lives. Who is conservative and who is radical? Lion was also confused. The conservatives are no longer conservative? Am I acting too aggressive? Chapter 630. Listening to the conservatives' radical speeches, the radicals present all wondered who was truly radical. The leader was still questioning their stance, and you were just saying you were going to use mushroom bombs to wipe them out. The radicals thought this was too extreme. How could you just use mushroom bombs? That's inappropriate. We should let the soldiers push all the way through. So much fertile land should be developed vigorously. Today, the radicals and conservatives unanimously chose the same path. That was to target the Orc Empire. Because the vast majority of those present had experienced the Orc Empire's southward advance. According to incomplete statistics, the current parliament has a total of 1,042 seats. The Yin has 546 seats, the Holy Empire has 408 seats, and the Qingqi Kingdom has 88 seats. The Holy Empire has been incorporated into the Yin, but the people of the Yin still prefer to call it the Holy Empire. Because they constantly miss the once powerful empire, but it's just nostalgia, not envy. Because they lived in a powerful nation, Great Yin. There was another fundamental reason why it was still called the Holy Empire. That was Lion. Although Lion had repeatedly stated that he would not become emperor, the people's emotions were running high. In their own words, Leader Lion has already liberated the Holy Empire. As the successor to the Holy Empire, Leader Lion should naturally become the next emperor. Lion, Regarding these words, Lion did not order the Intelligence Bureau to stop these lovely citizens. Great Yin is not a place of repressive control. People enjoy freedom of speech. It must also be free. Only free speech can point out many errors. But the prerequisite is that these people's words are in the interests of the Yin and stand on the Yan's side. Otherwise, biodiversity will allow some unnatural creatures to emerge, then jump out and complain and bark. Who could tolerate this? In the conference room. Since this is the case, then we should also announce the final results to the Orc Empire, Leon said, looking around, then picked up the document he had drafted last night. Given the Orc Empire's refusal to acknowledge its past crimes, and the massacre of over 1,000 innocent civilians on Great Yin's homeland 2 years ago, Great Yin is severing all ties with the Orc Empire and completely abandoning all peaceful means. Don't say I didn't warn you. Great Yin has been demanding acknowledgement and compensation from the Orc Empire since the massacre. But the Orc Empire continues to act as it pleases, taking nothing seriously. In that case, let's meet on the battlefield. Great Yin doesn't need your worthless apology. We need the heads of the invaders as offerings for the dead, Leon said, then stood up. Dismissed. Yes, leader. Thousands of people responded in unison. Quickly, Leon's words spread to the surrounding nations. The people of the Holy Empire, the Qingqi Kingdom, the Elf Empire, and the Demon Empire all looked on in amusement. They all hated the Orc Empire. The Orcs' greed had brought them great suffering. Orcs are nothing more than brutes, their only concern being plunder and reproduction. They have only two things on their minds: killing and plundering and reproducing. Even the Demon Empire disliked the Orc Empire, and would never cooperate with it unless absolutely necessary. So, upon learning of the sudden downturn in the Yan's attitude toward the Orc Empire, all nations rejoiced. As fate would have it, there's no escape from the heavens. When the Orc Empire received the news immediately, the ministers felt as if the sky had fallen. Diane's initial indifference towards them had led them to believe that Diane would not pursue them again. So, they all planned to procrastinate, letting time dilute their hatred. But what the orcs didn't know was that animals with low intelligence couldn't understand the deep-seated hatred. Inside the palace, Baramert was carrying out his reproductive work. Suddenly, a minister rushed in a panic. Your Majesty. Baramert was so frightened that he instantly collapsed. The heavily made-up, green-skinned orc woman beneath him looked disgusted. Baramert smiled sheepishly. My dear, wait till tonight, I show you how powerful I am. Baramert had just finished smiling when his expression changed, and he looked at the minister. Come in. What's all the fuss about? Could it be that the Urus Revolutionary Army is attacking? The minister shook his head. No, Your Majesty, Baramert said disdainfully. What's the big deal? You ruined my good fortune, so you should at least give me some compensation, right? I heard you recently took a mistress, and I'm a little interested. The minister's mouth twitched, and he said stubbornly, Your Majesty, it's really a big deal. It's okay. I take care of your mistress, and your rank will rise immediately. Listen to me. The minister was truly overwhelmed. Your Majesty, Great Yin has declared it will no longer resort to peaceful means. They now made violence their norm. Great Yin is about to attack us. Baramert rolled his eyes upon hearing this, his hand trembling as he pointed at the minister. You? Before he could finish his sentence, he foamed at the mouth and collapsed limply. Your Majesty, call the priests. Then, the entire capital of the Orc Empire was in turmoil. Bahamut was enjoying himself in his prince's residence. After hearing this news from his subordinates, Bahamut instantly understood that his opportunity had arrived. During the winter months, Bahamut led the Orc Empire army in a fierce battle with Urus around Landry on the western plains. As winter dragged on, Urus and Bahamut simultaneously agreed to a ceasefire. The orcs' simple clothing was no match for the harsh cold. Both sides tacitly retreated. Urus still needed to purge the corrupt officials within the rebel army. As soon as Bahamut returned, he locked himself up in the prince's palace and indulged himself in pleasure. He did not submit his authority to dispatch troops. Baramert, observing Bahamut's reclusive behavior, chose not to press him. Instead, he simply let him go. Many ministers jointly petitioned Baramert to revoke Bahamut's military authority. But Baramert still ignored their advice. In Baramert's eyes, Urus posed a far greater threat than Bahamut himself. And this winter, Urus unleashed a swift and decisive force to unify the entire rebel army. Now, the Orc Empire has only two voices, Urus and Bahamut. Leon did not want to see this situation unfold. According to the latest news, Urus's original intentions are beginning to waver. Power, money, and women are tempting him. Can power really change a person? Chapter 631. Does power change a person? Leon didn't know, but he knew it definitely wouldn't change him. Although he knew power would allow him to do many things, but as a rat, Leon hadn't had any great aspirations in his previous life. He simply did his job well, and was a science and engineering man who contributed to his country. He slept when he was tired, ate when he was hungry. Even after traveling through time, even after becoming the leader of Great Yin, Leon scoffed at power. Leon's attitude towards power influenced many people. Furthermore, Leon never put on airs, and only under special circumstances would he become extremely serious. The entire Great Yin was influenced by Leon. This was the fundamental reason why power struggles were so rare in Great Yin. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beams will be crooked. Leon, the top beam, was as straight as a soldier king's. Do you still expect Great Yin to have any evil tendencies? Of course there are. After all, Darwin said that there is biological diversity. But the general trend is that the people's awareness is steadily improving. The Yin is thriving. On a different note, Leon actually enjoys being a leader, not for any other reason. Because being a leader allows him to forget about his family status. After the Duke's Palace issued the notice regarding the Orc Empire, Leon finally had some time to rest. These past few days, Leon has been enjoying a leisurely and happy life at home. Originally, the staff at the capital wanted to find some work for Leon after the announcement, but found that there really wasn't much. Politically, the surrounding countries are quite quiet. Militarily, the Navy is still trying to figure out how to deal with the Dwarf Empire's fleet. The entire Great Yin had calmed down. And Leon would absolutely not interfere with the Navy. The Navy was not the Army. Regarding the Army, he could offer some suggestions, but Leon would never be a dictator. It was a matter of personal responsibility. Not being a professional soldier, he could only offer advice based on typical battles from his past life's war history books. A leader's persona was the most important thing to the people. A leader was a spiritual pillar. This was especially crucial during wartime. Leon gave Chester absolute command of the Navy. And within the entire fleet, Chester had no one to delegate authority to. This was done to ensure the Navy's combat effectiveness. The Navy was different from the Army. The Army could operate in divisions. But the Navy was different. The Navy's lowest level combat unit must be an aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier battle group, formed around an aircraft carrier, was the Navy's greatest weapon. Chester was well aware of this. As the commander-in-chief of the Navy, Chester had already divided the current 8 aircraft carriers into 8 aircraft carrier battle groups. The commander of each battle group is like the captain of an aircraft carrier. To maximize the military's combat effectiveness, we must learn to delegate authority to the frontline headquarters. Give the troops sufficient power to exercise their influence freely. Without the meddling of high-ranking officials, the grassroots troops can fully unleash their imagination. Many famous battles in history were initiated by frontline, grassroots officers. If the generals are the brains of the army, then the grassroots officers constitute its various systems. Ensure the army's full operational capabilities. His thoughts returned to the present. Leon had been lying in state in the Duke's mansion for 3 days. He had wanted to do something during this time, but there was really nothing to do. Diam was currently developing steadily, and no longer needed much external interference. So the only thing Leon could do was go out on an inspection tour. But since Congress had just passed the military expansion bill, the Minister of Finance refused to pay for Leon's inspection tours. A single trip for Leon would cost thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins, right? If the budget was too small, the standards wouldn't be high enough. If the standards were high, the budget wouldn't be low. Minister of Finance. So annoying, so Leon chose to stay home. And then something terrible happened. When the girls learned Leon was on vacation, they all beamed with joy. On the first day, they surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. However, the good times didn't last long. Within a few days, the girls began to dislike Leon. Because as long as Leon was home, there was no peace at home. Because everyone was vying for Leon's affection. However, in the end, Leon was the ultimate beneficiary. Because Leon was at home, the women's jealousy caused their relationships to plummet. And while Leon benefited, he felt incredibly uncomfortable being stuck in the middle. Of course, This feeling of being stuck in the middle has two meanings. One is like being stuck in bed. Of course, if you want to eat her, that's impossible. If you dare touch one, the other will definitely punch you into a pulp. This is the result of a situation where Yin is dominant and Yang is weak. The younger brother's position in the family is particularly prominent. The other meaning is being stuck in the middle, literally. For example, Yun Qingqi and Shuangxing each came to Lian with a bowl of rice, asking him to feed them. What should Lian do? Of course, he'd be caught in the middle. Lian could only try his best to restrain himself and not take sides, because if he took sides, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Lian, when will the husband's power be restored? There was another reason for giving Lian leave. Yun Qingqi was already 8 months pregnant. She might be due in a month or two. So, the capital chose to send Lian home without hesitation. After all, this was Lian's first child. And the mother was Yun Qingqi. The importance of this child was self-evident. Regardless of gender, this child had a high chance of becoming the heir to Great Yin, or the next ruler of the Qingqi kingdom. Although Yun Qingqi knew the importance of her unborn child, she never used it as leverage. Even when competing for favor with others, Yun Qingqi relied more on her own personal charm than on the child in her belly. That's why Lian indulged Yun Qingqi. Yun Qingqi was not only charming and enchanting, but more importantly, she was very sensible and always managed everyone's relationships well. When Lian was away, the household was peaceful. Even the mischievous Heiyu wouldn't challenge Yun Qingqi. Because Yun Qingqi possessed a unique skill, the head-patting trick. Heiyu, I'm so angry. Yun Qingqi, pat your head. Heiyu, I'm getting angry. Yun Qingqi, pat your head. Heiyu, Yun Qingqi, pat your head. Heiyu, don't touch me, I was wrong. Ever since she became pregnant, Yun Qingqi had become more docile. She had a maternal glow. Lian and Yun Qingqi were communicating more and more. But Yun Qingqi's gaze towards Lian seems increasingly strange. Lian, why do I keep getting a chill down there? Chapter 632. To protect the baby in her belly, Lian hadn't had sex with Yun Qingqi for a long time. As a result, Yun Qingqi looked at Lian with eyes that were practically tearing. He almost wanted to swallow Lian whole. Lian, 5 equal parts aren't enough, you want to swallow me too, right? As a result, Lian was immediately beset by Yun Qingqi the moment he returned home. These past few days, besides the family position, Lian had been plagued by Yun Qingqi's constant teasing. Just after dinner that day, Lian had planned to go to the study to look at the Continental Atlas. After all, there were many hidden places hidden on old maps. Some of these places were extremely valuable, both culturally and in their own right. Within the Holy Empire alone, there were 5 or 6 discovered hidden places. Most of these places were relics from the past. Some were kings' tombs, others were fortresses originally built to defend against the Holy Empire. Kuenberg hadn't ordered them demolished. In his eyes, Kuenberg believed these magnificent fortresses deserved to be admired by future generations. It would be a shame to demolish them. They could be considered a legacy for future generations. More hidden places actually refer to the legacy left by those magicians. There are also the ruins of some great cities from the past. Although they are very old, they contain a large number of books that were not taken away. Many of the secrets of the magical world are contained in these books. Lian dispatched an expedition of over 1,000 people. It was precisely to search for these places. The magical world is not short of cities that disappear overnight. The Elven Empire has the most hidden places. After all, no one knows how many sacrifices the various elven kings have actually performed. However, just as Lian was about to take a good look at the map, Yun Qingqi knocked on the door. Lian instinctively assumed someone was looking for him, so he responded. Come in. Lian had barely finished speaking when he saw Yun Qingqi pushing the door open. Lian's piercing gaze made his legs tremble, and he instinctively wanted to run. But before he could take 2 steps, Yun Qingqi hugged him. Lian, can you chat with me for a moment? Lian looked at Yun Qingqi's pleading face and nodded without hesitation. Lian placed Yun Qingqi on a chair, worried that standing too long might affect the unborn child. Seeing Yun Qingqi sitting in his chair, Lian felt relieved. He then fetched another chair and sat down in front of Yun Qingqi. Looking at Lian's serious expression, Yun Qingqi spoke. Lian, I'm so scared right now. Yun Qingqi dropped her facade in front of Lian, instantly transforming from the strong woman she once was into a vulnerable figure. Lian was at a loss for words when he saw this. Because everyone saw Yun Qingqi as a strong woman, there was almost nothing that could make her feel powerless. Looking at Yun Qingqi before him, Lian was completely overwhelmed. What was going on? I'm scared. I'm scared that the child in my belly will have to bear such a heavy burden. The repression Yun Qingqi had been holding back for months finally erupted. Ever since she became pregnant, everyone from high-ranking government officials to Caddis and the others had attached immense importance to the child. Zoe came over every day to check on the child. This frightened Yun Qingqi. As a mother, she naturally hoped her child would grow up safe and happy. But as Leon's first child, this child was destined to be unable to escape the vortex. Listening to Yun Qingqi's words, Leon realized how little he cared for the other women, or rather, how little he had even developed any affection for them. Looking at Yun Qingqi, who was crying like rain, Leon hugged her. Okay, don't cry. I promise you, regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl, I will respect their wishes. If they don't want to bear too much, I won't force them. And no one can. Leon patted Yun Qingqi's back, comforting her as if she were a child. Yun Qingqi spoke through sobs. Really? Looking at Yun Qingqi, who couldn't even speak clearly from crying, Leon felt even more distressed. He hadn't expected Yun Qingqi to be under so much pressure. Although Leon had been asking Hans to send people to keep an eye on Yun Qingqi, to prevent anyone from using the child as a bargaining chip, it was impossible to completely prevent this. Even if those with ulterior motives didn't speak, Yun Qingqi could still sense their targeting. Leon immediately felt insignificant. Or perhaps it was that he couldn't control anything. He was the leader, but to be frank, he was just an ordinary person, slightly better than an ordinary person. To calm those restless officials, he had to become stronger. In reality, the officials' actions were understandable, because once an heir emerged, a struggle for power was inevitable. If these officials wanted to continue their work, they had to choose sides. This was an eternal truth, something these officials subconsciously believed. But they overlooked one fact: Leon's lifespan. After consuming the fountain of life, Leon's lifespan had surpassed 1,000 years. Back then, Kuenberg had spent 50 years building a millennium-long empire. And what about Leon? The road ahead was still long, but Leon would never allow himself to suffer the same fate as Kuenberg. Caddis and Chester were capable, but they also valued Leon's children. However, they put little pressure on Yun Qingqi. The greater pressure came from the officials of Great Yin. Only then did Leon understand the complexities of officialdom. The complexities of officialdom eventually affected his family. Just as Leon was feeling helpless, Yun Qingqi suddenly placed a hand on his face. What are you thinking about? Lion smiled. I'm wondering what our baby should be called. Is that even a question? Of course, it's my last name. Yun Qingqi said, his face brimming with pride. Damn it! Why can't you have my last name? Leon said, as he fixed Yun Qingqi's messy hair. Because this baby is mine. Yun Qingqi pressed Leon down on the table, his face domineering. I'm the baby's father. Leon, not wanting to be outdone, backhanded Yun Qingqi down on the table. But he avoided the abdomen, trying to minimize any impact on the baby. Let go! Yun Qingqi's face flushed instantly, and he whispered softly. No! What if you run away? I won't run. After all, I'm yours. Yun Qingqi's voice grew softer and softer, his face flushing almost to the point of burning. Leon caught a glimpse of it, and then spoke in astonishment. What did you say? Nothing. I don't believe it. As they chatted, they ended up in bed, simply sleeping. Tomorrow will be better. I have to work hard to become stronger. Not only am I a husband, I soon be a father too. Leon thought as he looked at Yun Qingqi, who had fallen asleep beside him. A happy smile graced his face. Leon felt his heart stirred. Is this love? Chapter 633. The next morning, Leon was still asleep when he was jolted awake by 2 slaps in the face. You bastard. Get up. Leon was a bit dazed, staring at Yu through sleepy eyes. His hazy gaze seemed to say, What are you doing? Stop it, I need to sleep. Then, Leon closed his eyes and fell back asleep. Yu saw this and grabbed Leon's pajamas with both hands, shaking them violently. Wake up! Leon slept like a dead pig, completely unconscious. Yu, observing Leon's impassive demeanor, couldn't help but clench his fists. Leon! Your wife ran away. After hearing this, Leon jumped up from the bed. Who? Who ran away? Yu saw this and looked proud. You jerk. Stop sleeping. Get up. The sun's about to hit your ass. Looking at Yu and double-checking, Leon realized he was teasing. The tension instantly vanished, and sleepiness quickly overtook him. Of all things, sleep is the most important. Let me sleep a little longer. Leon thought as he climbed onto the bed, not caring that Yu was still sitting there. He used Yu as a pillow. He hugged her tightly, and fell asleep again. Yuan Qingqi, standing nearby, noticed the movement and opened his eyes. He saw this explosive scene. The smile on his face didn't fade. Great, hey you learned to climb onto the bed too, haven't you? Hey you, ? Hey you, held in his arms, didn't dare move at all. He simply let Leon hold him. Heiyu's temperature instantly rose, and his entire body flushed. You could even vaguely see the heat rising. What? I've been hugged by that jerk. I'm so dirty. But Leon didn't care. This new pillow feels so good, soft, fragrant, and warm. Heiyu, 6. Morning quickly arrived, and Leon woke up. After waking naturally, Leon felt refreshed. But as soon as he got up, he found Heiyu hanging on him like an octopus. Recalling the morning scene, Leon seemed to understand where the pillow that had allowed him to sleep so soundly had come from. It's over. Leon tiptoed to him to get out of bed, then stared at the two sleeping women, stunned for a moment. Jack, I'm going to kick you. I'm the queen. Hee hee. Heiyu lay sprawled on the bed, talking in his sleep, drooling all over the bed. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. This kid would probably drool even after being cured. Yuan Qingqi seemed to notice that Leon had woken up, but out of respect, he didn't open his eyes. Instead, he waited for Leon to leave. Leon covered the two of them with a blanket and went downstairs. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw Baryan sitting on the sofa, waiting for Leon's arrival. Senior Baryan. Leon's face changed instantly when he saw Baryan appear. Baryan's arrival at the Duke's mansion meant something was up. And he came so early this morning, that made it even more serious. Leon felt sick when he saw Baryan. But Leon had to get to the bottom of this. Watching Leon come down, Baryan put down his teacup and looked at Leon. Okay, enough talk, pack up and get ready to go. Baryan began. Leon's mind was a swirling question. Where are we going? To dance at Kuenberg's grave. Oops, no, to Kuenberg's grave. Baryan had just finished speaking when he realized he wasn't right, and quickly corrected himself. Leon was filled with confusion as he listened to Baryan's words. Why go to Kuenberg's grave now? Kuenberg left you not only technology, but also the most important legacy. You were so excited last time that you didn't have time to tell me. Compared to technology, Kuenberg's legacy is just as important. After all, Kuenberg was the greatest man in the world, the closest to a god. Baryan spoke, his mind reminiscing about the past. Leon's face darkened when he heard this. Good boy, I'm not on vacation, and nothing's wrong. I'm always busy when I'm on vacation. Countless images flashed through Leon's mind, but he ultimately agreed to go with Baryan to Kuenberg's mausoleum. Because, as Baryan had said, it contained the legacy left by Kuenberg. So, if he was strong enough, could he protect those behind him from political influence? Although Leon wasn't sure of the answer, he knew. If he didn't try, there wouldn't even be a 1 in 1,000 chance. Regardless of whether something succeeds or fails, no matter what you predict, you won't know until you try. How long will it take? Leon expressed his inner doubt. If it's fast, it'd be a month. If it's slow, it'd be a month and a half. Baryan stroked his chin and said. This wasn't the answer Leon wanted to hear. Because Yuan Qingqi was due in less than 2 months. What if Yuan Qingqi gave birth prematurely? Would he be able to make it back in time? This question lingered in Leon's mind, lingering for a long time. Suddenly, a slightly cold hand squeezed Leon's clenched fist, then interlocked their fingers. Qingqi. Leon turned around, and saw it was Yuan Qingqi. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Qingqi blocked his mouth with a finger. Go! It's okay. Come back soon. We be waiting for you. Yuan Qingqi said with a smile. Looking at Yuan Qingqi, seeing the smile on her face, Leon didn't know what to say for a moment, and froze in his place. Damn it, a grown man is being so fussy. Hurry! Let's go! The sooner we go, the sooner we can be back, and it's not like I don't know your wife's about to give birth. With that, Baryan grabbed Leon and headed out. After hearing Baryan's words, Leon finally understood that Baryan was helping him. Leon looked back and saw the 5 women staring at him from the doorway. Facing their gazes, Leon turned away. Damn it, I'm going to get Kuenberg's inheritance no matter what. I can't let these people at home down. Baryan tore open the space and took Leon to Kuenberg's tomb. The two of them arrived at the tomb again. Just as Leon was about to speak, Baryan spoke first. You must inherit the legacy to protect what you desire. Otherwise, you likely experience the same powerlessness as Kuenberg. I have no interest in inheriting that power. I simply don't want to see you follow his path, Baryan said, heading straight for the mausoleum. Leon paused for a moment, then resolutely followed Balian's steps. Chapter 634. The two soon arrived at the heavily guarded mausoleum. Ever since the excavation began, Barian had been stationed there daily. But Barian was actually superfluous, as the two witches, Antia and Moya, constantly guarded the mausoleum. They didn't know why they did this, but they felt they would lose something if they didn't. The two women were surprised to see Barian bringing Leon with him. He's here to attempt the test left by Kuenberg, Barian explained to the two women. The two women looked at Leon with a hint of surprise. As close associates of Kuenberg back then, the two women knew he had left behind his legacy. Although Kuenberg's cultivation had been crippled, it was undeniable that his presence had overwhelmed everyone back then. Barian led Leon into the mausoleum. Looking at the powered exoskeleton armor being packed and shipped to Dayen, Leon knew that Dayen would return to the heights of the Kuenberg era within the next 5 years. The future is already here. Leon followed Barian all the way to the high platform in the center of the mausoleum. Barian turned back to Leon and spoke earnestly. I don't know what trials Kuenberg has left for you, but I can tell you that everything Kuenberg has done, the hardships he endured even surpass those you faced so far. But this is only for now. What you face in the future is unknown, but your battle with the gods has already proven you surpass him. So you must strive to overcome this trial, to obtain what you deserve, and to protect those you are supposed to protect. Barian finished speaking, and before Leon could even reply, he kicked him directly onto the unique square bricks in the center of the platform. The next second, a flash of white light appeared, and Leon instantly vanished from the space. Barian watched Leon disappear from the platform, then murmured, Has anyone ever told you that you look so much like him? Suddenly transported, Leon felt as if he had entered a weightless space. But for some reason, he couldn't open his eyes. He drifted aimlessly in the weightless space for who knows how long, as it seemed endless. In the end, Leon couldn't determine where he was. He could only empty his mind and ponder the past and the future. I wonder how they are they eating well? That silly dragon, Heyu, must be fighting with Yenshin for food at home again. Chi-Chi, are you and the child okay? Just as Leon's mind was clearing, he suddenly realized he could see clearly around him. He found himself floating in a pure white space, seemingly boundless, like the secret realms in some sci-fi film. Just as Leon was feeling puzzled, a piercing voice suddenly reached his ears. It was like countless people whispering in his ear, putting immense strain on his spirit. Leon instinctively covered his ears and closed his eyes. After a long moment, as the noise gradually faded, Leon finally opened his eyes, only to find himself in a place resembling a tavern. A tavern from the feudal era of Western Europe. Kuenberg, what are you thinking about? Still thinking about that noble lady you met last night? Wake up! You're going to the battlefield tomorrow. You said you wanted to become a world-renowned knight. A bearded uncle patted Leon's shoulder, then lifted him up and spoke kindly. Leon was a little confused after hearing what the uncle said. I'm Kuenberg. Leon got up from the ground and rushed to the bronze mirror in the tavern. Looking at his own face in the mirror, he saw that it was his own. Leon instantly sensed something was wrong. What did this uncle just call me? Kuenberg? Wait, is this a trial? Leon then sensed the magic power and fighting spirit within his body, and was surprised to find that although he had no magic power, he did possess fighting spirit. And Leon was certain that this fighting spirit was definitely not his own. Because Leon's fighting spirit was attributeless, his own was now filled with light. Wait, Kuenberg seemed to be a light-attributed fighting spirit knight. Am I impersonating Kuenberg? Just as Leon was puzzled, the person in the mirror suddenly smiled. Then, a few words, only Leon could hear, were spoken. Young man, if you wish to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you wish to become king, you must do the king's work. But if you become king, you will be buried in the dust. Are you ready, Leon? Looking at himself in the mirror, Leon was speechless with shock. Leon understood these words easily, but what did they have to do with this trial? Just then, the old man saw Leon's strange behavior and instantly thought he was possessed by a demon. He then rushed over and slapped Leon twice. Kuenberg, are you possessed by a demon? Your strange behavior will lead to the church's arrest and burning at the stake. After beating Leon, the uncle grabbed him and shook him. I'm fine, Uncle Bartloo. Leon was about to speak when the name of the man before him appeared in his mind, and he spoke unconsciously. I'm glad he's okay. Goddess of Light, please bless this poor child. He'll be on the battlefield next year. Leon was moved to tears, but his emotion was premature. Don't let him die on the battlefield, or he never be able to repay the 15 silver coins he owes me. Bartloo wiped away his crocodile tears. Leon, Nuwa, for some reason, Even though it was the first time Leon saw Bartloo, he could sense the affection for him within this body. Lion also began to recall memories from Kuenberg. He had traveled here 10 years ago. As a 6-year-old kid, Kuenberg was transported to this world by a dump truck while rescuing a kitten. The first thing Kuenberg wanted to do upon arriving in this world was return home, as his parents were waiting for him to come home for dinner. But to the very end, Kuenberg could not find his way home. However, on his first day of traveling, Kuenberg encountered the witch Antia. Anya was a young girl at the time, and Kuenberg thought she was just another lost girl. So, he began to ask Anya where her home was. Antia then peeked into Kuenberg's future. However, to her shock, she discovered that Kuenberg had no future. Chapter 635. The next day, Lion successfully entered the battlefield. 1,000 years ago, Zhongzhou was still ravaged by war. There were no so-called empires, only kingdoms and city-states. The most ridiculous thing was that some kingdoms were not even as big as other city-states. Lion was in a city-state called Kano. The name came from the founder of the city, Kano. After Kano's death, with no descendants, the people had to implement the city-state election system. Thus, Kano's city-state survived. But the good times didn't last. War reigned supreme. With the emergence of several powerful kingdoms in Zhongzhou, wars of annexation intensified. When Kuenberg traveled through time, he happened to witness the largest annexation war in Zhongzhou's history. In just 10 years, more than 5 kingdoms collapsed, and over 20 city-states vanished from the world. Kano Castle, where Kuenberg was stationed, survived due to its strong military power. But how could a city-state defeat a kingdom? The city-state of Kano has always pursued a philosophy of peaceful development. As a result, centuries have passed, and the city-state's territory has remained stagnant. Due to its limited territory, Kano lacks sufficient military strength. This large piece of lucrative territory has been coveted by many kingdoms. Over the past decade, various nations have taken turns launching wars against Kano. Miraculously, Kano has held out, but its army is dwindling. Ultimately, it has been forced to recruit soldiers from its own population to resist the invaders. However, to pay off its debts, Kuenberg was forced to join the battle. Because Kuenberg knew that the so-called Kano city-state was just another kind of kingdom. The original electoral system had long since been replaced by a hereditary system. It was just short of changing its name to the Kingdom of Kano. Any political system, if left unreformed, would inevitably decay and degenerate over time. But before that, Kuenberg wanted to pay off his debts. And the enemy nation attacking Kano's city-state had already made a vehement promise. Upon entering the city, no one would be spared. This could be considered one of Kuenberg's reasons for heading to the battlefield. After all, there were still many people in the city who owed Kuenberg a debt. Before leaving, Leon unexpectedly saw someone he knew. It was the witch Antia, but Antia didn't mistake Leon for Kuenberg. Instead, she recognized him and said this, "Are you going to become a legend too?" Leon was confused and headed for the battlefield without knowing why. But upon entering the battlefield, Leon felt an instant sense of despair. The opposing force consisted of 3,000 elite infantrymen. On their side, there were fewer than 1,000 hastily assembled infantrymen. These infantrymen were called infantry, but in reality, they were just ordinary civilians armed with weapons. This wasn't war. This was a massacre. When the enemy saw their side was a mob, they couldn't help but laugh. The soldiers on Lion's side lowered their heads, their morale at its lowest point. The difference in weaponry and equipment between the two sides was several orders of magnitude. Looking at this mob, the enemy even lost the thought of trying to persuade them to surrender. This mob was nothing more than a bunch of lazy idiots. Better to just kill them. The enemy commander then ordered his troops to advance. There was no strategy involved, they simply pushed forward. The commander of the Kano city-state army observed the scene, then after a brief silence of half a second, immediately mounted a nearby warhorse and fled into the city. Leon's mouth raged at the sight. F***KU. F***KU. The other soldiers around him couldn't help but curse. How could a commander run away before the battle even began? Is he even human? These soldiers, already psychologically fragile, were instantly struck with another blow. Many dropped their weapons and began to flee towards the city. In feudal warfare, the most important thing wasn't combat effectiveness, it was morale. The effectiveness of an army depended on its morale. As the ancients said, those who are timid in private fights are brave in public wars. The most capable fighters weren't the thugs, but the honest, hard-working farmers. Some distraught soldiers dropped their weapons and ran to the city gates, hoping to be let in by the defenders. Unable to bear the loss, the defending soldiers tried to open the gate, but were stopped by an officer standing nearby. The officer then fired an arrow, killing the fleeing soldier in the lead. "Everyone, turn around. If you hold off the enemy, each of you will receive a reward of 10 gold coins." The leader of Kano City-State stood on the city wall and loudly declared a promise to the people below. The fleeing soldiers were all distressed upon hearing this. How could they not understand that this was encouragement to die? "What do you mean by holding off the enemy? How could they possibly hold off the enemy? 1,000 against 3,000, and the enemy was elite heavy infantry. Tell me how to fight." Lion looked at the 5th level fighting knight standing on the city wall, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Kuenberg was only at the 3rd level now. How could he escape? Lion anxiously began to ponder a countermeasure. He had considered surrendering, but if he did, the people of Kano City-State would surely kill Uncle Bartloo and his men. This was because, as a 3rd level Dochi knight, Leon had been directly appointed centurion by the people of Kalu City-State. He was in charge of a 100-man squadron. Looking at the advancing infantry, Leon felt a surge of anxiety. What should he do? What should he do? However, at that moment, rain suddenly began to fall. It grew heavier, like a torrential downpour. Lion's gaze was drawn to the downpour, and then he spotted a small hill nearby. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Leon, and he looked at the heavily armored infantry. "Everyone, listen up. If you want to survive, charge up that hill." With that, Leon summoned his Dochi and began to run wildly up the hill. The others saw the fighting knights fleeing up the mountain, so why wouldn't they, the ordinary people, follow suit? After all, in their eyes, the fighting knight's words must have made sense. While many were willing to follow Leon up the mountain, many others remained stubbornly besieging the city gates. They seemed to be hoping the people of Kano City would show mercy and let them in. However, they were met with only cold arrows. Elsewhere, Leon and his men climbed the hill in the pouring rain. Because the hill was covered in grass and the rain was pouring, many of Leon's men slipped and fell as they climbed. Seeing these light infantrymen slip and fall, Leon became even more convinced of his plan. Although only a little over 300 men made it to the summit, the opposing commander was uneasy. For the commander had seen through Leon's strategy. He was to use the terrain and weather to prevent the heavy armored infantry from forming an effective heavy formation. Whether or not you can make it up is one thing, but even if you do, you still face siege. Leon, whose newbie village is this difficult? Chapter 636. The Kano City-State had no idea why Leon had brought 300 light infantrymen up the mountain. But many soldiers were worried for Leon, because in their eyes, Leon's refusal to surrender was already beyond their wildest dreams. They no longer expected Leon to win. As fellow city dwellers, they naturally hoped that Leon and his men would survive. However, this was also wishful thinking. How could light infantry possibly defeat fully armed heavy infantry? The others were armed to the teeth, so what could they possibly use? Leon led 300 men to the top of the mountain. Even many soldiers were unclear about Leon's motives, but they instinctively followed him. Among these 300 men were 50 archers. These 50 archers, though they were supposed to be professional archers, were actually just hunters who had been temporarily recruited. The others quickly followed Leon to the top of the mountain. Leon immediately began searching for anything useful on the mountaintop. Lion spotted 5 or 6 square stone pillars on the mountaintop. These pillars were originally intended for the construction of a new temple. But due to the war, construction had been halted. Looking at these pillars, Lion's mind raced. However, at this moment, the heavy armored infantry at the foot of the mountain also began to attack the mountaintop. Although their commander understood Lion's intention, he knew that the entire 300 men must be annihilated to completely destroy the morale of the Kano City-State. But if these 300 men held the top of the mountain, their own morale would plummet. The 3,000 heavy armored infantrymen gazed at the sloping hillside, lost in thought. The centurions, with their extensive combat experience, naturally knew that the mountain wasn't easy to climb. They immediately dispatched 100 heavily armored soldiers as a vanguard to scout out the situation. These 100 heavily armored soldiers initially fought independently, hoping to climb on their own. But they realized their naivete was too naive. A single heavily armored soldier, including their equipment, weighed at least 220 kilograms, 162 pounds. Potentially even 250 kilograms, 162 pounds. Add to that the impressive friction of the iron armor. As expected, over half of the 100 heavily armored soldiers fell to the ground, tumbling down the slope. The other half, stabbing their cross-shaped broadswords into the ground, climbed up step by step. Some of the Kano City-State infantrymen considered using rocks from the mountaintop to pelt the heavily armored soldiers. But Leon, looking at the less than 50 heavily armored soldiers, suddenly had an idea. These heavy armored soldiers seemed well equipped. The heavy infantrymen climbing the mountain suddenly felt a chill on their backs, but they didn't have time to dwell on it, as they were about to reach the summit. However, after finally reaching the summit, the 40 or so heavy infantrymen, panting and panting, hadn't even had time to form a battle formation. Lion seized the opportunity, leading dozens of men and charging forward. Before the heavy armored soldiers could react, he launched the attack. Seeing the enemy attack, the heavy infantrymen prepared to draw their crossed swords to meet the attack. But they found themselves running out of strength. Climbing the mountain had consumed so much energy. As soon as they raised their crossed swords with their aching arms, Lion and his men's attacks fell. The powerful one-handed sword of the light infantryman struck the cross-shaped great sword in the hands of the exhausted heavy infantryman. The outcome was predictable. The cross-shaped great sword was knocked from the heavy infantryman's hand. Before he could react, Leon struck him in the throat. The heavy infantryman stared at Leon in disbelief, then gripped his sword tightly, as if trying to free it with his weakening hands. However, the outcome was already determined, and the heavy infantryman collapsed helplessly. The others, upon seeing this, instantly became excited, as if pumped with adrenaline. These heavy infantrymen were not invincible. Dozens of light infantrymen rushed forward, preparing to imitate Leon's attack. But imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. These light infantrymen rushed forward, thinking they could easily defeat the enemy like Leon. However, the reality was that the light infantry, intent on taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, were completely unable to penetrate the heavy infantry's defenses. The heavy infantry, on the other hand, slaughtered the light infantry with the ease of a chicken. They simply ignored the light infantry. These light infantry were helpless. Because they had received no rigorous training, they were completely unaware of the heavy infantry's fatal weakness, the neck and joints. Although the heavy infantry wore masks, their necks were protected by chain mail, with a simple rope tied in the middle to secure the chain mail. And it was this gap that became the opening through which Leon could strike a decisive blow. The light infantry were unable to penetrate the heavy infantry's defenses, and the heavy infantry took advantage of this opportunity to rest. However, at this moment, the hunters began to exert their strength. As hunters who had hunted in the jungle for years, they naturally knew how to maximize the value of their prey's fur. That was to shoot the prey in the eyes. This way, they could obtain a whole, intact fur. These hunters, who made their living from this craft, looked at the heavy infantrymen, their bows drawn, and locked onto their eyes. A mask might protect the face, but how do you protect your eyes? Arrows shot from behind the light infantrymen, under the cover of heavy rain, and struck the eyes of the heavy infantrymen who were slaughtering the light infantrymen. Seeing their comrades fall to the ground, the heavy infantrymen panicked, for they saw the arrows lodged in their dead men's eyes. The heavy infantrymen finally panicked, and began to retreat. The hunters would not let their prey go easily. Sharp arrows flew out, and the heavy infantry fled in panic. Many even jumped from the top of the mountain, and rolled down the grassy slope. But the hunters still left behind more than 20 heavy infantrymen. Looking at the bodies of these 20 or so heavy infantrymen, Leon finally smiled with joy. Wow! Over 20 sets of nearly intact heavy infantry armor. Any attack from the enemy would be nearly impossible. Leon immediately ordered his soldiers to strip the heavy infantry armor. He selected 20 strong men, and had them don the armor. At this time, the rain was getting heavier, and the enemy commander was growing impatient. He simply ordered all the heavy infantrymen to charge forward, overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers. Using the simplest and most brutal method, he destroyed the morale of the Kano city-state army. Chapter 637. Watching hundreds of heavily armored infantrymen pouring up the mountain, Leon's face was serious. He ordered his soldiers to throw small rocks from the top of the mountain to block the heavy infantry's attack. The rocks, driven by gravity, easily struck the heavy infantrymen climbing the mountain. Many were crushed, their heads bleeding, and even their chests dinted. 300 light infantrymen frantically threw small rubble from the top of the mountain, as well as scraps from temple construction, down the mountain. The heavy infantrymen climbing the mountain came under heavy attack, affecting hundreds of them. In reality, only a few dozen were attacked, while the others were affected by their teammates. Those struck by the rocks rolled down the mountainside, crashing into the remaining heavy infantrymen climbing up. These heavy infantrymen were carried down by their comrades. The entire hill was a horrific sight, littered with heavily armored infantrymen tumbling downwards. Many of the heavily armored infantrymen had originally been uninjured, but after several rounds of this, even those who weren't injured would surely suffer internal injuries. Relying on these stones, along with scraps from the temple's construction, not only stone, but also would. Leon and his men successfully withstood the second wave of heavy infantry attacks. The heavy infantrymen suffered terribly. They were treading on the soft grass, and with the torrential rain pouring down, they had absolutely no chance of climbing upwards. Every step up meant sliding back several steps. Even if they managed to climb, they would still be under siege. How could they fight? The second round of heavy infantry attacks was repelled by Lion and his men. The enemy commander, observing this, grew increasingly frustrated. He then abandoned his pretense and ordered the 2,000 archers hidden in the distance to rush over and begin the complete destruction of Lion and his men. These 2,000 archers were originally intended to attack Kano. But the commander did not want to launch a direct attack on Kano. He knew it would be difficult to capture Kano in one fell swoop, so destroying the surrounding troops and striking a blow to Kano's morale was paramount. But now he knew that if he didn't find a way to destroy Lion and his men, his own morale would plummet. The participation of 2,000 archers completely left Lion despairing. Is this a trial or a boss fight? How could 300 people possibly defeat these people? Kuenberg, are you kidding me? The 300 light infantrymen panicked upon seeing the archers at the foot of the mountain. They weren't wearing iron armor, but rather ordinary leather armor. Even sharp weapons, let alone arrows, could penetrate leather armor's defenses. The archers at the foot of the mountain didn't hesitate. Arriving at the foot, they began to lay suppressive fire on Leon and his men at the top, mainly providing a blanket of fire. Many light infantrymen, unable to dodge, were killed by the hail of arrows. These light infantrymen fell to the ground, their eyes wide open. Their blood, mixed with the rain, flowed into the grassy hilltop. Perhaps after this battle, this blood will nourish new vegetation. No one will remember that a war had ever taken place here. Lion and his men hid behind some stone pillars, using stone pillars to block the arrows. Despite the stone pillars' protection, many arrows still fell in parabolic trajectories, passing over the stone pillars and causing casualties among the light infantry. As time passed, the light infantry's casualties grew. The rain grew heavier. Lion looked at the light infantry, numbering less than 100, and knew he had to do something. Then he looked at the stone pillars on the ground, then at the city gate not far away. Got it. Lion immediately ordered his soldiers to push the stone pillars down and carry them to the edge of the hilltop. The enemy archers saw this and thought Leon and his men were using the stone pillars as weapons. However, they were wrong. Lion and his men were using the stone pillars as transportation. Lion looked at the 5 toppled stone pillars and ordered 3 soldiers in heavy armor to sit at the top of the pillars, while another soldier in heavy armor sat at the back. The remaining light infantry found an open space in the middle, awaiting Leon's orders. Leon decided to take advantage of the timing and location and launch a powerful charge. Since they were all going to die anyway, he might as well charge forward and seize the opportunity to kill. Come on! Give me a hand. Lion looked at the stone pillar, which was already occupied by people, and called down several infantrymen, asking them to help push the pillar down. The men on the other pillars followed suit, working together to push the pillar down. Then, they quickly flipped over and sat back on the pillars. Dump trucks. Charge. The archers, seeing this, immediately began to focus their fire on the pillars. The soldiers on the pillars also took a defensive stance. Heavily armored infantrymen sat at the front, shielding the light infantry behind them from incoming arrows. These light infantrymen also held round shields to try to avoid being hit. But the round shield's protective area was limited, and many soldiers were still hit by the incoming arrows. They fell directly from the stone pillar. But as gravitational potential energy was converted into kinetic energy, the stone pillar's speed accelerated. The several-ton stone pillar, like a dump truck, hurtled down the mountain. The heavily armored infantrymen at the foot of the mountain were terrified by this scene. I'm a heavy armored soldier, sure, but who can withstand the impact of a dump truck? The heavy armored infantrymen wanted to retreat, but their commander stopped them. Everyone! Block the incoming enemy! The heavy armored infantrymen had no choice but to form a shield formation. The heavy armored soldier at the front of the stone pillar held a round shield in one hand and a spear in the other. He used it as the sharpest part. The stone pillar, like a chisel, drove the infantrymen into the heavy armored infantry's formation. The heavy infantry at the front were knocked back. The heavy infantry on either side took advantage of this situation and used their spears to attack the infantry sitting on the stone pillar. The infantry on the stone pillar also seized the opportunity and stabbed with their spears to the sides. Even though both sides suffered damage, the stone pillar continued to charge forward, hurtling towards the Kano gate. The stone pillar's friction on the grass was already very low, and the rain made it even less so. The stone pillar, like a tank, carried the infantry aboard, charging towards the gate. The heavy infantry on defense were powerless to stop it. But many heavy infantry still seized the opportunity to stab, knocking down many light infantry. Even Leon was stabbed 4 or 5 times, but fortunately, he blocked 4 of the bullets, and only one hit his thigh. The heavy soldiers tried to take advantage of the situation to knock Leon down, but the force of the stone pillar caused their spears to slip out of their hands. Lion took them away. Lion and his men easily broke free from the enemy's encirclement, but halfway through, the stone pillar finally lost its momentum. Lion led the few dozen remaining soldiers towards the city gate. And just then, the gate finally opened. The next second, a flash of white light, and Lion was back in the same dimension as before. Kuenberg, clad in pure white knight armor, stood before Lion. Congratulations. You successfully passed the first trial. A qualified leader possesses not only courage, but also wisdom. Congratulations, Lion. Lion's mouth twitched at Lion's words. Do you know how difficult this was? I almost died. Kuenberg smiled sheepishly, then spoke innocently. That's how difficult it was. So how did you get through? Kuenberg took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Of course, I hacked my way through. Lion, Chapter 638. Looking at Kuenberg before him, Leon was somewhat incredulous. Because of what he had just heard? Hacked all the way through? No, buddy, you're a level 3 fighting knight. How could you hack through him? Leon felt like the sky was falling. Who told you I was only a level 3 fighting knight back then? I was already a level 7 fighting knight, and the entire city of Kano couldn't stop me. Then why was I only level 3? Leon pointed at himself, then said in disbelief. Because I didn't like you, so I increased your strength a bit, Kuenberg said calmly. Leon was completely dumbfounded. Why? Because you have a woman. Then, the air was completely silent. Leon silently covered his face, and squatted down. You're doing this to me? You're doing this to me even though you haven't even met me yet? Leon was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. You said Kuenberg was ruthless, right? He at least left you with a 3rd level dochi. You say he's done it, right? He reduced your 7th level to the 3rd. Looking at the innocent-looking Kuenberg before him, Leon felt too exhausted to complain. You? Leon wanted to speak, but swallowed his words. There was nothing he could do. This was a trial, and he'd chosen to participate. So what's the next level? Leon asked directly. Guess? Kuenberg smiled and clapped his hands. The next second, Leon felt a flash of white light, and he instantly appeared on a massive throne. Leon was a bit confused. But looking at the familiar faces of Caddis, Chester, and the others in the audience, Leon felt a sense of déjà vu. Watching these officials lined up beneath the throne, Leon sensed something was amiss. An indescribable sense of strangeness. Lion glanced at his extravagant attire, wanting to object, but feeling it was perfectly reasonable. Just then, a minister approached Leon and spoke directly. Your Majesty, all nations have now submitted. We have unified the world. Lion nearly fell from his seat at the minister's words. Is this a test or reality? As expected, the small workshop's production capacity is impressive. And they gave me such a big surprise right off the bat. Lion said, trying his best to remain calm. All nations have been unified. The ministers responded in unison. Yes, Your Majesty. Lion felt uncomfortable with them calling him Your Majesty, but for some reason, he couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. At that moment, an angel from the divine realm descended. Then, she came directly before Leon, held out a letter from the divine realm, and gestured for Leon to read it. Leon nodded. He, too, wanted to see what these divine gourds held. Respected Emperor Leon, you have conquered all lands, including the divine realm. Your achievements are so great. Your achievements are so dazzling. Even the gods have been forced to retreat. So, we have unanimously agreed to build a 10,000-meter tall statue for you. The female angel pointed to a massive stone statue being transported from high above the hall. Looking at the giant stone statue in the air, Leon wanted to refuse. Because this thing wasn't a good thing. After all, there was the ancient example of the Skeleton King. Some things don't belong to you, and they will never belong to you. Forcing them will only bring endless backlash. Lion was about to refuse, but suddenly found himself unable to speak. Thank the gods for me. I received their kindness. Lion finally said these words. Even Leon himself was surprised, but he felt it made perfect sense. Lion didn't know that Kuenberg had cast a demented aura on him, in this test of power and family. Kuenberg wondered if Leon would be corrupted by power, and ultimately lost in it. As the gods presented the statue, the other ministers began to flatter it. Every one of them praised Leon with honeyed praise. The smile on Leon's face never faltered after hearing this. Is this what power brings? For the first time, Leon felt that power was so important that he should hold it all in his own hands. He wouldn't give even a single bit of it away, because only by holding power in his own hands could he lead Yin to success. For the next few days, Leon was obsessed with attending court. He discovered that this power, which commanded everyone, was truly useful. Every day, he didn't even have to get out of bed. A swarm of people came to serve him. All he had to do was go to the palace and receive the admiration of the crowd. As time passed, Leon felt something was missing. Now, Leon spent his days enjoying the flattery of his subordinates, having forgotten his original self. One day, Leon suddenly felt the urge to go for a walk. Along the way, every citizen who saw him saluted. A surge of pride rose in Leon's heart. And just then, a baby's cry left Leon frozen in place. Wait. I think I've forgotten something? Leon clutched his head in pain. Memories, lightly sealed by Kuenberg, began to flow through the cracks, fragments of the past appearing in Leon's mind. Leon finally came to his senses. They're still home. This is a trial. Leon finally understood why he had been unable to resist the urge to resist power these days. It was because this trial was about immersing himself in power. Just as Leon thought this, white light flashed again, and Leon appeared in the same space he had been in at the beginning. Now it was Kuenberg's turn to be stunned. You just emerged like that? Kuenberg scratched his head in disbelief. What? Can't I speedrun yet? Leon said confidently. He heard a baby cry during the trial, and now his longing for Yuan Qingqi had reached its peak, because he spent at least half a year in the trial. What had happened to the outside world? Kuenberg seemed to sense Leon's anxiety. Then, he spoke calmly. Congratulations on passing the second level. Then, there's the final level. After hearing what Kuenberg said, Leon's face lit up with joy. Because there was only one level left, I could go home. Kuenberg looked at the slightly excited Leon and smiled enviously, then put his smile aside and said seriously. The final level. Defeat Kuenberg. Lion, ? Chapter 639. Listening to Kuenberg's words, the people of Lion were fools. How could they possibly defeat Kuenberg? But looking at Kuenberg's serious face, Lion belatedly realized that Kuenberg wasn't lying. He really wanted me to defeat him. Lion blinked, and Kuenberg blinked too. The two stared at each other awkwardly. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Your wife's going to give birth, Kuenberg said impatiently. Looking at Kuenberg, Lion realized the urgency of the situation. He then drew the mountain and river sword from his waist. Kuenberg put on his helmet and assumed a combat-ready stance. Just as Lion was about to charge, Kuenberg suddenly spoke. Wait! Give me the mountain and river sword, and you take the Yulindel. Lion was slightly startled. Not a buddy. You're even taking weapons from me. Though reluctant, Leon tossed the mountain river sword over and then drew the Yulindel. The Yulindel was a one-handed sword, but it could also be considered a two-handed sword. For ordinary people, it was a two-handed sword. But for a Dochi knight, the weight was just right. The silver-white Yulindel gleamed in the sunlight. Across from him, Kuenberg couldn't help but caress the mountain river sword after receiving it. Old friend, how long has it been since we fought side by side? Kuenberg sighed, as he gazed at the long sword he had forged himself. At that moment, the Yulindel in Leon's hand rang out, like a young woman being bullied. Kuenberg was left in a state of confusion. I'm sorry, I forgot about you. You were also created by me, but I'm sorry, today is the last time we meet. Kuenberg's smile faded. Alright, let's begin. With that, Kuenberg appeared before him like a flash of lightning. Lion raised his hand to block. Kuenberg didn't activate his Do Chi, but simply used his physical strength to cleave Leon back. Lion was sent flying hundreds of meters in a panic. The difference in physical fitness between a peak level 6th rank and a peak level 9th rank cultivator was enormous. Not to mention, Kuenberg possessed a wealth of combat skills. Lion struggled to get up from the ground, then grasped Yulindel with trembling hands. At this moment, Kuenberg didn't give Leon a chance to breathe, and pursued him directly. Another downward strike. Lion struggled to raise Yulindel to block. The next second, a loud bang was heard. Lion sank completely into the ground. His legs sank directly into the ground. His arms, bruised by Kuenberg's sword energy, were dripping with blood. His hands were completely numb. Leon suspected they were broken. Directly broken by the shock. Leon looked at Kuenberg, who lay leisurely a short distance away. He couldn't understand why Kuenberg was so aggressive. The next second, Kuenberg attacked again. Leon desperately tried to raise his hands, but his numb hands wouldn't respond. Leon could only watch helplessly as Kuenberg attacked him. Kuenberg didn't use the mountain and river sword, but instead launched a direct punch. Leon tried to dodge, but he was too late and was sent flying. He fell to the ground, bounced 4 or 5 times, and flew backwards as he bounced. Finally, Leon lay wounded, breathing heavily. His face was bruised and swollen. Kuenberg's voice rang out. "What's up? Feeling helpless? Feeling useless? But I have to tell you. This is just the beginning. I haven't even given it my all, and you're already vulnerable. That's you. Without the protection of others, what good are you? Now you're fighting the people of this planet, so you can be reckless and slack off in your training. But what about the future? Do you know who your enemy will be? A god more powerful than me." Kuenberg then looked at Leon, who slowly climbed to his feet, coughing up blood as he did so. "That punch must have broken a lot of my ribs. That was a really ruthless move. Just wait. Wait until I get out. I definitely did your grave." Watching Leon stand up, Kuenberg didn't continue his attack, but continued with his previous words. "The gods will show no restraint. They will use every possible means against you. Before you gain sufficient strength, your current happiness will likely be destroyed by them. Do you understand?" Leon looked at Kuenberg with some dissatisfaction. Kuenberg certainly knew what Leon was thinking. "Do you think you can rest easy with a shroom bomb? I'm telling you, even with a shroom bomb, you can't protect those around you. What if a god captures your loved one, or your mother threatens you? As a leader, your family is your greatest weakness. Only when you are strong enough, so strong that the gods fear you, can you wage war against them." Kuenberg looked at Leon, who was in a daze, with some pity, then spoke. "It's not impossible to stop him. As long as you can reach the divine realm, just stuff the mushroom bombs in there." Leon smiled brightly. "Reach the divine realm? That sounded easy. So did I fail?" Leon asked the most important question. "You failed. But who says failure isn't success?" Kuenberg changed the subject mid-sentence. Leon was a little confused by Kuenberg's words. Whether it's reality or trials, there are countless unfair things. Some people, relying on their background, can easily surpass you after decades of hard work. Or, with a flick of a finger, they can take away everything you have. Would you give in? No, neither you nor I would, because we know that behind us are those we want to protect, those we care about, and those we can confide in when we suffer injustices outside. Even if the sacred is no longer sacred, we still live beneath it. As long as the holy knights remain, the sacred is everywhere," Kuenberg said, pointing to his heart. Leon froze in his tracks as he listened to Kuenberg's words. "Well, it's time for you to return. Promise me, this is your last defeat. You are Leon, the leader of Great Flame. You cannot lose. The only people you can lose to are the people." Kuenberg patted Leon's shoulder. "Thunder falls from the heavens, the blazing sun peeks through the clouds. Both bring light. Which will you choose?" Kuenberg said, then dissipated into a point of light. The next second, Leon, still unable to react, was teleported away. A flash of white light revealed Leon on the platform. Baryan, who had been guarding the area, immediately rushed over. Leon felt the abundant fighting spirit within him, finally understanding what Kuenberg's greatest legacy was. Chapter 640. Leon felt the abundant Do Chi within him, and a surge of vigor suddenly filled him. Wow! Leon took a quick look. He discovered that his Do Chi was rapidly increasing. It had already broken through the 7th level, and it looked like it would soon surpass the 8th level. However, just when Leon thought the 8th level was the limit, his Do Chi unexpectedly broke through the 8th level as well, and then directly reached the 9th level. And it soared all the way to 9th level perfection, just a hair's breadth away from the peak. Leon was truly dumbfounded. Is this power? Kuenberg truly loved him, leaving him such a great gift. But the way he was being beaten was a bit horrific. Leon was speechless. As miserable as he had been just now, he was now as happy as ever. Although he was still a long way from becoming a god, or rather, he had never even considered becoming one. Becoming a god might be appealing, but Leon didn't want it. A cold god is not as good as a warm-hearted person. What made Leon ecstatic now was that he could finally rise up and sing. In the past, his family's status plummeted due to his lack of strength. Now, he could finally rise up and sing. He could finally stop being bullied. No longer would he be called a piece of trash. He. Leon's mind flashed with the image of rising to power and becoming the master. Just then, Balian walked over, looked at Leon with a goofy smile, and slapped him. What are you thinking? Why are you smiling so abstractly? Leon finally snapped out of his fantasy. Nothing. Leon scratched his head sheepishly, a sudden thought dawning on him. He then hurriedly asked, Senior Baryan, what time is it now? Baryan nodded at Leon with a knowing look. You, boy, the first thing you do when you get out is go back to see your wife. Seeing Baryan's presumptuous expression, Leon scratched his head sheepishly, then spoke confidently. Yes. That's right. I need to go back to see my wife. Baryan smiled and then spoke. Don't worry. Even though it's been over 2 months, your wife hasn't given birth yet, so don't worry. Leon felt instantly relieved, then, in the next second, exploded. Because Baryan had received the news. What? About to give birth? Baryan was stunned upon receiving the news, staring at Leon with wide eyes. Not yet. Before Leon could say anything, he immediately dragged Leon and tore the space apart. Leon was whisked away, and the next moment, he appeared at the Duke's residence. Lion, who hadn't showered in 2 months, didn't have time to clean himself up, and headed straight for Yunqingqi's room. At this moment, Yunqingqi's room was crowded with people. Shuangxing and the others, along with Irina, were waiting at the door. Zoe and many of the wives of high-ranking officials from Dian were also waiting in the hallway. Originally ecstatic, Leon saw the wives blocking the hallway as he ascended the stairs. The joy on his face vanished instantly. These wives, who normally never came, surrounded the Duke upon hearing that Yunqingqi was about to give birth. The vehicles at the door, unaware of the situation, thought they were planning a siege on the Duke's residence. The guards at the gate were extremely nervous, because the families of these high-ranking officials had brought their own guards. These high-ranking officials did have a certain number of guards, but generally fewer than 10. Most of these guards were their former subordinates, who had subsequently abolished the aristocracy. The squire knights under these nobles were instantly out of work. These high-ranking officials then took these squire knights under their command. After all, while these knights had some minor flaws, they were truly capable fighters. These squire knights never took the Duke's guards seriously. In their eyes, they were no different from ordinary people. So, inevitably, they looked at them with disdain. But as a guard of the Duke's palace, you might not necessarily be a good fighter, but you certainly should be able to remain calm in any situation. The Duke's guards simply ignored the provocations of these guards. They simply ignored them. And then it was the guards' turn to be defeated. But that wasn't the point. Although the guards were somewhat annoyed, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Because everyone knew today was a very special day. Leon's stinking smell instantly caught the attention of everyone in the hallway. Many of the women hadn't seen Leon, but upon smelling the strange odor, they all covered their faces and complained. Where does that stench come from? Why is the hygiene in the Duke's mansion so poor? The person near the staircase had barely finished speaking when they saw Leon approaching. Everyone was speechless, because they knew the stench was coming from Leon. For a moment, they fell silent. Leon ignored them and walked out of the room. The doctors who rushed in from the hospital saw Leon and began to speak. Madam is delivering a baby. How is it going? Leon asked, his voice trembling. Everything is fine at the moment, but... Leader, for the child's health you... The nurse pointed awkwardly at Leon. Leon nodded immediately, then rushed to his room and showered. He had never been so anxious before. In 2 lifetimes, he had never been a father. He was finally going to be one. However, shortly after Leon returned to the Duke's palace, a large number of troops gathered around the palace. The surrounding area was cordoned off. The troops were also deployed in a blanket patrol. No place was left untouched, ensuring that there were no sniper positions or explosives planted by hostile forces around the palace. The residents of Leongrad, going about their daily lives, were stunned by this scene. In addition to the military patrols, even Winster, who was in charge of the security forces, personally arrived at the outskirts of the Duke's residence. Standing guard at the perimeter, they defended against any incoming enemies. Lion, with the greatest speed of his life, finished his shower in just 3 minutes. Then, like lightning, he appeared at the doorway. The nurse was stunned by Leon's speed. No, you're so fast, aren't you? Is Qingqi safe? How long will it take? Lion asked anxiously, practically slapping the nurse in the face. Leader. Madam, it will take some time. The room has been magically disinfected by a magician, so the delivery environment is safe. Rest assured. We will notify you immediately if anything happens. And Her Highness Zoe is waiting nearby. If anything goes wrong, she'd be there to provide assistance. The nurse's face flushed instantly as she watched Leon so close. Lion was the idol of countless people, including the nurse before her. Looking at her idol, the nurse was so nervous she was speechless. Seeing Leon so impatient, Irina couldn't help but grab his ear. Ouch! Lion's ear was grabbed, his fate. Can you please be quiet? What if it disturbs the child? Irina complained. Leon then squatted in a corner like a good kid. Okay. I won't bother you. Chapter 641. Lion hid in a corner. The women of high officials and their families around him wanted to approach him, but seeing the terrifying aura emanating from him, they subconsciously moved away from him. This left a vacuum around him. Lion had lost his usual composure. He seemed to be hallucinating, constantly imagining the door was open and the nurse was calling him in. He was completely bewildered. At this moment, Caddis, who had just returned from the front lines, arrived at the Duke's residence in full military uniform, without even having time to change. Upstairs, he saw Leon hiding in a corner. After a brief hesitation, he came to Leon's side and squatted down. Lion, is you and Chinchi okay? Chinchi is fine. The doctor says she's in excellent physical condition. By the way, Marshal Caddis, thank you for your hard work in the Battle of Kursk. Lion said affirmatively. Caddis nodded silently. At this time, the minister of the military also arrived, or rather, almost all the ministers of Great Yin had arrived. When they went upstairs, they found Leon hiding in a corner, a look of gloom on his face. After a brief moment of deliberation, their brilliant minds surprisingly unanimously decided to hide beside Leon. There were no outsiders here, and if these high-ranking officials' wives dared to gossip, the Intelligence Bureau would definitely make them feel the terror of the Intelligence Bureau. Looking at the group of officials squatting around him, Leon's face became embarrassed, and he quickly stood up. Everyone, squatting here is not a good idea. Everyone, please leave first. The women were still hesitant, because their intentions for coming here were not pure. They hoped that Yun Qingqi's child would be fond of them, or that the baby would smile at them. That way, they could make a big fuss. Or perhaps they could become familiar with Yun Qingqi and become the child's godmother in the future. As for the ministers, upon hearing Lion's words, they all flew down. The women hesitated for a moment, but ultimately all went down to wait. Lion looked coldly at these ill-intentioned individuals. If they truly intended to do something to their children, or even exploit them, Lion would definitely have the Intelligence Bureau create some coincidence to cause the tragic deaths of these high-ranking officials' wives. There are two types of officials in Dian. One is upright and fearless. These people simply don't take the Intelligence Bureau seriously. They are upright and honest, so what can the Intelligence Bureau do to them? And the other type is those with hidden agendas. These officials are easily deceived and live in constant fear. The Intelligence Bureau's sole responsibility is to Lion, resulting in these officials, through their connections, being completely unaware of whether they are being targeted by the Bureau. Even with the intelligence agency at his doorstep, he was still in the dark. A group of officials and their wives were waiting in the Duke's mansion's hall, and the maids brought chairs for them. The Duke's mansion had everything except money. The number of maids had been reduced again and again, from over 100 to the current 20. Because the salaries of these 20 were counted towards the Duke's mansion's expenses. Leon did have a small fortune. But it was only a small amount. Barely enough to cover the Duke's expenses, and feed, and clothe the women. The thought of having to buy formula for their soon-to-be-born baby filled Leon's heart. Life wasn't easy, and I, your father, had to go out and earn money for your formula again. Just as Leon was pondering, a baby's cry echoed from the room. Leon stood up in a flash. Could it be? The next second, the door opened and a nurse emerged. Congratulations, leader. Mother and daughter are safe. Leon was instantly overjoyed, his mind filled with joy. But the next second, Leon collapsed. Although time passed differently in the trial than in the normal world, it was undeniable that Leon couldn't get much rest there. Or perhaps it was that Leon had always faced the trial with a tense nerve. After returning, he hadn't even had a moment to rest. He simply waited outside Yun Qingqi's room, waiting for the birth of the child. Only when he heard the birth, and that mother and daughter were safe, did Leon's tense nerves finally relax. Seeing Leon about to collapse, the nurse quickly caught him. After an unknown amount of time, Leon slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Baryan standing before him. You're awake. Leon nearly jumped out of bed at the sound of those 3 words, glancing down at himself. Luckily, my brother hasn't left me yet. Then he looked at Baryan. Senior Baryan, what time is it now? It's okay. You only slept for about 3 hours. How are you feeling? If you're okay, get up quickly. Your precious daughter and your wife are waiting for you. Baryan shook his head and walked away, turning his back on Leon to hide his envy. This is infuriating. Why is Leon so successful in both love and career? Is it because he's the protagonist? Do you believe I can break through the dimensional wall and kill the author? Lion immediately jumped off the bed, then, disregarding his attire, headed straight for Yun Qingqi's room. He was shocked by the scene before him. A large number of officials and their wives were blocking the corridor, all eager to greet him. Lion's face instantly darkened. Damn it! My little girl and my wife, why are you all so enthusiastic? Are you a minotaur? Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from behind them, the people instinctively turned to look. They saw Leon standing behind them with a gloomy expression. They immediately made way for him. Lion looked at the path leading to Yun Qingqi's room. His once quick pace unconsciously slowed, and he even felt as if his legs were filled with lead. Why so nervous? Lion walked in under the gaze of the crowd. He saw Yun Qingqi surrounded by Shuangxing and the others, as well as his mother. Yun Qingqi lay in bed, smiling at the sleeping baby beside him. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but lighten his steps. The women, seeing Leon approach, also made way. Leon came to the bedside, pointing at the baby with a trembling hand, then at herself. Yun Qingqi looked at Leon and smiled sweetly, then glanced at the baby, motioning for Leon to hold it. But Leon didn't hold the baby first. Instead, he kissed Yun Qingqi. Their lips parted after a long moment. Thank you for your hard work. Qingqi. Who knew Yun Qingqi wouldn't appreciate it at all? Her lips twisted and she pouty. Who needs your thanks? This is my daughter. What's your relationship to her? Leon, ? Looking at Leon's stunned expression, Yun Qingqi couldn't help but laugh. Although she was still a little weak, nourished by the magic within her, her body was almost back to normal. Why are you still standing there, idiot? Hurry up and hold your daughter. Leon immediately picked her up. As soon as he held the baby, he started crying. Leon's face instantly became uglier than tears. Everyone burst into laughter. However, that wasn't the point. The main point was naming his daughter. Chapter 642. Lion looked at his daughter in his arms, cherishing her so dearly. He was afraid he might accidentally hurt her. Yun Qingqi couldn't help but chuckle at Lion's cautious movements. My daughter isn't that delicate. She was born with the strength of a third-level magician. Lion was stunned when he heard this. Is this the legendary winning at the starting line? Ordinary people might not reach the level of a third-level magician until they're 18. And that's not even the most shocking part. Yun Qingqi looked at the stunned Lion and couldn't help but continue. Oh, by the way, this little cutie is also a third-level Doqi Knight. Lion's eyes darkened, and he almost fainted from fright. Comparison is frustrating. Where's the child of destiny? Aren't you going to summon meteors when you grow up? But then again, this is his child. What's wrong with being gifted? She's my little darling. Looking at Leon's silly smile, Yun Qingqi and the other girls were amused. Don't be silly. Come up with a name for your little cutie. Lion glanced at the sweetheart sleeping soundly, and fell into deep thought. What name should I give her? Your last name or mine? Lion asked his question. Lion didn't really want his daughter to have his last name. After all, his last name, Julius, was the royal family name of the Holy Empire. Now the empire is gone, and it wasn't acquired legitimately. Lion was already preparing to overturn Kynberg's case. Let his achievements be known to everyone. Shall we shatter the once-forgotten memories? What? My daughter, you still want to have your last name? Yun Qingqi said confidently. This left Leon frozen in place, blinking at Yun Qingqi. Are you not? Lion's CPU was completely spun out. Oh my, how can a small fry like that be so weak? Can you even resist Sister Qingqi's oppression? Hey, you fan the flames. Leon's face darkened. This silly, cute dragon girl, she doesn't care about the occasion. Wait till tonight. Hey, you met Leon's sharp gaze. Then, instinctively, he shrank back and ran behind Irina for protection. Qingqi, will the child inherit your throne in the future? Leon asked the most important question. Yun Qingqi replied after a brief pause. Probably, and I hope she can do better than me. In that case, let's call her Yunli. Little Yunli, you must become a worthy queen. Don't be like your mother, a strong woman who only oppresses your father. Leon said earnestly, hugging Yunli. Yunli smiled immediately upon hearing this. See? Qingqi, she's smiling. Little Yunli is smiling. Leon chatted with Yun Qingqi while teasing the child, completely unaware of Yun Qingqi's gloomy expression. He occasionally played with the child with Shuangxing and the others. And then, just then, Leon. I'm Shudaishan. Leon instinctively reached for a washboard upon hearing this. That's not right. I'm now a 9th level Doqi Knight. I'm standing up. Leon then looked at Yun Qingqi with a proud expression. Yun Qingqi finally sensed the abundant dou qi within Leon and marveled. What was Leon doing? How did his cultivation progress so rapidly? Seeing that force wasn't working, Yun Qingqi resorted to a honey trap. Instantly absorbed in the role, he looked at Leon with tears in his eyes. Leon. My stomach hurts. Leon's composure instantly lost its composure, silently lowering his head before walking over to Yun Qingqi. Although he knew Yun Qingqi was faking it, Leon wouldn't point it out. Let's call the child this. You worked hard too. Listen to Senior Baryan. You've been undergoing trials in the trial grounds. Our family wouldn't be able to survive without you, my dear husband. Just when Leon thought Yun Qingqi was going to tease him again, Yun Qingqi suddenly spoke these words gently. Leon was stunned, somewhat confused by Yun Qingqi's actions. Looking at Leon's dazed expression, the women couldn't help but laugh. Yun Li's eyes widened as she stared at the dazed man beside the bed. She couldn't help but think, is this my dad? Why are you so timid, Lion? Stand against me if you dare. I show you how big the red iron fist is. Everyone outside the door tried to squeeze in to catch a glimpse of Yunli, but was immediately spurned by a murderous glare from Lion. My own daughter wants to intervene. Do you really think I'm a real one? Looking at Lion becoming a 9th rank Dochi Knight, Caddis and the others smiled heartily. Lion had finally become a qualified leader, no longer needing to rely on them, and could forge his own path. Soon, news of Yunli's birth spread throughout Great Yin. Within a day, it spread throughout the world. Even the armies of the Elf Empire and the Dwarf Empire, engaged in battle on the front lines, received the news. The commander of the Elven Empire's army seized this opportunity to request a one-day ceasefire from the Dwarven Empire. The Dwarven Empire commander agreed without hesitation. After fighting for over a month, the meat grinder-like southern defenses had become a nightmare for both sides. Both sides longed for a brief ceasefire. Yunli's birth gave them an opportunity. Unbeknownst to Yunli, her birth had actually prevented thousands of casualties. Today, the people of Liongrad were celebrating as if it were New Year's Eve. They cooked delicious dishes, gathered around a table with neighbors, and enjoyed the occasion. Many residents even spontaneously came to the cordon outside the Duke's palace to catch a glimpse of Yunli. Though Lion didn't grant them their wish, he personally saw these beloved compatriots off. He shook hands with each of them and took photos with them. Lion's life was becoming increasingly perfect, and so were the lives of others. William, our hero of the Liongrad defense, had finally received his due. Underneath a residential building. Brother, are we buying enough? Fleischtam said to his brother William, clutching a large number of bags. Do you think it's enough? You almost emptied half the store. I almost spent all my bonus on you. William couldn't help but complain, looking at the bags in his hands. Fleischtam smiled sheepishly. Okay, let's go up. Although Mother probably won't be too worried since she hasn't received our death notices, it's best if we show up in one piece, William said, leading the charge. Fleischtam, unwilling to be left behind, followed William's lead. The two soon arrived at their home's door. The two brothers looked at each other, waiting for the other to knock. William couldn't bear it any longer and knocked. Knock, knock. Here they are. Squeak. Mom. Mom. The door opened, and their mother, Renata, looked at the two brothers, intact, and immediately covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. He immediately hugged the two brothers. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Chapter 643. The two brothers clung to their mother, Renata, tightly. The brothers missed their mother terribly. Renata looked at the two brothers with red eyes. Of course she knew the guards division had been nearly wiped out. When she first learned her two sons had been transferred back to Liongrad, she had been delighted for a long time. She thought that with the guards division, the two brothers would be able to return home more often. But the training in the guards division was more rigorous, and the brothers had fewer vacations than the combat troops. Combat troops could earn vacations for meritorious service, but the guards division was completely locked down. Still, Renata remained optimistic, believing that William and the others would be safe in Liongrad. Then the Battle of Liongrad broke out. The two brothers, what kind of luck is this? But thankfully, they both returned safely. Come in. Are you hungry? Your uncle and his men are here today. Upon hearing the news of their uncle's arrival, the two brothers' faces darkened. And Renata clearly didn't notice the brothers' expressions. Renata wiped her tears while helping the two brothers carry their belongings. But the brothers stopped her. The three men's movements were quickly heard by those inside. Charlotte, with her blonde hair, emerged. Brother. Brother. Charlotte was a little surprised. William responded lovingly. My lovely sister is getting more and more beautiful. Will she be given to that brat in the future? Charlotte's face flushed instantly. Fleischham was at a loss. There was nothing he could do. Charlotte was his sister. Being beaten by Charlotte since childhood was a complete bloodline suppression. Just as the four of them were chatting and laughing, a discordant voice rang out. Isn't that William and Fleischham? Those two little bastards are wearing military uniforms too, Uncle Diren said sarcastically. The two brothers remained silent as Diren spoke. This uncle wasn't a native of Great Yin, but of the Holy Empire. Although the Holy Empire had been incorporated into Great Yin, that didn't mean everyone was qualified to become a full-fledged Great Yin citizen. People of the Holy Empire needed to undergo a test before becoming full-fledged Great Yin citizens. Because there are good and bad people, Leon won't let any sly individuals off the hook. Diren was clearly one of those sly individuals. When William's family was suffering in the territory of sin, the Direns stayed away. Diren, Renata's older brother, didn't help her. As a child, Diren always shirked farm work. Renata worked 2 jobs. This was one reason why Renata, in her 40s, lived like she was in her 50s. The William brothers had always tried to minimize their mother's work. The two brothers were exceptionally filial, a fact that made others envious. Diren, however, opened a small shop within the Holy Empire. He specialized in fraudulently selling inferior goods as genuine goods. After the Wehrmacht liberated the Holy Empire, his shop was shut down for selling counterfeit and substandard products. Diren and his family wandered extensively, finally hearing that his sister Renata was doing well in Dian, and the family instantly considered seeking refuge there. However, their misdeeds were not without consequences. As soon as they arrived in Leningrad, they ran into Leningrad security, but they fled. They didn't even consider staying to defend Leningrad. It wasn't until the war's end that the Diren family contacted Renata. They then took advantage of Renata's kindness and temporarily moved into William's home. And upon hearing that William and his brother were serving in the army and likely died in the defense of Leningrad, they began to consider usurping the throne. They even began planning to marry Charlotte off. That would allow them to carry out their plan. But then the brothers returned. William and his family entered the living room and watched the 7 members of the Diren family feasting at the table. Then, they looked at the meager amount of meat in their mother Renata's bowl. William's fury was unbearable. But Renata stopped him. William, he's your uncle. Seeing his mother's softness, William felt a pang of disappointment and decided to continue watching, hoping to expose Diren's true intentions. Fleischham, on the other hand, looked disdainful. What uncle? When we were poor, we had no relatives at all. Now that we've finally gotten a good life, what uncle do I have? Fleischham confidently picked up a bowl and doused himself in the half-finished pork rib soup on the table. This stunned the Diren family. Fleischham wouldn't indulge him. As a veteran of the battlefield, who would indulge someone who hadn't made any contribution? Renata and Charlotte looked at him with some fear, because the murderous aura he exuded was unfamiliar to them. But they were overthinking it. Fleischham gave all the pork ribs he had scooped to Renata and Charlotte. He himself ate the rice. But this action displeased the Diren family. Aunt Ludmilla said sarcastically, "Is this the Wehrmacht? How can they be so unmannered?" Bang! Fleischham placed the bowl on the table with a cold expression, then gave Ludmilla a cold glance. Ludmilla was almost terrified. She hid behind Diren. Diren then spoke boldly. "William, keep a check on your brother. Look how rude he is. He's totally unbecoming." William didn't give Diren a good look either. He glanced at the children, who were frantically chewing on the pig's trotter, and said, "My brother's grown up. I can't control him." Diren was furious when he heard this, and pointed at William. "William, can you show some self-control?" William sneered, then ignored Diren. Diren, feeling frustrated, began to eat in silence. After a while, Diren suddenly spoke. "Charlotte, you're 20 this year, aren't you? Not young anymore, are you? It's time to get married. My uncle has a good friend with a child who's perfect for you. He's a little older, maybe in his 40s, but don't worry, he's very caring." Charlotte clenched her chopsticks upon hearing this. "Enough." Renata finally spoke. She was kind, and she knew Diren wasn't a good person. But she wanted to give Diren one last chance. But Diren not only didn't appreciate it, he even set his sights on his own daughter. William, seeing this, was about to speak up. Fleischham rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Just then, the door rang. William decisively went to open it. He was met with the very person he least wanted to see in the house. "William. Gudry. Why are you here?" William instinctively wanted to close the door. Gudry had only one reason for coming here, to remember his sister, Charlotte, Guthrie took the initiative and squeezed his way in. "Hello, Auntie. I'm William's friend, Guthrie. I heard William had returned, so I came to interview him." As soon as Guthrie finished speaking, he noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere. It was too depressing. And wasn't William a family of 4? How did there suddenly appear to be 7 more people? Guthrie was stunned. Derlin, grasping at a lifeline, ran to Guthrie to complain. "Sir! Look! These soldiers are about to start a fight." Derlin mistook Guthrie for William's superior. The reason was that William was still wearing his greatcoat, his rank invisible, while Guthrie was in his service uniform, ready to present Charlotte with his fullest presence. And then this happened. Chapter 644. Guthrie was stunned when he heard this. "Aren't they my brothers? Why should I care about them? I'm worried about someone's sister, and you tell me I'm asking you to care about them?" Looking at Guthrie's dazed expression, Sergeant Fleischham simply picked up a pig's trotter and stuffed it into Guthrie's mouth. "Brother Guthrie, eat yours. Don't worry about this. I take care of it. Woo-woo. Okay." Guthrie didn't feel the slightest bit offended, because the 3 of them often did this in the barracks. When it was just the 3 of them, they didn't put on airs at all, they just found a spot to squat. Then, they had the kitchen staff cook a couple of dishes, and the 3 of them drank Coke and chatted. Their bond was as strong as iron. So, after hearing Delen's words, Guthrie was stunned. Never mind their relationship. Being asked to care about William was already a shocking thought, because William was already a colonel, and Guthrie himself was still only a colonel. William was about to be promoted to Major General. He would be in charge of the expanded 1st Guards Division. So now, both in terms of current and future rank, William was superior to Guthrie. So, when Guthrie heard about being asked to manage William, he nearly burst out laughing. It was all so abstract. Looking at Guthrie, who was trying to suppress a smile, Diren and the others were a little bewildered. "Aren't you supposed to manage your own subordinates? Why are you snickering here?" Guthrie was laughing when he saw Charlotte. Charlotte had been looking down, but as soon as she raised her head, she met Guthrie's gaze. Their eyes met, and Charlotte subconsciously looked away. This person is quite pretty. Guthrie was actually meeting Charlotte for the first time. Although he knew William had a sister, he had never met Charlotte. Today was the first time they met. Seeing Guthrie staring intently at his sister, William instantly patted him on the head. "You kid. Where are you looking?" The 2 chatted and laughed, paying no attention to what Diren said, because in their eyes, Diren was just a clown. William gave his younger brother, Fleischham, a look that immediately caught on. Fleischham went straight to the living room and picked up the phone. Diren and the others didn't take Fleischham seriously. Fleischham, on the other hand, called the Public Security Bureau. "Hello? Public Security Bureau? I have a few people here who have been trespassing and making rude remarks to Wehrmacht soldiers and officers." After giving the address, Fleischham decisively hung up. What a joke. If Diren really let them shit on their heads, they'd be a laughing stock. Fleischmidt sat down in his seat, contented. This surprised Diren. "Why are you laughing so happily?" Mother Renata was a little anxious, because she really didn't want to see Diren's family again. "I had thought that this last bit of family ties could be preserved, but the truth is, some people are beyond redemption." "Uncle, are you from Diyen? And what's your relationship with William and the others?" "In Diyen, there's something called trespassing, and that's punishable by death." Guthrie's sarcastic remarks were venomous and sarcastic. This infuriated Dren, and seeing his son still gorging himself, Dren's rage instantly flared up. He slapped his son. Dren's son was immediately displeased. He'd been enjoying his meal, but suddenly, his father hit him like that, and the taste was instantly ruined. He burst into tears. Dren's impatience grew even more intense. He was about to hit his son a few more times, when there was another knock on William's door. Fleischham flew to open it. Just as his mother, Renata, was about to ask who it was, she saw the security forces entering. "Where are they?" William, Guthrie, and Fleischham pointed simultaneously at the Dren family at the table. Dren panicked. Although he didn't know why the security forces had come, looking at the expressions of the 3 men, Diren knew they were coming for him. Military officers. "I'm this family's uncle, a blood thicker than water uncle." The security guard hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. William spoke up. "I don't have such an uncle. He's taken over my home, bullied my mother, and avoided us during our most difficult times. What use is there for an uncle like him?" After hearing William's words, the security guards understood the whole story. They instantly surrounded Diren's family. Diren tried to explain, but the more he tried, the more confusing it became. The security guards didn't care what he said and simply prepared to pack up and send the family away. Gudry watched the scene with great interest. So cool. Is this what the crooked-mouthed Dragon King feels like? Although he wasn't there firsthand, being a bystander was plenty thrilling. Diren, as if grasping a lifeline, frantically yelled at Gudry. Sir! Don't you care? He actually murdered his own uncle. Aunt Ludmilla also started to act out her acting. Murder. Murder. The Great Yin officer is abusing his power. Stop yelling. Gudry roared. It's bad enough to come for a meal and encounter such a jerk, but this jerk even disgusted me. This is really explosive. Gudry said calmly. He's higher in rank than me. After Gudry finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. Diren and the others gaped in surprise. Fleischham sneered, then ripped William's greatcoat off. The rank of colonel adorned his shoulders. The Diren family was terrified. Their attitudes changed instantly. William. I was wrong. Please have mercy. Looking at Diren and the others begging for mercy, William's face was stern. Gudry, standing beside him, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wow! That was outrageous. Renata covered her mouth instantly after seeing this. She was actually able to see the proud Diren bow his head in her lifetime. What Renata didn't know, however, was that Diren wasn't arrogant, but rather that he was a bully. Many people in this world are like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When you're poor, they'd flock away. But when you're rich, they come uninvited, claiming everything you own, including money and glory. They all want a piece of the action. When one person prospers, everyone else prospers. Diren was eventually captured, with no chance of recovery. For selling counterfeit goods and the foolishness he committed at William's house, Diren's family was exiled to the eastern continent. Chapter 645. With the Diren family gone, the William household instantly became quieter. Fleischham ate voraciously. William and Gudry, meanwhile, were discussing the interesting encounters they had encountered on the battlefield in recent days. Gudry's blitzkrieg on the Kursk plain had been reported in the newspapers, and now the entire Great Yin region knew that Gudry had advanced nearly 500 kilometers in 24 hours. Everyone in the Great Yin region was astonished. Even the Wehrmacht's top brass were stunned when they learned of this result. Were the Crusaders really that weak? The answer was, of course, no. This meant that either Gudry had seized an opportunity or had struck at the enemy's weak point. In either case, his innate command ability was indispensable. He wielded an armored division with ease. He directed his attacks with almost no resistance. Of course, this was partly due to Gudry's request for an air brigade to coordinate with the armored division. Gudry led his armored forces forward, and if they encountered any resistance, he would immediately request the air group to bomb the enemy into ashes. Thus, even though William was far away in Leningrad, he had already learned of Gudry's legendary deeds. But William also became famous, because the 4th Regiment he led, according to post-war statistics, withstood an attack of over 50,000 Crusaders. Of course, these 50,000 men didn't arrive all at once. They were accumulated in increments of several thousand. But this also demonstrates the 4th Regiment's formidable combat capability, because other Guards regiments could only withstand an attack of no more than 20,000, would be on the verge of collapse. But the 4th Regiment, led by William, achieved an outrageous record. And the most outrageous thing was the number of enemies killed and wounded by William and his men. According to incomplete statistics, they killed at least 8,000 Crusaders and wounded over 1,000. They destroyed almost 1/6 of the Crusader attacking force. So William became famous for this. And most shockingly, Gudry and William were close brothers, willing to die for each other. This fact was talked about with great relish. But Renata was unaware of her son's fame. She didn't even know he had become a high-ranking official. In her eyes, no matter how high William's rank, he was still her own child. And he never put on any airs in her presence. And Charlotte, looking at Gudry's face, suddenly thought of something. She then fetched the newspaper and occasionally glanced at Gudry from the photo in the newspaper. Gudry felt Charlotte's gaze and touched his nose awkwardly, then looked back at Charlotte. Charlotte lowered her head shyly. William, who was chatting with Gudry, saw him flirting with his sister, and his inner rage instantly exploded. Eat or not? If not, get out. You came to my house, and you're trying to get your hands on my sister? You bastard. Gudry hurriedly apologized. But the smile on his face never faded. William cursed himself. It looked like he had a chance. Fleischham gnawed on a pig's trotter while watching the two clowns. He sighed, then shook his head. There was no way these two were together. William and Gudry were famous, but they were just a microcosm of the Wehrmacht. Many more soldiers earned their due merit in this war. They successfully became qualified soldiers, and many new recruits experienced the tempering of war. Of course, some soldiers tragically lost their lives, but their names will be engraved on the soon-to-be-built Heroes Monument. Lyon has ordered the reconstruction of the capital, and an unprecedented Heroes Monument will be built in front of the capital. This monument will bear the names of all the Wehrmacht soldiers who died. Let them be remembered forever. Many earned merit in this war. Besides Guthrie and William, Allen also received his own Medal of Honor. In fact, Allen didn't play a significant role in the war, but his flight to Nanchuan City to deliver a speech greatly boosted the confidence of the people of Great Yin. After much deliberation, it was finally decided to award Allen the Great Yin Medal. After all, not everyone would think of going to Nanchuan City to give a speech to boost the people's morale. And in the final air battle over Leningrad, Allen, flying the MiG-25 with unstoppable force, shattered the Pegasus Knights' morale. He crushed their morale to the ground. So this was what he deserved. But what he deserved even more was a complete wedding. On the day after Yunli's birth, just as Leon was about to become a stay-at-home dad, Carl suddenly found him. He told him that Allen would hold a make-up wedding today. Lyon heard this, and looked back at Yunli in his arms. He was instantly furious. When I'm not on vacation, no one comes to me. But when I'm on vacation, you come to me for everything, right? Forget it. After all, Diane owes Allen a wedding. If it weren't for the sudden war, Allen and Weiyao might have been married long ago. Looking at the baby in his arms, Leon poked Yunli's rosy cheek. Little Yunli. Daddy has to go congratulate a heroic couple today, so I can't be with you. Let the mother stay with you all day. Daddy's here tonight. After saying this, Leon carefully handed Yunli to Shuangxing, who was standing beside him. Shuangxing, with an anti-smile, took the child. Give me the child? Then it's mine. Although Yunli was only a day old in her cradle, due to the influence of her Orsish genes, she had already opened her eyes, and had a certain level of intelligence within a day, though she couldn't speak. So of course, she understood Leon's words, and made a very human expression. She pouted. Leon was completely stunned when he saw this expression. No, even you despise me. Leon felt a little sad, but he returned to his room and put on his most formal attire. That was his red military uniform, the uniform that symbolized leadership. He then drove directly to Yan's most famous wedding venue. That was the only church of the Goddess of Light in the city of Leningrad. The true Goddess of Light is enshrined here, not the so-called evil goddess Irina. Leon had already begun ordering the newspaper to prepare for the retrial of the Goddess of Light. He planned to publish it when the Dwarf Empire was about to collapse. This would completely crush the Dwarf Empire. However, today the church was filled with joy, for Allen and Vaya were about to complete their unfinished wedding. Allen and Vaya had never imagined that the number of people present today would far exceed their expectations. Chapter 646. Just as Allen and Vaya were preparing for their wedding as usual, a sudden commotion erupted outside the church. Many guests simultaneously looked outside, and saw an elderly man in a blue military uniform, bearing the rank of field marshal, get out of a car and walk straight into the church. The security guards responsible for maintaining security at the church were stunned by the scene. It seemed that this Air Force field marshal had headed straight for the church. This meant that he knew the people attending the wedding. The security guards were sweating profusely. Carl simply walked right in, leaving Vaya's parents, who were greeting guests at the door, stunned. Sir. Vaya's parents tried to speak, but Carl stopped them. Carl spoke directly. You are Vaya's parents, right? I'm Allen's commander. I heard he's getting married today, so I came to congratulate him. Looking at Carl, dressed in his military uniform, Vaya's parents nodded, still somewhat shocked. Looking at Carl's red epaulets, they could tell he was definitely a high-ranking official. However, the shock didn't stop there. When Carl entered the church, everyone's eyes were fixed on the elderly man in his military uniform. Allen was so startled that he almost didn't salute Carl. Weiyao, standing nearby, also opened her mouth in surprise. Weiyao had met Carl before, and knew he was an air marshal. Seeing Carl arrive at her wedding, Weiyao felt a little uneasy, even a little nervous. However, what the couple didn't know was that their anxiety had only just begun. Carl's arrival was just the beginning. Immediately, nearly all the senior officers still in Leningrad from the military headquarters rushed over. For no other reason than because they heard Leon would also be attending the wedding. These military officials, both high and low, piled in one after another. Weiyao's parents, who were greeting them at the door, were stunned. Though they didn't understand the meaning of the red epaulets, they could tell that those generals with the Star of Generals. There were a ton of them. and each of them came bearing generous gifts. Although De Yin advocated frugality, for these senior officers, spending a few silver coins on gifts was no big deal. And most of what they bought were practical items, like furniture or fine ceramics. Carl gave Alan a set of exquisite teacups. Not only had the Air Force Marshal come, but Carl had brought along practically the entire Air Force staff. Looking at these superiors, Alan was completely nervous. This was even more nerve-wracking than flying a Stuka through a 1,080-degree spiral to drop bombs. However, not only did the Air Force arrive, but even the Army and Navy had rushed over. Because both the Army and Navy knew of the ace pilot's achievements. Alan provided firepower support to both the Army and Navy. And during the defense of the Elven Empire's capital, Alan directly eliminated the Demon Empire's frontline headquarters. This created a perfect offensive opportunity for the Army. The Army kept wondering how they could repay Alan's favor. Isn't Alan's wedding today? Just give him a surprise. Alan, you said it's better to be surprised, not startled. Actually, they had originally planned to celebrate the couple's wedding, but that wedding happened to fall on National Day. These officials had to attend the military parade. That had prevented them from congratulating Alan, but now it was different. They finally had some free time to congratulate the newlyweds. The Air Force and Navy each sent a senior general to give Alan, a fatherless and motherless war hero, a strong backing. What if you don't have parents? Don't worry, we, the old guard, are here to support you. However, just as Vaya's parents were about to announce the start of the wedding, Carl approached them and whispered something. Vaya's parents nearly fell to the ground in excitement. Thankfully, several nearby officers were quick to help them. Alan and Vaya were a little confused, for he could tell his parents-in-law were overwhelmed with surprise. But what surprise was there? Then, the crowd erupted. Because Leon appeared at the door. Leon pulled out a set of jewelry he had long collected, or rather, something he had just received from his mother, Irina. Irina, I don't have a precious son like you. This is really going to explode. This set of jewelry isn't actually expensive, but it holds a lot of meaning. Hundreds of years ago, a wandering bard spent all his family's wealth to create this set of jewelry, and gave it to his beloved. However, his beloved's family initially disapproved, but the bard later resolutely joined the army to serve his country. After enduring hardships, the two finally found their way together, staying together forever and supporting each other through thick and thin. This story is well known in the Holy Empire. This set of jewelry eventually came into the hands of Irina. Seeing that Alan was getting married, Leon also obtained this set of jewelry from his mother. This was also a full recognition of the 6 gold medals Alan had received. A hero deserves heroic treatment. If heroes aren't treated well, what's the point? In fact, for Alan and his companions, Leon's appearance was the greatest gift they could have. Alan managed to maintain his composure, but Vaya was trembling with excitement. This was all so magical. The guests in the church were also stunned. The officers, who had been sitting in perfect order, stood up and saluted Leon. Leon nodded in agreement and took his seat. Then the stage was handed over to Alan. Because today, the groom was the star, Alan was somewhat bewildered as he looked at the officers in the audience, who outnumbered the original guests by twice their size. Those who didn't know better thought this was a war meeting. The guests were utterly shocked. They knew Alan was a hero, but they hadn't expected him to have such a powerful backing. Or perhaps, these guests initially just wanted to curry favor with Alan and give Vaya's parents some face. But now they already begun planning how to build a good relationship with Vaya's parents. Because of Alan's influence, they must cling to their support. The priest was also shocked by this scene, but he continued the wedding as usual. Mr. Alan, are you willing to marry Miss Vaya? I do. Miss Vaya, are you willing to marry Alan? I do. The two looked at each other. They had been through so much along the way. Vaya had even nearly died. But fortunately, good goes around, evil around, and God rewards hard work. The two finally got together. All right, Mr. Allen, you may kiss your bride. Everyone in the audience was watching this scene, including Leon. Looking at this grand wedding, Leon suddenly realized that he hadn't given them a proper wedding yet. Chapter 647. After blessing the newlyweds, Leon returned to the Duke's mansion. However, just when Leon thought he could relax and enjoy life, the burden of life fell upon him again. Because neither Yun Qingqi nor Shuangxing wanted to take care of the child. Even his mother, Irina, didn't want to take care of the child. Every day he just chatted with the other girls and played mahjong. Leon, Back home, Leon looked at the crying little Yunli. He glanced at the girls chatting. Oh my god! Whose daughter is this? Looking at the slightly aggrieved and sad face of little Yunli, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he picked up the bottle beside him, holding Yunli with one hand and feeding her with the other. Lil Yunli was crying loudly, but once she drank the formula, her eyes instantly cleared, and she stopped crying. She just drank the formula quietly. Watching Lil Yunli's graceful feeding, Leon couldn't help but think, daughters are better. But Leon's smile soon died down. Lion, holding his daughter, Lil Yunli, came to the other women, looking at them with a somewhat reproachful look. Yun Chi, on the other hand, looked disapproving. You're here? Why do you want me to take care of your daughter? Besides, 10 months of pregnancy was tough enough for me. Can't you just take care of a few more months? Lion was speechless. After all, this was her daughter. Irina couldn't help but smile when she heard this. This son of hers will never be able to turn things around in his lifetime. He's been completely controlled. Suddenly, Irina thought of something and spoke. Leon, your Aunt Zoe has a distant cousin with a 2-year-old son. He wants to meet Yunli and arrange a marriage. Irina knew Leon wouldn't agree, but she spoke in front of everyone just to gauge his opinion. To see how important her daughter was to Leon. As expected, upon hearing this, Leon's calm eyes instantly turned to shock. What did you say? Who wants to take advantage of my daughter? Leon's voice rose an octave. Irina spoke. Your distant cousin. Is he a noble? Yes. Then he has no need to exist. Leon instinctively wanted to call the intelligence agency and have them raid this so-called distant cousin's home tonight. Irina hurriedly stopped him. I just want to meet Yunli. Maybe the two of them can become good friends, childhood sweethearts or something. Leon instantly lost his temper upon hearing this. Childhood sweetheart? I'm going to break his legs. The abacus beads are falling on my face. Listening to Leon's violent outburst, the women present couldn't help but hide their laughter. Suddenly Leon asked the most crucial question. Is he blonde? Irina was surprised, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Leon felt as if the sky had fallen. Yellow-haired. Old dang. Will-o-wisp. Leon forced himself to stand and glanced at the sleeping little Yunli. Looking at his captivated daughter, Leon silently vowed to protect this lovely girl. What yellow-haired guy? What thug? Get out of here. Lion carefully placed the sleeping Yunli in Yunqingqi's arms. Then he picked up the phone and called Winster's office. Senior Winster. This is Leon. I want to ask you something. Winster was a little surprised when he received the call, then spoke. What's the matter? Are there still gangster-like thugs within the Holy Empire? Lion asked seriously. Winster nodded in affirmation. Yes, there are. According to incomplete statistics, these criminal forces exist in almost every city. However, due to the limited manpower of the security forces and their recent establishment, their current control area is limited to the Great Yin mainland, which is far beyond the reach of the Holy Empire. Lion's voice instantly perked up when he heard this, and he spoke. If I get the National Defense Force stationed within the Holy Empire to cooperate, can we eliminate the criminal forces within the Holy Empire within 6 months? Winster was instantly excited. Because of what he just heard, Lion was actually willing to send troops to assist the security forces. Is the sky falling, or what? However, what Winster didn't know was that Lion was so anxious because of his 2-day-old daughter. Little Yunli, soundly asleep and still bubbling with milk powder, had no idea. His father, simply because of a prejudice from his past life, had so quickly launched a campaign to eliminate evil forces. These evil forces never dreamed that they would suffer such an unprovoked disaster. Of course, the evil forces were destined to be purged, but they were included in the 5-year plan, and the purge was carried out in batches. However, Leon's push only accelerated the collapse of the evil forces. If the evil forces knew their downfall was simply due to a sleepy, sniffling baby, would they find a piece of tofu to kill themselves? After finishing his call, Leon came over to the group of women, looking at the lonely little Yunli, then at Yun Chi. Yun Chi, at this moment, showed no concern for Yunli, as he was busy reading the documents in his hand. Little Yunli woke up, saw her mother neglecting her, and burst into tears. The other women seemed oblivious to what was happening, each minding their own business. Seeing this, Leon felt a pang of pity and immediately picked up little Yunli. Oh, little Yunli, stop crying. Daddy's here. Moms are bad, and Daddy is good. If moms don't care about you, you won't treat them well when you grow up. You must help Daddy fight against their oppression. Yeah. Stop nagging. Change my diaper. Little Yunli opened her mouth wide and babbled. This left Leon dumbfounded. You're not my daughter. Can you speak Chinese, or even human language? Daddy, I don't understand. The girls couldn't help but laugh at Leon's bewilderment. Heiyu came up to little Yunli, staring at her with wide, blinking eyes. So cute, it must be delicious, right? Little Yunli's face lit up with surprise. Then she squirmed a few times in Leon's arms. Daddy, save me. Lion patted Hayu on the head. Eat, eat, eat. You want to eat your daughter too. What? It's not mine. Hayu complained, covering his head. Then have one. Leon said. You think I don't want to? It's because someone else can't do it. You stinky bastard. Hayu looked at Leon's lower body with disdain and shook his head. Leon, eh? The girls watched this scene with interest. The reason Yun Qingqi didn't get close to his daughter was to create opportunities for father and daughter to spend time together. After all, they all knew Leon didn't belong to any of them. Yunli, so I'm not important, right? Chapter 648. Happy days are short-lived. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Inside the Duke's mansion, Lion, his eyes darkened, stared blankly at the air before him. It was too much torture. Looking at little Yunli beside him, babbling and laughing, Lion's initial anger instantly vanished, and he sighed. Little Yunli, are you trying to drive your dad to death? Can you please get some sleep? Lion said with a hopeless air. This week was Leon's most difficult. For during this week, little Yunli wouldn't sleep during the day, and at night she'd be clambering across walls. She was practically hanging from the ceiling. Due to the orc's terrifying genetic gifts, most human infants wouldn't crawl until 6 months old. But Yunli was already waving her limbs a week after she was born. I guess he'd be able to crawl in a few days. Sure enough, he has the terrifying orc gene, he grows so fast. And he drinks half a can of formula every day. A real glutton. All Leon does every day is make formula and change Yunli's diapers. Lion, I'm so worried. Yun Qingqi is sound asleep, completely oblivious. Lion is really about to explode. And because he's been so full, Yunli is incredibly active. Her activity level far exceeds that of other babies. That's not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is that Yunli can actually use magic. Lion, question mark. Last time, Yunli was sleeping with a snot bubble, and for some reason, the bubble burst. A burst of fire element erupted from the bubble. Lion, caught off guard while making formula for Yunli, was blown away. If Leon hadn't become a 9th level Doqi Knight, he would probably have been hospitalized. You might ask why Yun Qingqi didn't feed Yunli, but instead used formula. It was simply because Yun Qingqi didn't want to. She wanted Leon to spend more time with his daughter, and cherish this hard-earned vacation. But vacations are short-lived. Leon soon received a notice from the capital that he would attend a military commissioning ceremony tomorrow. Many people had earned military honors during this war. Many of them were promoted. The most important promotions were those of William and Gudry. They would be promoted to major generals. 6 other generals would receive commissions from Leon. And 1 special officer would receive one personally from Leon. That was Captain Marjlov, commander of the Airborne Assault Corps. During the air raid on Karif, Marjlov excelled both in command and combat, providing Lion with direct evidence of the Great Purge. Lion also learned of Marjlov's tragic life story. He couldn't help but admire this iron-blooded officer. What surprised Lion most was Marjlov's name, and his idea of an airborne armored unit. You see, in his past life, the name Marjlov was just an ordinary name to ordinary people, but among the Russians, during the Sickle period, there was a legendary unit, the VDV. Even today, this army is an elite force. However, in VDV history, there was a person who was crucial to the VDV, General Marjlov. He was the real father of the VDV. That's why the VDV would sometimes say, for the country. For Dad. Moreover, Marjlov was not only a father figure to the VDV, but he also promoted the development of modern airborne troops. It was he who proposed the integrated man-vehicle airdrop. So when Leon saw this name and read Marjlov's report, Leon instinctively straightened his back. Is it really that exciting? Leon was already looking forward to tomorrow's awarding of his rank, but people live in the present. And Leon lives beneath his wife. Looking at tomorrow's schedule, and then at the snot-socking little Yunli in his arms, Leon hesitated. Should he give his daughter to Yun Qingqi? Let her take care of him for a few days? But Leon was worried Yun Qingqi wouldn't agree. After all, she was still in confinement after childbirth. Yun Qingqi couldn't help but laugh at Leon's dilemma. Okay. Stop standing there. Give me your daughter now, and go get some sleep. You worked so hard these past few days, and I reward you handsomely in a few days. Leon shuddered at this. Reward? No, 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 I'd rather sleep in the office. Yun Qingqi didn't care, and simply grabbed Leon and kissed her. We girls want what we want. We have to get it. Leon, stop it, I'm dying. Little Yunli stared at the scene with wide eyes. What on earth are Mom and Dad doing? They look so fun. Are they eating something delicious? No. I want to eat too. Ah. Little Yunli then started to make a scene. Leon glanced at little Yunli, and Yun Qingqi gave him a reassuring look. Leon immediately returned to his room and fell asleep. I can't. I am so sleepy. And just as Leon left, little Yunli burst into tears. These days, Daddy's been taking care of her, Mommy hasn't. Mom's a bad person, I want Daddy. Mother and daughter are connected by heart. Yun Qingqi couldn't help but smile at the fussy little Yunli. You're my daughter, I'm a bad person, what are you? You're a little bad guy? Little Yunli froze at this, then stopped crying. Her eyes cleared. Her little brain couldn't process. Mom's a bad person, so I'm a little bad guy? Then Mom isn't a bad person, I'm not a little bad guy, Yun Qingqi continued to tease Yunli. If Mom isn't a bad person, who is? Little Yunli's brain couldn't process this. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and she burst into tears again. But the crying soon stopped, because the grain in the granary silenced Yunli's mouth. Mom is good. Dad is evil. Yunli drew a line between herself and Leon in 3 seconds. Lion, now that things have come to this. What's the point of eating? I'm tired. Let's destroy it. The next day, Leon climbed out of bed refreshed. The car sent by the capital was parked downstairs. Today, the capital will hold its final investiture ceremony, as it will be demolished in 3 days. The Battle of Liongrad destroyed nearly every building surrounding the capital. The capital was already crumbling, so this justified its demolition and reconstruction. Before leaving, Leon glanced at his daughter Yunli, then fell into deep thought as he watched the mother and daughter sleeping peacefully in bed. Did I open it the wrong way? Is this my troublemaker daughter? Lion questioned his life the entire way, and even after getting out of the car at the capital gate, he still couldn't figure it out. Why is this happening? Yunli, the food is filling my stomach. Mom gives me way too much. Chapter 649. Lion arrived at the entrance of the capital. Looking at the capital, Leon was filled with emotion. This capital had witnessed the wars, both large and small, that had taken place in the 2 or 3 years since the founding of Great Yin. It had even been attacked several times. But this capital had stood firm. It had witnessed the rise of Great Yin and grown ever stronger. But it could no longer see Great Yin standing at the top of the world. It had also fulfilled its mission. It would completely disappear from this world in a few days. Lion entered the capital under the escort of guards. At this moment, inside the capital auditorium, thousands of officers sat in the audience, quietly watching the 8 officers on the stage who had been stripped of their ranks. These 8 officers would receive the rank of Major General today. Their promotion to general meant that the proportion of young people in the military, and indeed the entire National Defense Force, would increase. They would succeed the older generation, and become the backbone of the new Great Yin. Many veteran generals in the audience looked at these officers with satisfaction. These veteran generals weren't actually generals, in the truest sense of the word. They simply held seniority, and possessed considerable combat experience. They possessed sufficient influence in confronting the feudal armies. They also possessed sufficient combat experience. This was the fundamental reason they became generals. However, in reality, their ability to mobilize and utilize the modernized forces under their command was far inferior to that of the younger military academy graduates. As time progressed and Great Yin developed, these veteran generals would inevitably retire from the stage. Their existence served to provide a transitional period for the Great Yin National Defense Army. However, when William and his men became generals, this means these veteran generals have fulfilled their mission. At the same time, the Wehrmacht will undergo new reforms, accelerating its progress toward a modernized military. When that happens, its combat effectiveness will be even higher. William and the other 8 generals were quietly awaiting Leon's arrival. But they didn't wait long, for Leon never liked to keep others waiting. Lion entered the auditorium, and the Minister of War announced the official start of the investiture ceremony. The Minister of War immediately gave the order, and the investiture ceremony began. All the officers were watching the 8 young generals. All the young officers were aiming for these 8 generals, because they had all heard, to some degree, of the stories of William and Gudry. A hero, wherever he was, would be noticed by those who aspired to be heroes themselves. Lion looked at the neatly arranged red epaulets, then at William and the others, a pleased smile on his face. I finally waited for this day. The officers who symbolized youth and change had finally become the pillars of the Wehrmacht. The future belonged to the young. Lion picked up the red epaulets and carefully placed them on William. The epaulets of lower-ranking Wehrmacht officers were silver-white with gold stars. From Major General to General, the epaulets were red with a gold rim. For the rank of General, the epaulets were red with a gold border. The rank of Marshal, however, returned to its simpler form, with only red epaulets and no embellishments. Cottis and his men had no complaints about the Marshal's uniform. In their eyes, this was the way a military uniform should be. Perhaps some prefer complexity, while others prefer simplicity. But for soldiers, whether cumbersome or simple, as long as it fits and is comfortable, suitable for daily life and even combat, it's a good uniform. At first, Lion copied Detzi's uniform. But later, Lion remembered Detzi's uniform's fatal flaw. It looked good, but it wasn't warm. So, Lion's initial strategy of using a military coat was to try to remedy the situation. But this still couldn't change the fact that Detzi's uniform wasn't warm. And there was another fatal factor: the restrictive nature of the uniform. In the post-war review of his previous life, Detzi's uniform affected many soldiers during combat due to its restrictive nature. Following the principle of saving wherever possible, Lion, after making minor modifications and ensuring the soldiers could operate normally, continued to use the uniform. But as technology advanced, Lion began developing a new generation of uniforms. Although it was called development, in reality, it was simply copying the Russian uniform. Although the Russian uniform was a bit underwhelming, and more so than you might imagine. But I have to admit, the Russians have superb aesthetics. And because of the weather in Dayin, they resemble the Russians. Because it's a land of divine punishment, Dayin rarely experiences high temperatures. Constantly influenced by divine punishment, Leon sees military uniforms as primarily practical, aesthetically pleasing, and secondarily. Returning to the present, Leon personally bestowed military ranks on William and the others. With each person he passed, Leon spoke earnestly. Congratulations, Generals of the Republic. The future is in your hands. With the 8 generals having completed their ranks, next came Marjlov's turn. Marjlov was a little nervous. Because he discovered he had no companions, he was being awarded the rank alone. This honor stunned everyone present. Many were indignant. Why did Marjlov receive such preferential treatment? Lion personally explained this to all the officers. Major Marjlov performed exceptionally well in the attack and defense of Halef, inflicting immense suffering on the enemy. He also led the charge into the underground laboratory, obtaining valuable intelligence and providing strong evidence for our eradication of this nefarious organization. However, most importantly, Major Marjlov proposed the concept of integrated airborne landings involving both personnel and vehicles. You may not yet understand how advanced this is, but I can tell you that this concept will be implemented and applied to airborne troops for a long time to come. Lion didn't elaborate further, and then personally awarded Marjlov the rank of Major. Major Marjlov, the future of airborne troops may lie in your hands. Marjlov was somewhat surprised to hear this. In reality, Leon's actions weren't meant to flatter Marjlov. Rather, he hoped everyone would take Marjlov's ideas seriously. In his previous life, Marjlov was a general, and it was only after proposing this concept that it received sufficient attention. But in this world, Marjlov is still only a major. What he says might not be believed, and Leon's reason for bringing it to the attention of the Air Force and Army is to draw their attention. Leon has done his best to help Marjlov overcome obstacles. It all depends on whether Marjlov can perfect his theory. Applying theory to actual combat is essential for a successful theory. Soon, the ceremony was reported in the newspapers, and the streets of Dayin were abuzz with discussion surrounding these 8 young generals. William's family, including his mother, Renata, carefully touched the photo and realized it was indeed her son. She was speechless for a long time. Chapter 650. Looking at William in the newspaper, Renata carefully stroked the photo, repeatedly confirming whether it was her son. But no matter how much Renata confirmed, the photo was definitely her son. Charlotte was also shocked. She knew her brother was an officer, but she had never imagined he would become a general. Although they were citizens of Dayin, becoming a general was still a distant dream for them. But what surprised them was that their relatives had become generals, and William and his men became highly sought-after targets. Many people began to inquire about the families of these generals, hoping to match their daughters with them. After seeing William in the newspaper, William's neighbors began to descend on their homes. They almost stormed William's house. Renata wanted to refuse, but she couldn't say so directly. After all, they were just neighbors. And just as William's house was about to explode, William himself was about to explode. Because an uninvited guest had come to the door today. Early morning. William, newly promoted to general, was selecting soldiers. He was selecting elite soldiers for the 1st Guards Division. A portion would be drawn from various frontline combat units. These elite soldiers would comprise 40% of the Guards division. The remainder would be recruited directly from the general public. The Guards were expanding to 6 divisions. If elite soldiers were drawn directly from the various armies, a total of 150,000 would be mobilized. This would be a very devastating deployment for the frontline combat units. This would directly impact the combat effectiveness of the frontline troops. The elite frontline troops only comprised 400,000 to 500,000 men. Draining 150,000 would at least cause a drastic drop in combat effectiveness. By then, would the frontline troops still be combat ready? So Lyon only allowed 40% of the Guards to be drawn from these veterans. 40% equaled 60,000 men, and withdrawing 60,000 men was barely enough to balance the Wehrmacht's frontline troops. Any more would be too much. The new Guards began to form, and William, as commander of the 1st Guards Division, would personally select his soldiers. As a close friend of Guthry's, William's first thought was to recruit soldiers from Guthry's 1st Panzer Division. At this moment, Guthry was unaware that he had been targeted by his good brother William. Guthry was still immersed in the joy of taking over the 1st Panzer Division. He saw the roster of the elite soldiers, who had received various honors. The entire 1st Panzer Division comprised the elite troops of the 1st and 2nd Panzer armies. It could be argued that with its current equipment, the 1st Armored Division had a chance of victory even against the Guards Division. So, when Guthry learned he was taking over as commander of the 1st Armored Division, his smile was almost crooked. What general wouldn't enjoy having a group of battle-hardened soldiers under his command? After all, he had commanded the 1st Armored Division before, and during the 24-hour blitzkrieg of the Papal States, he had led it to a brilliant victory. The 1st Armored Division is mine. No one can stop me, until William walked through the gates of the 1st Armored Division. Then tragedy struck. William slammed Lyon's order on Guthry's desk. Guthry, after reading the order's instructions for obedience and deployment, nearly felt like hanging himself. The 1st Guards Division had approximately 20,000 men. To recruit 40% from the various units, that would require 8,000 men. The 1st Guards Division comprised 6 regiments, 2 tank regiments, a mechanized infantry regiment, an air defense regiment, an artillery regiment, and a mixed regiment. The mixed regiment comprised 4 battalions, a reconnaissance battalion, a communications battalion, a chemical defense battalion, and a subordinate engineering battalion. Originally, Lyon had not planned to equip the Guards Division with a separate engineering battalion. This was because it didn't fit within the organization of a mixed regiment. According to modern organization, there should be an electronic warfare battalion. But computers weren't even invented yet, and you're talking about electronic warfare? So, temporarily, the electronic warfare battalion was replaced with an engineering battalion. What troubled Guthry was that the 2 armored regiments and the tank regiment had to be recruited from other units. Guthry could already imagine the fate of his 1st Armored Division, shattered to pieces. But William was incredibly humane. Old Guthry, can we just be polite? I'm telling you this. I want 5,000 men. Guthry, sipping his tea, nearly spit it out. Damn it! My armored division only has 50,000 men. You come right up and kill 5,000 of them? No, Guthry flatly refused. You want 5,000 men? What am I supposed to do then? Well, it's just 5,000 men, isn't it? Your 1st Armored Division has 50,000 men. 5,000 is nothing. William patted Guthry's shoulder. 5,000 men are insignificant, but you want my elite troops. You want my armored troops. Not my support troops. Guthry nearly flipped the table. The reason a 50,000-man armored division could possess such formidable combat power was because it had nearly 20,000 auxiliary troops. In reality, the 1st Armored Division relied primarily on those 30,000 armored troops. And then William came right out and asked for 5,000. What should he do? Should he give them to him? After much deliberation, Guthry decided to give William the 5,000 men. Because while Guthry's 1st Armored Division was a symbol of the Wehrmacht, but William's 1st Guards Division was also a symbol of the Wehrmacht, and even of the Great Yin. There was no other way, they were family, so he had to pamper them. In the end, with tears in his eyes, Guthry gave William 5,000 armored troops. He was allowed to form 2 tank regiments and 1 mechanized infantry regiment on his own. Seeing that Guthry had assigned him 5,000 men, William's face instantly lit up with joy. But the next moment, William suddenly heard a voice he least wanted to hear. William. Why are you here? William froze in his tracks, then mechanically turned his head. Rutna, clad in pure white knight armor, stood before William. Aren't you on leave today? Why are you running around? You're being naughty. Rutna pinched William's waist hard. William's face turned purple and blue, and he felt like he was about to cry. Guthrie, standing beside him, was trying to stifle a laugh. I let you mess with my soldiers, and now you're done for, right? You're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? Looking at Guthrie's gloating expression, William almost couldn't contain his laughter. Just then, Rutha spoke again. Come with me to see my grandfather. William froze in his tracks. To see your grandfather? William's heart instantly sank. It's over. That 80-year-old old man, seeing his precious granddaughter being kidnapped by some brat, punched the brat and turned him into liquid.